Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki fe la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanemeje, Anamu, Paratuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri in the Mo, Paratuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri in the Mo, BULLD0Z Kenu Boseruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega panto mo. Yeah, dear Gugama. Okwitara karami nguru ma amiga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota mwa akuna koga bu.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get Mama Musi, I want it to go. I got no one who tell him back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on him. Oh, yeah. I didn't know. Orí àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá. Ẹni bàbá ilé, bọ́lá, ọmọ òṣèlú ojú, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, káyìn lábì lúbi, lọ́wọ́ lábì lúbi, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, àtọ́jú bíbí, àtọ́jú méjì, àtọ́jú mẹ́ta, àtọ́jú mẹ́rin, àtọ́jú márùn, àtọ́jú mẹ́ta. Ẹlẹ́yìn ọ̀gá, àbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀gbọ̀n, ẹlẹ́yìn ọ̀gá, àjẹ́yìn sílẹ̀, àbúrò
And that is right there, Baba Ijebu. I wonder who Baba Ijebu is. So there it is, right there. Good morning to you, Kolade Aderemi and Fairchild. Good morning to you. Good day to everyone. Hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day. To now cascade into the night. So it is the night where I am. Pardon me. Good day to you. Hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day to cascade into a night. So there it is. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, this hyperlink right here that says stream your, that's not the hyperlink. So click on like, yes, LL Entertainment, good night to you. Click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. You know, all of those voices you hear every single day, they did nothing but to click on that hyperlink. So if you want to be an active combatant, click on that hyperlink. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll engage you in conversation. So that's just how it works. So click on like, click on subscribe. Click on, all right. I think the conversation has already kicked off in the comment section. I have to keep my eye away from that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and the dollars. And by the way, the people watching on our Facebook, can you share the links? We don't say that often enough, if at all. So the people on Facebook, please share the links. That's just how we expand. And we need to expand. I think we've only got about 10,000 people on Facebook, so we need vastly more than that. We've got about 44,000 on YouTube, but we need a million people really. If you want to know where my ambition is, so we are not even at the beginnings of anything. You know, we are just really friends chatting. We can't even say we're streaming if we have so low numbers. No more than collectively 50,000. Right across all the platforms that we stream to. So that's not a number. So you begin to hint that you're streaming when you have 100,000, and then when you get 1 million plus, then you can say, okay, there it is right there. I should have a silver plaque behind my wall by now, but it's entirely down to you guys. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $ to super chat and all that. So do all those nice, warm, cozy things and be subsumed with a feeling of warmth. So do all those nice and cozy things, and then come on the screen, Emmanuel. You shouldn't be in the comment section. So do all those nice, warm, cozy things, and then be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all those. So let's just get into it. Let's get into it. The panelists are assembling, so the conversation should kick off. A lot to talk about. When is there not a lot to talk about? So we'll kick it off with this one. This is oh God. You know, the only thing that has loyalty with the only thing that has loyalty within the Nigerian political paradigm is the dollar. So there's nothing that has, nobody is loyal to anything outside the American dollar. In Nigerian politics, the only thing that people vest loyalty to is the dollar. Not ethnicity, not religion, not any ideological alignment. Is really just where do I make the money? Where's the money and where's my cut? So where is the money and where is my cut? So this forms the backdrop to this then. It's one of the most talked about story on social media. Peter Obi's campaign spokesman says he may join APC from Labour Party. So the narrative of Kenneth Okonkwo comes as no surprise to anyone. And it's been hitting this for months, by the way. So it's not really, like I said, coming as any surprise to anyone. Peter Obi's campaign spokesman says he may rejoin APC from Labour. So let's get it. A former spokesperson for the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Kenneth Okonkwo, has failed to rule out the possibility of joining another party. In a viral video, the former Labour Party scribe said he would not rule out going back to anything because change is constant. So, you know, I am disappointed but not surprised, because if you look at all of the invectives, all of the adjectives, all of the descriptives that this guy has used to condemn the APC, you would think that if he ever came across APC, it would be shoot on sight. But as I said, the loyalty is really to the back. A former spokesperson for the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Kenneth Okonkwo, has failed to rule out the possibility of joining another party. So the one thing we do know is that he has told us that he has left the Labour Party, and I think we all know that he's going back to the APC, but because he wants to go and occupy that space that Daniel Bwala, Reno Omokri, now latterly Doyin Okupe, that sort of outsider spokesperson sort of for the party sort of space. I think he wants a slice of that, because I think there might well be dollar sharing going on there. A former spokesperson for the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Kenneth Okonkwo, has failed to rule out the possibility of joining another party. In a viral video, the former Labour Party scribe said he would not rule out going back to anything because change is constant. He also lampooned the Labour Party for what he described as the party's inability to conduct an acceptable national convention. I don't rule out going back to anything because change is constant. My own Labour Party is not impressing me. So what are you talking? Assuming they continue in this trajectory where they cannot even hold acceptable national convention, then you will tell me I will be there, and it says that with a question mark. In May 2024, correspondents reported that Okonkwo has suspended his relationship with Julius Abure-led National Working Committee of the Labour Party. Kenneth, a Nollywood actor turned politician, described the last national convention of the party, organized under Abure's leadership, as criminal and corrupt. So if it's describing the convention of the party as criminal and corrupt, then it categorically cannot continue in that space. So that essentially is him leaving the party. He was formerly a member of the All Progressive Congress before he left in 2022 and teamed up with the then campaign of Peter Obi. So if he left in 2022, you can see that that's just more of an ethnic than an ideological alignment. So he just went with tribe. So if he had been all the way through with APC and then he left with that mass, with that's just ethnicity rather than ideology. He was formerly a member of the All Progressive Congress before he left in 2022 and teamed up with the then campaign of Peter Obi. Obi was the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election. And by the way, I have a clip of him speaking, by the way. I'm sure most of you would have seen it, but if you haven't seen it, then you see it now. In a post on his X account announcing he was severing relationship with the Abure-led NWC of the party, Okonkwo said, I am suspending my relationship in all ramifications, not ramini. I am suspending my relationship in all ramifications with the purported Abure-led National Working Committee of the Labour Party. For me, it is either a new Nigeria or nothing. So if he wants a new Nigeria and he finds a way, because which party offers the new Nigeria is the theme of the Labour Party, and is the crafting that they are crafting their narrative around the Nigerian political paradigm. So they craft that narrative around the Nigerian political paradigm to invite a sharp and a marked contrast against everything else that obtains. So they are talking about a new Nigeria where probity, equity, and all of those things. So, and they are contrasting that against the rest of the field. So if he leaves now this new Nigerian mantra Labour Party, then he has to go to the root that he was rallying against. For me, it is either a new Nigeria or nothing. I prefer to lose doing the right thing to winning doing the wrong thing. So I think we've actually come across this narrative before. I think he said that a few months ago. Nothing can wash out the criminality, corruption, and incompetence with which the purported National Convention was purportedly organized by Bure. I did not leave the comfort of a ruling party APC. You see, so even that rot did not jar him at that moment in time. This is just the thing. I did not leave the comfort of a ruling party APC because I believe that they are incompetent and dishonest, only to come and join another incompetent and corrupt association, which is the current Abure-led National Working Committee. So that is Kenneth Okonkwo right there, essentially telling us that he's chasing the bag. So purportedly, allegedly, purportedly, but here he is in his own words, purportedly, allegedly, purportedly. So he can purport all he likes, but that purport is the American greenback.
Did not see me there. I don't rule out going back to anything because change is constant. My own Labour Party is not impressing me. So what are you talking? Assuming they continue in this trajectory where they cannot even hold acceptable national convention, then you tell me I'll be there.
So there it is right there. A man after a bag full of dollars. That's just the entire reading of that. So that's the entire reading of that. I'm going to trail the next readout with a few clips. So this is a carry on from yesterday. So first, the Obedience Space put out a narrative to tell us that Tinubu was snubbed at the what is it called? Is it inauguration or whatever it is? The swearing-in ceremony for the re-elected South African president. So first, the Obedience Space put out that clip to show us Tinubu being snubbed. And I want you to watch the Obedience clip very carefully because I will explain what's going on there to you in a moment. So they put out that clip, and then a more accurate picture, a more accurate clip came out subsequently, which I will play to you as well. And now a more expansive description of what actually went down has now come out. So we wrap all of that, but we kick it off first with the Obedient clip. So thank you, Alexander Gomez. Keep the super chats coming. Let me remove that so that the clips can be can be clearly visible.
Thank you very much.
Watch out. Tinubu. The president Tinubu. Received the final they're going to president the Nigeria evaluate and as on our chicken Mr. President. Yeah? On our chicken not what to follow you on. To pause your grieving and to return to your seat in order to the book on Akuziaka. The book on Akuziaka. Which will include national anthem. I request all.
All right, so that was the clip put out by the Obedience Space, flashed up all over social media by Aisha Yesufu doing her ding-dong diddly dance and whatever it is that she does do. You know, it was raw meat and she was just milking it for every super chat she could get on all her platforms. I'm sure she would have made at least $10,000 off the back of that clip. You know, so that was it put out there. How they are pointedly, you could see quite clearly, Tinubu looking forlorn at the back of a row, at the second row of dignitaries assembled, and as it was clearly blankly ignored by the South African president. So that is what that clip invites you to conclude. But here is another perspective on it. So what's this?
Watch out. Tinubu.
Dear.
They told us when he's greeting, the orchestra must just play.
Yes. Should we? You don't like this orchestra?
No. The orchestra was supposed to play now.
So you could see from that clip, the South African president clearly firmly shaking Tinubu's hand. So it wasn't ignored. It was properly suitably greeted. But the one thing you must, I think a lot of people are starting to pick up on this. The one thing you have to realize about Tinubu is that it's not a sort of a frontal, it's a very reserved sort of a person, almost to the point of being shy, and he will retire to the background rather than thrust himself forward in an aggressive. And he doesn't have the physique of an alpha male anyway. He has the persona and the gravitas of an alpha male. And when he brings that into the fore, everybody yields. But if he doesn't need to bring it to the fore, then it just fades into the background. You know, it's always funny, always bowing his head to everybody. Is that sort of a person? You know, the overly respect or Moluabe sort of don't push yourself too frontally. So that is him right there. But so those are the two perspectives. But that obedient clip, it went so viral that the South African presidency, the South African government felt the need to respond. So this is what was put out by the South African presidency via Twitter. So let's go to the South African presidency Twitter. So that's the South African presidency Twitter handle right there. You can see the flag right there and the blue tick. So this is it now them responding then to the obedient clip, obedient op-ed, obedient edited video. So it says, His Excellency President Matamela Ramaphosa, in a bilateral meeting with His Excellency Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu. Tinubu is in South Africa, where he attended the presidential inauguration yesterday to witness the swearing-in ceremony of President Ramaphosa. South Africa regards Nigeria as a strategic partner in the context of bilateral relations, the West African region, and the continent in pursuance of the African agenda. South-South cooperation and in promotion of, I don't quite know how that reads, South Africa regards Nigeria as a strategic partner in the context of bilateral relations, the West African region, and the continent in pursuance of the African agenda. South-South cooperation and in promotion of a rule-based international system. So there it is. So not only did they put out a disclaimer, and this is in direct response to that viral video that Aisha Yesufu was selling all over social media yesterday. By the way, this is in direct response to that video that Aisha Yesufu was, because it was just inaugurated yesterday, so it had no need. It's too busy to be hopping to some other president's hotel to go and do whatever. So it's too busy for all that. But just to directly respond to that edited clip being put out by the Obedience Space, and not to have that damage the relationship between his country and Nigeria, and especially his joint relationship between him and Tinubu. So he just felt he had to respond. Not only did he respond, they also put a clip out.
Brother. Your Excellency, Mr. President.
And congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
It's an honor.
Please.
Thank you. Yes. One has to do the legs. When you go, you do lots of issues.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So there it is right there. That's the South African presidency responding. I don't know, man. They've lowered themselves to actually having feeling the need to respond to Aisha Yesufu. But that's the South African presidency responding directly to Aisha Yesufu right there. You know, I've always wondered if any of these presidents actually understand anything that Tinubu says. He just talks in gibberish, doesn't he? So he talks in gibberish, but we're still staying within that South African space. Because, of course, they went on to tell us that Tinubu was put in the second row. So, now, who was in the first row? So, who was in the first row of that gathering? So, let's go to this fact check to establish exactly how that room was structured. Did President Ramaphosa snub Tinubu at his second inauguration? So it says no already. So you already know what that means, but it offers more. On Wednesday afternoon, a report went viral on social media that Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was snubbed by South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa during his second-term presidential inauguration ceremony in Pretoria. The report was backed by footage showing what seems to be Ramaphosa ignoring Tinubu whilst shaking hands with different world leaders at the event. In pursuit of the truth, correspondents investigated the matter and discovered otherwise. So the first claim, President Cyril Ramaphosa snubbed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu whilst exchanging pleasantries with world leaders during his second presidential inauguration. So that's what's been alleged by Aisha Yesufu and a posse of raw meat eaters. Aisha, that could be the name of a band, you know. Aisha Yesufu and a posse. Is a posse or not the other one? P-O-S-S-E. Aisha Yesufu and a posse of raw meat eaters. So that's the claim they are making. Aisha Yesufu and a gang. President Cyril Ramaphosa snubbed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu whilst exchanging pleasantries with world leaders during his second presidential inauguration. So now, verification, video footage, and pictures made available to correspondents showed that Ramaphosa exchanged pleasantries with President Tinubu. I think we've already seen that. Initial reports were based on a limited perspective, as the video that went viral was recorded from an angle that seemingly showed Ramaphosa not acknowledging the Nigerian leader. Furthermore, the first row, this is where, this is where you now need to pay attention, because this clears up everything. So furthermore, the first row at the inauguration was reserved for South African kings and royalties. So you will notice that the people in the front row, he greeted them with a bit more warmth and familiarity, even some of them hugging him, because of course they are kings of kingdoms within the country that he governs. So that's that. Furthermore, the first row at the inauguration was reserved for South African kings and royalties. The South African president was not expected to start greeting dignitaries at the time and had to hurriedly return to the podium to honor the national anthem. After the anthem, President Ramaphosa returned to greet visiting presidents, including President Tinubu, who were all seated in the second row. So everybody in the first row were just royalties within South Africa. But then, of course, don't let that fact get in the way of the storyline you want to tell, because, of course, there's dollars in the storyline of Tinubu being snubbed, as you all know. During events of this magnitude, brief and sometimes hurried interaction are common due to the number of dignitaries present. A snapshot or incomplete video can easily misrepresent the... And by the way, this thing will start to counter into weeds with this thing that they do, because they've been doing it now. Just that, is this now the once that is once too often? This thing that they do, the obedience space, the copy and paste, the re-editing, the obfuscation of fact, and turning it on its head, all of these things that they do, because the South Africans have not cottoned on to them, as a lot of people are now cottoning on to them, and they are being abandoned at an alarming rate. Okukwe out, Okonkwo out, everybody out. Who's there? Oshito is the only person left there. A snapshot and incomplete video can easily misrepresent the situation. Moreover, diplomatic relations between the two countries remain amicable, further casting doubt on the veracity of the snub claims. So the verdict, the assertion that President Cyril Ramaphosa snubbed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at his second presidential inauguration is false. So that's false in capital letters. But then, of course, this is the thing that they do. But they don't know that it will backfire, backlash, back something or the other on them fairly soon. Let's go on from there let's go to Kano State. Court sacks Sanusi, reinstates Bayero, details emerge. So this somewhat gone viral as well. It's the second most talked about thing within the Nigeria social media space. It's the second most talked about. Give me one moment. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Hold on. Just stay right there. Don't move a muscle. Not a muscle. Should you move? If that rhymes. The one thing that okay, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can grab this. I think I have grabbed this in some form. Just give me 1 second. Let's do this. I should really have played you music, shouldn't I? I want to play you a clip that I'm just going to quickly, swiftly, in the most brief of motions, download. Yeah, so there it is. So yes, going on. Okay, let me now. After you download it, I'd already even downloaded it. All right. Let me go back to where I was. So going on in Kano State, this is going to end in bloodshed. I cannot see any other way. Emmanuel, if you want to hop onto the studio, hop on. You shouldn't be in the comment section. It says, breaking court sacks Sanusi, reinstates Bayero, details emerge. So a federal high court sitting in Kano has nullified Mohammedu Sanusi II's reappointment as the 16th Emir of Kano. The presiding judge, Justice Abdullah. Sorry, there's a bit of music. Oh, no. Let me pause that. Oh, all right. All right, let's take that from top again. Court sacks Sanusi, reinstates Bayero, details emerge. A federal high court sitting in Kano has notified Mohammedu Sanusi II's reappointment as the 16th Emir of Kano. The presiding judge, Justice Abdullah Liman, declared all actions carried out following the passage of the Kano Emirate Council repeal law null and void. However, Justice Liman had ordered that parties maintain status quo. So, if it's what status quo though? Because is this status quo pre the enactment of that law, or status quo as obtained as at now? Because the status quo as at now, if it nullifies that law, then there is no emir because the emir has been sacked. So unless he reverses, then I don't know, man. Maybe Ogbeni will have to jump on. Maybe I should reach out to Ogbeni to come on, but because it's just convoluted and mucky. According to correspondence, the court also granted the respondent's application for a stay of proceedings pending the hearing and determination of the case at the Court of Appeal and transferred the matter to XYZ. The Kano also, so essentially, Kano does not have an emir at the moment. That should be the reading of that. That will cascade all the way through to the Supreme Court. This next one here, I'll give you only as a headline: tension in Kaduna as protesters demand El Rufai's arrest. So this almost likely to be a sponsored something by the incumbent governor. Dozens of protesters on Thursday stormed the Kaduna State Government House to demand the immediate arrest of Nasir El Rufai. The protesters, on the platform of the Kaduna Citizens Work for Good Governance, also demanded thorough investigations into the borrowings and spendings under the El Rufai administration. They asked Governor Ubasani to invite officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and other relevant anti-graft agencies to arrest and prosecute El Rufai over his administration's indictment to the tune of 423 billion naira. So there it is right there. That's just politics, though, isn't it? So well, a lot. But this one here, so that's just politics. Let's go on to this one. So this one saddens me somewhat, man. The image tells you just it captures the essence of what is going on in Nigeria. And by the way, the studio needs filling. If anybody wants to hop on. Hardship. Resilience is both our greatest strength and weakness. Nigerians react to sale of raw yam slices in market. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is how they are now. God, you know they were cutting a tuber of yam into two, but they are now serving it in just a meal portions. That is not even a meal. That's 500 naira right there. You know. My goodness, but that's what Nigeria is now. That's where we are now within that country. So that's where we are now within that country. Is that enough, or should I give you one more? Okay, let me give you, let me see, which one should I give you? Oh, all right, let me give you this one actually. DMO, so that's the Debt Management Office. Nigeria's debt increased by 2.3 trillion in 3 months. Hits 35.4 trillion. So there's a lot of heavy borrowing going on under the Tinubu administration, but what exactly are they using that money for? It's just the thing. The debt managed actually before I read you that, let me give you a little something to cleanse your mind of that yam slices that you just saw. It's just too depressing. So this should lighten. So that's the Ojude Oba Festival in Ogun State right there. Nobody does pomp and pageantry quite like the Yorubas. Nobody does pomp and pageantry quite like the Yorubas. Yes, we're happy to discuss the Kano politics. We're discussing our politics. We're not restricted or limited to the obedience space. That's one right there. But let me take you to this one. Let me take you to this one. Yes, DMO, which is Debt Management Office, Nigeria's debt increased by 2.3 trillion naira in 3 months. So what justifies that? This represents an increase. The Debt Management Office, DMO, says Nigeria's total public debt hit 35.46 trillion naira at the end of the second quarter 2021. Oh no! This is a throwback. Then, I think this may well be out of sync. No, this is actually out of sequence. This goes back. This is Buhari and his co-travelers just borrowing money to steal. So that's too far a throwback. So that's too far a throwback. So that's what we are now trying to rescue ourselves from. Let me give you. Let me see which one is worthy of replacing that. Right. Federal government approves 280 billion naira for completion of Bodo Boni Road. So that infrastructure, this is what people have been explaining, that the fact that they are building the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway is not to the abandonment of other projects. Federal government approves 280 billion naira for completion of Bodo-Boni Road. So there it is right there. Somewhat of good news to our brothers and sisters in the creek, in the creeks. Okay. Now, I'm only really bringing you this because we talk a lot, especially. Let me see. Did I get it? Let me. Oh, is it the debt cancellation one? Let me know if it's the debt cancellation one. Tell me. But let me go to this one first. And by the way, I'm speaking to the comments streaming through as I'm I'm not having a brain fade or a moment of skittishness. I was responding to comments coming through in the comment section. But let me bring you this one first. And I'm only really bringing you this because Tinubu does a lot of this traveling around, canvassing for financing, and a lot of the opposition spaces tell us that they've not really seen the impact. And a lot of people try to explain to them that he doesn't travel to these countries. When he went to India, he got a commitment of about, I think it was about $20 billion. The Hinduja brothers and all those big wigs in India commitment, a farm, even an is it MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, or they signed documents, but it doesn't then mean that it will come back to the country with a big check tucked behind his in his back pocket. That's not how it works. So this is how it works. So this was this trade summit then that they went to in Saudi Arabia. So is this the positive impact of our concerted efforts from the industry, the positive impact of our concerted efforts from the industry and the government has successfully drawn back investors to our oil and gas sector. This resurgence is largely due to the commendable reforms initiated by Tinubu. So, oh no, this is not the one I wanted to. Is this the one I wanted? No, this is not the one I wanted. No, there was one that actually itemized the process. This is the one. All right. It says updates, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria agricultural partnership. So this is coming off the back of Tinubu's trip to Saudi Arabia. So updates, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria agricultural partnership. So number one, on the 9th of November 2023, you will recall that the president, Bola Tinubu, attended Saudi Arabia Africa Summit. On the 10th of May 2024, the Saudi Arabia Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture visited the Honorable Minister of the federal government, his equivalent minister, Senator A. Kyari or something, to follow up as per the earlier discussions held in Saudi Arabia. Number three, a technical committee was set up to collate the needs of Saudi Arabia and the needs of Nigeria. The technical committee membership were government officials of Nigeria and Saudi Arabia and private sectors of both countries. Number four, where are we? The task force has submitted an interim report. Saudi Arabia has made their requirement known as per standardization and others. Number five, government is working with private sector operators that could deliver those services to Saudi Arabia. Those private sectors would benefit from export proceeds. Number six, government is not funding any private sector. Number seven, government is creating markets as identified by the Saudis and working towards achieving standardization, protection, etc. Number eight, the Saudis would respond to our needs in area of mechanization, agriculture equipment, agricultural funding via private sector arrangement, and others soon. So this is how it works. Do you understand? This is how it works. So you have your president go to all of these spaces. He gets that commitment to investment in specified sectors, and then the functionaries of state, of both that state that he got the commitment from and your state, they then come together to iron out the kinks of that arrangement to come to somewhat of a convergence. And this is how it works. So where is the impact? We have not seen the impact. It's not coming back with it. I don't know quite. Hopefully it's mischief making rather than stupidity. Because if people were that dumb, then they should be certified. If you're that dumb, you should be certified. World Bank lists conditions that may warrant cancellation of $1.5 billion loan to Nigeria. So we're back to that era of debt cancellation. That was the highlight of the Obasanjo administration. So we make this the last readout, and then we kick the conversation on. Plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. Plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. World Bank lists conditions that may warrant cancellation of $1.5 billion loan to Nigeria. World Bank has warned Nigeria that it could cancel a $1.5 billion loan unless the country meets strict economic reform criteria, including fiscal transparency and VAT rate increase. So it's not actually debt forgiveness. So I think I misread the headline. I think it's conditionalities to loans about to be borrowed. So that's conditionalities to loans about to be borrowed. So they did say we're being puppet mastered by the World Bank, and this somewhat it leans towards that. World Bank has warned Nigeria that it could cancel a $1.5 billion loan unless the country meets strict economic reform criteria, including fiscal transparency and VAT rate increases. Nigeria has taken initial steps like raising gasoline prices and launching cash transfer programs, but must fully comply with microeconomic or macroeconomic policies to secure the loan. I'm not quite sure that I'm not quite sure that $1.5 billion is sufficient enough an amount for World Bank to be telling us to jump through hoops. Nigeria has taken initial steps like raising gasoline prices and launching cash transfer programs, but must fully comply with macroeconomic policies to secure the loan. The loan include an IDA credit, whatever that means. Yes, the loan includes an IDA credit and an IBRD loan with long-term repayment terms contingent on Nigeria's adherence to specified conditions and deadlines. The World Bank has indicated that it may cancel a significant loan of $1.5 billion if Nigeria fails to adhere to specific requirements outlined in the financing agreement. This, according to the financing agreement document, for the financing agreement document for the Nigeria reforms for economic stabilization to enable transformation, which is reset. That's the acronym for that. Blah, 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 blah. The documents were signed by Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and World Bank's acting country director for Nigeria, Tiamo Samad. The $1.5 billion loan comprises two separate agreements between Nigeria and the World Bank: an International Development Association IDA credit of $750 million and an International Bank for Reconstruction and Development loan of $750 million. One of the document reads, "No withdrawal shall be made of the single withdrawal tranche unless the bank is satisfied after an exchange of views as described in paragraph 8. So it goes on. let me see, because let's just see if we can get to the conditionalities. So the conditionalities, one, with the progress achieved. Okay, let me actually give you the topmost paragraph. One of the documents reads, no withdrawal shall be made of the single withdrawal tranche unless the bank is satisfied after an exchange of views as described in paragraph A and B of section 3.01 of article 3 of this agreement based on evidence satisfactory to the bank. One, with the progress achieved by the borrower in carrying out the program. Two, that the microeconomic policy framework of the borrower is adequate. Number three, that the actions described in section 1B, which are the key requirements presented in the next section of this report of this schedule, have been taken. So if after this exchange of views, the bank is not satisfied, it may give notice to the borrower to the effect, and if within 90 days after the notice, the borrower has not taken steps satisfactory to the bank with respect to paragraphs A, B, and C above, then the bank may, by notice to the borrower, cancel all or part of the unwithdrawn loan balance. So what are the key requirements? Let's just go to key requirements. Both IDA credit and IBRD loan agreements have the same requirements according to the loan agreement document obtained from the World Bank. The actions to be undertaken under this loan project includes the following: Presidential Executive Order, a mandate for all fiscal transfers to the federal government, including those from crude oil sales and gasoline imports, to be executed at the prevailing market exchange rate within a specified implementation period. Number two, value-added tax VAT reforms, submission of a draft bill to the National Assembly to progressively increase the VAT rate to at least 12.5% by 2026 and allow input tax credit for capital and services. National Social Investment Program Bill, submission of a revised bill to the National Assembly mandating the use of National Social Registry as the primary targeting tool for social investment programs. So there is nothing so far that disfavors, well, the VAT disfavors the country, but essentially the first criteria is transparency within the flow of our revenues, especially within the oil space. So the second one is to increase the VAT, which is not their business, because they want you to be able to raise the money to service their loan. I suspect that's what that's for. But this now, National Social Investment Program Bill. So they are saying that, you know, those cash transfers, this sort of stipends that they keep on telling us that they're giving to the lower rungs, to the poorest of the poor within society, they want that place digitalized, because it's a cesspool for corruption, as we know under Sadiya Farouk. National Social Investment Program Bill, submission of a revised bill to the National Assembly, mandating the use of the National Social Registry as the primary targeting tool for social investment programs. So loan repayment terms, what you should know. Okay, let's just read this last 3 paragraphs and then we knock it on the head. What you should know: so far, Nigeria has made progress in some areas, such as increasing gasoline prices and beginning the implementation of cash transfer programs. However, continuous monitoring and adherence to the agreed reforms will be done to ensure the continued availability of funds. The World Bank team is expected to closely monitor Nigeria's compliance with these conditions. So we're no longer a sovereign state, though. If the micromanaging of our sovereign space is being intended by an international space, then I think we're surrendering sovereignty there. If you can understand what I just said, maybe I don't even. But the World Bank team is expected to closely monitor Nigeria's compliance with these conditions. The government must demonstrate a strong commitment to implementing these reforms to avoid the risk of losing the $1.5 billion loan, which is vital for the country's economic stability and growth. Both financial agreements, including stringent audits and reporting requirements to ensure transparency. Both financial agreements include stringent audits and reporting requirements to ensure transparency and accountability. So that is your real president, your real government, which is the World Bank, pulling the strings there. Your real government, of course, which is the World Bank, pulling the strings there. So I think that's sufficient enough to be going on with. So let's play the Kegite music, kick the session off, see where it lands. So that super task space is still open, by the way. We have the anticipation of our 5 supercharts. Yes, we have the anticipation of 5 supercharts, but I think we're 2 in, 3 to go. Yes, let's play the Kegite music, kick the session on. Play the Kegite music, kick the session. Where's my Kegite music? Who's been messing with my Kegite music? Oh, I hope it's not been deleted. Oh, okay, yeah.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us, we're guaranteed a banking session, especially when we have, we're guaranteed a banking session, especially when we have Paddy joining us. So good to see your Paddy. To keep it 100, that's Ekene right there. Good to have you, Ekene. Adewale is in the house. Good to have you, Adewale, to crunch us through the economic figures. King Emeka is in the house. Good to have you, Makers. Emmanuel joins us. Good to have you, Emmanuel. Father of the bride, Ajale Kokoderi, is right there. Ola with us as well. And Thomas registers his presence. So good to have you, gentlemen. So we do it in this order. We kick it off with the Ekene, and then we go on from Ekene to Paddy. So Ekene, good to have you. I suspect you want to kick it off from, do you want to kick it off from Kenneth Okonkwo, who is dropping the biggest hint yet that is on his way back home? Ekene?
One man.
Okay.
Sleep down there, come small.
I did hear them for your voice now. Don't worry, you are doing well. I was going to call your names, but you've had a day, so you're entitled to feel. Yeah. So this comes as no surprise to you, of course. Your man, Kenneth Okonkwo, the biggest hint yet that is going back home, is running out of money and he wants to go back to daddy.
Well, Kenneth Okonkwo never said anything that will make any APC or Abado people to begin to rejoice that he's coming to their party. As far as what I understand and what I read and what I hear. Yeah, I know he was he's furious about the goings on Labour Party, the convention, which is not only him. A lot of people is furious about that. He said that if things continue like that, it's possible to make a change. And he never tell you that he's jumping to APC already, even though that's what the APC people want, because most of the time they abuse opposition. Once opposition they hear that opposition is coming to their party, that person become a saint to them. So Kenneth Okonkwo is doing fine. He's furious about Labour Party, especially the last convention, which is not.
Ekele, where is Abure itself? Is Abure still in Nigeria?
Abure, I know they see him again, no? But honestly speaking, that guy, even in Edo State itself, the governorship candidate there is not in good terms with him. So
because during that
hold on. Yeah, Emmanuel.
No, I'm just asking a question now.
Ask the question, but let him flow for a little bit. You know where
yes. So during the campaign, so I don't know, didn't hear anything for what happened to him or something.
No, it's not anywhere to. I don't know who he's worried about. But the only thing I know is that even if Kenneth Okonkwo, with what he said, leave Labour Party, he has better things to fall upon than joining APC. He made that statement.
Well, he was asked frontally if you would go back to APC, and he said he cannot rule it out. I
it's just now. A statement now. But he didn't say he will join. It's a statement, and I know in other clarification.
Why would he make that statement if it wasn't a possibility?
No, it's not a possibility, because he came out also to say that joining APC is not an option, because he left them because of the destruction, and now they're not even getting better.
No. That was a previous incarnation. His latest incarnation is to tell us that he's not ruling out going back to the APC.
No.
Is that not a come and get me signal?
That's how Abadorians understand it. But we know that is not possible. Even if it is possible, he has
one man wrote the tape. One man wrote the tape.
He has his life to live, do whatever he wants to do. It's just like you know, these few days, the APC camp has been trying to build some things to make the obedient to be uncomfortable. The OBJ part, I think it has come and gone, and Obedient didn't react to that. So, and APC has now kept quiet about that, because they were bringing up those pictures and all those stuff to make Obedient to react to it. But no, it's not everything that we react to. We are wise. We are very intelligent.
I don't rule out going back to anything, because change is constant. My own Labour Party is not impressing me. So what are you talking? Assuming they continue in this.
He said he's not going back to anything now. Did he mention APC? He said, I did not rule out going out to anything.
Where is he coming from? They asked him if he.
He said he did not rule out going back to anything. But anyway, one man, you can interpret it in any manner that you want to interpret it. But I've had a previous.
I'm not interpreting it, Ekene. That is the widely understood understanding of what he said. They asked him if he will go back to APC. He said he's not going to rule out going back to anything.
Let's wait and see what happens. Even if he joins APC, no problem. The country will continue to march forward. But I've heard him that the only thing he knows is that he said that he's in for anything that is for a new Nigeria. And he has made that statement several times. So even if APC comes out tomorrow and stand for a new Nigeria, a lot of people will join them. It's just that they have never found anything, because in their party it's all about progressive, but
what if he rebrands his understanding of the APC to understand that what they are creating is a new Nigeria? Because that is what, with all of the things, all the reforms, it's essentially creating a new Nigeria. All the reforms we're getting another day. So if he rebrands his understanding to that conclusion.
Anybody that knows the goings on of the country knows that APC is a rebranding a deteriorating Nigeria. That's what they're doing.
Right.
They are rebranding a deteriorating Nigeria. So, and we have every indication to that. We have every explanation to that. We're not going to continue in that. We are just looking at them. Let them continue to deteriorate the country until the people revoke. So that's quite what APC is. There is nothing progressive about it. Nothing. It's just all about it's progressing. They are going backward. Everything is backward. You can check the previous when Obasanjo came into power, how things were deteriorating.
You're not going to talk about the price of Gary again, are you?
No, I'm not going to talk about it. So, but you know how things were bad when he came into power. But when he left, everything, he changed it. Everything became better. He left the country better than he met it. The indices said. So just check. Since APC came to power, they never left anything better than they met it. Rather, they are deteriorating it. And it's quite unfortunate. As a party, there is no record straight to being attached to them. So that is it. But in Kenneth Okonkwo words, I know what I stand and what I pinpoint in what he said, which I'm not against, is that he is anything that is for a new Nigeria. So, and for that, I hold him in that word. So whether it's APC that is in for, even PDP can come tomorrow and rebrand and say, we're in for a new Nigeria. Let us make some changes. So that is it. Me, I'm also a party member. So we know what's going on and how we are fighting to make a Labour Party. But if we continue to fight and the people up there don't want it to work, the National Working Committee, then it means that they are not in for a new Nigeria. Then there is room for changes. Even me, there is also room for changes, but it's not APC is not an option. That's what I want to tell you, one man. So,
all right. Take us to South Africa and the doctored clip that that Aisha Yesufu was selling all over social media. Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to avoid that stuff, but anyway, if you want me to say anything, I don't know that video. Well, my only problem with that video is that why
do you think they should make Aisha Yesufu apologize, or do you think she should apologize publicly for deceiving the people?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
One man.
I can hear you. We all can hear you.
One man.
Yeah, we can hear you. All right. I think some connection.
Are you hearing me, one man?
We can hear you, Ekene.
Okay. So, Aisha Yusuf.
Did you hear my question?
No, I didn't get you.
No, I was saying, should Aisha Yesufu be made to offer a public apology for trying to deceive the people?
No. It's what he saw that he spoke about. Even Bayo Ononuga tried to respond to her, and she responded back to him also. So, that's a manner. I don't think any APC should be angry of anything that is meted on them now. Whether you call it propaganda, the APC is chief propagandist. So if they are angry that people are doing anything that is coming upon them now is propaganda, then they should be more angry about it. Because if you talk about everything that destroyed this country concerning propaganda, just the mode of their campaign, starting from the time of Buhari, you know the level of discrimination, ethnic division, bigotry we have today in the country can be traced down to the Buhari government. So I can give you indices. The indices are there. Just check. From during the time of APDP to APC to Goodluck Jonathan, this country is not divided the way it is today. It was that campaign of ethnic, religion, division, and all those stuff that Buhari started during their time that brought the division in this country prior to 2023 election. And
Kenny, I cannot fully disagree with you. I think the Buhari, especially the 2015 campaign, it was so ethnicized, and I think the vestiges of that is still what it changed the landscape to. We've always had undercurrents of ethnic sort of. But Buhari really took it to the zenith, and then
Buhari took it to the next level. And when you are talking about he took it to the next level, and that is why everything now is all about it. And then now nobody they fear face now. They talk about ethnicity. Everybody is ready to divide the country. I am from Igbo, I am from Yoruba. You see people. You go to Twitter. We never had it like that before. We never had it. It's just this APC government. And if you want to talk about anything division, the sole leaders of this country must share the blame if the country is divided, because they are the one this country united. Starting from the appointment of Buhari, now down, then Tinubu came in, took it to the next level. And the reason why people are not agitating much on Tinubu is just that he made that statement that he's going to continue where Buhari stopped.
I don't think Tinubu took anything. Are you still talking about the ethnic divide?
Yeah, that is it.
No, I don't think Tinubu. I don't think Tinubu took the ethnic divide to the next level. I think all the three main candidates, with the exception of Kwakwanso, but certainly after Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and even Tinubu, they all played ethnic politics in 2023. All of them. You cannot say otherwise. We all saw it.
Well, it's only one candidate that said, don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Don't vote for me because I'm a Christian. Don't vote for me because it's my turn. Only one candidate made that statement. Other candidates never made it. So,
hold on. Only one candidate said, Christians take your country back. It is a religious war. Only one candidate said that.
No. And that
I have the clip. I have the clip.
Yeah, you can have the clip and you can interpret it the way you want to interpret it. Everybody, even in the north, he said, take your country back. To the northerners, he said, take your country back. To the Christians, he said, take your... When he means your country, it's all of us. It's all our country. It's our country. It's nobody's country. He never said...
And it's a religious war?
No.
It's a religious war?
No.
I have the clip. Oh, don't make me play the clip.
It's not a religion. It was the what APC started with the Muslim.
Did he say that? Did he say it's a religious war?
It is what APC started in the form of Muslim.
But that's my point. So you're not disagreeing with my point. I'm telling you that all parties played ethno-religious politics in that election. With no exception of it. But I'll carry on.
Well, whatever you want to say, however you want to say it, and I still stand in my word.
Can I see the way you are
that division that is created by APC taken to the next level by the Tinubu government, even in the appointment, and you know what the situation in the country today is that when you become president, put your people, do whatever you want to do. It's your turn. Buhari started it. So Tinubu came and they found it as nothing. That every major position just have to change it without nobody. Is it that we died it off? During the Buhari time, it's a great topic now. But this time around, it's not a great topic because we decide to die it off. After all, we have experienced it during Buhari period. So now is the turn of the Yorubas. They can have whatever they want to have. Have your
you mean like Uju Kennedy and Dave Umahi and people like that?
The Kennedy, no, those ones are not just minor. I'm talking about the major positions, and we can talk about
that. Dave Umahi is not a major position.
No,
somebody handling an $11 billion project.
His position is just to walk. You understand? You know, when I saw maybe one day they should make an Igbo man a custom officer. And know how maybe, and I think that would be a better position to give an Igbo man. You understand? So that's it. You know, the custom officer was boasting today they are making trillions of naira, and they are making such money, and we are still borrowing. You know, those monies are for the Yorubas to share and put in some for Tinubu, because it's not imparting anything in our economy.
You can point. You are very quick at pointing finger to others for their wrongdoing, but your own, you are defending it. The one man just told you now that one candidate said, "Oh, this is a religious war." You are not ready to admit that he did wrong. Your candidate, that is what he said.
Why I will not say that is it's a personal conversation. Which really? It's a personal conversation.
Hold on. If we are to be Tinubu that was having personal discussion with somebody and he said, "Look, Imam, this is a religious war. We Muslims must take this country."
That tape, Babaja, let me tell you this.
What would he be saying?
That tape, if nobody,
if we are to be Tinubu, will you be saying the same thing?
Let me make my point now. Let me make my point. If that tape, if nobody or the APC never, maybe, I don't know whatever means they use to bring those tapes out, nobody will know their discussion or nobody will discover it. Right. But because even if he said it, it's a personal conversation between him and
it's an insight into his prejudices.
No, let me finish now. It's a personal conversation. We APC tried to bring it out, but in Tinubu position, he never hide it. It's my turn. Yoruba Locon. It's our turn. I just imagine Obi coming out in a campaign and say, with boldness, with all boldness, pick up a mic and say, "It's my turn. It's Igbo's turn." I don't know how the country will look like.
Hold on.
Hold on. And he can bend for it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah.
Why did Obi leave the PDP?
Why did Obi leave PDP? No, that's not that's not a. Do you want me to go there again?
No. The main reason why Obi left the PDP was because the thing was not zoned to the southeast, and which was but
he never left PDP because it was not zoned to the southeast.
All right, let's not go to ethnic at the early stages. Round of Kenneth Okonkwo, and I'll take you to another topic.
So that's not fact. He never left PDP because it was not zoned to the southeast. He just found out that it's not going to be free and fair primary. So that's why. That's one of the major reasons he left. So if you are citing it to because it was not zoned to southeast, then you are making a very big mistake. So, but the division that APC is causing in this country, and they continue to do it, just like Bayo Ononoga in the last election, the boldness to incite people, to tell people not to involve in politics in Lagos. The boldness to tell this, to call Igbos nothing or use whatever language he wants to use. And today he's in the government. He's still championing the ethnic division here and there. And nobody is cautioning him. So,
right. I don't want you to get too ethnic, but
No. I'm just trying to bring out the destruction APC is meeting in this country. And people are not seeing it. You understand? the destruction, which they are supposed to be the one championing the unity of this country. But sometimes when you see their spokesmen speak, especially this Bayo Ononoga, it's just all about, even this realm of mockery, it's all about Southeast, Igbo, this particular region, this and that, this and that. A leader is not supposed to be making such statements. So they have been championing it. We don't see all these things during the time of Jonathan, Yaradua, OBJ, and all those stuff. You know, you have gotten everything you want. Just unite the country, make the country move forward. Don't continue to stay in one place and be putting some division here and there. And that's why I say, when I look at the government, I don't see you as a government that want to progress. I look at the spokesman, somebody like Bayo Ononoga being a spokesman to Tinubu. It just shows that the man likes people that divide the country, because they're the ones speaking for him. He just appointed them there to begin to start, continue to divide the country. Because they only win when they divide the people. When they divide the Igbos against the Yorubas, they win their politics.
Can you hear me? Just hold on, because you can't be reciting this sort of line every single day. Let me just take you to another topic. It's not that you are hitting with anything, but it's every single day stuff. Let me take you to something that you can probably feast on. Hardship. Resilience is both our greatest strength and weakness. Nigerians react to sale of raw yam slices in market. So I suppose you have commentaries on this. This is how food. You know, they were cutting tubers of yam into two. They are now cutting it into pieces and selling tubers of yam in pieces. It's a real travesty.
That's what Nigeria can afford now. So Nigerians are trying to adapt. You know, the situation in the country now caused that everybody must find a quick solution, and they are doing that. Before, if you are cooking a soup, if you want to cook a good soup, you must add a okboloko, you must add dry fish, you must add fish, you must add meat. Even if you have money for turkey or chicken, you can still add that. You understand? And also fresh fish, because it's affordable. But now you either choose to add fish and leave meat, or add meat and leave the fish. Then either you choose to use okporoko and leave the other dry fish. That is the situation. So the only thing is just for you to eat. So you don't use all those things again. And those foods are not tasty again. If you want to add all these things I mentioned to make sure that your soup looks so nice, delicious, and presentable, at least you'll be able to keep around 25,000 naira to be able to get all these things for just a small pot of soup and make it delicious. But in order to reduce all these things, just about 10,000 naira or 12,000 naira, you reduce some things. You know, a big fish now is about 4,500 naira. And meat, before you can buy a good meat, it's about 6,000 naira. So if you want to use chicken, the cheapest chicken you can use is about 9,000, 10,000. Then if you want to use the big one, it's about 14,000. So you just take it. It's a big money. So sometimes when you see all this soup they are eating now, all these people now use panla. There is this fish they call panla. Those fish are nothing before, but people now runs to eat. They're very small, tiny fish. Before they used to sell it like about 200 naira or 150. No, 100 naira or 150. But now that panla now is about 500, 600. So instead of going for fish of about 4, 5, 3, 5, or 5,000, they just go and buy that banana like 3 or 2, add some more ingredients, and use it to cook. That's how they do it now. So it's not people are not eating something delicious or something proteinous, or those things that you guys used to call balanced diet. It's not for a lot of Nigeria now. Many good percentage of Nigeria is not eating anything called balanced diet. It's just to fill the belly. So they're just there to fill the belly, let the stomach be filled up. So, and even the government knows that, because they are not shying away from it. It's just that they don't have any solution, and they are not profoundly. Just tell me this inflation, food inflation. Tell me the plan, the positive plan that are being put in place to be able to curb these things. Maybe by the end of this year or next year. Nothing. They're just lamenting up and down, gallivanting here and there, buying private jet and all those stuff. borrowing money and servicing debt. That's what they know how to do best. So, but tell me a plan that has been put in place that maybe all this hope they are telling us to have, that maybe at the end of this year or next year, there a drastic measure would have been taking place in terms of food inflation, because food inflation is the major issue in Nigeria today. It's a major one. I was listening to IIT today. One woman that was talking about that their business news and all those stuff. The woman said that the supplement that she's using last month, she bought it about 16,500 naira. Then she now go back again about this month to go and buy it again. What she saw there is 32,000 naira. 32,000. Something that she bought last month for 16,500. Then she now went to her husband and tell her husband, see what I'm seeing. What I just got 16,500 last month now is 30-something thousand naira. Should I go for cheaper one? Something that I've been using for a very long time. No, I just have to drop it now. Is it possible that I should drop this supplement and go for cheaper one? And I don't know how that cheaper one will be in my body. I'm used to this one. So it's affecting the rich, and it's even affecting the poor people more. You understand? So it's affecting everybody. But the problem is that because of how divided and how non-compatible the Nigerian is very difficult to have a very good understanding between Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba, and push a very strong protest that is going to remove this evil out of our way. It's very difficult because some people will feel like this is their turn, and now it's their turn. You want to revoke against their government. It's quite unfortunate, but it's everybody. It's affecting Igbo, it's affecting us, it's affecting Yorubas. Forget that Igbos are saying we should not join the protest. Igbos is just like, we have learned our lesson. We're not going to be the outspoken one out there. You understand? So let the other people force move. Then if we see their seriousness, nothing will make an Igbo man not to join a protest. But the other people must show their seriousness to remove the bad government. But if they say
can I hold on? There's not going to be any protest that's going to force any government at all. It's not going to happen. So don't vest any hope on that. But bring it home in about 2 minutes, and then we're going to party.
Okay. This is a very pathetic situation we'll find ourselves, and I know very soon something different is going to happen. But there is one thing I wanted to say about my governor, because I won't leave that man alone until he gets sense. The office of the office of governor, the House of Government in Lagos State, as P2B has closed up for a very long time in Anambra State. This man has budgeted about, I don't know how many millions he budgeted for that office to be renovated in Lagos State. And that office has been closed by Governor P2B. Now he has come back again and budgeted some money.
Where is the financial nerve center of the country?
Why did Obi close it?
Obi closed it because he said it's necessary. It's not necessary. It's taking away a lot of resources from the state.
So
the governor is not living in Lagos State. The governor is living in Anambra State, and he should be in Anambra State, governing the people, not in Lagos State.
What about Abuja? What about Abuja? Should
even in Abuja, Anambra State don't have any lodge in Abuja. He made it in a way that if you go to Abuja, lodge in a hotel, after that you come back to the state, and that's how Anambra people want it. He shouldn't be making any budget for all those unnecessary expenses. And he is at the front of the one shouting that the government cannot pay minimum wage of 60,000 that the federal government cannot sign it. You see how illiterate this man is?
It's not illiterate, though.
He's illiterate. He's an illiterate.
Oh, hold on. You don't
the
get.
laborers are complaining.
Hold on.
Let me finish one man. I don't want you to short my word.
Okay,
I don't want you to short my word. The laborers are there complaining that this man is the one behind the call of not signing the minimum wage or not talking about the minimum wage. He's the one behind it. He's the one playing a major role against the minimum wage. But he's now budgeting millions of naira for office of the for what? For office of the governor or the house of the governor in Lagos State. For what reason? What nonsensity is that? That man should be taught a very big lesson. I don't know how these our leaders misbehave sometimes, how they act. And there's someone they call professor that you know more better. That for you to build a very good financial stability, it's all about cutting costs. There is no two ways about that. Economy is not about speaking English. It's not about going there and there trying to find some X to balance Y. That is not an economy. Economy is all about cutting costs, living within your means. Whenever you live above your means, you are financially doomed. There's no two ways about that. And that's the problem of the country. So,
hold on. Let me ask you this question. That property is there. So, it should not be maintained. It should be left. While they didn't sell it, it should be left.
Why maintain it?
Hold on now. So, it should be left alone there to rotting away. And, I mean, it's the property of Anambra State.
Tell it off. We don't need it. Even in the state, we don't need it.
Okay.
We don't need it.
No. Can I interject? What he did was that he lent it out. Even the one in Abuja here is one of the UN
most of the time
that
when
are
you call
using
these guys,
so they are maintaining it and they are paying the money to the Anambra State government.
Professors and all those stuff. One voice,
Yeah, no, you were speaking, Emmanuel was speaking, but let me just use this window to say, Lagos is the financial nerve center of the country. If you don't have a presence in Lagos, it's to your disadvantage, and that property belongs to Anambra State. So even in terms of real estate, it's still a profit. But
no, it doesn't belong. It doesn't belong to us. It doesn't. It's not adding anything to our GDP. It's for Lagos State benefit, not for Anambra State benefit. And if you think that everything should be in Lagos because you want us to please Lagosians, it's not done that way.
No, that's because that's where the money is. That's where the
there was a comparison to the amount. That headline is in this phone that I'm using now. I would have just post it here now, and I have to log out to do that. Comparison of the money he budgeted for the renovation of about 200 and something schools is even lower than what he budgeted for the renovation of that house in Lagos. It's quite pathetic, and it's somebody educated that should know that educational system should have more budget.
Hold on, Ekene, because it's just frustrating sometimes. You are always indignant, but you don't. Lagos is the financial capital of the country. That's where money transacts. If Ludo wants to do anything financial, it's not going to Abuja, it's coming to Lagos. And a lot of the things.
What we say is this: it is not a difficult task. If you want to go to Lagos, if there is any meeting or financial assignment in the state or in Lagos, go to Lagos. I don't think there is any if he can pay for a hotel of 200,000 naira per night, it can accommodate him for whatever he wants to do and still go back. Lagos is not our state.
Hold on. Let me ask you one last question, and then use it to round up, and then we're going to Paddy. That property that you're saying Anambra State has in Lagos, is Anambra State losing money on it? Is it depreciating in value, or are they gaining money on it? Is it appreciating in value?
If there is nothing, we are not gaining anything, and we don't intend to gain anything there.
Let me interject. And you see that house, there are two, one in Lagos, one in Abuja. What Peter did was that he lent it out to company, they were using it. So Lude now came and collected it from them, tried to renovate it. But the one that is in Abuja here, in Asokoro here, is United Nations are using it. So they are even Anambra is even making money from it. Like they used to pay them money. They used to pay Anambra money, and they renovated themselves. So now the man wants to collect it back. You understand? So, but I don't know for the one in Abuja whether he's collecting that one too. But the one in Lagos, he said he's collecting it back. I don't know what he wants to do with it.
All right, bring it on.
Maybe he wants to.
Yeah,
he wants to
fairly
comment for his
quickly,
personal,
and then,
for his personal benefit. But that's the uselessness of a professor being a governor. Somebody that is not business minded. Being professor is not doesn't make you a financial stable human being.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Look, you are saying, "Oh, you don't want it. We don't want it." Why didn't Obi sell that property?
Why should he sell it?
Hold on. Obi did not sell it. The property is there. It cannot be left alone to rotten away. It has to be maintained.
Did you not hear what I said? They were making money from it.
The property was lent out.
They are making money from it. Is it not good for the state?
Yes. Now he wants.
Okay. And then
he now collect it back on the day. Okay, Emmanuel, just explain to him. I don't want to. Just explain to him. Let me.
One man, Ajara Koko, listen to me. I said the house was built there for Anambra, but P2B saying he cannot maintain it, and they are not living there. So he lent the house to company. The company were now paying Anambra, both the one in Abuja here. Even now, the one in Abuja here, they are still, they are just renovating it now. And the company at the United Nations, they are the one renovating it. So at the end of the year, they pay money to Anambra State. So Anambra does not have any right to come and renovate it for them. They renovate, they still pay that yearly something to Anambra State. So they are making money in those both houses. That's what P2B did. But now he's collecting the one in Lagos, but I don't know the one of Abuja, whether he's collecting it too. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what he wants to do with the one in Lagos.
He's collecting it to do what?
It's kicking out the tenants, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he can kick out the tenant. If their lease is expired, he can kick them out to repair it and lease it out to make more money. What are you guys talking about?
Maybe that's what
he's renting it to return it to the former use, how the governors were using it or whatever they're using it for. I don't know. You understand?
Why can't you be patient?
Babaja, let me say this. Let me say this.
No. Can I just don't say anything, Ekene, I want you to round off so I can go on to Paddy. That space I don't understand what that conversation is, but yeah. Let Ajanle Koko speak and then round off after him. Yeah.
Okay. So look, this man, like you said, is taking it from is kicking the tenant out, renovating it. Why don't you wait to see what it's trying to do with it? Is the state going to reoccupy it, or does it want to fix it, make it look better now, lease it out again to make more money? Why can't you wait? Why are you just condemning? You even don't know what he wants to do.
Whatever he's doing.
You just hate him. You just hate that guy.
No, and another thing is this. Let me say this. This man is the one behind the non minimum wage. The minimum wage that is supposed to be signed. He's the one behind it.
You are going to another topic.
Now he's now doling out money for renovation of property that nobody cares about in the state. That property is supposed to be renovated by the people that is occupying it, not by the state. The agreement is there. So whatever he's doing to take it away from the people and start to renovate it is to his own interest, which the people we don't care about it. The people in that property, it's being given to them. They are the one renovating it, making use of it, or whatever they are doing. So why collecting it from them? If you want to collect it, then release it out immediately. Don't budget anything to. Don't budget anything to.
This property is dilapidated according to the state government. They are not maintaining it properly.
No, nothing is dilapidated. Nothing is dilapidated.
You are just saying what you don't know because you don't like this professor.
Nothing is dilapidated. This is my state, and I have the right to criticize it to whatever I want to do.
It's
So
just,
if you come out, you can criticize the evil in your own state. Not support him because
I'm going to mute you for a moment and then say something. You have to bring the tone down one and then make it conversational. I think BKB is trying to engage you. So just tone it down and allow people to come in between you.
Yes, it's just
BKB.
trying to be confrontational and be angry. According to the release by state government, these people are not maintaining, especially the Lagos own. They are not maintaining this property. So how much money are they realizing? Do you understand all these economic principles and a profit interest than Soludo? To know that Lagos State, I mean the Anambra State government, to take over this property and put it in the right shape. Because you just hate this man, you just bring up all this your obedient narrative to condemn every action. You don't see anything good in it. And you now come out in defense and it's your state. Don't you talk about Lagos State? Is Lagos State your state?
okay.
In addition, the property is making money.
What we are saying is that property is then is being in use and the people there is renovating it. Nobody say that the property is dilapidated, even if they want to say that. But my point is this: you measure it with 200 and something schools that he budgeted money.
The statement. No, one man, let me clear something.
I want to move on from here now. All right.
The statement read that they are not maintaining it. So he wants to maintain, but he did not state what he wants to do with it.
Yes,
so
that is what we are saying. At this critical time, the state has a lot of schools to be maintained. But how many schools we are told
you always want to dig.
So sorry, can I bring it home? I want to move on.
Yes.
Yeah. So those schools that we want to be maintained in our state are not being looked upon. The road that we want to be maintained in our state is not being looked upon. All the major thing that he has to do in our state is not being looked upon. He now leaves the state, all the maintenance he has to do in the state, and he's now looking to property in Lagos to maintain. Is that not foolishness? That's stupidity. Whatever you want to say, and whatever you want to cover him because he supported your evil government.
No,
you can say it. I don't care.
You know your own comment.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. So sorry, BQB, I just had to stop you there. Otherwise, Kenneth will look around again, and I want to. So many people waiting. So Paddy, you're up next. Paddy. I think you've knocked Paddy out with your Paddy. All right. Failing Paddy, let's go to Emeka, who hopefully is there. Emeka's.
Oh man, good night. My battery is down, I beg.
All right, let's come to you and then we go to Emeka. Let's come to you. I don't think Emeka is fully ready yet. So yeah.
I might not talk too much.
You called my name.
I might not talk too much. The battery might not go well.
No, me, I have time. Time is precious to me, I beg. It's not about talking too much. I was busy listening to some crap for so long. I don't know why that.
Emeka, I'm supposed to talk before you. Which one is that one? Is it because I'm needing space for you?
I was there before you now. What do you mean?
You're not here before me.
Okay, please move.
All right. I did actually call Paddy, but let's go to Emeka and then we make decisions after that. So Emeka,
thank you very much, one man. My time is very precious. Yeah. You see, when we keep saying the truth, then we keep remixing it. One by one, it started with Okukwe. From Okukwe, the LP chairman. From LP chairman, one by one, all of them are confessing that they lost the election. Obasanjo has realigned himself. As you can see, they formed a special purpose vehicle to try to see if they can win an election, and they lost. They went about lying that they won the election, even when they knew that they lost the election. Now, these people will come out to come and say that they are righteous, when they know in their hearts that they are a bunch of liars. Gradually, they are all revealing themselves, because either maybe their pocket is dry, the money is no more coming out, or they are just tired of keeping the lies to themselves. And they begin to see the shenanigans going on in that party. The party that they remixed for global Nigerians, young Nigerians who are frustrated with the way things are going, and thought that this party is a new shining light, not knowing that it's actually worse than the legacy party, political parties that we have. They can continue to go ahead to deceive themselves, but we've been telling them right from the onset, and I know one man, you can attest to this and testify that I have been saying it that Labour Party is a party of frauds from A to Z, and they are showing themselves coming out. And didn't I say they will continue to embarrass themselves? They have not stopped embarrassing themselves. From P2B down to the lowest, all of them are a bunch of criminals, liars, hypocrites, all the names you can call them. They will disgrace themselves. Then to the global Nigerians who don't understand politics and power, thinking they can insert their way into power, it can't happen. Never in history has people come out to insert their way into power. You only convince people so that they can come into your own umbrella and move into power. You don't cost your way, you don't insult your way, you don't disparage people, you don't try to belittle people, you don't try to insult people, you don't try to frown at them, cause them out to go into power. It can't happen. Except your own power is in an alternate dimension. Probably in a fantasy world, maybe in your dreams or in your nightmares. But you can never abuse your way into power. It can never happen. That's why people like Reno and other politicians, and including myself, we look at you guys and say, you guys are just playing around. You don't know politics properly. And there's no way people will even smell the bus stop where they will enter the bus to go to Aso Rock. Talk more of that road. You know that road that will take you there where you see the security men, the military security men. People will not smell the bus stop of Aso Rock. He should excuse himself. Let new players come in and participate. Let new Igbo fresh bloods enter into the political scene and try to convince other Nigerians that they are the right ones to lead the country at the appropriate time. For P2B, he has lost it. He missed it out completely. That was a launching pad for him. But the aftermath, in between and after the whole situation, completely shows that he's not ready for leadership. He's a hypocrite, he's a fraud, he's a liar, coming out after the election and saying that, oh, you won the election, without proof. They went to court, they didn't prove it. In their hearts, they couldn't say, I asked the Labour Party chairman, that fraud, fraudster and forger. And he came out and he said, oh, we didn't get about 50% of the polling unit. Then why are you going around saying you won the election when you don't know your own results? You don't even have your own, you cannot even accumulate your own results. So what was all the drama for? Going to court. You know you lost the election. What was all the drama for? I'll tell you the drama. The drama is to keep obedience in that base. To keep them there.
Please, Okukwe told us they have 20% agents in the polling unit.
No, the Labour Party, let me quote, I asked the Labour Party chairman on Dr. Damage's program. He said they did not get up to 50% of the polling unit's result sheets. They didn't get it. So if Okukwe says it's 20%, it's there for them to sort themselves in-house. But he said they didn't get up to. So we quote what he told me and others on the platform, as well as other viewers watching. That's what I will quote. When you don't have up to 50%, and you are going out to say you won an election, are you not a thief? Are you not a liar? Are you not a criminal? Because that statement alone would have created issue. Almost people were saying, let people be call for a protest. And you can see the reason why he didn't call for that protest, because he knew they didn't win the election. He was just trying to keep the base. Then you now have that going to channels to say that the chief judge should not swear in the president. You see how these guys are deliberate devils, wizards and witches, with Asha who have stolen money and still coming out on Twitter to be saying nonsense. Now they are disgracing themselves. Gradually they are coming out to own up to the defeat that they lost the election. But you still see P2B still masquerading, misbehaving, and saying nonsense in the political scene. Well, the president has been very magnanimous. let's be very factual. The president has been very kind because election has ended. The way P2B and his crews and flan boys have been misbehaving, let's be very realistic. If it was a different president, he would have given them a good spanking. But the president, being the father of all, a man who understands the situation, magnanimous in his victory, understands that, you know, some people does not know how to handle a defeat, ignores that crowd and keep doing what he wants to do. But again, obedience will understand that they are being used, especially gullible Nigerians, young ones, even the ones in abroad who are, you would think are exposed, but only to find out that they are as ignorant as the madman who is giving advice to P2B. You saw what they say, that P2B is surrounded by people who are neophytes in politics, babies advising him, and he's busy going around implementing the decisions of babies and making it so difficult for we, the Southeasterners, to try in the future to convince other geopolitical zones to vote for us. That is what P2B is doing. And that is why I'm mad and angry with him. Because for every statement he makes, every step he makes, every action he makes, every activities he conducts, they are always wrong and will only continue to paint the Igbos in bad light. Why will this man not stop, recount his behavior, and get out of the political scene? Let those who understand and fresh blood, fresh Igbo blood, enter into the scene and try to make things right. That man is the disgrace.
Are you going to contest? Do you want to contest?
I do want to contest. I do want to contest.
Why are you having the headache now?
As long as
Come out and contest. Let's support you.
As long as P2B continues to be in the political scenes with his shenanigans and his
P2B is playing his own party now. Maybe you to come out and play your own party now.
Attitude and the lies and hypocrisy that he's going at, it makes things bad for us. Who wants
no, it's making bad for you, not for us. It's for you. It's making you bad, not me.
Please, can I talk now? I listened.
It's not majority of us. It's making you.
Can you let me talk?
It's making you bad. Are you going to contest?
Can you let me talk? I have told you I want to contest.
All right.
Can you let me speak?
Maybe
abusing people is not talking.
Stop interjecting now. Let him finish his thought.
Abusing people is not talking. You don't come and be abusing people and say you are talking. You are making a topic.
You two, you are abusing Soludo now. You are abusing Soludo that he doesn't
calling people idiot to this and this and other. Is that how to talk?
You two, you are abusing Professor Soludo now. So why are you angry that he's abusing Peter Obi?
I'm not angry. It's just that a perfect educated man is talking. It's just that a perfect educated man is talking like a bushman. An educated man is talking like a bushman. That's what I'm.
All right, Kenneth.
One man, move Kenneth now. Why are you allowing Kenneth to just interject? I want to ask you, Professor now. Nobody talks.
I want to ask you specific questions.
Yeah.
Right? With the revelation of that useless actor who was busy talking nonsense all left, right, and center, now coming out to be saying the truth. With Okukwe and who else again? The others who came out. Is it not now very clear, even with the chairman himself, the leader of the party, the chairman of the party, is it not clear to the deaf and to the blind that Labour Party lost that election, even though they went around to go and be deceiving frustrated Nigerians who want things to be better? They lost the election and they lied about it, that they won the election.
But Emeka, by their own self-admission, they've already told us they lost. I mean, Okukwe was the director general of the campaign, so he told us they lost.
But you can still see obedience saying that, no, it's because Okukwe has left the party. He's lying. But if your director general comes out to say, we lost this election, give it up. One of your spokesman, who is also your actor, coming out to say you are surrounded by a bunch of neophytes and we lost the election.
Emeka, Okukwe said, how can we win? That is his word. I'm quoting him now.
No, but he knew that we all knew that they were never going to win the election. But you still see now, what I'm criticizing is the action.
Emeka, you have to be careful that you don't get yourself branded and Obi hater. You
No,
never
they've already branded me that. No, am I an Obi hater? Yes, I am. And I will give you reasons why. The man has made it so terrible for future Southeasterners who want to come out for election to convince other Nigerians to vote for them.
No, sorry, Emeka. Let me disagree. I don't think you can tie the fate of the Southeast is a joke. It's probably the most important space in Nigeria. You can't tie the fate of that space to one single man. Yeah, I mean, we have
woman. You are trying to.
Hold on. We have people like Kingsley Moghalu, who is the history we know from there. We have people like
that one has never won an election before.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the narrative of the Southeast it's not Peter Obi. Peter Obi is just the leader of a bunch of
you understand Nigerian politics very well. You know what it is. Our politics is ethnic driven. It is ethnic driven. Let's be very honest to ourselves. Let's not pretend.
Emeka, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah. You see one thing, it's just a suggestion because this obedient thing, I think, is becoming epidemic in nature because if you ask me, I really feel for some obedient because they are yet to realize that they are being exploited. Because and if they continue this way truly, because I want to agree with you, because it's going to paint a politician from the southeastern region as bad. And in the narrative, yeah, truly, we know that our politics is purely ethnic biased. We have a lot of ethnicity. So
you are saying a maybe. It's not a maybe. It is.
So,
all right.
How can we help the obedient that are being exploited for them to see light and get them freed from the shackle of those people, the like of Aisha and the like of those people that are becoming multi-millionaire through that space?
No, you can't rescue. You can't rescue.
All right, Emeka, I'm keen to move away from Peter Obi only because we're getting the reputation so much. But use Arogi Degbasa super chats to come away from there. It says, why do Emeka and Zeta detest the Obi so much? So
yes, because hold on, let me explain. Right, I'm from the Southeast. I understand Nigerian politics. I know it's ethnic driven. The one time we stood a chance to show that the Southeast can produce someone to compete for power. The one time we've never gotten that opportunity. Let's be very realistic. The one time that we had the front runner of a political party that stood a chance, because Obi had a 33.33%. No, there were 4 popular candidates. So that's a 25% chance to become president of the country. The one time Ekweme tried, he didn't win primaries. Which other guy again? The founder of ABGA. What's his name again? That took us to war. I'm forgetting. Ojukwu, thank you. Ojukwu did not even win local government proper self. Who else? We've never stood a proper chance. Let's be very honest. We don't have the numbers, so we must negotiate for power. We must discuss with other people. The first time we stood a chance in 2023, the very first time that we had a chance, 25%, someone ridiculous as Peter Obi entered into the scene and messed it up for us. If Peter Obi, like I keep saying, I was said it on a different platform. I said Peter Obi will be the biggest winner of this election. Why did I say so? I knew he was not going to win the election, but I thought that okay, he will be able to prove his political value, and with that, he can campaign to become the face or flag bearer of a major political party, like either the PDP What did that man do after the election? Ran to China's to say he won the election when he knew he didn't win the election. He ran and was running his mouth. That is not proper sportsmanship in politics. That is not how power is being done. That is not how you play the game. Yes, you can look at Atiku. Please, I want to speak. I allowed you. You spoke for almost 55 minutes. I was watching the time. I listened to the nonsense you were saying, but I didn't say anything. Please, can I speak? I'm very passionate about my region. Please, can I speak? One man, shut that guy up. I just want to speak. After the election, what was his conduct? In power, if you understand power, and I want to recommend a book for the people in the platform and people who are viewing at home. Go and read this book, Power. Those who have it and those who don't. It will show you how politics is being played. And there's another one about Matthew. He's one of the MSBC political anchor. I will get the name of that book. You need to understand power and how to play the game. Look at Wike. How Wike is doubling everywhere. Wike understands power. He knows how to fight for it and when to relax when you don't get it. See his conduct, even what is going on in Rivers State.
And his people has rejected you.
So what I'm saying is, what was Peter Obi's conduct after the election? It is not about losing. When the president even extended his House of Fellowship, what did Peter Obi do? I was expecting Peter Obi to take that House of Fellowship and negotiate. You can negotiate for 2 ministers. You can negotiate for something for the Southeast and say, Mr. President, you won the election, but this is what I want you to do for my region. That is how politicians play the game. Kwankwaso met with the president. Atiku did not, but Atiku will later. But what was Atiku's conduct after the election? He didn't say much. He went to court. After he said, okay, I leave it. I will still continue to run. But what did Peter Obi do after the election? He said, no, I won the election. When your result sheet is not even complete. Now, what people will say is, Igbo people have come again. These Igbo people have started again. And look at what is even happening on social media. Igbos and Yorubas fighting left, right, and center. They will say, these Igbo people have started again. They will not always rest with their arrogant behavior, with their boastful behavior, with their...
You are the one inciting Igbos now.
Emeka, let me just say this. We have a very large contingent of listeners from the Southeast. So
I will speak. I am talking to them. I am talking to them. My people don't know how to play politics. This is not the first time I'm saying it. That's why I'm recommending that book.
Can we have a brother interjection, brother?
I'm passionate about what I'm speaking. I don't want somebody who is ignorant to be interjecting me. My people don't know how to play politics.
Brother to brother. We are not fighting. Just
people,
1 minute.
Listen. If you want to learn, listen. My people don't know how to play politics. Look at the problem happening in my region.
It's funny to see how Ekene is begging.
Look at the problem. Look at how we are destroying our region. Whose attention are we looking for? Killing our region in the name of IPOP and Biafra nonsense. Doing Biafra. We don't know how to fight for power. We don't know how to negotiate for power. We don't have the numbers. And yet we are being arrogant and boastful. Being useless and stupid. And we want to produce a president. The very first time we had the chance, we produced a nuisance. Now tell me, which geopolitical zone in the future would come out and listen to we, the Igbos, with the nuisance, the misbehavior, the stupidity that we have displayed and we keep displaying so far. I go to Twitter, I read, and I say, Jesus Christ, when would we learn that we should understand that Nigeria does not need us?
Sorry, I must just pull you back a bit, Emeka. I'm not from the Southeast, but I have to say, your comments are a bit too sweeping. It's too sweeping.
It's not sweeping.
The Southeast is too. You are from the Southeast. Zita is from the Southeast. Prestige is from the Southeast.
No, look, remove Prestige. Prestige does not know politics.
No, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of nuance. It's just it's the
woman. I am one man. This is not woman. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You are using the vocal minority.
See, correct me if I'm wrong. We do not understand. We do not play good politics. Let's be realistic. Woman, allow me to speak. Let me speak. We do not play good politics.
Hold on now,
What do you disagree with what he's saying?
Because how
he said they don't. He said South doesn't know how to
We
play.
do not play good politics.
No, it's actually wrong in saying that because the politics that Obi is playing now. It's a politics that threatens the center. The center acknowledges its threat, and
the center does not acknowledge. No, one man. You are playing the devil's advocate here.
No. Let me say it, and then you can disagree. Well, I think let me put it. Let me put that proviso there. I think the center acknowledges the threat that Mr. Obi presents, and I certainly know that other opposition spaces. They acknowledge the potency that Obi has. So that is to tell you that is getting something right. If people like the PDP are cutting him, I saw the chairman of the PDP cutting him heavily just a few days ago. Atiku Abubakar always cutting him. Bayo Ononuga always trying to respond to him, and he continues to seize the center stage in the politics. So he must be getting something right, and people acknowledge the potency.
Woman. Now let's be very factual. I know you are playing the devil's advocate. You say the Bayo Odenuga is trying to. No, the Bayo Odenuga is insulting him left, right, and center. And Bayo Odenuga is the only one that is responding to him.
Bayo Ononuga.
Sorry. Thank you. Bayo Ononuga. How many presidential spokesman gives that man that attention? None, except Bayo. And that is because Bayo is, is vicious. Let's be real. But if Atiku writes or speaks, you will see the number of people from the presidency, even to APC, responding to Atiku. SPC spokesman, National Public Secretary will respond. Presidency will respond. Bayo will respond. They will respond because Atiku is a well-distinguished politician. Apart from him being the vice president, he understands the political terrain. He's experienced. He knows what to say and when to say it. So his attention is well deserved and reserved. So, but with P2B is the nuisance is going about. And let's be very realistic. They are cutting him for the obedient space. The obedient base, and not for the entirety of the electorate. Let's be very realistic. That they are cutting him is not that they are going to make him the flag bearer. That was why he left. He had that private meeting. He didn't post it, but the article people posted it. That he came around. As a matter of fact, I think they were trying to just even to, shame him a little bit. Would Atiku drop his please, sir, just listen.
Brother, 1 minute. Maybe I call you brother now. Maybe I call you brother.
No, hold on. We can have conversations separately. I am speaking something. Listen and learn.
I have learned a lot. I have learned a lot from you. I just want to chip in something so that you will also chip in more.
Hold on. You spoke for 55 minutes. Atiku will not drop his ambition.
But this is our issue now. You made it our issue now. It's me and you now. Let us discuss as a brother now.
See, Ekene, I'm not fighting with you. It's not me against you. you can continue to be in your Labour Party and continue to dine and wine and.
No, I still want to. Let me just have convenience as a brother, because if you just say something like this and your brother is there without having a word with you now, it doesn't make sense now.
All right.
Ask the question.
All right, gentlemen, but don't let it degenerate.
Ask the question.
No, I promise it will not generate. It's just that there are some points Emeka made. Our clearless chance in 2023, Obi messed it up, this and that, citing to the conduct of after election and all that. But I still, Emeka, during the campaign and the election, this is the same way you spoke about Obi. You never see it as a clear chance that Southeast is going to win a
Obi was never going to win the election. We said it
you
here
never
on the
gave him any chance. You even
I did get I wrote him up from the South.
You even said that it's only he cannot even win he cannot even win a state in the Southeast.
Yes.
So why
Obi
why are you so
let me be factual. I'm not telling you why I don't like Obi, right? It's not like I hate his person. That's him being a man. No, but his actions. I wrote Obi off completely from the election. I knew he was never going to win, and the results showed the fact he came third. I knew he was never going to win. Yeah, he impressed me with his numbers. I gave him 3.5 million. Or 3 million. He did more than what I expected, and I was impressed. Obi won and lost only one state in the Southeast. Right? I was very impressed because I ruled him out that I don't think the governors will be able to give him that opportunity. I never knew the governors there were backsliding themselves, including what's his name in Abia State, who was telling them, vote for me, Senate, but whatever you want to do in president, you can go and do it. The senator from my state, BULLD0Z Okalo. That was what he did. Then he still wanted to come and be Senate president. How? Where? When you did not work for the president. So the Igbo president, that's why I said we don't play good politics. We knew, Soludo said it. When Soludo wrote, and he told Obi, I know the game you're playing.
One more question.
Hold on now. Wait, now let me land my point. Okay.
I just want you to conclude everything. Just one more question. Okay, with the ongoings in the political space of the APC and the presidency they have won, are you not okay with it, or has the Southeast not been vindicated the way they support their candidates in the past few elections? Because all the candidates they have never supported never did well for the state, starting from the time of Buhari till now. So are you really concerned about?
I really don't understand what you're saying. That's why I said sit down and
let me make it more clear to you.
I know what you are saying. But
yes, with the ongoing
I know what you are saying. Now listen, Ekene, listen, and let your group also listen.
No, another thing is this: are you only concerned about winning the presidency, or somebody doing well for
you must win an election to govern. You cannot govern without winning an election. You cannot put the cats before the horse.
Even the one you supported, you said he's a perfect man.
Listen.
But the country is still going upside down.
I have recommended a book, and tomorrow I will put that book on the screen. Go and read that book. That is what is wrong with you and some obedient camp. Power. Politics is the fight for power. Forget governance. And I will tell you squarely, and I'm telling everybody here on the platform, that the president does not need to give any move.
Sorry, Emeka. I don't think quite people understand that point you just made.
They don't. And I will repeat it again. I will repeat it again. I will repeat it and explain.
It's a fight for power.
I will repeat it again and explain properly.
And then if the consequence of that power is good governance, good. If it's not, bad. But really, it's just a fight for power.
That's why obedience don't get it. They don't understand. That's why I'm recommending that book. Look at Biden. Look at everything. Look at Trump. Trump was president. They kicked him out. Politics. Even Trump, who was making so many people rich. Economic, everybody was enjoying and having a good time. Politics. I will repeat again. Politics is a fight for power. Forget governance now. And I will say it, whether the president does not even need to build road. He does not even need to give you water. But as long as he plays the games of politics and he plays it to the T, he will win his re-election. Look at the South African president. What happened? Politics is the game and the fight for power. All these noises we are making, hey, oh, Nigeria is bad, oh, bad roads, oh, bad criminals, oh, thieves, hey, this, that. All those things don't matter in politics. It's a fight and a game for power between those who have brought themselves out to contest. Whether they can tell you all the lies, oh, we will build heaven on earth, we will do this, I will change Nigeria in 20 seconds. Forget the nonsense. Go and read Power Play. There are 5 books I will recommend for you and for those listening in the platform. You want to go into politics, you want to understand politics, you must understand the rules. It's like playing chess. You can't play checkers when you're playing chess. That's what we are saying. Oh, this. No, you must play within the rules. And in politics, all gloves are off. When people say, oh, rigging is part of politics. And it happens everywhere in the world. You must play within the confines of power games. That is when you're talking about base structure. When we are saying this, we will say, what are you people who will win the election? Who are you? Who are you? When the base is there and the party members are there, the party structure is there, who are you? A neophyte in politics?
So governance didn't matter. It's only politics.
It doesn't matter, and I'm telling you, I'm a registered political party member. It doesn't matter. All those ones are after effects. It doesn't matter. Those ones are aftermath.
Hold on 1 second, Emeka. You have to pay attention to what Emeka just said there, because that's a real, that's a cheat note, is what it's giving you right there.
That is it. Honestly, they don't want to get it. When we are telling them they don't want to get it.
Hold on, Emeka. You see, the main reason for politics, all the politicians, the main thing they want is power. If they then get that power, if as a consequence of that power, they govern well, that's a bonus.
Thank you,
but their primary objective.
One man.
You won't even listen. Their primary objective, the core essence of it, is power. That's just what it is.
Clear. Look at
a game for power.
Yeah. A clear example is the current Imo State governor. They don't like him. He's not delivering, but he understands the power structure. He has put in place his power structure.
Okay,
now,
I understand everything.
Hold on, let me land. Hold on. You still won't get it. You still won't get it. Now, look at what he's doing. He's now the Southeast representative, leading the Southeast. He's the leader now, moving them, bringing them to the center. What is he doing? He's repositioning himself. You're going to laugh, but you're not going to know. You won't know. That's why you won't get it. And I will tell you, that man is more powerful than your P2B in the political scheme of things in Nigeria. He can see the president.
Let me just say a word.
Wait, listen, get your lecture, go and take notes. He can see the president and make decisions for the Southeast. P2B cannot do it.
I know.
That man, you are laughing at, that Imo State governor can control things in Anambra State, your own state.
Okay. And even when he went to Edo, they chased him out at Edo. He never did anything in Edo. But my point is this: you are not getting it. An Igbo adage says that.
Let me wrap up.
Whenever you stole a community drum.
Can I just
let me wrap up?
Yeah,
you see, when I say my people don't know how to play politics, this is an example. You tell them this is how it's been done. There's this guy on a young chap that came out during 2023 to run for House of Rep in my state. A very young chap from the UK, right? And he went to Nigeria. I think he joined one of these new parties, but he was supporting the obedient group, and he wanted to use Obi to leverage himself, right? He practically didn't even get enough votes. But what has that young man done? He studied. That's why I'm monitoring him. And if I try to get to Nigeria, I will try to introduce myself to him. He studied. And what did he do? He has gone to register with APC now. He's going to the grassroots to learn the politics. It's not about shouting. You have to learn. You have to be an apprentice before you become a master. The people at the top, the Gandujes, what's this other guy's name again? Kwankwasos, Asiwaju is a different breed on his own. The Wikis, they were apprentices before they became experienced politicians. Now they build their base. You must learn. You can't rush to the top. That's what my people are doing. So arrogant, so boastful, full of ego, and you want to go into power. You want to insult your way into power. So why do I not like P2B? I think hate is a strong word. Dislike P2B is that the very first time we got the chance to show ourselves, because you definitely, when they we all knew. So we said it, I think we said it multiple times on this platform, that the only thing that would make Asiwaju not win the presidency is if he does not win APC presidential candidate ticket. We all said it here. And then what will now happen is that he will go and join SDP and ensure that APC will not win the election. PDP will win. We said it here. But immediately he got that ticket, it was a wrap. A complete wrap. What PDP were trying to do was just see how they can cause damage control. It was a wrap. Finish. We knew the president was going to win. Why? We knew clearly. Now, the first time we had the showing as an Igbo man to show our sportsmanship in power, what did we do? We messed it up. We are still messing it up. So for we who want to be future leaders of the country, and we are from the Southeast, a region that has not produced the president. I know the Northeast has not done that too, but a region that has also suffered certain consequences and is still not enjoying the fruits of being in the union in Nigeria. We are not playing good politics. We are not good sportsmanship. We don't understand power. We are shouting. We are fighting. We are abusing. We are even killing ourselves back in our region. And yet, we want other geopolitical zones to trust us with power. We are joking. Good night.
All right, brilliant. So that's Emeka. I did want to ask you other topics, but I think if you're still around, then I'll look back around to you. So that's the elegance that is the mighty man himself. You know, Emeka is a prince, a proper one, or not some make-believe prince. So Paddy, hopefully we have you now. Paddy, you're up next. Paddy, can you follow that up, Paddy?
Well, you cannot give us 1 minute to digest this Emeka talk now. Just a digestion.
Oh no!
I want to digest it.
If you digest it, then he will want to digest you back, and then we'll be another.
No,
I will not make it. I just want to digest.
I'm not fighting him. I only spoke the truth. The truth may be bitter, but this is the truth. Whether we like it or not.
It's just a normal. I just want to digest everything that you said.
Digest it. Sit down. Tomorrow I will bring those books so that we have to go back to the rudimentary. We must produce fresh, new Igbo leaders that is different from this mindset that we are going about.
Okay, let me digest it a little bit.
No. Can I digest it after Paddy has had this go? I don't want to. People have been waiting for so long. We have to bring.
I will not waste time. It's just a digestion because that politics, politics is power that he just mentioned just baffled me. I know it might be a book because me, I've also read my own. You are not the only one reading the political book. I have my own political book. The ones I read are the ones that are impactful to human life, not the one that destroy human life, because the ones I read spoke about what makes you powerful
and why you are popular and why people believe you is doing what you say you will do. If you tell people that if you win an election, you are going to give them education, give them this, this and that. That is what makes you a good politician. And I've it in
I
my
want to
own
call
book.
Woman. Sorry about that. Just to correct one.
That is it. But if that is
See,
what you
I
mean about
recommended a book.
We have
right?
to move on.
I recommended a book because it's the realities of life. It's not reading a book. I recommended a book because many Nigerians, especially young Nigerians, do not understand politics and power. They can't. When you ask them, they keep talking about governance. No, like what one man has said, what it is before you govern, you must win an election. When you win the election, whatever you want to do is an aftermath, an afterthought. You can choose to give good governance. You can choose not to do that. But the reason why you can do that will be, okay, do I stand a chance? But understanding your stakeholders in politics matters a lot. And I don't know if many of us listening understand stakeholder management. If you plot your matrix on stakeholder management, you will know that those who have more influence and power are those you must pay attention to. And even those people include external factors like the United States, the United Kingdom, and other external actors that do not even vote. Because those
and I think people has played his
smartest politics. What's this now? Let's other people come in now.
Because those people's decision matters a lot. You must also respect the needs of the party chieftains and those who are going to have a huge impact and influence in your re-election. And that is why you see them giving political appointment to specific people. So people will say, oh, you are reading book. No, I am showing you that book. Go and read it because the guy broke down power. And reading that book, you say, this is what it is. It is not governance. This is what it is.
All right, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. So Paddy, follow that if you can. That was quite an explosive half an hour. So, but I wanted to kick you off rather from where Kenneth tailed it off. But really, what Emeka said there, it struck me, but did it strike you that politics is essentially all about power, and then how you use that power is incidental to it, but essentially the core essence of politics is just brutish, cold, ruthless. It's just about power.
Hello, everyone. Good evening to the one-man show. And for those who are in probably the Western time zone of GMT, good morning to you guys. The combination of Ekene and Emeka would frazzle anyone. I think
is your head pulsating in the way mine is? My head is pulsating.
I lost my bells between their back and forth. But it is what it is. It's politics. They're more passionate about what they believe in, and it's always good to have two people from the same region having very divergent opinions. I think it makes it's the beauty of politics, so to speak. But yes, Emeka is quite right. Politics is really about power. What else do you do with it? Yeah, it's really it really isn't. I mean, it's the 7 people is list around 7 people, but for whatever means around it's about power, because you need to gain power for you to do whatever it is you think you want to do. And once you lose that power, you lose your relevance. Once you lose that relevance, you really can't even achieve much of the things you want to achieve. And even beyond politics as well, too. Even when we move it into different types of government styles, or even if you go into the days of monarchy or any way of how people are being governed, it has to play with politics as well, too. For those who are very Christian faith or Christian based, or Jewish based, you're even part of the power tussles in heaven. Politics was played in there. So yes, it's politics and power are definitely 5 and 6. So where do we kick it on? I think
you can come at it wherever you like, or do you want me to line them up?
Well, I want to just quickly talk on one thing, and then you can line them up. There was some news yesterday. I don't, or maybe today as well too, that the Southwest governors are planning a massive land clearing for farming. I don't know if it's a headline that you stumbled up on. I don't think you read that piece.
No, I didn't come across it.
Oh yeah, I think I saw it on Punch NG. And part of their plans is to see how they can create a massive expanse of land for agriculture. That news struck me when I had seen Donye Okukwe's tweet on X, I think yesterday or early this morning, where he was asking people to start planting or to plant tomatoes in bags of sacks in their backyard. And obviously, you know how people are. So there, people were for, people were against, and I think it just boils down to how much many of us want the things we are not ready to work for. So we're asking for tomatoes, we're asking for food, we're asking for good roads, we're asking for clean environment, this and that. But as denizens, we almost don't even promote it verbally, or we almost don't even push for it. We just want it to be served to us a la carte. Just sit down, have some people from the north bring in tomatoes, we just buy at very ridiculously cheap prices. But it's almost, but I think it was Kulata that was making a point yesterday, and for some reason it was going over people's heads. And he said the point. I'm not even sure why anyone even didn't understand where he was coming from, and he was speaking around. If the North is indeed insecure, how come the most insecure place are the ones who are producing the most food, and quote unquote the most secure region is the one producing less food, and their excuse for producing the least amount of food is insecurity? Like that paradox is just mind blowing. But of course, I think some people were coming against him and saying no, that and that. I think Achale Koko in particular. If I might be wrong, but and that's I guess that to answer that question of what Kulata was speaking about yesterday is what the Southwestern governors are talking about today, which obviously makes case for Kulata in the sense that what was trying to say is right. It's about time we went back to how we were, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, when we were catering to our own food. And then maybe just when we want to expand our taste buds, then we can begin to go further north. So let's say you want to eat a special kind of tomatoes, then we can begin to now, move into the north, but not even with the advanced technologies that we have in here. I also know that the government are trying to bring in the GMDC to something like that, to enhance GDMC to something like that.
Do you approve of that? You know those are GM seeds. They're not reusable. You can't. The way you plant something and then once you harvest it, you can still. The seeds are not reused. They're not. So you constantly have to buy.
Right.
I'm against GM food, I have to say.
The reason I would have said no to GDM seeds is because of probably the mutation of it and things that we've said, so how it might affect the soil because of the nitrogen that I am, it's probably just going to go. There's just so many negativities, but studies have proved that isn't as much as negative. But here's the funny thing: the things we already consume as people are already laced. Most of our foods are processed. In fact, everything from our carbonated drinks to our wines to our canned foods to our corned beefs, our titles, our geishas, we almost don't even have. Even the vegetables we buy are laced with pesticides. So as human, I think the most that will happen is that our body will evolve to adapt to it. The things for those who in fact, nobody who lives in America should even question this, because everything we buy are almost processed foods. Is it our corn sugar or our corn syrup that we're consuming here? So maybe from that angle, I understand that as humans, we are already consuming these things to the large extent. And a third world country like Nigeria that is suffering from growth, that we're at the point where we almost don't have harvest and everything. We don't have decent crops, even though we think we do. We already lagging. And here's one part. There's also one thing that many of us also tend to forget or skip. The vast majority of the staples that we've come to consume the most in Nigeria were introduced to us. They were not even native to us in the very first place. If we are trying to survive on our native food, we probably would have been extinct. Our cassava was brought to us, our bread was brought to us, our corn was brought to us, our mango was brought to us. So we almost don't even have foods that are native to our own land. Even though we brag, oh, we have so vast land. Cassava wasn't even native to Nigeria. Yes, for some reason it's able to thrive. But there's global warming right now, and we're not even building up the right amount enough to sustain. We can't export. We're consuming so much out of it, and then we are not even doing enough for it to expand beyond the consumption that we are growing. We are a rapidly growing country with ridiculous population that we cannot even provide for. In the 60s, we had about 40 million. Right now, we're in the upper 150s, even though we're trying to claim 200. Let's even say the 200. How can 200 million people be feeding on things that they can't produce? We're no longer there. And we can't subject all the northern states to be the ones to keep producing for us. Because those states too want to start tapping into natural resources. People in Nasarawa now don't want to do, they just don't want to focus on rice grains anymore. They want to now tap into uranium. They want to now tap into lithium. The same way people in the south have done. So if these people are trying to tap into natural resources, it means that their farmlands will no longer be as much farmlands. And GDM might just be the solution. Maybe a temporary solution, maybe the next 2 decades. And then we see how we can grow out of it within the next future. I really don't know. I can't make a strong counter for our guests. But I think right now, as long as we need to eat, we need to survive. We need something that will give us some sort of fiber that will not. And the good thing about it is that we are not bringing the Western GDM versions. The mutations will be done with our local research. So it's going to be seedlings that are already local, that tailor to our own land and our own soil, and they are made to grow there. So it's not like they're going to bring something from Russia or Ukraine, some millets from sorghum from Ukraine, and just put it into our own land. No, they will run research with our soil, they will run research with our maize, they will run research with our corn and our cassavas, and find the best way that they can grow for our own terrain. And and also it's also going to reduce pesticides. So but we're already buying them in the first place, woman.
Yes, I'm aware. Yeah, I'm aware. All right. People are generally hungry. It lands on what is on your screen there. So this is how they are selling yam now in Nigeria. They were selling it first as a tuber, right, and then they were cutting the tuber into half, and now they are now selling it in plate size. This is where we are now.
Yeah, so this is where we are. Either it's for pricing, either it's for, I guess they're trying to cater to one man, I think I'm also a believer that it's about time we started looking within to find out what alternatives do we have. And this might just be that shift. You remember, this isn't the first time yam has been scarce. There was a period in I think 1960s or something, that there was some sort of subtle famine. And the people of Oyo State realized that people in University of Ibadan realized that they could use the bark of this yam, grind them, and become a staple. And that's what birthed amala today. And amala is probably one of the most popular Yoruba food. So there's nothing to waste in there. If we need to find ways where we can blend powdery yam and powdery cassava together to find something, yes. But people definitely still want us to eat something. I also know that it's also not the first time where we've had this kind of situations where the market had to improvise to give people just to consume their taste. Why would what kind of yam does a family want to eat that they're going to buy this piece to eat? Like, what kind of? The only reason anyone would buy this is for cravings. This can't do anything though. You almost can't boil it. So what
Now,
extent?
no, this will make a sorrow now.
How much asaro is this not going to make one man?
If you take 2 portions of that, that's 1,000 naira. That's a sorrow right there.
Okay, if you say so, I mean, yeah, it's possible. But so that means that the same person will need to get oil palm. They need to get other ingredients to make their pote asaro meal very, very enjoyable. But it is what it is. The market is, the people are improvising. That's one of the good things, the good bad things, or the good bad ugly things about Nigerians. We would always find a way out of things. I would hope that the government, will start to find great intermediate actions or ways where they can provide food for the people. People are genuinely hungry. The Ibimpa thing must have started as just a random cliche or something that some lad just threw in the air. But but looking back at stuff like this, people are truthfully hungry. And I guess maybe even though during the period where we've been complaining about how we've been suffering, I guess we've always been bloated. I remember the NLC strike that happened some days back. All the people all the labor leaders who were campaigning, all of them were all rotund. I don't know if you ever saw that video. I'm like, isn't this the people that they say are supposedly hungry? They're all looking well fed, fat. And then the people that supposedly, when there was some sort of seminar recently, they all traveled. So there's still money now. People of Ujudioba were all still gloating in their glam wear. I didn't see anyone skinny. I didn't see people passing out. So in between,
there's a particular chap that was on a horse that's gone viral. All the young girls are doing clips on him on TikTok. You know the one that had the cigar in his mouth.
Farouk. Yes, Farouk.
Is that his name?
Yes, Farouk Oriagba. Yes.
What the identifier?
Yeah. Oh, yes. He's. He's a top notch in the financial space. I think he probably leads he's on probably one of the new ventures right now. But he used to be the president of Nigerian Stock Exchange or something at some point. So he's renowned. He's in that space. He's a well-known guy, Jai guy, typical Ijebu, Yoruba Wambe, kind of vibe. He's enjoying the moment. I think he just again for that proves that people will complain about what they want to complain about, and then they will celebrate what they want to celebrate. Everybody people are just finding means to be happy, and I'm one person who would not stop people for finding happiness, however means they choose to find their happiness. So that's it on that one. Oh yes. And then there was also some gaffe, or either it was deliberate or it was some sort of gaffe that Arise TV did on that Ojudioba video. So they had wanted to play video of Ojudioba, talk about it, and then the music in the background was, I think it was of an Igbo song, and then they even showed clips of the New Yam Festival that was done in Igbo land whilst talking about Ojudioba. And for some reason, I think it was done deliberately because there were too many clips. And there were too many purposeful things that they could have done to legitimately show that this is a Yoruba event. But for some reason, they had to just steal the headline and shift people's focus.
Is that requires? How did Abati allow that? I saw Reno Mokri attacking them on that on Twitter.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's easy. It's easy for them to make false news of our president in South Africa from just some random guy who just made a TV cliche, who just made a TV clip, to create some sort of, flagitious claim. But for the tiniest of due diligence to do, to just collate collage of videos and pictures of an event that happened just right in Nigeria, they're still struggling with it. And then people want us to trust them as the, Abinja of great news. I rise to go and sit down somewhere.
Go to that space that you just glazed over. So the South Africa thing, it got to the point that the South African president felt the need to go and visit Tinubu at his hotel and then put clips out. So what are you then making of the mischief making of Aisha Yesufu and this whatever it is she was doing?
Yeah, it speaks to the nation's casuistry of the Obinet movement, and also I think it's also about time that we started to admit that the political landscape is very polarized, toxic, very tribal centric. The first person who has shared that video that we initially had is some Igbo guy. Remember, the background. I'm not speaking making it very tribal, but it was just some Igbo guy who was making a video, of course, making mockery of our president. It came out to the internet, and it became, again, the casuistry of the obedient movement was exposed, in there, and then they thought that it was something. I mean, this was exactly what the entirety of the campaign went through. They would take little clips from somewhere, blow it, make it seem like this man is literally shaking, and very many people fell for it. And it's taking the entirety of South Africa to come and explain to us that they didn't do what they have. So it's almost as though it is not the other country. And in fact, I listened to a little clips.
No, sorry to interject you. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying your commentary and opinion, and your voice is very pleasant to even listen to. But I just wanted to say something, right? You see how you made mention of the fact that it was an Igbo man who started this.
I wanted to correct that. I wanted to say you should say obedient, but
yeah, well, it was then. You now want the Yorubas to vote for you when you want to contest. Why are we like this?
Thank you, Mika. I mean, we know our politics. We still try to think that our politics is based on ideals, ideologies, or campaign rhetoric. No, I think our politics since 1956 and 1954 has always been built based on tribes. From SANC to all the entire political parties was literally built around tribal, what's it called, mergers of some sort. Few ideals in there, but it's still built around tribes. We can always have that conversation, at a different time. But yes, this is I think it's also a reflection of the entirety of the obedient Labour Party campaign, where we think we want to be oppositions, and because we suck at being oppositions, we just want to throw out every and any expletives that we find out there, whether they are dominums, either they are just regular things, whether they are on what they call them, on whether they are fact checked or non-fact, just throwing anything out there and find the one that sticks. Obi does these things several times.
It's mudslinging, isn't it?
Yeah, go ahead, woman. You were about saying something.
No. I said it's mudslinging. Just sling the mud and then yes. But do you think it's getting to that point that it's getting a bit counterintuitive? Because she made a lot of hue and cry about that clip, Aisha Yesufu, and it's now totally been debunked across all of the stratas of all the narratives that she presented. So it knocks more her credibility than it actually impacts on anything. There are just maybe a couple more of those sort of spaces for people to just dismiss the whole space as a joke.
One man, I mean, I think you're even giving it more credence. People have gone past that mockery already. I mean, a few people will still fall for it. I mean, I think Solly did yesterday. But we're already at that point where their claims are 2 seconds away from being debunked. Almost every now and then. Obi will make a tweet about something, either the FG is trying to buy a private jet or something, and then someone will come and say, no, that's not what's happening. Or they'll make a tweet about this somewhere, and that's not what's happening. But unfortunately, it's also the same thing on the other camp as well too. The presidency's camp has also been very shambolic in their own approach as well too. They too are always very trigger happy to bring out things. I think it's kind of toned down a little bit right now, but then I think there'll be, I mean, we now understand that it's just any and everything. It's no longer about the presidency to say, or about policies. It's about, you know what, because we are angry, because there's this angst, we just want to throw them bad. And even if you come at it, we'll give you back, we'll give it to you with basketballs, and everybody moves on. They said something about the minimum wage. They said something about the national anthem. I mean, the Aisha Yesufu was at a party where everybody stood for the national anthem, and in her mind she said no, she won't stand for the national anthem, as though the national anthem was a Tinubu's composed song. And the shocking irony of it all, as restless as she was in that video, while she was flipping a magazine, the first page she opened was the president's face. So even if you are trying to run away from the truth will haunt you. I mean, but it's just that the catchy point is that whilst there are like very important things going on in the world, in the country, that are very pertinent to to our people, the least things I always want to be bothered about is someone making a whimsical 2 seconds video, and then for that reason, like what does it do us for us to believe that our president was shamed? And I think maybe let me just use the last 10 seconds to talk about how we now saw that the new president, the South African president, indeed had a meeting with our president in his hotel, and we saw Nuru Ribadu there with all the pizzas that happened in there, and they even had like a private conversation. And we shouldn't be shocked about the tides and the economic peace that could follow from that meeting. But imagine if we've had to miss it, and then the reason that our president have missed it is because his private jet wasn't functional. So I'm just saying that because I'm just trying to sting in a few people. I think Baba in particular and Achala Koko, who yesterday were saying our president should just sat at home, just be there, be doing nothing, using his toothpicks or flossing his dentition simply because he has a jet that does not work. No, business needs to move on. We need to build more allies. We need to keep doing anything we need to do. If buying a jet is a problem, then rent one. If renting is a problem because you want to spend money, get one from your friend. Anyhow you want to do it. The entirety of the world are moving ahead. We can't afford to sit down to be solving a problem we can't solve by ourselves. If Nigeria could solve its own problem, we will have solved it long ago. Our problem is innate, is ingrown. We also need to be able to match things with the people living outside the world.
Can I interject 1 minute? Can I interject?
Yes, you can, Natalie. Go.
How is the visit of our president to the inauguration of South African president going to solve our problem? How is that going to be?
Trade.
How would it solve?
Diplomatic discussions and trade.
Hold on. Can you guys just hold on? Do you even know the kind of treatment that our president was? How, I mean, the disrespect, the worst disrespect given to our president there. Do you guys even know?
How? I didn't see any disrespect.
How do you
hold on. Do you know the president was not in the front row?
Yeah.
That was at the back row.
No.
Yes.
Do you know who was in the front row? Do you know who was in the front row?
Who?
They were South African monarchs.
Yeah.
The kings. The ones who made him president.
Yeah, South African monarchs.
The people who made Ramaphosa, how do you pronounce his name, president?
Ramaphosa, yeah.
Ramaphosa. They're the ones who made him president. They're the ones who sat in front.
They are the one. Only them sat in front.
Yes. And then the presidents were in the second row.
And even when they were introducing heads of state, they would say, "Mr. President and Your Majesties." So giving recognition and cognizance to the fact that the kings are there. Guys, please understand diplomatic rules here. That's why I said I don't see any issue.
So the king of Zululand and all of those sort of
Okay. That's fine. That's clear. So I was wondering why should it be on the back row? That you guys make it clear now.
Okay.
My friend, hold on 1 minute. Well, for you to keep saying, "Oh, we don't want him to go," it's of no importance to Nigeria. Ramaphosa did not come to Tinubu. What do you call it? Inauguration. Heaven did not fall. For God's sake, do you know how much we have spent for him to be there? For what? If you want to go for bilateral trade, meeting and stuff, that can be arranged on a different. That could be a different arrangement. But it doesn't attend that. It's not all presidents from all over the world that attend the inauguration of United States president. It's not. So there's no big deal.
Baba Jali Koko, your point. You have a point. But again, if you know the president, right, you will know he's a man who understands relationship very well. Yes, the South African president didn't come, but he sent emissaries. He sent also congratulatory message. But the president understands relationship, and this has been one of his strong points and strong skill sets. Him going there, and you can see, it's not diplomatic roles or what they complain. No, the South African president returned back that respect by coming to his hotel to come and see him personally. It's a show of respect. Coming around, I said, "Oh, the president of Nigeria and also the chairman of ECOWAS turned up to my inauguration. Let me personally go and see him." Asiwaju is a people's person. He's very good at relationship. Yes, I'm not saying your point is. I'm discounting your point. No, it's valid. But again, that is when the president of South Africa and the president of Nigeria sits down now and now discuss. There will be a lot of things on the table that they can talk about. Trade deals, strong diplomatic ties, concerns or issues that might have been going on that they need to address. But because he took the initiative to go visit, if he doesn't visit, those issues will still be under the water. But they can, if there are any diplomatic tension, any money that needs to be made, that discussion will take place when they are sitting down together to see each other. Let's see the advantage and the positive of this. But I know what you're trying to say. I understand you. But again, the president we have.
Emeka, I think Ajala Gogo is just typically very miserly, cut cost, save cost. And once we cut cost and save cost,
that's why I keep saying, please, I'm sorry, I really enjoy. This is the first time I'm listening to you, and your voice sounds like Joel of Nazareth. This is how I want Joel of Nazareth to be talking. Please, this is my first time. I don't know how often you come around. I want you to come more often, right? If Joel of Nazareth can copy you, your voice and Joel of Nazareth are almost the same. I thought it was Joel of Nazareth who has gone to get a brain implant. So, but I now found out that it's a different individual. Very wonderful commentary. Sorry, I want to go back. The average Nigerian, I'm not trying to say, let me try to choose my word. The average Nigerian must begin to see things from the eyes of the elite and not from the eyes of the followers. The way the elite think is completely different from the way followers think. Why am I saying this? I am a prince. The way we think is different from the way followers think. What do they see? We now know they see him. The president knows why he was there. And I can see some value. And we saw that value because the president of South Africa even removed the suits after party. They call it after the party, right? Ceremony is over. Let me go and see the president of Nigeria and sit down with him and talk. Money. How about the discussion is more important than the flight and the people he came around with. Guys, when they are making a move, that is the reason. See, for me, some Igbo people and even some Yoruba people are shocked. The reason why I love Asiwaju, there's a reason I love that man so much, and he's the only politician I love so much in that country because I know what that man represents. People's skills, ability to identify value in people, and know how to pick people and position them. Wole Soyinka said something that I will be somewhere. Asiwaju will call me and say, leave that place. That place you are is not safe. Now you have the Badwe coming to come and talk rubbish about Asiwaju. Wole Soyinka will chop you like a lion because Asiwaju has invested in him, not just financially, in his interest and welfare. You can't joke with the president. Learn from that man. That man is the most powerful man in that country. Apart from him being the president, Learn from him. Understand him. The moves he makes. What the elites see. The mediocres and followers don't see it. People who play these power games, they know what they are doing. My friend, continue. I'm enjoying you. I love what you are saying.
After pondering to me and making my head want to expand it in, it's hard. Well, thanks, Emeka. I think in 2022, this is Jajalekoko, the part of I think one of the smallest trades that Nigeria did to South Africa in crude alone was about 2 points, because it's a little over $2 billion in crude petroleum that we exported. That's from Nigeria to South Africa. And let's not talk about the amount of materials that South Africa actually had moved to Nigeria in wines, metal stoppers, acrylics, polymers, apples, delivery. I mean, just delivery trucks, metal stoppers, car parts, BMW, Nissan that South Africa had moved. Now let's not talk about telcos and DSTV and the stuff that we. In those kind of events is where trade deals happen. Those are the moments where countries look. If we slack, Angola is there. Senegal they're now producing oil. There are countries that are willing to steal the responsibility of Nigeria, whilst we think that we can thrive by ourselves internally. We can't. And the earlier we understand that, the better for us. Now, something Emeka also said that I strongly, in fact, I was going to make that point before he chimed in, is that there's almost no known place where poor people are the ones who will grow economies. The economies of a place like Nigeria, the third world country, cannot be grown based on dashing out handouts and giving socialist agendas. That's based on capitalism. We need to find more people who can provide for people. The likes of Dangote and other dollars and co. There's a reason why those people are there. Those people are doing way much more for Nigeria. There's a reason why remittances has done well for Nigeria, because there are people who are in the diaspora who are able to send funds back home. Not usually not the reverse. So I get that. Yes, we cater towards our people. We want them to be fine. We want them to to not worry and provide food, but we also need them to be producers. I don't need to be giving food. I need to be taught how to fish. Don't give me fish. I mean, this is something that we say. Don't teach me don't give me fish. Teach me to be a fisher. We need to grow our people to the point where more entrepreneurs can grow and begin to employ people in every sector that the country has allowed to thrive. Look at how well those sectors have done. Look at Nollywood. Look at music industry. Look at maybe not sports. I mean, look at fintech. Look at edtech. Just look at the commerce that we're doing amongst ourselves, because people are beginning to have more and more entrepreneurship mindset. But imagine if we're giving them handouts. They're serving them tomatoes. They're serving them food. They're giving them free healthcare. How would ideas pop up? Imagine if Nigeria had so many free healthcare, basic healthcare amenities on local hospitals. How will young startups come up with health tech? How will people be able to make drones to supply drugs? How will we catch up the rest of the world? We can't. We have a population amongst us. Let our brains thrive. Let people use their brain to do things. And our biggest problems, the things we complain about the most, are things that can be handled by our state and our local government, not the federal government. Federal government cannot build our streets, they cannot build schools. They're not made for schools. They're
You're
made
not
for
listening to you. You see what you're saying. Oh, don't give people free this thing. You don't have free health care. As if free health care is not given in America. As if free health care is
free
not
healthcare is
given
not
in
given in America. Free
it
healthcare
is.
is not
Hold
given
on,
in America.
hold on. Free healthcare is given if you are
Where?
eligible, if you are qualified, if your income, if you fall within the bracket of somebody that is qualified for it, you'll be given Medicaid, and that is free healthcare. Zero pay, zero. You know that you live in United States. You see, sometimes some of you want to talk as if
But
you
there's
don't
free
know
there's
this.
free healthcare now in
No, just
Nigeria
Yeah,
now. It's
yeah.
just
let
that
him
people
finish.
don't.
No,
Hold on now.
let
Okay,
him
go
finish.
ahead.
No, let him finish.
Hold on. Let me now. That we
okay,
yield to
go
you. 1 minute. 1 minute. You see, some of you want to talk as if you even know how capitalism is run better than the people that originated it. We have to be. Uh, we just have to. We have to be very, very. We have to show that we are knowledgeable, and we know what we are talking about. Capitalism is good, but people that, invented capitalism, they still give their people free food, free healthcare, free education, and a lot of things free. And that is, that. So let me leave it there. Continue.
All right, thank you. So that people can receive quote unquote free healthcare, but it's not free because it's being paid for by private programs. It's being paid for by private insurance companies. People are paid out of pocket. It's being paid by taxpayers. That's how healthcare is done. For every healthcare you get in America, they might send you a bill, but you might not be able to pay for that bill. You get the bill. They will tell you this is your bill. They can tell you it is zero to you because there's somebody else is paying for it. That's why people there are many companies who pay charity, well, so that they can have like tax rebates. It is not free. Somebody else is only just paying it for you.
Okay, if you send a bill to me that, okay, this is how much health care for your visit to your doctor, this is how much you are billed for it, but zero pay, and you didn't pay nothing. What does that constitute to me? Is it not free health care to me?
It is free to you, but it's not free.
But it's not free.
Somebody else just
It is
paid
free
for
to you,
it.
but it's not free for your
To the
employer.
beneficiary,
no.
it is free.
But somebody paid
It's
for
not
it.
free.
And forget
You
about
have
maybe somebody paid
insurance.
for it.
Baba
Forget about
Janiko,
somebody paid for it. We are talking
pay
about
for it.
people. What we are saying is that they are beneficiary to these people. We have people that benefited from free healthcare, free housing, free.
Yes, you are right, sir. You are right.
Free housing, free education.
Yeah, Angelico is right.
What are these people talking about, for God's sake?
But again, let me give a personal story, right? There's free healthcare. I don't know about the other states in the country, but in Lagos there is. People just don't want to use it in public. I had an accident in Lagos in 2013. I was unconscious. When I got conscious, and they took me to the hospital, Badaga General Hospital. When the doctor attended to me, I did not pay a kobo, no dime. I left. I didn't pay a dime, and I'm not the only one. My friend, whose wife gave birth in Lagos Island General Hospital, she didn't pay a dime, and the healthcare is excellent, much better than private. We want a class. We are chasing class in Lagos State.
Maybe it has changed now. Maybe it has changed now.
It has not changed.
The only thing that is free now is access.
It has not changed in Lagos State. What I know, I was in Nigeria in
it's not what me I know. It's what me I'm working. It's just where me I'm working in. It's not me I know.
Okay, you've gone to the general hospital, but you pay subsidized healthcare fee.
That's
right?
what I'm saying. The only thing that
is a doctor.
He's a doctor. Okay.
I worked there for almost 5-6 years. So the only thing that is free now probably is to see a doctor.
Yes,
if you want them to attend to you, if you want them to attend to you properly, you have to buy almost everything you need, consumables, as gloves, cannula, basic things that you need, medication. You have to pay. So I don't now know how we put it.
You're a medical doctor in Nigeria, right?
Yes, is that one free?
It's the same thing in America. It's the same thing in Canada here now. To see doctor is free.
Okay.
Yes,
yes,
you want, if they write prescription, you can't pay.
Yes.
But if you have insurance, your insurance covers for it.
Okay. Does that mean free healthcare? Yes. So does that mean free healthcare? Is that
you don't say my brother now. What we are shouting. Are you seeing it?
Okay.
Are you seeing it now? Does it look free to you?
I'm just asking. That's what I'm asking.
I pay premium. Right? I pay premium.
Emeka, surgery and some other surgery.
Yes, surgery is free. Yes, I've done surgery here. I didn't pay time.
You don't pay for best space too.
You pay for best space too. My child that my wife gave birth. We just gave birth to a baby now.
In my province,
it comes with your insurance. Best space or it. Go ahead.
It's province by province, so it's not the same across the board.
Okay.
So
Probably.
in Abata, we don't pay for bed space, to the best of my knowledge. So
Okay, in Abata, that's
we don't
Canada.
pay for surgery, but we pay for your subscription.
You pay for subscription. We pay
For
for
that
prescription.
subscription too,
It's
we
not
have
that
to
free.
Based on my
That's what we are saying.
understanding,
And
most of these healthcare are not
the
free. Then
guy
they are
that
not
is
free.
speaking.
Then
It's not free. The guy that is
yes.
speaking, I don't know. Please come up to I short. You should keep talking. Just be talking. Let me be listening. I'm enjoying you so much.
Which one? Which one is that? Who is that?
The guy that was talking before we interjected him.
Oh, okay.
The guy that
Because I'm hearing something free. That's what I said. We
Dwell of Nazareth.
need to put a context.
The,
We need to put a context to it
the educated Dwell of Nazareth. Dwell of Nazareth. Listen to your counterpart.
You know why you're enjoying party
He's
so much.
enjoying and you do.
Okay.
Do you know why you're enjoying party?
Why?
Yeah, because he went to Harvard.
Oh, he went to Harvard. Yeah,
he's enjoying and you do.
Wait, if I'm supposed to go before Paddy, I will always give him space to speak. It's just like I'm listening to a radio broadcaster speaking. Okay, come back and continue. Let's hear what you are saying. You are hitting the nail everywhere with the right spot.
One man, can I just interject for 2 minutes, please? 2 minutes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, just 1 second. This free or free.
Yeah.
So, luckily, I've worked in two different countries, 2 different continents, so to say. So, and I know what it really means to have a free healthcare where I'm currently working. What we practice in Lagos State, I will not say that one as free healthcare, but government will want to say it's free healthcare. The only thing that is free is your access to the doctor. That is the only thing. Every other thing, you have to pay for it. Medication, consumables, that is if you are not going to do surgery. If you want to go for surgery, you pay for everything. Anesthesia, you pay for anesthesia. There is anesthesia fee. There is surgery fee. All those bills, they will write everything for you in government hospital in Lagos State. That's second leg. The third leg is that if you have to do any test, you will be referred to the lab to do all the tests.
Sorry, my brother. Sorry, somebody says something I need to correct. Then you can come back in. My bad. Sorry for interjecting.
Okay,
so,
no problem.
See, if you in Ontario, bed space is very scarce. So yes, it might not be, it will be free, but you can't spend that space. You can't spend a specific number of hours. So what we paid for was private, and for 4 days, and your insurance will cover for it. If it's private room, so there's public room where you will not pay, but once you give birth, you can gather your strength and carry your child and leave, so the next person will come and take that bed space, right? So, but if you want private room where they will give you attendance, you must have good insurance that will cater for it. I was just trying to respond to someone on the comment section.
Okay, so
yes, continue.
If you are, yes, thank you. If you are referred to do any test, from blood test or imaging, etc., you pay. Then quickly to chip in, there are private rooms also, private ward, here too in Nigeria. You just pay more. That's the
no. All those scan
oxygen
and X-ray, they are free here. They are free here.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you. Yes, I'm just telling you what obtains in Nigeria. Yes, I'm explaining what obtains in Nigeria. But where I'm currently working now, you don't pay for anything. Government provides everything 100%. Just come in, every necessary thing will be done, and you be discharged home. So this is what I really see as free healthcare. If a doctor writes a prescription for you to go and pay for a prescription, you are just going to go to the pharmacy to get the prescription, to get the drugs. You are not going to
where
go
is
on
this
your own
place
to
that
go
you're
and buy.
talking about?
Is in Saudi Arabia.
It has
Saudi Arabia.
So
let me ask something. Is that
that's the same thing that obtains in Qatar, UAE.
So, but I need to make
for
it
the citizen. For the citizen,
like all those they are not free here. Dental, like
they are not free.
Not free. They are not free.
They are not free
in province.
No, dental, optometrics.
Maybe some. Yes.
All right.
And maybe some
All right. Let's get back to Paddy.
sophisticated.
Then land your point there, BQB, and then we get back to Paddy. And then
yes. So what I just said is that probably in the West also, UK, because they will still like it for you to get, they practice some form of free, some form of not completely free, absolutely, but just some form of selective free healthcare system in such a way. Because if you really want to practice free healthcare system, it involves a lot of money. So I don't think most countries of the West will be able to afford that. So I think I'll just finish on that. Thank you, one more, for allowing me.
Yeah, 2 seconds, one more if you don't mind. Well, obviously things have changed. In Lagos, they used to have complete free healthcare. Okay, perhaps back in the 80s and 90s, free. You don't go there and purchase anything. You go see the doctor, and whatever the condition is, they're going to take care of you. So
what time
we used to have. I can't talk for Nigeria, but in Lagos, we used to have.
And how many years ago in Lagos State? I need to
It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
What year was that? Under Tinubu or what? Under Fashola or the military regime? What time?
So in the 80s and 90s. That's all I can say.
80s. Oh, I concur. I agree with you. I don't have any knowledge of what obtained during that period. So you can continue.
All right. Should I go ahead now?
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. I think I've been spent. But anyway, to land the point, America does not offer free healthcare. Someone pays for it. That I enter a bus and someone pays for my fare. It might be free to me, but that fare was not free, and that to me is the philosophy. Yes, you can say it's free to those people, but the only reason it might be free to them is because that country has made it very enabling for many companies to thrive, to the point where it's even cheaper for them to pay for healthcare than to pay their taxes. So we need more country, we need more companies, we need more individuals who can grow to the point where they are the richer, or the ones who are able to pay, or the taxpayers are much more than those who are actually downtrodden or trodden to that point. And I think to Lagos probably was offering free basic healthcare, but not necessarily the entirety of free healthcare. Yeah, of course, it was bastardized to a large extent, but our population itself will not even allow us. And that's my point when I was saying that our local governments and our state governments are the ones who can provide the things we need the most. But unfortunately, as a country, as a people, we tend to focus more on the presidency and assume that once the presidency is sorted out, the entirety of the rest of the nation, will be fine. I think that's just my last bit on that. Is there any other thing I want to talk about? So otherwise, I can end my submission here. One man.
Yeah, there are other things, but let me move it around. Hopefully, you're still with us, and then I'll loop it round back to you.
So, one man, can I just salute this Paddy? Right, he spot on. Right, everything he said is what it is. Right, his delivery, the eloquence, and the facts hits the nail right on the spot. We are fighting the center for what our states and local government should give to us, and the way he ended it is, in short, Paddy. Salute to you. You should. I think you should get yourself a show on this platform so you can educate more Nigerians on your insights. You spoke so well that I really enjoyed listening to you. I must confess.
All right, brilliant. Man, you'll enjoy listening to equally. Is Ajan Lekoko? Ajan Lekoko, are you ready?
Oh no, Ajan Lekoko is always there. We've been enjoying him, and he's for a very long time. No, we've always been enjoying him, dog. No, you see why I spoke is when you taste new soup, you have to confess, especially when the soup is sweet. But when you have been eating sweet soup constantly, you get used to it. That's what I want to say.
He does season the food well for you this evening.
Yeah,
you enjoy it.
I enjoyed it. I don't know. I truly, I have to be very honest, right? I really enjoyed his commentary. I'll be honest. You understand? And it's not just his opinion.
You should listen to him speak on either culture or especially religion. You'll be impressed.
Really, it's not just his
real
opinion.
depth in
Delivery
religion.
of the opinion. The delivery of the opinion is, it's like a well-formed paper.
It's confidence in knowing what knowing what you're saying.
And
if you know what they're saying,
I'm just being factual. I have to be honest.
All right, brilliant. So there it is. So match that, Ajanle Koko. Let's see if you get a round of applause too.
One man, go to someone else now and come back to me after that person. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Arogi Degba, who is also with us. Aro.
Okay. Arogi Degba. Show one there.
Arogi Degba.
Kó wá me punch paddy lójú dáadáa.
I don't know.
Aro is not there. Oh,
is there a body but not a spirit? Ola, you're up next. Ola. Okay. Let's actually let me come to Man of Prestige only because it's been in and it's dropped and it's been in and it's dropped. And another before I come to you, Man of Prestige, gas them up. I'm glad you're here because I've been getting some feedbacks from you. All of them, to my surprise, people seem to delight in you. Even the chairman of this platform, he made it a point to call me in the day that where did I find you? And that he delighted in your voice. I said, are you sure? And he was insistent that you're very. He says he even tried to equate you to Kulata, which I think is, I've never heard anybody equated to Kulata before. So keep it up, gas them up. But Man of Prestige, if you're ready for us, Prestige.
Yeah, greeting everybody.
You ran away from Rebecca. You couldn't handle it.
Man of Prestige voice too is different too. Man of Prestige too is
well, I
different.
didn't want to indulge to that American narrative and some other thing that was going on here because when I come to this platform, I only want to talk about Nigeria and sometimes talk what's pertaining to my state. I don't come here for regional politics.
No, that's fine.
All those things doesn't concern me. So when Emeka was rambling, but that's his opinion. So
all right. Before I kick you off, there's what somebody just said here. Who on the platform has a voice for the ladies? That's a voice that you've. Though there are no ladies here, but who do you think has a voice for the ladies? I think Prince Daddy probably wins that, doesn't he? But
I have no idea. I don't know what ladies. I don't know what ladies want in that regard. So let the ladies answer that.
You don't know the sort of voices ladies like.
Well, but why are you asking Man of Prestige? Is it because he stays in California?
Yeah, well, I'm not inferring anything.
Am I not a panelist here?
I'm not inferring anything. Though. But no, Prestige, good to have you. Do you want me to line up talking points, or do you just want to free flow? Or
yeah, just give me some talking point because I left earlier. I have to attend some. Emeka was getting on my now, but it's all right.
All right. Let me tell you what we have been talking about. We were talking about the Tinubu visit to South Africa, and then the clips that came out, and then the subsequent clips that came out, and then the South Africans had to come out then to clear it up that nothing like that happened. So we're talking about that. We were also talking about Kenneth Okonkwo, who came out today now to infer that it's not discounting the possibility of going back to APC, which would be a real kick in the teeth for the Labour Party space. We were also talking about, I'm not quite sure if you're looking at your screen, but we're talking about how hardship is now vesting so heavily now. They are now selling yam in this format. So they're not even cutting it in half anymore. They're cutting yams in bite-sized pieces and selling them like that. So we were wondering how low that would go. We're also talking about the Kano State space. So the courts have now sacked Lamido Sanusi, who just a few weeks ago reinstated, but they've now reinstated Ado Bayero, and then they are telling us then that everybody maintains status quo. So all of the recipe for an internal combustion are already lined up right there. So we're speaking to those, and obviously whatever else anybody wants to speak to.
Okay, let me start with that Tinubu visit to South Africa. I heard when you was talking about it yesterday, but I didn't feel like coming in. Then I saw some clips, whether it was doctored or not doctored, but that's not even my concern. What difference does it make? Let's assume that actually happened. Does it diminish now? I don't know. Maybe that's the way I look at things. I'm a very common person. I don't know, I don't see the significance of that. Of course, some people are going to use it to traffic something. I mean, like they have come back and debunked that didn't actually happen. But my issue I have, why is the presidency responding to all these social media people, Aisha, Yusuf, and some other ones? I just don't think it's necessary. There are certain things the presidency has to respond. All those are shenanigans stuff. It doesn't warrant respond. Okay, we all know what happened. I mean, whether it's doctor or not doctor, which I don't believe him. Which I don't believe the South African president wouldn't have snubbed Tinubu for what. But even I thought that happened or it didn't happen. Why would the president? That's the only part I have an issue. It doesn't warrant response. I don't think it doesn't warrant response. Because that's a layman, trafficking argument that was laid in that paper, that was being trafficked.
Do you not think that it impacts both on the prestige of the country, because of course Tinubu a representative of that country, even a representation of it, and it also impacts on the government that they don't rate the Nigerian government to the point that they cast them to the back.
But that did not happen. I mean, that didn't happen.
Yeah, so they had to correct it because it's not an.
But did they just made one statement, or was it on and on and on and on? Bayern like to challenge everything. I know he's their spokesman or whatever, but I mean, sometimes he went too deep. I don't see the necessity of that. In my own opinion, it doesn't warrant respond. I mean, maybe you can make a statement once, say no, that wasn't the right. That didn't happen, and leave it at that. I mean,
man of Presi, can I interject?
Yeah,
we called you just now, Olabota Karen.
Don't mind me. Well, I just run from one thing to the other. So now the thing is this. You see, one thing is talking that way against our presidents, you are diminishing even the office of the presidency. The office of the president, you are diminishing the presidency rather. You understand? So because there are some kind of demarketing, brand erosion that you don't allow to go. So that's why you have PR there. So you can't be lying against the image of the presidency or the president, and someone will allow you to go, because this is all about politics. So we are even talking of the APC that they are even the master of PR or agenda themselves. No be agenda they take Jonathan away. So if you don't correct that, right, the thing will go on for decades and can impact even you. Because today we think all those things don't impact us. It goes a lot, because I've experienced this thing personally before. You understand? I share my experience once that while transiting through Kenya, while some of Nigerians, they were making noise because the Kenya airline delay there, so they started getting money back. So some people approach us, see, are you guys not from Nigeria? I said we are from Nigeria, but because that was our first time around that axis. They say, okay, but you are not behaving like Nigeria. How do Nigerians behave? See your brothers and sisters there. We say, okay, well, maybe we are not in the same situation. So we now ask them that, okay, why are you not responding to them? They said, if you respond to them in a very harsh way, that you will hear from Baba. Obasanjo was the person they were referring to, Baba, because Obasanjo was well respected. So to me, it is always the image is always good. The image of Obasanjo alone was very strong for those guys to respect Nigerians while demanding for their right in the foreign land. So to me, it is good that Ononuga responded to them. Thank you.
But the issue, I mean, okay, he may respond. I don't have any problem with it, with the presidency putting up a statement, say, No, that didn't happen. But it's the back and front that was going on. I mean, it become a news, it become a nuisance in the news area. You have people from the presidency, particular by responding to them
Why
or
would
the
somebody
obedience.
just stay and start to lie?
Huh?
That's the first thing you should be asking. Why would someone just stay and start to lie? And then
No, America, this
if
is
you now find
politics.
out that
Hold on,
it
hold
is
on, hold on. Let me land. This is my space. I'm in America, and I see how partisan politics is being played. I mean, just like when Biden was in France, the tape was doctored that Biden was falling and some other things. I mean, the Democrat official just put up a statement and said, no, that's a false statement. So it's left for the media to narrate the rest of the thing, whether it happened or it didn't happen. They just made a one statement. So
Another fake
that do
news.
happen in this
Fake
country.
news.
Oh, here come the mega. Okay, look.
No. If you go around spreading fake news, yeah, it is
Just
true.
okay. Let me
What
land. This is
happened
my
in
space.
France?
When it
It
comes to your
was true
turn,
what happened
you
in
talk.
France.
Okay, we are not here for mega talk. Okay, thank you. So, but anyway, having said that, I just bring that as an example because this is partisan politics. It's going to be there, whether you like it or not. In as far as the presidential candidate like say Atiku or Obi didn't make such a serious statement, then it become a different angle. Then you have to respond, and trying to rebuke that with any means necessary. But these are people in the news, these are people trafficking, try to gain some traffic, to their own, to their own view, to their own viewers. That's it all. That's all it's all about. I don't believe the government should be responding for. Yeah,
Man of
definitely.
prestige. Man of
I
prestige.
just heard
1
what
minute.
you said. They should make a statement, but it shouldn't be the
no
back and
man
forth
of
that has
Man
been
of
prestige.
going on
prestige.
since.
Man
I
of prestige.
disagree with you.
1
Do you know
minute.
why I disagree with you? If
Can I
Obi
say
had
something?
won the election, Aisha Yusufu would have been a minister. So
But is Aisha Yusuf is she in power?
Man of
no,
prestige.
you didn't listen to me properly. If Obi had won the election, Aisha Yusufu would have been a minister. So listen again what I said. Calm
In
down and
addition
listen.
to that, Emeka, in
Yeah.
addition, can you hear me? In addition to that, man of prestige, do you believe in the that do you believe that social media is so powerful now that a lot of people, not just social media, internet, a lot of people get their news online? Do you believe that?
Yeah, look, I mean,
Hold on.
particularly Gen Z, they don't watch TV anymore. They get their news from social media. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about that.
So Gen Z and a lot of million, and they constitute majority of our our population, and they are they are the young ones that quickly, at a very speed rate, spread news, via social media and the rest. So you think that if the presidency if they did not counter that, do you know that we have become, um, a true news, like authentic news, like something that is factual? Do you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, it do penetrate to a
No,
certain
no. Do
degree.
you
I
believe?
just have, I just say the
Do
back
you
and
believe
front
that
that's going
if it's
on
not
for
countered,
2 days
it will
right now,
become
up to today.
it be taken as a true, like, something truthful? Do you believe that?
Yeah, but as an enlightened person, it's up to you to make up something and take the data, verify. Because I don't believe every news. I don't take every news, as I see it. I have to verify and do my own diligence to see whether there's factual to that, to whatever come out. Not everything, particularly when it comes to Nigerian space. I mean, most of the things that come out from Nigerian state, most of them are lie. It doesn't make sense. Most of them are manufactured. So you have to, you have to take your time and do the diligence to verify if this is reliable, if there's any fact to this, narrative that's coming from this space.
But do you believe that the government have a responsibility to respond to fake news?
I
They
did
have
not say
responsibility.
they need to
No,
respond,
no, no.
but I'm
Hold
saying
on
the
now.
back and
Hold
front.
on.
Do you know how
Hold,
long this been going on up to
hold
today?
on now. Hold on. Do you believe government have responsibility to respond to fake news that is damaging the image of the country? Do you believe
Yes, they
that?
do have a responsibility
Oh,
to
okay. That's
debunk
what
any
they did.
what they consider to be
So
fake
that's what
news.
they did. That's what they did. It's a fake news. They
But you make
responded
it,
to
you said they
the
did like they did it once. That's my. It wasn't just one. It wasn't one respond or two respond. I mean, this was
Man of
going
They
on
have
back
prestige,
and
to
forth.
the
just
man of
respond to
prestige,
it,
the
to
onus
counter it,
is
and
on
make it to
exactly.
everyone
You see,
that this is a fake news. This is not true.
exactly. You
Yeah, that
told
is
the
the job
lie,
they're doing.
you were corrected, but you still continue to want to foster that lie and promote that lie, even when you were corrected with evidence. So,
But
who is the wicked person here?
Emeka, you know how the social media work.
No, it's
When
not. But see, it
when
is a
you when
lie.
you when you
The honorable thing to do is to, okay, even if you don't want to apologize, just okay, own it up and move on. But you now still want to still push the lie that you have been corrected again, and you say the government should not continue to mess you up. About man of prestige.
I mean, you're indirectly promoting their narrative, their false narrative too. If you look at it that way, if you continue, rebooking everything they said one by
Minor
one,
prestige.
I mean,
You live it in.
make it a one-liner or two-liner. People
No,
with
that's not the
reasonable,
way it
people with,
works.
people
Listen
with
to what they're telling
intelligent
you, minor
mind,
prestige.
we deduce the
Listen
right
to what
thing
they're
from
telling
there.
you. That's not the way it works in today's world. Okay, when everything goes viral, no, you have to make the move. To stop fake news. I know you're used to fake news, so that's not the way it works.
Okay, Prince Daddy, how can you stop it? How can you can't stop people from trafficking fake news. You
No, no.
can't
See,
stop it because
no. This is how it works, man. Per se,
you're expanding their
it's
narrative. That's
about
my
It's
point.
about getting your own narrative. It's about getting your own narrative out there. So there's an alternative narrative to the story. Now, if you keep your mouth shut, now they're gonna run away with it. Okay, they're gonna
So
run away with it,
are you
and
gonna
therefore,
do it? Are you gonna do tip for tap? I mean, this is what's going on right now.
But
no,
yes,
And
no.
when we are talking about it
so that
too.
people don't think that the lie has become the truth, because so far so
Exactly.
good. What the opposition, especially those from the Labour Party and the obedient movement, they've all been pushing lies.
And it never stops. Okay, because
Never
you know what,
stops.
the worst one is going to come about. Okay, and that's going to build up to they ruin everything. These people are relentless. They're like demons, right? They never stop. They never stop.
Yeah,
Okay, so
according
the
to
best thing
Prince
they
Daddy,
could
they
do
are
is
relentless
respond.
liars. They don't stop lying. It's in their
Yeah,
blood.
dude, no,
I
no,
mean,
they
I
are
mean, you
just like
can
their
call them
father. They're
whatever
just
you
like their
want to,
father,
man.
the
I'm
devil.
not with them, but it doesn't. I mean, it's just my own strictly opinion. Okay, I mean, so I mean, that's the way I see things in that regard. I mean, I'm not saying they should
No,
do,
man of prestige, we didn't say you are part of them, but you are sympathetic to them.
Okay, you can call it what you want. I know how I feel about the situation. So
Man of
whether I'm
prestige.
sympathetic or not sympathetic, that's your opinion. So
Man of prestige. If the presidency did not counter that fake news, you will believe it that is true too.
no, I'm not.
All
I'm
of us
not.
will
You
believe
don't
it.
you don't
Hold
know me,
on
Ajadi
now.
Toga.
Hold on.
You don't know me.
Hold on now. You are not. You are just like every one of us, man. See, Aisha Yututu came out with a video that showed that he snubbed the president. If presidency did not come out with another video that counter that, and that video that Aisha Yusufu spread out is the only thing that all of us are watching, we will believe that is true.
Okay, let me see
It's
where
true. Every one of us will believe,
let me
including
see
you.
where I draw my conclusion, even before all these books start coming out. Because when I saw the two video, one of them when he was coming in and he greeted him. The second time when he was going line by line greeting everybody. So you be wondering how can they see Tinubu at the background when the whole president are lining, straightforward. How can they see president backwards? Because that's the picture that we see that he didn't greet because Tinubu was sitting back behind the other president, behind the other country's president. So that get to tell you that cannot be true.
No, prestige. Just like Angelico just said. Okay, if one man had not produced a repetitive video, I would have believed the story when he first read it. That
Well, that's you
Ramaphosa
because
is
you
no,
may be naive, like most of you
no,
are
no. It's
naive for
not.
the Republican.
Say, minor prestige. You're not the one to talk about. You are not the one to talk about
Look at this
right
California man.
information. Yeah, man, you guys are so backward out back there, so don't go
It's
there.
okay. Let's
We
let's
should we
continue.
should liberal
Let's
view.
continue on Nigeria politics, please.
Well, yeah. So you have to listen and learn. Okay, how it works in today's information age. Okay, you can't just leave things out there and let it run wild. Trust me. If one man had produced that single video, I would have believed it. Oh, that's what happened. But it was all a lie, and it was right for for us to have a pushback to their narrative. Okay, and it's beyond that. I mean, this is how the obedience operate. I know that's how they do it. Okay,
Prince
and
Daddy, Prince Daddy. Let's assume is like you saw that single video before the other ones. How will the president be sit behind other president and he just there laughing and shaking his hand, without the South Africa acknowledging him? Does that even make sense to you? That's already shows
let
that's
me
a
let me
fake.
tell you, Prestige. In today's world, it used to be they've always had it, but today's platforms or these people that engage in this stuff, they become so adroit, they become so good at it that they can produce any narrative to back up any story. And I'm telling you, with the level of understanding of most of these young people, even older people today, they would believe the story. They would believe the story. So you have to be on top of it. You can't just let it go wild. Seriously.
Okay, man of prestige. Look at it from this angle.
Before you continue, I want to give you
South Africa presidency.
No, hold on, Kenneth. Let Ola have that interjection. Then that would be the last interjection, so that Prestige can have his moment. Yeah.
Okay, man of prestige for South Africa government to even went to that extent and posted a rebuttal. So that one will tell you how significant is communication. You understand? Communication really matters. So,
but the rebuttal didn't come until today. When the news, the fake news already spread out. But
it doesn't matter, even if it comes after a month. But the fact that they deploy their resources, their energy, that they deem it fair that they should put something against the false narratives. So it's telling you how critical information can be. Small misinformation.
I don't know. I just believe you respond tip to tap. You expanded the narrative, and they're not going to stop. I mean, this is what they do. They get paid for it. Whether social media, maybe may have started from Aisha issue, but other people are just there to traffic, make money from it. So I don't know, but I mean, I'm not saying everybody doesn't have a point, and I believe I have my own point. So there's nothing you're going to say to convince, the one, what I believe in.
All right. Let me take you to a different space, Prestige. So the headline on your screen, the goings on in Kano State. So, of course, a few weeks ago, the new now governor, he sacks the emir installed by Ganduje, and then he brings back Lamido Sanusi. So now the courts have now cancelled the reinstatement of Lamido Sanusi, and now reinstated the emir that was deposed by the current governor. So there's that, but it seems as though events have now cascaded. So the governor now angered, and he has decided to bulldoze the palace. So now this coming out of Twitter now, it says the Kano state government is mobilizing bulldozers and excavators to begin the process of demolishing the Nasarawa Emirate Palace, which is the current residence of the 15th Emir of Kano, Aminu Bayero. So, what are you making of the goings on in Kano State?
Wow, this is getting out of hand. But which court install, the Bayero Emir of, which court install him?
It'll be a federal high court in Kano, I suspect.
Wow. I don't know where this is going to end, and they're going to the extent, to just demolish the palace. So, the federal government may have to declare some, emergency in that state right now, because it looks like it's getting out of hand. I mean, the judiciary in Nigerian system, you see, I mean, everybody, higher court, everybody come up with their own system. I thought the case was like in the federal hand right now to decide. Sanuni was just, it's just there temporary until decision, has been made. But is it the decision that they were waiting for from this federal from this federal decision in Kano? Is that decision they have been waiting for, or what?
Yeah,
Or is
that's
there any other judgment still out?
No, because it's at the federal high court level, so it's still going to go to an appeal court, and then ultimately the Supreme Court might need to settle if they don't settle it internally. But I'm not quite sure that how old that palace is. But hopefully somebody stops him before he demolishes it.
Yeah, because that doesn't even make sense. If I were in Sanusi, I just leave it as it is right now until until it has been properly adjudicated by the higher court. Whatever, whether up to Supreme Court or something like that. And let peace reign in that place, because the way they are going about it right now, I mean, it's going to castigate to another level.
Well, man of Rashid, don't you know what they are trying to do? NMPP is trying to make sure that the APC doesn't interfere in their next election. So they want to take full control of that state. So that's the fight. It's a political fight, not even this Emir stuff. So they don't want anything. They don't want anything APC. With their own man, Sanusi now, they are in charge of that state totally.
But Sanusi is a Tinubu man, though.
It doesn't matter. They would have had an argument before they restore him back. Sanusi was a Kwankwaso supporter. It was after Kwankwaso that they removed him. So all these Emir you see, they have political powers. So and that's what they're trying to do. So this Bayero or whoever, is an APC man, he's a Gandhi man. So everything about APC is what they're trying to remove. So that political structure of APC is what they're trying to remove. And they're fighting it to the end. That's what they're doing. It's all about that. So Sanusi is not there by his own power.
But to the point of demolishing the palace,
it doesn't matter. The same thing is happening in River State. It's almost the same political fight. So everybody wants to take control of their region, especially for 2027 election. That's what is happening.
This is like a jungle politics. That's what is being played, in that area. I mean, I don't see the point of demolishing the palace. I mean, after all, you're going to use taxpayer money when everything eventually settled to build it again. That's waste of money. But I mean, to me, it's getting out of hand. Something needs to be done, and that's because Kano is one of the premier, state we have in that country, and that position is very vital to to the people in Kano. So the way it's going right now, it might be something might happen even before the Supreme Court, make any kind of judgment, because just even the appellate court or whatever, even after they make any judgment, they may not abide to it the way people are, what is going on in that part of the country right now. But one man, I have no solution to it because I'm not quite vast in that in that area.
All right, let me take you to an area that you should because we are all vast in this. This is a sad one. Prestige. It says a hardship. Resilience is both our greatest strength and weakness. Nigerians react to sale of raw yams are cut in slices in market. So, Prestige. This is how they are selling yam in Nigeria now.
What?
Yes.
So ask Ekene, how much is one of those?
Yes,
one of those pieces of yam, Ekene.
They are selling it now by the spoonful. They are selling food now by spoonful.
It's about one good yam is about 6,000, 7,000, 5,000.
No, all this day right now. Have you seen it in the market?
Maybe in Dula, I never see this area. Well, maybe in the rural area. I'm not, but people say that that's how they do it. They do it now.
Wow, austerity measure needed in that country because of the way we are going right now. I mean, is it really this bad?
Man of you guys should be prepared. Idris is coming to Europe for a Milocon tour. So they are already booking online.
I thought EFCC is going to arrest him. That's what I had.
Arrest him where? He's coming to Europe for a Milocon store. It's going to be hot. So the guy is moving forward and we are supporting him.
So he hasn't been arrested yet?
Who will arrest him? Let them arrest him now. Let Nigeria boy. He's starting the protest already.
Who are you talking about?
Idris.
He's coming to Europe for a Milocon tour. The ticket is already online. They are selling it, and people are supporting him with a lot of money. So he's coming very soon. He's coming to sell Nigeria to European people. to tell them what
it's
is
going to
going on.
sell. You know, a lot of anti-APC. You know, is more in Biafra even than in Nigeria. So it's going to
APC
sell.
is talking about propaganda. They should be prepared. There are a lot of people are trying to come out and now coming out for their government. So
Well, it's just a
this
music.
one
One man,
HX
did you
group
hear
is
the
doing is
news?
just a small one.
Did you hear the news that EFCC is planning to arrest him? I don't know if it is a fake news in Nigeria. So
I've not had it too, but
I heard about it.
Hold on, EFCC or DSS?
It might be DSS. Yeah, they say Tinubu has directed them to gonna, to invite him, for conversation, So that's what I heard. I think I heard it in the VOP, voice of the people, and I don't know if you listen to that sometime. Yeah.
That's Akin Oshiba. Is that Akin Oshiba lawyer?
Yes, it's called VOP, voice of the people in Nigeria,
Is it not that guy from Channels Television?
No, I didn't hear from Channel Television. I heard it from VOP.
Voice of the. Oh, is that not Rufai Oseni? I think it's Rufai Oseni.
Yeah, Rufai Oseni do come down.
No, he owns it. He owns it.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, because they are pretty much like that. I think they start early in the morning. I mean, every now and then I go and listen to what they say. But that's where I saw that. So I don't know how factual that is, everything that come out of Nigeria. But that's the first place I saw that tomorrow. But today, but since that time I've not even read it anywhere. The little newspaper that I read from Nigeria, some of that news in the media, I've not seen that, but I saw that. I said, what would they arrest?
No, I'll be very surprised if they have no reason to. So I mean,
would you be surprised if he's invited?
I would be, because what is it though? Is running social commentaries on the situation of the country, which is what artists do. So I mean, what would be the crime that is saying people are suffering?
What would be the crime? I mean, little crime more than that. They invite people to come and talk. I mean, it will surprise me, because you see what he's doing. He's demarketing the APC Tinubu right now. Even what's his name? The pastor. So it won't surprise me. I mean, because this is selling. I think they say it's number 2 in the Nigerian chart right now. If I'm wrong, people should correct me. They say it's number 2 on Nigerian music chart. So you can tell he's making money. Try to recover from
Yes, from his one hit. Are you talking about this?
Maybe look on, don't turn, maybe look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, no blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar.
It's not a bad beat, actually, is it?
No, it's not a bad beat. I mean, but people take it. I mean, the government will find it very offensive, because it's kind of demarketing them, if you really. And the people is gonna, this Gen Z, that's gonna penetrate to their, to their narrative very much. So, but I don't see any reason why. I just had the news. I don't know how accurate that information, coming from BOP today, it is. But going back to the yam selling, that's get to show you where we are in Nigeria, But the Nigerians themselves, they are perpetuating this situation, making it worse. So I'm not in Nigeria, so don't come to me now. So I'm not going to be able to speak to what you're going through. So let me not come here to castigate Nigerians. They're part of the problem. You mean certain way they are.
Man of prestige.
Kenneth, you don't have to. You don't have to interject everybody now. Otherwise, we won't get to anybody else.
No, I just want to tell you, Namu Bori Keze. So don't worry about them. I'm Mori Keze one day.
It doesn't understand.
I chop like king. I chop like
I'm not talking about you. I know you're a big man now. You chop like you.
I chop like king.
You're an Emeka. You're an Emeka. Nezendibo now. Emeka. So one man, I dey speak Igbo now.
Oh no, I'm surprised. I didn't know.
Ekene, you don't deceive you. They speak Igbo to a Lagosian. Because it is.
I mean, sometimes, to be honest, sometimes when I speak Igbo, my Igbo people they say, "Are you an Igbo man?" But it is what it is.
Man of Brazil, you form my hand, so you don't know what you really can say. You form my hand,
man, just let it write sometimes.
So, but anyway, I am who I am. So, but having said that, so that's the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. Just hunger in that country. So something need to be done. If they be cutting piece of yam, selling it, something has gone into a different level. It's just hardship. Let's not come here and sugarcoat it. So we are not living in that country. We are here, living good life, surviving whatever your standard of living is, it's way better than people in Nigeria. So,
all right, take us to Kenneth Okonkwo, who has
yeah, that's the one I wanted to say. What did he actually say? I know he's trying to leave. I know he's leaving, or he already left Labour Party. But what did he actually say about the election? I've not heard anything about that.
No, what he said was he was asked the question if he would go back to the APC, and he's saying actually I've got a 20-second clip. So that
you don't have to play back. You can narrate to me what he says. It's not important.
Yeah, he said he cannot discount the possibility of going back to the APC, which is to suggest to you that he's giving consideration to going back to the APC.
Oh yeah, that's possible. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But the one I'm concerned is, did he say, or you just made that up? That he said, Labour Party lost the election, they didn't win. I mean, did he say something like that?
No, he didn't say that. I don't think anybody said.
Okay, that's a mega narrative, right? Okay. But anyway,
yes, yeah. but what are you making of him opening up the possibility of going back to the APC?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, the Nigerian politicians, they don't have principle. I mean, it's not like here where you have Republican, where you have the Republican, they have their own principle when it comes to their own party, their ideology. Democrat has their ideology. There's no ideology in Nigerian politics. All of them has the same idea, whether it's to go there for their own benefit, which is mostly what it is. So there's no ideology. So it won't surprise me. This has been happening for decades. So no, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, he used Labour Party as a, special purpose. He didn't accomplish his ambition. So now he has to go to a party where he thinks he originally come from anyway. So no, I'm not surprised, not even a bit. So I mean, he's part of Nigerian politicians. So, no, I'm not surprised one man.
All right. What else are you looking at in the news today? What caught your attention in the news today?
Nothing really particular. I follow some other, not just politics or something like that. I just follow some other things going on, with the guy, and I'm still following. Sometimes I watch this guy. What's he? Some club, Lunch Club, Nigeria. Have you ever watched that Lunch Club from Nigeria? Lunch Club, the British guy.
No, but I'll go check him now.
No, he just educated me what I didn't know about England. I didn't know that if you come, you can vote during this election, because he has been pushing for people to vote because of this immigration issue they are having. So I didn't know if you come to there, you just work permit, anything, you can vote. You don't have to, you don't have to be you don't have to be a citizen only to vote. Anybody can vote, as far as they are legally, in that country. Is that true?
I couldn't tell you. I didn't know that. I suspect. Yeah. I'm not sure that would be the case, but.
Yeah, he said everybody can vote or something like that. It doesn't matter. As far as you are there legally, work permit, temporary, 6 months or whatever. Yeah, as far as you are within, not just everybody, but as far as you are from the Commonwealth country, which is a lot of Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, India. Most they used to be under Commonwealth country, so you're eligible to vote. As far as you are there legally. So I listened to him sometime. So he's the one that has been narrating something about that guy. What's his name? That was killed from about something like that. So I mean, the story is getting so so ridiculous right now. I guess the police. I'm looking at it from the police point of view.
So sorry. What happened to what guy?
The guy, the Niger, what's his name? Andrew.
Oh, you mean the guy with the two girls?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's more than two right now. There's another one. There's another guy. That his phrase has been playing. That narrative every day, every day, and the guy has been playing. So there's another guy. Another missing guy too.
The
That
gym instructor.
yeah, exactly. The gym instructor from in Port Harcourt that is missing or something like that. So I've been following that. See how that's going on. But my issue in that, we haven't heard from the police. So I was just what kind
Did
of
they
law?
not? Did they not say he was harvesting them? Those girls. Was he
See, we don't have
harvesting?
any, we don't have any information about what is really true right now. This is what our police people should be investigating. But instead of that, they probably was partying with that guy, because he has money, you know. So giving the money, they don't do anything. So, but anyway, just get to play the narrative. We come here, we talk about, we don't have any kind of justice system, Our police is very corrupt and something like that. So, but anyway, let me let other people talk. I will listen.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, you're up next. So Ajale Koko, Prince Daddy, then gas them off. The man you've all been waiting for. Ajale Koko.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, take me point by point.
Yes, so kick it off with Kenneth Okonkwo, who now opens the window of opportunity, maybe for himself or for APC, but certainly he's not discounting going back to APC. So, what are you making of that? What do you think is politicking to?
Well, he's a comedian. You know him. And nobody should be surprised that he's returning home. This is a guy that jumped from one party to the other, just like Peter Obi, his mentor, should I say mentor or principal in the last election. So he was a member of PDP before he left for APC. And in the last presidential election, he left APC for Labour. So now returning home is to return to his base, the people that he has, the people that he is more familiar with politically. The rush to Labour Party was just, many factors was responsible for that. One of it is tribal. Let's support our own man this time. We have been supporting them. It is time to support our own man. So, did he do anything wrong supporting Obi? No, I don't think so. He did his best. Election is over. He couldn't achieve what his mission, and he's returning back to base. So, who want to cry over that? I don't think anybody should cry over that. He just is the crisis in Labour Party is scary, very, very scary. Even Obi himself has said it, that if we, talk to them and they don't listen, we will leave. So if a master, a leader is, talking in that direction, that if they don't listen, it will leave. So what do you think? What signal is it sending to his associates and his follower? So I don't think Alex Okonkwo want to continue with that crisis. His body and his head is no more there. He has seen it in and out of that party, that this is not a party of the future. This is not a party that can win election. And staying longer there is a waste of time, waste of energy, and it doesn't want to continue to waste its, a labor loss. It doesn't want to continue in a labor loss, what is called labor loss. So what he did last time to support his own kinsman, he did his best, but it amounted to a labor loss. So let him return back to base. So to me, I don't think it's anything. I don't think this is the politics he has played in the past, jumping from one party to the other. So returning to the people that is more comfortable with, that is been around with for a long time. So I think we're better off for him at this early stage, 1 year in power of APC, the party he was before he went. So if he quickly, realign, yeah, it could be useful. It could, if he, I believe he knows the power that be, he can go to them and maybe they still consider.
You say, Ajale Koko, I watched the fuller version of that interview, and he said he had attempted to contest for a political position before, like maybe senator, whatever, House of Rep or governor even. And if he still has that ambition, he knows that ambition cannot be fulfilled at the Labour Party. At the moment, that ambition, if he wants to go into an elective office, that ambition at the moment can only really be fulfilled. Yes, he wanted to be a governor according to One Nigeria. If he wants to be a governor, then that ambition can only be fulfilled at the APC. The Labour Party cannot deliver him a governorship anything, but the APC can. So he has gone through. It says, "Thank you for the journey, but I'm going back home." This is essentially what he's saying.
Well, look,
Coco, can I ask you a quick question? What's the difference between this guy and Zelensky or Macron, who were actors and entertainers in their respective fields before, even Ronald Reagan or this guy Schwarzenegger, who were all part of the media elite before they were selected to transition into politics? Is there a difference between this Okonkwo character and his acting background?
It is not his acting background that is the problem, but the party, the Labour Party that he worked with and worked for in the last election is the problem, and he has seen it that he has no future in that party. You understand what I'm saying? It is not his problem, whether it's a comedian or a lawyer, that is not the issue. But the party is there itself. And the person that destroyed the party, that make the party not a party of the future, Abure and Obi. Abure and Obi. Abure corrupt practices is so bad that, it is indefensible. And Obi failed to show leadership. A leadership that can manage crisis. You see the crisis of Adambambi, Apapa, and the Abure. That crisis, if Obi has waded in early, if Obi did not take side, if we have called the two sides together and said, look, I beg you side, let us do this Adambambi, and they said, let us, consider them for some position, let us do this, and kill that crisis that was trying to erupt. If he had killed it at the early stage, this problem, the party will have still be a party that can be showcased as a disciplined party. But Obi failure to show leadership in managing that crisis, destroy everything. And everything from right to left, accusation against Abure from various quarters. Some candidates said he took money from them and he deleted their name among the names that is submitted to the INEC after collecting money after they spend. You see, those are the things that destroy the party. So this guy have seen it, that the image.
Is this not a, as they say, history repeats itself, or so-called parallel universe? Is this not the same type of thing that split and fractured the PDP, that at one point was the almighty PDP, and now it's the APC that is ruling and reigning? Do you not see that perhaps in the future the same thing might happen to the APC, the discontents and those who are not getting access? So I guess my question to you is, was Obi really going to be able to effectively manage those inner workings and problems within the Labour Party?
Well, look, as far as Obi is concerned, I don't think Obi have the capacity to manage crisis. And I don't see him in future managing any crisis that may come up. Obi is very weak when it comes to that. He has showed it clearly that he is leadership is weak and incapable of managing crisis. And if you cannot manage crisis as a leader, you cannot organize people, you cannot lead. So Obi cannot, that party problem is still ahead of that party. This guy, I've seen it clearly, and is leaving that nonsensical party to go to where he believes he can get his own piece of cake too. So APC, like you said, if anybody thinks that APC cannot run into crisis in the future and become a useless party as PDP, that I don't think if anybody that cannot see that, think that APC cannot run into crisis, I think that person is not a calculated.
I think APC will lose in 2031.
It's gonna APC, with the way they're managing the Nigerian state now. If Tinubu continue in this trend in the next 4 years, if the situation was off, forget it. That's gonna be, they could rig the election, no? They could rig it, but next 8 years they will fail. The whole nation will gang up against it. We stand up.
Yes, it'll be like sort of how PDP was chased out of power.
We were chased out by Buhari. So that is what is going to happen. So look, Okonkwo, people should just leave that guy alone and let him go to wherever he got to go. He went there for Obi. He support his clansman. Everything they couldn't achieve it is going back. I think to me, I don't see it as a wrong decision, because Labour Party has failed everybody, even the obedient, a lot of obedient. They could come here and defend them or any place to continue, but I'm telling you, millions of obedient and people that voted for them, I believe they have retraced their step. I haven't seen all these crises with corruption and money stealing and everything that they've seen in that party. A lot of people have disassociated themselves with that party. They don't want to have anything to do with that party. So leave Okonkwo alone. Okonkwo is taking the right step. That's the way I see it.
All right, Ajahn Lekoko. So I suspect that you have a lot to say about this next one. On Geshu, I wonder if they will start selling Eba in muscles. Is that not where we are headed to now? You know, okay, 500 naira. You know, but is this not where we are? Okele or Eba by the Okele? Yeah, what are you making of that?
One man is sad. people in that country are struggling. People that work. I'm not talking of people that are unemployed. People that work, people with job, struggle to eat. That is the worst that can happen to human being. When you work hard, and you can't eat what you feel like eating. It's like there's no sufferness in life that is worse than that. If you don't work, if you are jobless, it's a different. But when you work and yet you cannot eat what you feel like eating, it is not eating like you are billionaires or eating like Dangote, but in a little way, what you want to eat that will give you that satisfaction and peace of mind, you cannot eat. It's sad. And not only that you cannot eat, you cannot even feed your children. When you look at your children and you can't feed them well, you can't feed them nutritious food, and you just have to mix
you know who I worry about the most in Nigeria in this climate that the country is under. I worry about the female child, your 14 to 23-year-old, especially 14 to 18.
Why?
Because they're just so vulnerable to all manners of exploitation.
Come on, don't make it a gender thing. Suffering is suffering, whether it's man or woman. Don't gender.
Yes, but I think you know where I think you know where I am with that.
I know you like to virtue signal a lot for women, bro. Why? Suffering is suffering now. So because a man is hungry, a woman will feel the hunger times two. Is that what you're saying?
No, because they're more susceptible to to the vagaries of that society if they are female and vulnerable. Because they're doubly exposed. That's just it.
I don't. Okay, well, I don't want to take Angelico's time. I get where you're coming from, but I think if you really look at it, this idea that a woman can always be taken care of. Not to say that they don't have problems, but
they can. But they can also always be taken advantage of.
But the ones who are really suffering in society, if you really look at it, even in the West, it's largely men. But that's why I don't like us to get into these oppression Olympics of who is suffering more. But I find it interesting that, and you said this the other day. You said, "Oh, I'm not here to build up other men." So you have a sympathy for women, but with other men you have a disdain. That's interesting.
No. I said I'm not here to build people up, not other men, but
but here you are building up women with sympathy. You feel bad. Yeah.
I get what one man is saying though, but this is my question to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, don't you think during this maybe how do we even call this this scarcity of food? In a country where we are serious, don't you think we should start restricting all these excesses in the party? We should restrict that. This is not the time for us to throw party and waste food. So, don't know if that one will have impact on the price of food in Nigeria. Well, what do you think?
I think you didn't say the Oba that just happened. Look at
it. I know people will not like it though.
No, I'm not in support of that. What you are suggesting, Allah, no. People can celebrate and spend their money the way they like and celebrate. When we have during the celebration time of the year. So I'm not in support of that. But you see, Woma, what you said now, your concern for young girls, the same concern to go, but you have same concern for young boys too, at that particular age you talk of. If young boys or the youth are not well guided at that period of years you just mentioned, for the ladies, yes, they could go into, they could easily be exploited. For the boys, they could go into crime. And when you have a society when children at that particular age, when they should be more guided, they should be more, focused on their education and better future, but rather the hardship in the country, swept them away into crime and prostitution, the future of the country will never good. Never good. And generation after them, too, we come to meet, disaster. So it's really, really bad that people that work, that have job, but because they are poorly paid, because of the valuation of the currency that has crushed their purchasing power,
you are. I would guess that you are older than most of the people. You are not like you guys are senior to most of the people on this panel. Did you guys not see the same thing during Shonekon's time, where they brought IMF structural adjustment program? They told us devalue your currency. As at that time, Nigeria was even because we're all losing our minds over Innoson. We had GM and other car manufacturers that were assembling cars in Nigeria. Once they brought these same policies of reduce your value of your currency, liberalize your market, no developed country has ever followed any of these strategies. And so the question I don't understand is, if they happen during your own time, what is going on in the minds of our elites in Nigeria that they think it is going to work now?
No, it wasn't that bad as we have it here now. No, back then it wasn't that bad. Yes, we can. You see, what was the exchange rate back then during the time of Babangida? I think it was $1 when Babangida came in. It was $1 to $1.
No, but but before you get to Babangida, get to Shonekon, Shebi, because it was Shonekon.
Was, and after Babangida, Shonekon was head of government, head of transition government during Babangida, and after Babangida, he became the head of state.
Who was the what was the presidency before Babangida? The civilian administration.
Civilian administration before Shagari was Second
what
Republic.
Was the Second Republic? Yeah, which was the administration of Second Republic?
That was Shagari was the president.
Okay, yes, Shagari. Okay, so now when did IMF come in? That was 1982, Shebi?
No. It was during.
I think between 1986 and 1987. Something between 87 and 88 anyway.
Okay, so now all I'm saying to you guys is, if you look at the at one point, 90, I don't want to go too far back, but Naira was even higher or on the level of pound. Then it started to decrease, and then you saw an explosion. Ironically, is during that time, like that you're saying, was not so bad, that the rise of all of these Adeboye, all these Christian preachers that came out Nigeria, this prosperity gospel came about at that time.
Don't let us go to.
I'm just showing. No, we're not going there. I'm just saying that this strategy has been implemented on Nigeria before. The original Jackma that killed the middle class of Nigeria was at that time. And now they are re-implementing it. I don't understand how the elite of Nigeria think these free market policies will work.
No, forget about them. They don't.
No, the thing is this: are you talking of free market policy, or you are talking of implementing structural adjustment program just for Nigeria to get on its feet? Because there are things you have to consider. Is it the fault of the IMF or the World Bank when we approach for money, and those people are interested in getting their money back, and they want us to be productive, they want us to be playing at the international level? They gave us.
But Ola, no developed country has followed any advice of IMF or World Bank. Not China, not Japan, not South Korea, not any.
You said develop or developing.
No, wait, but as I'm saying, no country that went from a stage of being developing to developed followed anything that IMF or World Bank ever recommended.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What was SAP supposed to address?
I wasn't there now. That's why I'm asking you.
SAP was supposed to address our productivity. You understand? That when you approach people to borrow and invest in infrastructure, just imagine if we have invested so much in power as far back at 1987, let's assume we got like say 40,000 megawatts. And we sustain our industry, and we had expanded in such a way that we are now even allowing foreign goods to enter sub-Saharan Africa. If you want to go ahead and devalue our naira, this guy no go agree. They will fight you to finish because they understand. Because the point is this: once you devalue your naira and you are productive, then you become competitive at the international market. But what did we do for our own? We shop the money we borrow now. When Buhari was borrowing $1.5 billion to defend naira,
you're speaking French. You say we. You're speaking French. You mean the elites?
Oh, okay. We, the followers too, we are culpable because we like to celebrate our rogues. We like to give them free pass. You understand? Instead for us to look at the policy of the government and attack the policy creatively, we decide to take emotional position just because we just want to be politically correct towards our own. So the question is this: if you borrow this money, okay, you borrow money to build power station. Okay, why borrowing money? You say, okay, I'm going to use this money to generate 30,000 megawatts, and you shop the money. Now, the question is this: you don't shop the money, you don't come even put that 30,000 megawatts in place. So you are not producing, you are not doing anything, you are not following the map. Instead for you to hold up that you say, accept your failure, you now go ahead and be blaming all those multilateral, or what we call them, institution. So structural adjustment program is not what failed us. Some people, some country implemented something similar, even do not call structural adjustment program, but they were able to get out. But our own, we just shove the money and claim out.
But that's what I'm saying now. No developing country that became developed followed anything that IMF or World Bank told them to do. As a matter of, I forgot his name. He's a very famous Yoruba civil servant. He was head of the African Development something. He was shouting at the top of his lungs at that time. He wrote that we should not do anything structural adjustment program, and we didn't answer him. And ironically, the only person after Babangida and the rest of these guys, you said we chopped the money, that refused IMF and World Bank was Abacha.
No, you just say you don't have the evidence, you don't have the figure of those countries that follow the same process. At least to give yourself safety nets. Many countries borrow money to develop.
No, when I say they don't borrow, I said No, I didn't say borrow money. I didn't. No, I'm not saying you don't borrow money. No, because let's be clear. I'm not saying they didn't borrow money or borrow funds. What I'm saying is they didn't follow policies that were recommended by IMF and World Bank. So, for example, Chinese, South Korea, Japan, these were all quote unquote developing nations at one point. And when they got to Malaysia, when even the eastern, I'm sorry, the Nordic countries, when you look at how they are developed, when they got from where they were at post World War II to the nation states that they are today, they didn't follow any of the policies that are prescribed by World Bank and IMF to develop your nation. But why is it that our own elites are following those policies?
Anyway, all right, gentlemen.
Let's continue. Let's continue.
Yes, let's go so that we can get to other people. Yes, Ajale, talk back to you.
Okay, so, but as I was saying, this, it just sad that we are seeing our country degenerating into a country that consistently creates poverty, a country that people cannot, workers cannot eat well as they used to. They cannot feed their children well as they used to. They don't see a better future for themselves and their children. And the politicians do not care. They continue to spend lavishly, and they are showing it off to us to see. Their children go to the best of the best school, and they can go outside the country for health care, and they fail to provide health care for their people. So education, public education in shambles. So it's just sad that this is where we find ourselves. So I don't see Tinubu, since it looked like it's not the priority, it's not setting it right. Look, we are so blessed. We are blessed people that in that country, most of the food we consume are our own food, our homegrown food. That is what we eat most. The particular one that among our food that we don't, have not, grown sufficiently in our country is rice. So, and what they can do to stop this kind of problem is to find a way to fight insecurity. Fight insecurity, bring it down to where it cannot stop farmer from going to farm. A lot of Nigerians across the country are ready to go to farm and get food out for Nigeria to eat. Everybody have developed, they have seen it clearly that farming, a lot of people are injected, and particularly a lot of us from diaspora have attempted to do that. Insecurity could not make it work. So it is insecurity that mostly causing this scarcity of food, which has caused these, exorbitant prices on the cost of food. So the president and his team should do something that security problem be solved so that Nigerians can go and produce their food. We shouldn't be saying this. People should not be cutting yam. And it is, well, but that's the way I see it, woman. I think they can do better. We grow our own food, and, it's just the insecurity that, to me, and the president mentioned it when he was celebrating Salah. when he was celebrating Eid, when the senator came to him, he said it in a statement. You read it here for us, that let us fight insecurity so that our people can go to farm. So he himself is very aware of the problem, but why is the problem not being solved? Why are we not seeing that, security, insecurity is being tackled well so that people can go to farm? So that is where they can work towards, so that Nigerian people can go to farm. Somebody sent me a video of pepper that he used to buy for 200 naira, 300 naira, but now he bought it for 4,000 naira. 5,000 naira. So, look at that. And somebody told me that to cook a pot of soup, a good pot of soup for family is to eat, he said it's going to cost 20,000. Imagine somebody spending like 20,000 to cook soup for family, something that cannot even last for more than 3 days. 20,000. So that person is on minimum wage, or is even collecting 100,000. That is just for food. What of how much is he going to pay for rent? How much is he going to pay for medicine? How much is he going to pay for the school fees? So that country, the politicians, they have not done well. It's there for us, the educated one, to carry out campaign against them. It doesn't matter who they are, all of them. But somehow we will not do it because of our tribal nonsense, a tribal education that we've had from our parents. Right from our home, we've been educated with tribal sentiment. So we cannot do it. And some people, with the level of education that a lot of us have got, level of education, our exposure to what is going on in the world, but we cannot do away with that sentiment. For God's sake. One man, take me to another subject.
All right, let me take you to Kano State, and the governor now moving to demolish the palace of Adobayero.
This is a power play, one man. You and Emeka were talking about political power and power play earlier. So the power play is that, look, it's just, if we are not to be the ruling of the Supreme Court against the banishment of, what's the name of that?
Sanusi?
Sanusi. He was banished by Ganduje.
It was, yes.
Yeah, they banished him from Kano. So, but it took them to court, and the Supreme Court declared it illegal for any citizen to be banished from any place in Nigeria. If not for that, the what do you call that? The previous king,
Sanusi?
No, not Sanusi. The one that
Bayero.
Bayero, he would have been banished from Kano. His house will have been leveled down.
But they're about to level it down now.
Well, man, this is power play. I won't be surprised when we wake up tomorrow that place has been leveled down.
No, Adale Koko. If you look on your screen, they are leveling it down now. Hold on. Look at that. Kano State government is mobilizing bulldozers and excavators to begin the process of demolishing the Nasarawa Emirate Palace. So you can see that there is ongoing.
Well,
I hope it's not some hundreds of years old palace that they're destroying, though.
You see,
Because
Gandhi.
UNESCO will have something to say about that.
Yeah, I agree with you, woman, because UNESCO like to protect, such, historical monument and stuff like that. So, but Ganduje created this problem when he break that emirate into 5. If he had not done so, all these palaces that this guy is taking up bulldozers to destroy, if he had left it the way it was, that okay, one emirate, the Kano alone, that the Maya, no other emirate. If you had left it alone, even though that they kick out this thing, this problem we won't be seeing this problem. I mean, this effort to destroy the those other kangaroo palaces that he created for his political empire expansion. So it's a power play. One man. Look, he just want to show a political strength that, look, as far as Kano is concerned, I'm the one in control. I will show to you, Ganduje, and whoever behind you, and that Bayero, that we are in power. We are not only in government, but in power. So he's showing the strength of their power, the strength of their governmental power. That is what is playing out here, one man. Because if the way the direction this thing is going, there's not going to be peace in Kano. I know they're going to fight it all the way to Supreme Court. It is better for Supreme Court to rule in favor of Sanusi. Because if they rule against Sanusi, that this Bayero should come back, he will not know peace. The governor will never let him know peace. Because his enthronement is by the mercy of governor. If the governor, show recognition, even if the Supreme Court declare him to be reinstated, if the governor showed the recognition to him, if the governor, what do they call this thing? Staff of office. If the government refuses to give him that staff of office, and if the governor, withdraw all the benefits that he deserves, if they don't give it to him, he will just be as useless as any other king, and it can still be taken out by the governor, by one way or the other. They can rope him up with something. So for peace to reign there, it is better. I believe that Supreme Court, when it gets to Supreme Court will consider a judgment. They might possibly give a political judgment in the interest of peace to reign in that state. And the judgment that they can give in the interest of peace is to allow the present emir to be there, that is supported by the governor. The one being taken out is already been taken out. Or maybe what the Bayero can do on the interest of peace, for him to know peace, is to reach out to the governor and say, you know what? He and his team of lawyers to say, look, let us negotiate. He's my brother. We're from the same home. Let him have it. I step down. That is, look, these people should be able to work some things out. They should be able to work out, peace for the interest of the people of Kano. They are from the same home, family lineage. It should be able to say, look, Allah gives, Allah takes. I am not there now. My brother is there. Blood is thicker than water. I am leaving it for my brother. And let peace reign. So, but look, it is not good, woman. The power play that is playing out, nobody can defeat the governor, because the governor is the one by constitution given that responsibility to give recognition to king, emir, obis, and give them that staff of office and all the benefits that they deserve coming from the governor. So if the governor doesn't want you, there's nothing you can do. You can fight, you can go to court, you can do anything. All the benefits that you deserve will not be given to you. You'll be restricted. You'll be like a lone ranger. Why do you want to be a lone ranger? Because you want to be king when the governor doesn't want you. These governors are very, 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 very they are very lawless. And the power of the constitution and the constitution gives them that power. So they have to work on the two kings, the one deposed, and they should reach out to each other and see, work out something. The one that have been deposed should see that, look, the game is over. I enjoyed the throne for some time. It was politics that brought him on the throne. They kick out his own brother. So now they kick him out. It's politics play. It's politics that is playing. He should accept it and then concede that, hey, nothing he can do anymore. So that's my take on that, woman. Otherwise, that state will be, they will run that state into a state of anarchy, and loss of life that will be recorded are going to be poor people.
All right.
Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. So let's move the conversation and take it to Prince Daddy. Prince, you're up next. If you're still there, Prince. All right, I think Prince may be momentarily gas them up. Gas them up.
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
All right. Do you want to free flow? I know you like to speak to esoteric thoughts and all this.
Let's follow the topics at hand.
All right. Let me reel off the headlines, and then you can go at it as you will. Tinubu snobbery in South Africa that now turns out not to be a snobbery but mischief making by the obedience space. Kenneth Okonkwo trying to reverse his way back into the APC because that is where the dollar is. People now selling yam in cut-up beads, a new low for the Nigerian state. And the fighting in Kano State, Adubayero versus Sanusi, there will be blood on the streets almost certainly. What are you, just those general spaces?
So let's start with the first one. The first one was Tinubu being snubbed in South Africa, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, listen, I think a lot of this is much ado about nothing. It's a distraction. Because at the end of the day, yeah, our president should be respected. Regardless of whether we agree with him or not. If he was snubbed in South Africa, then there should be boycotts. This is not the first time. Power is a very, very interesting thing in the minds and hearts of men and women. So, most of the time we see that power is based on perception. Our president in Nigeria should always be perceived as a powerful man with a strong nation behind him. But when you don't have a strong nation behind you, I think us African people, we tend to forget that no matter how strong one man is, If his people behind him are not strong, that man is not strong. So I think it's a distraction. Who cares if he was snubbed personally? If the obedience are there making up stories, then that's shameful on them. I think their story should be focused on the country and the lack of resources being spread around in the country and the whole stress that's happening in the country for the average citizen to survive. But what's the next topic?
So sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I was muted. I didn't know quite. Kenneth Okonkwo trying to reverse his way back into the APC. How familiar are you with Nigerian politics, by the way? Because I think you speak more to international. Are you familiar with Nigerian politics?
I am a low IQ African, so I don't know anything.
No, that's already established. But are you familiar with? Yeah.
Well, if I'm low IQ, I definitely won't be familiar with anything. So, the point is that this guy, and that's why I said I don't see the difference between what he's doing and what
got them up.
Yeah.
You see, angry with one man and others that were calling black people low IQ people.
Yeah, listen, this is how. So I don't fight them anymore. If they were low IQ, I accept it. It's okay.
Angry with them.
No, thanks, but I accept it.
I don't know where they got that from. That we are low IQ people. I don't know. Because some people this effort by these white people, to degrade us and make us look ourselves as accept it the way they call it, that we are low IQ, and we just accept it like that. Yes, we are low IQ people. I don't get it. It's an effort by these people to that low self-esteem make us look ourselves as people that cannot compete with other race, people that are backward, and they will come up with all their nonsense. They will attach it with science. Oh, this is the scientific proof and all nonsense, and they will write books on it, and we read it or we heard it, and they run video on it, and then we just accept it like that. So I think that is what is playing out. That is why, I believe that is what has caused these one man and others saying we are low IQ people. So my friend,
it's not actually my narrative. It's a narrative from Gas Demo Space. He and his friend Kaizo and the rest of those. They like the I don't think I'm low IQ. I know your man.
No, you are part of the Kaizo team. You are part of the.
So I'm with you. We are not low IQ, and you've been fighting one man. You have been throwing it at him since day before yesterday. Oh, I'm a low IQ. Okay, don't worry. Okay, I'm with you on that. So we are not low. We are not low IQ people. It's just a kind of a gang up by these colonial masters and their,
let me ask guys more of something. Are you not talking about in context that you're not really familiar with a lot of African or Nigerian politics when you use the word low IQ? I mean, that's the way I understood you to me. Am I wrong or right?
Yeah, it just means that I don't know anything that I'm talking about, whether it's Nigerian or international or local politics.
Oh, okay. You being general. I thought it was talking about a Nigerian context.
Let me tell you, man of Presi, they said we have very low collective intelligence. So it simply means that once you're a black person, your intelligence is below zero. so very low collective. Because when we're talking here that we are conquered people the other time, some people, we shall let Michael, so letting Michael start coming down to the visitors. So we are denied. This is one of those things we talk about. When you are conquered, anything they push to you, you take it and you accept. Low self-esteem, everything. It's just like here. Look at it this way: as an immigrant, they will tell you, you have accent. You know, the barbaric thing is this: someone that is telling you that you have accent may even have a very poor one more than you, the poorer one. And they forgot that everybody has got an accent. But if you accept that, then you get demoralized and you won't be able to compete because they already demobilized you by the time they are telling you have accent. You understand? So the same way they say we have collective low intelligence, and suddenly we started accepting that, and we are even trying to justify. Abba, that's why I ask you, how did we survive from the Stone Age? Even let's even say pre-Adamite, even up to where we are. If we are that so low in intelligence, say then there should be no black race. We should have gone for a very long time. So thank you guys very much.
Do you manufacture?
Don't let them demobilize you.
Do you manufacture?
Yeah. Come in, Paddy, but gas them up is actually making an inverted statement. He thinks he brackets himself as somewhat of a savant or a genius or something. It's a narcissist. Don't be fooled. He doesn't consider. He considers himself cleverer than the collective all of you put together. So
I'm sure your MI6 training gave you a lot of these psychological hacks, Shabi.
Don't worry about that. I'm on to you. Don't worry. I'm on to you.
Because Kaiso admitted that he used to contract for MI6 and the rest. So I'm sure you two are part of that intelligence community of British people. You guys
all right.
get there.
Let Paddy interject you, then take the floor back.
No, I just wanted to quickly chime in to the intelligentsia part of this. I think on the flip side, on the side note, for gas them up, I think he just tries to be somewhat tongue-in-cheek and be a bit sarcastic, but you can't be as sarcastic as a Brit. So one man's sarcasm will always trump. But that's on the humorous side. But I think the notion of the study that black people as a collective hasn't proved to be very intelligent people isn't just based on sentiment or isn't based on some sort of superiority complex. They're almost very factual evidences to show, especially the ones amongst us who have lived in the equator. We, as a collective group, haven't done things extraordinary to advance ourselves. I think it was Ola that was asking how we lived in the Stone Ages. Stone Ages is not, surviving Stone Age isn't a measure of intellect. Bonobos and chimpanzees and monkeys and macaques do those things. So I don't think it's about survival. I think it's more of how we've moved beyond just being people who react or respond to nature calls. We're hungry, we suffer food. We are hurt, we try to sort for fabric or something. But it's just that advancement, I've been able to move it over a century, is where we've lagged. And the very best of the things we tend to pride ourselves about are not even things that we invented. People in Timbuktu will probably brag about having maybe the first university or something, but they couldn't achieve those things if they didn't have Islam, and that came from Mesopotamia. Even we will always talk about our religion in the southwestern part of Nigeria and how our fabric, but if we hadn't met with us, again, the Arabs as well too, we would have struggled. And look at how much we were able to not defend ourselves over centuries. Like, if people understand how long the servitude we were, how long we were as slaves to the Arab world, and then we also had to go out. Trans-Sahara slavery was there. Then whilst we were dealing with that, we now had to do with transatlantic slavery up to this very day. And for some reason, we still haven't broken out of that shackles. People just sat down and gathered and divided us, and we still haven't done anything. And we are still arguing. So when we look at individuals, obviously individuals, yes, we are astute people, we are erudite as individuals, but as a collective, we are still struggling. And That itself is a true nature. And I think once we understand that, yes, whilst we are human beings and we, there's nothing different from us from maybe the next Asian or European or something like that. And yes, as human beings, yes. But as breeds, not all breeds have different characteristics. We have strength. And because we have strength, it's possible that something will have to give. People who are probably smaller and weaker and more fickle would naturally, by nature, will have much more intelligence because they need their intelligence to survive more. But people who have animals, organisms who are stronger, more physically, will depend more on their strength. So I don't think it's a place of because we are the same thing, then we are equals.
My brother, I just have a minute to respond to you. Then I will keep quiet on that matter. You see, one thing is this: the Western people that you see, they've run this same kind of narrative against the Chinese people. If you don't know today, just go pick your Google and research. The fact that even the Chinese people, they were like almost 8th century more advanced than the Western people in terms of technology. They were the biggest merchants, joined with India. They were controlling almost 70% of the global economy.
But you're not countering what he said.
I'm countering it. Because
you are saying the Chinese are technologically advanced. He's saying we've not developed anything. You are saying the Chinese. Okay, carry on.
I'm countering it. Now, so when these people went and used some mole among them to destroy the economy of China and they conquer, India, they were running the narrative as how they were so low intelligence. Meanwhile, they stole technology from the Chinese people. You understand? But the Chinese people over time, they refused to accept the narrative of people talking them down. Because the downfall of a man starts whenever you start accepting negative publicity and negative modulation of your intelligence, of your mind. That is exactly what is happening now. So the fact that you are accepting already that we are so low in collective intelligence, and that's one of the reasons that we find ourselves here. It is time we stop.
Sorry, Ola, your argument does not counter what he said.
See, one man, they set a criteria for you to measure something, right? You are using that criteria now to run yourself down. That is exactly what I'm telling you. Who set the criteria to tell you that we have collective low intelligence?
No. The evolution and development and vulnerability. That's the mix. Unless I'm mistaken, what you're saying.
When I have time, I will give you evolution a lot of things to. Wait. See, as you have your own, I have my own facts to just tell you that. You understand? That this narrative you are defending today, some people say
it's not defending it, it's acknowledging it. It's an acknowledgement.
You don't acknowledge something when people set a criteria for you.
No, you are not setting criteria. It's patently the case. Okay, you set it. We're reverting back to a previous conversation. You set a metric that will place the black man at the top. Set a metric that places the black man at the top.
That is wrong. You see, Ola, I want to thank you. You are really thinking like a true Yoruba man because you think in your language first. The Yoruba have a very, very, and not just only Yoruba, all African people, they know that words and names are powerful. That is why nobody gives birth to a child and names their child stupid or deaf or retarded. No disrespect to anybody who has cognitive development issues. So what Ola is trying to explain to you, one man, and the other gentleman that was talking, was that when you accept somebody else's definition of who you are, there's no way you'll be able to escape the mental prisons that they've placed for you. And you guys have accepted it by saying buzzwords like humanity, evolution, even though evolution is still a theory. Even though that they tell you human beings, but their own science will tell you that Homo sapiens are human beings, right? But then they will also tell you that they have Neanderthal blood in them. And when you bring this up to them, they will tell you, it's a minimal amount. And I always tell them, okay, so let me give you a minimal amount of HIV in your blood and you can live with it. And they will not answer me. So you see, one man, I would only challenge you and the gentleman.
You are deviating somewhat from the main. Yeah. But
wait now, I'm not. I would challenge both of you. Stop thinking like Oyibo and think in your language.
No, don't worry. That's it.
You're thinking like an Oyibo. You're not thinking like an African.
All right, but that's a different subject matter. But let's acknowledge Kulata's super chart. It's to Ola, actually. It says, Ola, where is your technological advancement? So hold on, Ola. It's going to the example you gave. You said the Chinese, the Indians, they showed resistance to being painted as inferior because they'd advanced technologically and culturally, sociologically, and all of those before the Europeans went and decimated them and repressed their space and tried to subjugate them. So he's asking then, where is your advancement?
I can answer that question very easily. I can answer that question very easily.
Just give me a minute. Let me respond to one man. You see, one thing is this. We are just moving in a cycle now. I told you, when the Western people ran down India and China, they started running this same narrative. They are running against us now, against them. But the difference between us and them is this, they never accepted that's the narratives. They rather focus on getting back. But we here, we are running the narrative to accept and
no. You said that they have a base not to accept it. Okay, hold on. You know the numbers 1 to 9. Those numbers came out of that Asian course, Afghanistan, etc. Astrology came out of that Asian course for Afghanistan, India, and Pakistan, those spaces. That the paper. So these people they have advancement to vet confidence in. What advancement do you have?
I can answer that question. I can easily answer that question. This is why, you see, the biggest sadness in my heart of Nigerians is that there's no history in our WAEC curriculum. You can tell, and you see when people talk, they say, you are sounding like the Black Americans. It's true. Thank God for the Black Americans, because they have what you call Black Studies or African Studies programs. And I can tell you've never studied your African history. Because if you studied your African history, you would know in West Africa, before the Oyibos came, we were doing section. If you look at the technology of our divination systems from FA to FA to IFA, all throughout to Bamana Sand divination in Mali, that is a technological advancement. If you look at the way our villages are built, you can read Ron Iglash's work on fractals, and it shows you how the modern computing system is based on the fractal patterns that you can see in African villages and how we build. So many technological advancements, I can tell you, but it's not a surprise. These Mary Amaka primary school curriculum that they give you Nigerians and you buy it wholesale, I'm not surprised, because you don't have any pride in yourselves. So you come to abroad and anything Oyibo tell you is like Harry Potter. They say Africa.
Don't worry, you can make make the point without the ad hominems. You can't say, not everything is you Africans, you this, you that.
Yeah, but you see, no, hold on, one minute. You can't take it personally, because I didn't say you personally. No. I'm an African.
I don't even care personally, but you. Yeah.
So the ad hominem is also attacking me. Maybe I'm an African. I'm not better than anybody. If I'm insulting Africans, I'm also insulting myself, because I too am failing. That my message, when I speak to you guys, is not coming across. That's it. So it's not.
Give me a minute. Let me respond to one man. See, one man. This is the ideology. I'm a Christian, for example. I will tell you that faith comes by hearing, and by hearing the word of God. See, if you want to do anything in life, you start administering that into yourself. Yes, I can do this. I want to become an engineer. I'll be successful. You keep telling yourself that word to make sure that you nullify any negative energy in you that will not allow you to focus. You psych yourself up. That's the first step for you to move forward. But now, if you see someone, because go and look at the parents that shout and try to demoralize their children, for example, you see, they are the one that get outside, they have low self-esteem, they won't be able to face what they're supposed to face, and eventually some of them fail in life. What I'm saying is this: when you have people running narratives against you, and you now accepting the narrative, it's a very dangerous thing. They are just manipulating, they are changing your mind. That is what I told you, that when people are saying, oh, Kulata is saying my argument is 40, I'm telling you that the Asian people, especially the Chinese, they were there. The Western people stole from them, but when they conquer them, they now ran the narrative for a very long time. But those guys, they never accept the narrative because they know who they are. They were not there like this. They know who they are. Instead of those people listening to these Western people, they instead concentrated on how to reemerge. But we were there. We were doing something. We were building pyramid. We were cultivating our
We were not
farms.
building
And these
pyramids,
people came
Ola.
and they disrupt us. And they now ran their narrative to us. And we are now accepting the narrative instead of us going back and sit down and say, we are not going to allow this narrative just to be our main thing. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
can I come in, one man? One man, can I come in? Can I come in?
Ola said something now. One man.
Ola, hold on. Yeah.
Who built the pyramid in Egypt?
Wait, one man.
No, answer. Who built?
I think he wants to speak to that, Paddy. Yeah.
No, so I think so. First off, before I even speak to that point, is that manifestation is not what builds advancement, and emotions is not what build advancement. Manifesting yourself as greatness is not what makes you great. It's actually putting it into work. I mean, very many of us dreams. So if your third time of reiterating that same point, saying that, oh, they said these people are, savages, and because they chose not to believe that they're savages, henceforth they didn't become savages. That's not what didn't make them savages. They actually did have their advancement, and they kept on improving their advancement. We have not, as a people, again, we haven't collectively done that same advancement. The pyramids that the Egyptians built, I know that very many Africans, we love to own on to that same. They say, oh, because some people within very close to Mesopotamia, which already had civilization, built the pyramid. Henceforth, the entirety of the black race, including those in East Africa and Central Africa and West Africa, then we built what's it called? We built pyramids. What you are simply doing is to align with the white man construct that you are demeaning by assuming that once one black person does something, the entirety of the black people have done it. That's not who we are. We can easily identify that we are all separate tribes. The reason we even exist in the conundrum called black is because these same people that you're trying to say we should dismiss are the ones that made you black. The Manyans, the people from the Shonga Empire, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians never saw themselves as the Kults never saw themselves as black, as the colors of Africa. They built their pyramids, and even they built their pyramids, they found a way of preserving their dead. Whilst they were doing those pyramids of preserving dead, people in the East Africa were doing differently, and that style of preserving dead people and co didn't even originally start from the modern Egypt. It had some Arabian influence into it as well too. They just advanced it. They built plenty of philosophy as well too, and we too built our own philosophy. This young chap said, I keep forgetting his name. The gas them up. He said, "Oh, we had Ifa." Yes. So what have we done with it? Philosophy is fantastic. Being able to retain our name is fantastic. Being able to create some sort of rhythmic way of remembering our orikis and our roots, fantastic. Being able to have herbs and to cure ourselves, fantastic. But those things are not advancement. Those things were based on survival. And there's one example I always love to give. All palm. When the rest of the entirety of the world were using all palm for industrialization, we made us into banga. That's how you understand different. We were selling all palm to people, and the only question, we only needed one person to have asked the question: What are they doing with this oil palm? They're not consuming it. They don't even eat it. They don't like it. What are they doing there that we can't do there? Not one person asked that question. Rather, all they were trying to do was to capture more slaves so that we can exchange, we can use those people to exchange for beads and build ivories and build thrones. And
I think what you are saying, it's so sad to hear this. All this propaganda.
I'm telling
you are
you,
just, you are just spreading.
We just want the sentiment to feel like
one man, I make a commission now.
No, hold on, Tony.
Okay.
Let the conversation because
you are just ridiculing your
I am
own.
not reading. I'm calling out the
No,
obvious.
Just hold on. Even the question we ask you, who built pyramid? You can't even answer.
The Egyptians built pyramid. The Egyptians built pyramid.
Who are the Egyptians then?
They're the Egyptians now. I don't understand.
Who are the Egyptians then?
The people of Egypt.
Are they the same red people that you see there?
Who's calling them red?
What was their name before?
Egyptians.
They are not Egypt. They are camels.
They are what?
They are not Egypt.
Camels.
Yes.
So
and they are black people.
Again,
we have it. We have the one in Sudan. Hold on.
Hold
on. One in Sudan.
Hold on now. You will land. No, just
hold down now.
I know. Wait for me now. I beg. It might be
let me finish now. Please. Let me finish. It's not my time. Let him finish and then you respond.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason you are calling yourself black and calling them black is by the same white man that you are diminishing. If you are condemning them through and through, don't call yourself a Kermit because you're not a Kermit. You are a pygmy from the Congo Basin that evolved into a Yoruba person. And you can own your Yoruba ancestry. Understand that you're a different person from that Kermit who is slim, slender, has a small nose reel, who has a pointed nose, and is very lucky that lives in high altitude.
But what he just said, he made a good point. We are black based on Oyibo, which I get that point.
No, gas them up. That's just a communication language.
I know that's his line, but wait, hold on. Let me just
one voice. Even if you check Ethiopia, what is the meaning of Ethiopia? The country called Ethiopia. What is the meaning?
The land of the blacks. They even call themselves Ethiopians.
Okay, so what is this guy telling us now?
No, but what he's failing. Look at what you just said. You just said that the reason why we call ourselves black is because of our interaction with Oyibos, and I agree.
What is it?
But wait, Jan, look at what he just said to you. He said, "Oh, you are a pygmy from the Niger Congo Basin that ended up in Yoruba land."
No, don't say it in that tone of voice because it wasn't a derisory comment. It was
Let me finish, one man. You said you like to defend people. You never defend me. Is this APC partiality?
I was praising you just earlier on that Alexander Gomez said you are an excellent specimen.
And you said hold on.
Sorry, because one man, I couldn't see your video throughout today. I just saw it now. I was looking for it and I couldn't find it.
But you like that
shadow band, you know.
No, his MI6 handlers are angry with him.
Hold on. That would explain a lot because I've been having some concerns.
Yeah, I couldn't find you. I was checking. I was literally looking up for it, but I didn't see it at all.
Just pay your taxes, one man. Pay your taxes. Give to Caesar what
I pay my taxes. I'll have to. What do I do? But this is your conversation, by the way, to Niger. We are talking about low IQ Africans, Paddy just presented an excellent submission that explains just exactly that you are low IQ.
That's not
for reasons of your for reasons of your genetic deficiencies.
One man, see, listen, Paddy, you have to be very careful when we read European philosophy. Even I fight to Nigeria on this all the time. Look, the very narrative that you just gave, when you say you are from the Niger, Congo, blah, 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 they say you are Bantu. Who told you are Bantu? It's the same Oyibo. So you have to hold up a mirror and what you're saying. That description, because no Yoruba in their history and their etymology ever said that they originate from a Bantu area or a pygmy. But you now are saying that we originate from the pygmy in the Congo Basin based on the same Oyibo that you are telling us that we should deride. So you can't have it both ways. If you're going to use them, use them. If you're not going to use them, don't use them. Or is that making sense, Paddy?
It's not, but go ahead. I don't need Oyibo to tell me.
It's making perfect sense. You just gave us a narrative that originates. There's no African that called themselves Bantu. There's a group that call themselves Congo, blah blah blah. But the Igbo people never call themselves Bantu.
The Igbos are Igbos now. I didn't mention the Igbos.
Finish now. You said that he comes from the pygmies that ended up in Yoruba land. The origin of that theory comes from Oyibos. Yes or no? Just yes or no. Is that am I lying?
Land your point. I don't do yes or no answers, but just land your point.
Okay, so I'm asking you, am I lying? Does the origin of that theory come from the Oyibos?
He cannot answer now. He know that what you are asking him. He cannot answer the question.
Guys, let me just give you one information. I don't know if you want to see. Benin, for example, they've been doing bronze sculpture as far back as 1550. 1550. How were they able to make brass and bronze? How were they able? What technology were they using those days? Because I don't know how we just believe.
They were using iron smelting from the Arabs. I've answered you.
No, iron smelting. This is how you prove him wrong. First and foremost,
they were using bronze smelting technology from the Arabs.
Let me prove him wrong. You see what he's doing.
I just told you that the Western was to technology from China. I now say we got something from Asia. What are you talking about?
No, don't even go down that rabbit hole with him. You can easily dismiss what he just said. First and foremost, when you say the word Arab is a modern description.
There's no conversation there now. As long as you know where I'm going to, just go.
Paddy, wait now. Paddy, wait. You can't use a modern term on an old soul. The idea of being an Arab, there's never been a pan-Arab anything. This Arab identity is a new identity. It's a brand new identity. So the people that were melting iron in Ife, that were melting iron in Benin, were existing long before there was anybody named Arab. So how is it that now Arab came and taught that to them? Please explain that to me.
It seems so. Once you don't have an answer, then you go around this rabbit hole.
No, you see what he just did, ladies and gentlemen. I just told him that the idea of being Arab is a modern day invention. And I'm
asking you about the Arab. You should just tell him that the people that are smelting iron for over 4,000.
But wait, he's using this.
Culture did that. Why bring about Arab? He just focused on the point he was making about iron smelting. Exactly. The knock culture.
To Nigeria. He said Arabs. He said that the Arabs brought this to counter
the trust of his argument and the fact that they brought it to us, not whether the name is Arab or not.
No, you can't. Listen again. I have to show him that he's going on a fiction. Because the idea, even if he wants to, like I said, if he really wants to have this debate, we can even talk about the idea and the origin of Arab identity. It doesn't exist.
But that is not the point. That is not the trust of the argument.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. So that he cannot tell me that Arabs, with confidence, brought something to people when they are not seen as an Arab.
The Knock Empire
didn't exist during the time that
you have and you conspire to make yourself lose the argument.
Exactly. Okay, the Knock Empire influenced. The Knock Empire influenced. Does that make you happy? The Sumerians.
So are you telling me that the Knock? Are you telling me that the Knock are Arabs? Because that was what he said. Everybody's hearing it. He said Arabs don't save him to Nigeria. He opened his mouth and said Arabs. He said Everybody heard it. He said Arabs.
This boy doesn't
Arabs.
have an answer, so he's just going around.
No, I'm not a boy. You don't have to throw insults. We can talk like men.
We are all boys there, so just
No.
All right. Bring the tempo down. Keep it conversational. Carry on.
It's very conversational. What I'm saying is, the gentleman has still not answered any of the 2 points. I specifically told him, one, he said that Ajanli Koko comes from pygmies that ended up in Yoruba land. And I asked him, I said, that idea that you got that from is from the same Oyibo that you are criticizing Ajanli Koko of saying he was black.
Should I answer you on that one now, if you mind?
Please answer. Yeah,
okay.
Please.
Okay, so the pygmy itself, that narrative came from the Yorubas themselves. Should I remind you? Okay, maybe you might not know. Orumila, his Oriki itself was called Babakekere. The figurines that the Yorubas used to symbolize themselves were exact figurines of pygmies. The fact the ways they exalt Orumila when they're giving Oriki is a description is an exact replica of a pygmy. Go and look at the very old figurines that Yorubas made and look at the statues and how they were symbolized. We're short, stocky people. But yes, we've evolved because we're not consuming large proteins and we're taking milk and we're eating different kind of milk, and we've grown to become the tall giants, the 6'2" people that we are now. But it doesn't take away from the fact that our prehistoric huts that we used to, that our forebears lived in, were small caves. I mean, we're small huts with small entrances. Tall people don't make small dwellings of themselves in small. I mean, if you find any of the old mud houses that our forebears lived in, no, those were dwells of pygmies. Like, it's not even something that it's vulgar. Like, if one man should Google the old Oyo Empire, even though they were tall now, they were chivalric, chivalrous on their horse riding stuff, you will see the entrances to their homes. The things that, in fact, the only time they started making very high twig roofs was because of heat, So that's the part I'm coming from. Another thing again that many people don't even understand is that when we have excessive heat by default, by nature, it reduces cognitive capacity. So much of heat reduces your thinking. It has nothing to do with maybe white man said something.
Oh God! Oh God!
Come on, man! It doesn't function if we don't have one voice. I go there.
Hold on. Acute effect of heat has a very strong acute heat has a very strong effect on cognitive performance. Is it like, if you want to deny it, say, oh, because we both said it, let's even look at how we behave as human beings during heat. We can't even focus. So because of
but sorry, Paddy, then how do you explain the Arabs?
So the Arabs have heat during the desert, but they have very cold wind as well too, and they've somehow been able to live they survive more at night than during the day, right? And even before the sand dunes, made turned their area into desert. They're more humid than they are hot. Obviously, because of what's it called, global warming and ice melting, ice age, they have more sand now. But long before then, which was what covered their entire their civilization. That's what wiped off the Arab civilization. These people itself they've never been living in deserts. They had to evolve, including even their camels and the way they survive. So they live more at night. So you see that during the day they try to just stay in different kind of areas, making their water. Then at night is actually when they thrive. The same thing happened even during the Sahara slavery. They were transporting slaves more during at night, which is when it's very cold, and they were to perform. And those things, that sand dune, that's ice melting, was what wiped out that civilization. That's why archaeologists find them deep within. And the moment they lost to that, look at them, they've stopped developing. But long before then, they had their waters. They had
Okay, one man. I need to respond first and foremost.
Let me respond to him, please, because I think I do have some idea of some of the stuff he's talking about.
Okay, but quickly, you see what he just did is the silliest thing I've ever heard. So he just said that Odudua, who according to Yoruba people is the father of all mankind, right? And he now said because there's an Oriki that he's short, is now equivalent to a pygmy.
Obatala no Odudua. So
you said Obatala is equivalent to a pygmy. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean equivalent?
I'm asking now, which you said is exactly a pygmy. Who is the pygmy? Is it Obatala or is it Odudua?
Naija, are you sure you can function at the frequency of this conversation? Because I know
now don't insult Naija, but I want to answer
Naija and I, we go back for 2-3 years, so we're back and forth. Yeah,
I know, but I'll let you. But please, I want him to be clear. Are you saying that Obatala is originated from pygmies, or is it Odudua? Who is the one that you said originated from pygmies? Or was it pygmy? Sorry.
One man, this body are taking this too far. Let me just come here, a bit now to settle the.
Hold on. Hold on.
Just want to answer.
Paddy, it may be attending to matters. Maybe.
No, I'm actually here. I've answered him before. Then he just bring my role.
All right. So if we do it one voice at a time, maybe then you understand what he's saying. So Paddy, respond to him, and then let the conversation take an organic. And I think Naija wants to come into the middle of that conversation as well. So carry on.
Okay. So Paddy, who please tell me who, because you gave us a very eloquent deep dive into history. So please, who exactly was the pygmy?
Do you know? Forget whichever was the pygmy. Prove that we're not evolved from pygmies. Maybe that's it. That's the crux of where I'm going to. The question you had asked was who that was the quote unquote the white men that said we're pygmies, and I said to you, no, that even the Yorubas themselves refer to themselves as pygmies. And I gave you 2 examples. I said one which you probably won't know.
From which Yoruba history book did you get that?
That's what I want to get to, because I haven't. He said the figurines.
Which Yoruba history book did you get that?
Of themselves were pygmies. You said the statues.
No, he didn't say that. Let me say what he said, because I listened. He said on Lumila, it was referred to as Baba Kekere, which is a depiction of somebody of a more petite stature. And then he goes on to say the deities had which somewhat.
No, he said the figurines.
Those are representations of the deities, but the figurines somewhat spoke to people of a more stumped growth. But the real point that he made was that the building that they lived in were short buildings with little entrances, which lends to the fact that, of people with a smaller frame. So he didn't just, he gave you evidence.
And then he also said that we live in the heat, and because we live in the heat, we have less brain capacity. Now, so wait, I just want to get something here. There's something in science. I wish Pansat was here, but there's something in science called Moore's law. And in Moore's law, if you guys study this, I'm not going to go because I actually have a whole thesis on this that I've written. But if you study this, you'll see that what he just said about the lower brain capacity based on heat, if you are able to look at Moore's law, And we proved this. Shout out to Tanzan, my eloquent co-host and brilliant partner when we had the Black Pentagrammers running. We actually proved this, that Moore's Law shows that there's no way that African intelligence can be below anybody. It actually shows Africans have higher intelligence. But listen, look, I'm not going to convince you, brother. You believe what you believe. The African is low IQ, as I said before. It's still my time. One man, I didn't get to finish my topics, but I know Two Niger wants to say something. If he finishes, I would like to just finish my topics and then let other people go, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you. I think this idea that less intelligent is not accurate. It's clear that there are other factors at play for why we are where we are. The intelligence that we lack at the moment has something to do with what some people will refer to as group or collective intelligence. That is a different aspect of intelligence that is not necessarily planned by a group of people. It's based on events that occur to them and how some of them decide to interpret those events. And that has nothing to do with individual intelligence. You can be quite individually intelligent, but as a group, you don't act in the interest compared to other groups, how other groups behave. And that is why we have found ourselves where we are today. However, regarding the issue of the Arab people, people in the Middle East evolving on the ground there, I think the Middle East has experienced a lot of migration, influx from Middle Eastern people, and sometimes from Africa, trying to keep the genetic pool similar to the African genetic pool. The lighter skinned one that you see in the Middle East there today, they are not the original inhabitants of that region. They are not indigenous to that region. They migrated there, just like they migrated into different parts of the world. The selection for the lighter skin started at just, I think if I'm not mistaken, around 6,000 years ago or so, or 5,000 years ago. So that's when the selection for lighter skin, from what their findings, it started happening. Before then, they did exist, but the dominant group was the darker ones. Even in the Arab world today, you still have a lot of dark people. In Yemen, you see a lot of dark Arabs, and they consider them the original Arabs, the Yemenis, and they are the darkest group in that region. So that tells you that there's a reason why Saudi Arabians, and Dubai and all those people, they look European. They look quite European. If you look at them here, if you just change the hair and the eye color a little bit, and they are just basically Europeans. Because they are from the same branch. They are all Indo-Eurasian groups that have been mixing with each other for thousands of years now. So that is that. They are all from the Anatolia, what they call it, the Caucasus Mountain.
Now lie, just continue with your narrative. Now lie.
Yeah, you can say it's a lie now, but you find out what I'm lying.
Tunaja, I think you're incorrect on this, but go ahead.
Yeah, you find out. Because these things are often linked, because the Caucasus Mountains one, the only difference that they ascribe to those groups are the change.
You know that Europeans are not from the Caucasus Mountains. You know that, right?
Hold on. The eye color, I just said something about the eye color. That's where the mutation occurred and it started spreading out. But lighter skin has always existed in Europe, in the northern part of Europe. Anyway, they've existed there for a long, long time. The selection is what changed, and they started coming south. And many of our people in North Africa and Levant and the other areas started getting married to their women and kidnapping them as slaves and turning them to concubines.
Apologies, but are you considering that the Europeans are not from the Caucasus Mountain? Where did I didn't consider that.
I'm saying that. That is
actually not.
No. You said it and it seems to just accept it as
because they are not. See, if you want to engage with argument, guys, them up the kind of person that you use one term and cause another argument out of that. Even when because both can be true, but even if it's not the trust of the argument, he will make that an argument. You see what I mean?
Niger is
yes, we're starting to discover that tonight.
Yeah,
okay, sure.
There are groups of original Europeans. I've forgotten what they are called now. I don't forget what they are called. They are more ancient Europeans than the more modern Europeans that arrived. So if he wants to argue that, then you open another can of worms. In terms of the
again, you're the one that said caucus mountains, and I just quickly told you.
Because most of the Europeans are from there, and the ones that are there right now.
No, that is wrong. That is wrong.
See, just them up. Just few seconds. You see, the problem with Paddy and Niger is this: when you have like 200 articles on a particular subject for you to establish your fact, and they manage to lay their hand on one or two, and they quickly form their opinion. At the end of the day, they say half education is even better. No, it's worse than not even being educated in the subject matter. That is exactly what Niger and Paddy is representing. This is not a personal attack. Don't take it personal. I'm just telling you that when you don't have expertise, I'm not an expert. When you don't have expertise in a particular field, you end up confusing yourself and confuse your audience along. That is
the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect playing out right here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So,
did you not just learn that phrase from Paddy yesterday, and now
I have been using this phrase. Actually, if you go and listen to Dynast Emir's channel, I've been insulting Africa, saying Africa is the Dunning-Kruger effect from 2-3 years ago. If you don't believe me, you can email him. I have proof. I have videos. I've been insulting Africans about the Dunning-Kruger effect from a while back, so this is not anything new. Paddy just happened to hop on it. Great. It's nobody has a monopoly on ideas. Look, I want to go back to the topics if you don't mind, because I was on Kenneth Okonkwo and then I got derailed. So I want to get back because we have yam that's being sold. Yeah, go ahead to Niger, but I want one man not to forget because I still haven't talked on my topics.
About yam, okay. So yeah, regarding the
no, I'll show you the picture of what he's talking about, and you won't find it funny, but I'll make that point and then we go back.
Yeah, about the our genetic lineage. It is said that some of the oldest groups of humanity came from somewhere in West Africa. That's some of the earliest ones. Whether they are pygmies is not exactly very clear because some of the patrilineal genes, the oldest ones, like the A haplogroup, seems to be found mostly in Nilotics today and the Khoi son of South African region. So, and the Nilotics are not exactly the shortest group. They are similar, they come from the tallest groups in the world, and they are very, very dark too. So, one cannot necessarily jump to conclusion. We were not here 250,000 years ago when all these things occurred. So we have to be careful about jumping to that conclusion. However,
but I think Paddy was talking about the Bantus.
Yeah, the Bantus are they're actually Nigerians. Let's face it, they are basically Nigerians because the Bantu cradle, what they call Chapa something. There's a mountain cradle that they call it somewhere in eastern Nigeria.
Who is they? Who is they that called you Bantu?
The Nigerians call it the cradle of the Bantu expansion.
No, wait, hold on. No. Who called us Bantu first?
It's the Europeans that use the term now.
Okay, so just consider. No, we're not aware of it because Paddy seems to anything Oyibo tell him, he follows. Oyibo will tell him that he's low IQ and he didn't build technology, he follows. You tell him about IFA as a technological advancement, he says a lie. You tell him that West Africa we were doing brain surgery and C-section, you say it's a lie. You tell him that Egypt, Benin, forget Egypt. You tell him Benin was the first smart city. That when the Europeans, the Portuguese in the 15th century saw Benin, they said that the Benin, what they drew of Benin was a smart city with lights, with roads better paved than everything they saw in Europe. Paddy will tell you it's a lie. So I can't deal with Africans that don't know their history.
I didn't say it was a lie. I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Please, can I go back to my yam picture? Can I go back to the pictures of my yam?
You just want to talk quickly. Just let me finish, Jare. All you worry about is talking. Hold on. You are going to have your chance to finish talking. So where was I again? So the Bantu that you're referring to, the expansion actually started somewhere in Nigeria, and then they expanded towards the south. Clearly, the idea behind that, the point I wanted to add to that is that the expansion is still happening now. It's just that we have nation states now that seems to mask it. Nigerians, I think the number in excess of 3 million in Cameroon as we speak. And if you look at it, we are still expanding south. And in Benin Republic, Nigerians are still expanding to Benin Republic, Ghana, and all the rest. And the same thing is happening with Chad. It's just that Chad is a bit of a desert. So the numbers is not as high in that direction. So, and if you understand what is happening in Nigeria today, you have an idea of what happened thousands of years ago with the Bantu expansion. It's still happening. It hasn't stopped. You people decide to call them the Bantu people. And I always tell my Cameroonian friends, you were Nigerians that we were kicking out, and you people ran all the way from Nigeria to South Africa. That's how you ended up there. So I'll leave it at the moment, for the moment.
Oh, okay. Can I get back to my yam, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah, one more, but don't forget me. Don't forget me, one man.
Yes, I would like to talk about my yams and my last, I think, 2 or 3 remaining topics.
Okay.
My one man, are you there?
You know you can talk about it. It's your turn.
Just write on so that I can be able to come in.
I want the article to be up so people can say, woman, are you going to show it or no? Okay, obviously.
You have a link for it.
No problem. What? No problem.
Okay, can you hold on? Let me interject before one man comes back.
It's my turn now.
If you have a link,
I know now. You want to ask one man to show you to showcase your video.
Oh God. Can I have my turn if you don't mind?
If you have a link for it, I can show it.
No, don't worry about it. I'll just go. Obviously, one man is doing his APC partiality as usual. So, look, listen. Now Nigerians are selling yam by the pieces, not tubers, but they are cutting a tuber into pieces and selling it. It just goes to show, once again, that, as I was saying earlier, these IMF structural adjustment program policies of free market deregulation don't work. And it's a shameful thing that when I talk to Nigerian elites and the ones who follow the Nigerian elites, everything out of their mouths, everything that goes into their brain is entirely from the European playbook. They have no idea of how to develop their nation. They have no idea of how to develop their country. Anything the Oyibos tell them is what they follow. So now, as I was saying a few days back, Nigeria, the budget, this is the budget that they presented to us. They are running a budget deficit of about 9 to 11 trillion naira. So their revenue is, was it 11 trillion or something like that? And their expenditure that they want to spend is 20-something trillion. So they're running a budget deficit. In spite of this budget deficit that they're running, they still owe, depending on your estimates, probably 103 billion US external debt that they owe. In spite of this, so you have a budget deficit that they are running, they owe 103 billion. You look at their largest expenditures, top 3, I will repeat again, I will keep repeating this. Number 1 is capital expenditures for what they say are infrastructure projects. Allegedly, hopefully they work. I'm not going to insult the country. Number 2 is debt servicing at 6.13 trillion naira, I believe, or 5.something trillion naira. Yeah, 6.something trillion naira. So the capital expenditure is another 6 trillion, which up to now, Nigeria's infrastructure is still nothing home to write about. After that, next
you had a link for this. I really would have loved to see it because you're just explaining it verbally.
What? One man is doing his usual APC. You know, when you're not in the gang, this is what they do to you. They sabotage you. So it's
I'm not
okay.
even talking. No, it was two Nigerians that spoke just now. But
you are supposed to show the picture of the yam. I've been asking for my yam to be up.
Oh no, apologies. I was not at my. Let me bring it up. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. So two Nigerians can see the yams. So now you have this budget expenditure issue. 6.something trillion is for servicing this debt that they owe, And then the third largest expenditure, which is 5.something trillion, is salaries to all the government officials and people that are working in the government. So when you look at this, and you have a president, Tinubu, who is president, whether we like it or not, is the president. And as soon as he enters, he says out of his mouth is, I think a subsidy, I've removed it right away. Before even inflation, which Nigeria was dealing with at around 18-19% as at that time, jumps because the price of fuel, which is what the common people are using to maintain themselves, skyrockets. Their hope, I believe, or their plan was that Dangote's refinery will produce enough petrol that it will be at a low rate. Maybe his plan is we'll wait, and once Dangote's refinery is up and running at even half capacity, then Nigerians will benefit. I don't know. All I'm saying is that when you are in a position of leadership, you have to lead from the front. If his own children, if his own family members are not eating yam like that, then you're not a serious person. And we can't keep using ethnic sentiment to cover up for this kind of nonsense that is happening in our country. So everybody should stand up and call him out. That doesn't mean obedience should open their mouth and say, Peter Obi, because Obi himself said he would have removed the subsidy. Obi is a free market enthusiast. He probably would have followed the same playbook. So we need Nigerians with serious ideas, serious thought processes on how to really get that country moving forward. The next topic, because it ties into this food thing, in my own opinion, is, if you don't mind one man sharing it, this Kano issue. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm an Isoko man first before anything. So I don't have a dog in the fight. I hope they have peace in Kano and they don't kill themselves. I don't want anybody to die. But I will say this. It's very interesting that I saw a video recently. I can't remember the guy's name. He said that if Tinubu is not careful, that this Kano issue will be the destruction of his presidency. I can't remember the guy's name. I wish I had one man's email. I would have sent it to him. Everybody has my email, gasthemup@gmail.com. So, but when he said that, I said, when we look at what that guy said, I'll try and find the video. I think I have your email too, Nigel. I'll send it to you. Maybe you can send it to one man when you get a chance. He basically was indirectly, in my own opinion, admitting that a lot of the insecurity that is happening in the country is something that they are aware of and that they are allowing. And so my point is this. Earlier we were saying that we need to be able to tackle insecurity so that people can go to the farm, so we can feed the nation. I believe that there are political interests at play ensuring and allowing these insecurities to go on and to run rampant purposely to sabotage the Nigerian economy. And these things have their origin, I hate to point fingers, in the North. So the North needs to take a good hard look at themselves and ask themselves, what are we going to do? And I think it starts with places like Kano. If they can peacefully resolve this issue, I think that can set an example to how we can peacefully resolve issues in the North, particularly dealing with insecurity, so it doesn't spill out to the Middle Belt and other regions, so people can go to their farms and we can feed ourselves. But those are my 2 cents. I didn't want to take too much time. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, so Oshari, make me speak now.
Hold on. Sorry, you get to speak at my email address is in the private chat. Let me put it out there as well. Anybody that wants to send me an email, just send me an email. So that's my email. It should actually be part of the things I roll out. So thank you, gas them up. So that was a full of gas, sort of a gas them up, sort of so handing over to Thomas now.
His name was Uba Galadima. Fairchild wrote it in the back chat. The guy I saw the video was on TikTok. The northern guy, I don't know if he's still. I think he was, he's no longer a power.
Alaji Buba Galadima.
Yeah, Buba Galadima Alaji. So I think he's no longer in the type of power he used to be. But he was saying that if Tinubu is not careful, this will be the destruction of his presidency. So I just wanted you guys.
Yeah, but he has interest in saying that it's a Kwakwanso man. But let me bail out. Let me.
But Wama, you don't want to give me 2 minutes?
No, I'm leaving, so you can speak. Of course, you have your 2 minutes, however long you like. With the light in your voice. I just want to do this super chat and get out of the way.
Okay.
Alexander Gomez kicked it off. Ayo picked it up. RD right there. That's Paddy right there. Rogi Degba, who came on screen, but we couldn't quite get to hear from him. Kulata conversing via super chat right there. That's Lato Rich. Anytime he passes by, he does that. Kulata continues his conversation, asking for Ola to expand on what he thought was a faulty premise. That's Tima Jack right there, who gets his wallet out. AB delights in the conversation, so that's AB right there, and that is Tima Jack asking us to run for the hills. Now that Sunaija is here with his Google to Google everything. So keep the super chats coming. So I bail out hand over to Thomas.
One man, did you ever call me?
Severally. Severally.
Oh, sorry.
We called you severally.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes. I actually said you were meant to go before gas them up as well. Yes, but now you're back with us. Prince Daddy, you're up next. I'll bail out, let Remy in. Thank everyone. See you.
Oh, thank you, Aman. Yes. Good the afternoon here. Yeah, good afternoon here. Before we start,
General Thomas, I greet you. General Thomas, I greet you.
I greet all of now. We have the rules today. Please. I have Oga, so he's been telling me the section has been rowdy. So much people talking themselves. Please, let's talk one by one. Please, I take your beg you. Please, let's talk one by one. If I said that's enough, if you don't answer me, I'll put you in the background. I get Koboko every time. When Oga say we are talking on each other, too much voices. Please, I take your beg you. Yeah, please, the floor is yours.
So before that, Thomas, Wama was about to give me 2 minutes. He said no more than 2 minutes.
You go. And please
okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Oshari, thank you very much. You gas them up, Oshari. So, you really get this do data blood in you, like myself. We are here. Okay, so Thomas, the discussion was about the black versus the white people's intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Although, my brother, Gazemov took us very far away from that point. I wanted to come back to that point that, you remember when I joined your group here, that was where I came in from, when I was banned on 2 occasions for saying that the black people are less intelligent. So, for example, we lack love for each other. That is the main reason, first of all. And then secondly, if not that we are that less intelligent than the white people, why are we not able to copy like the Chinese and the Indians are doing, the Koreans, copy from the Germans, copy from the Holland people who established this or who invented television sets, and then later the Japanese came over to come and copy them. Why we not able to copy manufacturing Mercedes or any car at all? That is why we are saying that we are less intelligent, and then until we accept that fact, and then start getting our acts together, we're not going nowhere. All this our denier, people denying that we are not less intelligent. I think they're just setting us backward. Then to the Egyptian question, it was we that built the pyramid, our forefathers, the black people. So when the Arab people were pushing, were coming in, we issue with the Europeans, our people started to move downwards. settling down in Congo, then to Nigeria, everywhere in the Black Africa. So we actually did that. I don't want to make some reference to that argument that Ajani Kuku was having with those people there. So it was not the white people, it was not the Arabs that built the pyramid, it was the black people. If you look at the pictures of those or the images there, you see they got flat nose like us, and then their queens were like our Benin or your queens.
How does that work now if we are low IQ? How did you manage to build
No.
the
Our inability. Let me just tell you one thing. That you like to come here to be speaking grammar, that people have to be going to the dictionary to be looking for the meanings of what you guys are just gushing out from our mouth. Look, why are we not able? Were the Indians and the Pakistanis joined together as one country, but they later found out that they cannot live together and they separated themselves, and then they are progressively, they are moving forward.
You made two opposite statements. First, you said we have low IQ. Then you went
because our inability. So hold on. Invention, innovation or invention is not a question, but your ability to copy from others and then make those products better. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the black people have not been able to do. Like the Koreans, they copy from the Germans, from the British, from the Holland people, Netherlands. You know what I'm saying? Cars or equipment or whatever. That's what we're talking about. So that's why I'm just here to kill all your discussion, all your contribution. Ask me a question.
Do you guys mind if I interject a little bit?
Now, Tony, let me just redirect.
Thomas, do you mind if I interject a little bit?
The problem.
Let's Ola land. Then you go.
So this problem.
Hold on, Ola, please. I'm not taking much interjection because Prince is waiting. So Ola, few minutes. Then you interject. We go back to Prince. Thank you.
Okay. You know where all these arguments started, to the best of my understanding. There's a way I use scrap the web to see even the source of all this, some of this jargon. Now, maybe in an attempt to diminish the African American, this thing is not even about black. Before some people started expanding into the black people, when they were looking at the racial profiling within a particular group of people. So in most cases, they refer to them as African American, not even a black. So it was later that people started expanding all this story of try to diminish, try to fight psychological war against the black race. This thing is not different from what we term as racism, because when someone wants to gain some kind of a collective advantage over you, they first of all use some kind of psychological tools to diminish you. It's what I have experienced personally. And I dealt with that, although very calm, but aggressively. Like when someone was asking me in the place of my work, trying to ask me about 419 in Nigeria, when it was unnecessary. And when someone was even asking me whether we speak English in Nigeria, in the first instance, we think those things are harmless. They are not. The person that is pushing to you, they know exactly what they are doing. But one thing is for them to push it to you. Another thing is for you to accept. Someone said, do we speak English in Nigeria? Just in an attempt just to try to, tackle my accent and all those things. I said, look, Nigeria we have about 200 million people. I said, even if 1/3 of Nigeria speak English, it makes us more English speakers than Canada. You understand? The guy didn't find it funny, but I think he got the message. So when people are telling you, like I was saying, when you read something, you have to be very careful of what you read.
I get you. But Ola, hold on. Ola, please. Can you just imagine why black countries will be having natural resources? They can't even refine them so that they can be able to benefit from the, all those byproducts coming out of those, refining process. And then why is it not that, why are we not able to copy the Germans and there be manufacturing cars, in our own names, like the Koreans are doing? That makes us definitely less intelligent.
No, that we cannot refine is not really true. Let me tell you that for sure. That was why I refer to bronze casting and all those back.
Thomas, Thomas, don't be angry, please. Right on, Ola.
No.
So,
few words. No. I'm not going forever. Few words, then we go to points, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So when we were doing all those stuff, so that was why I was asking question: how are we able to survive? People say, "Oh, survivor, monkey survive." No, it's not about monkey survive. Were we living under the leaf when the Oyibo came? We were building our even what we call house. Then even if we're just small huts, at least we were getting somewhere. And from there, we started expanding. How were we cultivating our farm? How were we planting seeds? How are we preserving food? Thank you, Tony.
That was before. We are talking about now. We are, we're not going to the present and the future. What the hell is going on?
Tony, that's enough. That for 2 minutes. Yeah, that's enough, please. Yeah, let's go to Paddy, please.
Yes.
2 minutes, we go to Prince, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to quickly touch up again. I think one of the things that maybe Ajale Koko had mentioned, and so first of all, let me even speak to Ola's point. The fact that I argue that some people have survived more from their by using their brain doesn't mean that the other ones who haven't are less intelligent. I mean, are not intelligent. So by me saying that, as a collective, we've not proven our intelligence over, far much more than the rest of the human race or species. It doesn't mean that we are dull. I'm not saying we are stupid. So I think maybe that's like what seems to kind of anger you people, or anger some of you. Like, oh, I think I'm saying black people are dumb, so that I'm trying to make that we're making people are white, and it's not a white and black thing. There are other racial groups in the world that have proven to live better than many black people. And I've given some sort of things that people can relate with. And I gave a clear example. The fact that some people understand that they are fickle and they're smaller and they can't survive more, so they have to depend on their brain capacity to survive, means that by instinct, they're thinking because the brain itself is a muscle, they will tend to think on ways survival means far much more. They have more natural disasters to survive from, maybe hurricane, maybe winter, and those things makes them think of ways to survive much more. And that is how development and advancement, begins to technology evolves, or civilization even evolves. The argument that the Kermits built the pyramid, the entire black people built pyramids. No, in fact, I'm sure we all know the reason even the Kermits, let me use the modern day word, the Egyptians built the pyramids is just for tombs. It's just a burial ground for their pharaohs, for their kings. We in the rest of in West, let me use Nigerians because they're Nigerians here. There's no place in our history that Nigerian, let me even say Yoruba, that Yorubas use pyramids to bury their kings. The way we bury our kings are different. That shows you that our thinking are totally two different things entirely. So the fact that some people 5,000 miles away from us, hundreds of miles away from us, built it means that the entirety of black people built it. No, their purpose was different, and that's what I'm calling out. And I feel that again. So once we understand those little isolations, it doesn't mean so. All I've been saying is, as a collective group, we've not advanced to the point where we are trying to place ourselves higher than these other people. And I gave an example of a very flimsy one that we could relate with: banga soup and engine oil. The same material, one source, different reactions to it. And so that's what I'm calling out. And we see it in every day and the way we do our things. So that's just like the things that I was trying to emphasize, that as long as I'm not saying that we are stupid, I'm not saying that the black people are the most dumb set of people and we are bottom barrel. No, so maybe that's what's getting people angry. And all I'm calling out. And then of course the argument that heat affects cognitive performance. It is not even, we don't even need science for that. It is true. Even when we were probably in school, maybe we were in boarding house, or even Ajale Koko will always calls out secondary schools, those students that were having zinc roofs, those aluminium roofs without asbestos, and the way they perform in class compared to somebody who has AC to perform, your brain will, that's the way human beings work. People in cooler areas tend to perform better. An average Nigerian who is in Nigeria with all the heat and generator will do less Carry that same Nigerian to an average to Canada or somewhere where the environment is cooler. Forget the amenities. His brain functions better. And there's a reason why we have a very strong melanin. It's because we have a stronger sun that impacts on us. So those things these are not. I read in a book. One white man said it. Then I took it. I did not know. That's not how I am. There are definitely very many empirical evidences that we can follow through. And those even Gary cyanide affects the brain. The way we're consuming Gary, consuming cassava, even our diet itself affects certain parts of our body. So those things alone can affect people in Asia who probably eat fish. It's like me arguing that people in the Chinese live longer or the Indians live longer than the Africans. They will start arguing, oh, I saying that I try to argue that, and they'll make no. I'm saying that by what we can see, the people of the Chinese stock, Japanese stock, the Mediterraneans, let me even use that, Orientals, let me use the old name, tend to live longer than people from our part of the world. It's a known, it's a known fact. So those little things are things that I'm calling out.
Can I ask you a question? If you permit me?
That's enough. No. To Niger, please. That's enough. Please. Let's go to Prince. Prince has been waiting. Yeah. Prince. Yeah, you have the floor. Thank you. Sorry for that, please. Yeah. You have Prince?
Now both me and Prince have been waiting.
Yeah, General Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah. From Prince, we go to Ola. Yeah. Yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to talk about.
Do you know the conversation? You want the free flow?
Okay, let me give you the.
No, I'm just going to ask Patty a question real quick. It says something about
collective
Nigerians or traveling overseas. Are you saying they're better students or what? I didn't catch.
Why did you allow Patty to speak, but you say I should not speak co-host?
No, now Prince Daddy has been here before.
That's
now.
enough.
So is it Patty's turn?
If you can't follow the rules, please.
No, I'm asking you a straight question. Is it Patty's turn?
No, your mic is noisy.
No, to Nigeria, it's me. It's me, not Patty.
If you want to follow the direction, please.
Because it doesn't seem like you are being fair.
No.
To Nigeria, it's Prince Daddy. What's going on?
I don't know.
Thomas, Tunaja is one of the hosts as well, so it's just recently.
One man. If you want me to leave, let me leave, please. No. One man, please.
All right.
Please.
Okay.
Let me moderate this section, please. I'm very sorry. Please. I'm very sorry. Yeah. Thank you, one man. Please. Yeah. What do you call it? Prince, you have the floor, please.
All right. Thanks, General Thomas. Topic for the day. Let's talk about the Nollywood actor Okonkwo, right? Is that Okonkwo? Yeah.
Yeah, the Okonkwo about Peter Obi is coming out to telling us the truth.
Yeah, well, woman was suggesting that he might be leaving the Labour Party and perhaps going back to the APC, right? I think he came from APC, right? Yeah, Kenneth doesn't want to accept the fact. I guess the reality that could happen. See, Kenneth Okonkwo is a smart man. He knows better. He knows how rotten the Labour Party has become, especially under the auspices of Abure. He knows there's a lot of corruption there, and he's seen the poor leadership of his principal Peter Obi. And you know there's no future in that party. There's no future. So it's just like Buhala, right? He's preparing his exit. He's preparing his exit. So I don't blame him. He may eventually come through the back door into the APC, back into the APC, because he doesn't want to be left out. You know, I think one man said also that he had wanted to become.
Prince, before the election and the after election, you saw this guy blowing out Mixai.
Yeah.
APC government to Tinubu. You know the story. I don't need to remind you. So what has changed now? Is Tinubu doing the right thing now, or what has changed? What is it?
What has changed is that, at the end of the day, it comes down to self-interest, and also that they've seen their principle as Kenneth would like to call Peter B their principal. The man is not performing. He's not up to the task. It's quite clear. They can see that. I've said it numerous times on this show. Peter B is not a builder. He's just not a builder. He doesn't. He doesn't have that leadership skills to bring people together to negotiate. And I mean, you don't have to be a genius or smart to say what I'm saying, because he has a pattern. He's always jumping from one party to another. He's never stayed in a party to negotiate his way out, because he's a good negotiator, or he has the ability or the skills to command people, not like literally command people, but to exert his skills on the people to get his way. Peter B is not being able to do that. So it's not about Peter B anyway. It's about Kenneth Okonkwo. I think he's seen the writing on the wall, and he wants out. He wants out. There's no future in the Labour Party. As much as someone like a Kenneth would like to, I guess, not pretend, but think they're doing something great. Labour Party is fragmented, and the message is not getting to the different constituents in the country. As far as I'm concerned,
But
I don't.
please, sorry for cutting you. We saw Arabambi try to distance himself. We saw what they call it. Doyin Okukwe even told us that how can they win the election? They have 20% agents across the country. This guy is coming out again. So what is going on? Why is everybody trying to? They are trying to, maybe are they trying to align with the government, or because I think they are going back to their vomit. You saw how always blow hot. It doesn't even call President Tinubu president. Later now he's calling him president. So what is going on?
Thomas, there's nothing going on really. This is, to me, it's politics as usual. I mean, Peter, the Labour, this LP people like to pretend like Peter B has an ideology about its position or the Labour Party. It doesn't have one. It's just like the rest of these other politicians, and that's the point myself and others like to try to make. That Peter B is no different than them Tinubu's and Atiku. They're all the same, you know. But somehow, some way, he's been able to graduate them, to think that is such a special person or candidate. He's not. At the end of the day, the cards will fall where they belong. See, Okonkwo knows what is going on, and I think he actually called that abure, based on what he's been doing regarding the finance of the Labour Party. But Peter B is the one that never has the balls to say anything, to call anybody out forcefully or strongly. We barely know Peter B's position on a lot of things. It just shows how poor of a leader he is. So that's just it, really. Not too much to it. What is the other topic, Thomas, or anyone?
The yam they are slicing, they now slice yam down to sell.
What is the big deal about that, anyways? I think I heard a lot of commentary about that. What is the big deal about it? I used to, back then, don't they used to sell cigarettes in sticks?
No. The thing is this, when you want to cook yam, you slice the yam to whatever you want to sell, but they are now slicing out to sell. That's the big deal.
But a quick question. Sorry, this one they are showing here. Are they selling like this all over the federation, or which particular market are they selling it? Because you people are just generalizing it, so I don't get it. So maybe you can put more clarity, please.
It's all over Nigeria. It's all over Nigeria.
I don't know about the clarity. I'm saying that what is the big deal? What is the big deal in trying to divide the yam or cut it up into
the level of poverty
portions?
in the nation. The level of it shows the level of poverty in
It's
the nation.
affordability. If you can't spend like 10,000 naira on a tube of yam like a kenne, They can take a quarter or half of the yam. What was the big deal about it?
It's a
No,
big deal. It's a very big deal.
it's well, Thomas. I mean, rather, Tony, is the times that we are in, and it's people are trying to make do with what they have. To me, I don't see it as a big deal.
It's
Yeah.
it's just that people can't go to the farm because of insecurity.
Prince Daddy, can I come in just for 20 seconds? Now,
Somebody
make a narration here before. The so-called place that you said they are insecure. This insecure place is the old southern part of Nigeria rely on for food. And the so-called place you call secured, you cannot plant nothing. You can't go to your place is so secure that you cannot plant nothing, and you are relying on insecure region to bring you food. What are we talking about?
That is secure region. Northern Nigeria is used to that culture. But this is very new to us from our state.
What we are saying here is simple. You called us there is scarcity of food or whatever, and everybody is trying to say there's insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria. When you talk about Nigeria today, the most insecure place is the northwest and the northeast.
But insecurity is part of their way, in their way of life. Hold on. I mean, yesterday I listened to you here too. Insecurity, insecurity is their way of life. It is not.
Yeah, that's enough, please. Yeah, Remy, make that comment. We go back to Prince. I want to limit the interjection to them, please.
The northern part of the country is insecure, and they have the more percentage of insecurity in Nigeria than the south. But we still rely on insecure region to bring you food. That shows that we in the south, are we lazy or are we docile, or we think we are more better than them, or we have more money than them, that we can buy food from them. So it's a question that we should ponder. You should think about it. That is my contribution for now. Thank you.
Yeah. Back to Prince.
Well, yeah, we saw one man about a week or two ago. One man played a video of a man on the street, a Nigerian man on the street saying, "Look, it's the issue of food scarcity. It's a joke essentially. It's a joke. That's a Nigerian talking, and I agree with him. And just like you said, Remy, the issue of insecurity has been a hindrance to food production. It's a lazy argument to the core. It's a lazy argument. I mean, a country the size of Nigeria has no excuse about insecurity, using insecurity to be the reason why we can't produce food. It just shows it exposes everything about us. We're such a dependence on the West for almost everything. Okay, even
please, sorry for this, and people can educate us. Yeah, and you too, if you know, what can they plant in the north that we cannot plant in the south? Is there anything?
There is nothing that they can plant in the north that we can't plant in the south. But we dare not go into our bushes, Thomas.
Why are you not going to your bushes? What happened?
Yeah, because when you go to your bush, you plant some crops. These animals will come. These cows will come and eat your crops, or you can get killed. So that's it. And I remember that Thomas, especially so you're an Ibadan boy like myself. Remember we have this horticultural institute. Now on the way to you remember after you are. So where they conduct research, we were able to double the output of our yams. But we cannot go to the bushes now because we don't know what is coming to harm us. That is why we cannot go to the bush.
Yeah,
okay,
thank
Tony.
you. Prince.
All the bush. Tony, I don't think so. I don't think that. I think you're trying to say that maybe the terrorists or the Fulani people, they've occupied all the
Prince
forests.
Daddy, who are the people you are blaming as lazy people? Who are the people? But you said there's no excuse why we cannot plant or go to farm. Who are the people you are blaming?
I'm blaming the leaders, starting with the governors, not bringing about initiative, incentives for people to go into agriculture or to do just some kind of a medium scale farming. Those are the people I'm blaming. Okay, and yeah.
Subsistence farming is not
Tony,
it's
that's
not
enough.
possible.
Tony, please. That's enough, please. Thank you. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Subsistence farming it is possible if you know what to grow. Again, I'm talking about maybe medium scale farming. Not necessarily a large scale farming, right? So again, it's because of the no direction, no initiative, no leadership. That's the reason why we are suffering that country. It's a big shame. I mean, if we can't do anything in that country, food production should be the least of our problems. It should be. It should be the least of our problems. But it just shows that how we don't have no foresight and always dependent on the rest of the world to help us out. If you're not borrowing money or waiting on Dangote, nothing happens. It's a big shame.
Prince Daddy, somebody always comes on this platform, even though I don't like his face. I won't mention his name. He said something sometimes ago, which I really resonate with because I was in that category. He said, even though we have a fertile land in the south, why can't we even grow our vegetable at the back of our house? Just start from there. You have like my own mom now, growing up, we don't buy vegetables, we don't buy tomatoes, we don't buy capsicum. We grow it at the back of my house. We got some, I don't know what, we call it amonotutu. We water, I forgot the English. We put it at the back of our bathroom. When the water is coming out, we grow it. At least we have something ourselves. We don't go to market and buy such a thing. So what can you even start from there? You can imagine, Prince, if everybody in the South growing vegetable at the back of his or her house, that reduce even the going to market to buy those stuff. So why can't we do something even ourselves, our own self? Yeah, go on, please.
Yes, if we can even grow agbado plenty, I think we can do plenty of stuff. Even small scale, just like you said. People having their own small, farms or gardens at home, they can produce the little they can. By the time you put all this little, produce together, you got plenty in the market. I mean, anyways, it's again that's that's why I said it's a lazy. We've just been lazy. It's just been lazy. I mean, as big as that country is, you're telling me insecurity is the number one reason why we can't produce food. I don't believe that for 1 second.
Prince Daddy, we can also ask a question. They said there's total insecurity in the north, but when you follow the road from the north through Ilorin to Ibadan, I don't know whether Thomas knows Bodija market very well. If you go to this market, I can bet you every day there are a truckload of onion, truckload of red pepper, truckload of coming from the north, from Zamfara, from Sokoto, from KB. None come from the southwest. You do not see, even including your big cow, including your ram.
None is coming because we can't. Those produce we can't grow them. Is that why?
I don't understand. So we should.
Praise Daddy. Praise Daddy.
Yeah.
You made a statement now that you don't believe that insecurity is what is responsible for scarcity.
Is the main something that we cannot do.
It's the main reason.
Yes, well put. Yeah.
You say it's not the main.
Yes, it should be the least.
Okay. Those in power, particularly the president, made a statement on Monday, the day of celebration of Eid, that it is time for them to get rid of security so that people can go to farm. How does that sound to you? How does that sound to you?
How many?
Hold on. Did the president say that? Is that Tinubu that said that himself?
Yes. No, president himself.
He said what, sir? He said what?
He said it is time for them as the leader to get rid of the insecurity so that our people can go to farm. Why do you think
it was playing politics? That's all I can say. It's playing politics.
Stop it. That is what kind of you think that it doesn't know that they have insecurity that prevents people from going to farm?
But Ajele Koko, one second, Remy. What percentage of our land do you think arable land
do you
think is affected by insecurity?
So hold on. Do you think the prices of food that is so high now, do you think it's artificial? Do you think it's artificial?
No, it is not artificial. It is real. It's so real.
Okay, it is so real?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it so?
Well, it's so real because there's food scarcity in the land.
What is responsible for the school scarcity? What is responsible?
What is responsible is the lazy excuse of insecurity.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
What are you talking about? For God's sake, lazy excuse?
Lazy excuse of insecurity.
Hold on. You think the farmers whose main occupation is to farm, harvest, and make money, you think they deliberately just want to sit down and don't want to?
No, they don't.
Make money?
No, they don't. See, you and I think we're actually talking. We're on the same page. But 1 second. But here's the difference between you and I. Me, I'm putting the onus, the responsibility for the reason why we lack enough food in that country on leadership. I'm saying that. I'm categorically saying that. Look, it doesn't matter the insecurity. Nigeria is such a big country that we can make do with other parts of the country to grow food. That's my argument.
Hold on. The insecurity has overwhelmed the entire country. And that's why you hold on.
I disagree with Ajale Koko. I disagree with that. No.
Okay. Hold on. Let me make my point. That is why you have seen for the past 9 years or 8 years, budget for defense has been on top. Above for that. Oh, do you think Nigeria is fighting war against the neighboring country? Who are we fighting war against? Why do you think they are ordering torpedoes and what do you call it, torpedo fighter and all these weapons? Why? Is it not because of internal insecurity, banditry?
No, the insecurity. It's overblown. I can tell you that right now. It's overblown.
I don't want to engage in. I mean, when people talk like this, it just shows that
anti-people.
I'm not being insensitive. I'm serious. I'm not being sensitive or trying to be kidding around.
Yeah,
you know very well it is in the interest of the military establishment to blow things out of proportion and not even do nothing about it. Yeah, they buy to counter jets or whatever they call them, and all this other weaponry. Yeah, they have them. But for 9 years, how lazy is your military that they cannot fight insurgents in their own country? Oh, come on, do the math.
Now you are saying a different thing. How lazy that they cannot win the war. But we are telling you there's war in the land that prevents people.
Why are we calling this war? War? No, not war now. Insecurity.
You see that. Hold on. You see that security. I mean, those that are responsible for security of life and property are not capable of, putting that security under control. I'm talking about police. Now you have to have military to go into the bush fighting. You think that is not war? What are you talking about? Do you think military just go? Do you think it's a responsibility of military to be doing all these things?
I know you know the term.
If it is internal insecurity that is that easy? Do you think police wouldn't have crushed it? Why is military? Why are we buying so much arm for the military for the past 8 years?
Coco, I know you're familiar with the term military industrial complex in America. Okay, we have the same thing now in Nigeria. Say it is the interest of the security people, the military people, personnel, to continue to foster this
insecurity
idea of insecurity. Yeah, it's in their own interest. I mean, how do they get the money? You know, now I said it before. The military now, people think military takeover or coup d'etat is a thing of the past in Nigeria. Well, that's fine, but the military generals or the leadership, they need money too. They watch all the civilian politicians stealing the money left and right, you know, doing whatever they want to do with the money, with the country's money. And they too, they found a loophole, and the loophole is insecurity. As long as we have insecurity in the land, and they can continue to get what the security votes or whatever they get, the allocation to buy more weapons and fight this insurgency, they will continue to perpetrate
what they want to loot.
Yeah, they will continue.
What they want to loot out of the money.
Oh, that's what they're doing. They're looting it. They don't have it. They have a zero interest in trying to eliminate this insecurity we're talking about. It is in their interest to keep it going, and blow it out of proportion. And who knows, they were sponsoring some of this killings that goes on in that country. And for sure, we know. I think we all can agree that they give this terrorist people intelligence. They do give them intelligence, no doubt about it. Sometimes you don't have to be a military expert or know everything about military, how it works, but you can see the pattern on how things unfold in that country. And there's no doubt the military is really hating and abating this terrorist in a lot of ways. So they can give us this aura of insecurity that we can't grow our food, we can't grow food or go to farm because of insecurity. It's to their own interest, and I'm telling you that. If leadership is serious in that country, we can put an end to it. If not, we can curtail this insecurity to a certain part of the country, and with a big, vast land that we have in Nigeria, we can grow plenty of food for everyone. But nobody's doing that. And to the point, Angelica, what Tinubu said, I don't agree with that statement. To me, it's a political statement. Right at its core, it's a political statement. I don't think Tinubu himself believes that. I don't think he believes that.
Can I say something?
You don't think it.
Can I say something?
Yes.
This thing.
Hold on 1 minute. I'll let you say something now. So you don't believe in what you said. Yet it's approving budget that carries, the giant share of it for defense. You don't believe
Angelico, of course, he has to appease the military people. He has to. It's part of the politics. It's part of the deal. It's part of the package.
Prince, let's hear from Tunaja. Tunaja, you have the floor here.
Yeah, Thomas, I think you run the risk of having a different kind of segment of the show where you allow only certain kind of people to talk, and you want to think about that if that is not your intention, because that's how it's looking. Regarding the earlier topic that the man was talking about, how we are low IQ, he made an argument for and against himself at the same time. Even when I addressed the point earlier on that it's not about individual IQ that is our problem, it's about collective intelligence. And that is something that you cannot just affect by just saying, oh, I want to be intelligent, I want to go and study PhD, I want to be a professor. It's not going to make a difference. You still have, certain things still has to be put in place for that collective intelligence to rise. And those ingredients are not in place. And I think part of it is also because most of our people are thinking from the point of view of the micro level, whereby, well, let's fix this one, it's going to solve the collective intelligence issue. It's not going to solve it. There is a reason why a country like Philippines or Vietnam, all those countries that you should look at them just standing on their own, you think Nigeria should be better than them. But they are performing us like crazy. Why? It's because that collective intelligence is something that operates on a different level than we are not talking about. And it took me a long time to even come to this point to realize that there's something else going on here that doesn't make sense. Because our people are very educated. In America, they make the highest, the highest educated diasporans arrive in that country. But yet, look at where we are today.
Okay, tonight, you continue, but give me a second.
No.
Help us with the definition of collective intelligence, because you're good at throwing these kind of buzzwords around. They have collective intelligence in the Philippines and in Vietnam. Okay.
Yeah, they have a higher one.
Tonight, have you ever been to the Philippines?
No, I've not.
I indulge you to please go there, and then you compare with Nigeria. Then you know that what you are saying now is not totally true. Because sometimes
define the collective intelligence tonight.
You will never appreciate your country until you start stepping out to several countries. Then you will understand that your country is not so bad as you guys continue to speak.
I didn't say Nigeria.
I totally agree that Nigeria needs a lot of development. I totally agree that we should encourage both leaders and followers to continue to strive and work hard for that country.
Well, you were here when he was calling us low IQ. You didn't intervene then. I'm trying to address the point he made.
Because that time the platform was full, and I think there's no need for me to intervene. And whatever you guys are saying at that particular time, there are so many analyses that a lot of people will put forth. Because at the end of the day, what you read might be different from what he read or she read, and what he believes in might be different from what you believe in. So if we give you 10 days, you will never finish, because everybody have the way they will look at it. So,
before I get back, tonight, hold on a second. Please explain or define these collective intelligence you're talking about.
Okay, let me give you a simple example. If you are in a room and you have, 6, 7, maybe 10 people in the room, friends or foes, whatever, you're arguing amongst yourself, and you're arguing amongst bitterly. Then suddenly you guys discovered you are in this room, in this building, and then you see foreigners or some people surrounding the building looking hostile and coming to attack you people. Guess what's going to happen? That group that was arguing a moment ago will now band together to fight off the intruders that are coming to do them harm. What has just happened in that room is that their collective intelligence has increased. Now they are going to work together to deal with that threat. That is what we are talking about here. We as a people, collective intelligence, when it comes to that, we don't have a very high one. We have individual intelligence, but we don't know how to work together to make it a matter.
Okay, based on what you just described, then we do have collective intelligence tribally, in a tribal form. We do.
When you say in a tribal form, it's still that example of me saying individually in that room. Tribally is not going to cut it. You have to operate, you have to manifest the power of your national tribe.
Well, we know we're quite distinct in that country, Nigeria. So tribal, from a tribal point of view, if each damn region, use that, based your own definition of it, use their own collective intelligence, they can develop their own space and to make it more habitable and more conducive for their own people. And overall, collectively, as a nation, it will be better off.
But we are talking about hold on, Tunaya, hold on, please, sir. Thank you. Prince Daddy, we are talking about the collective, the collectiveness of the black race. Don't limit it to Nigeria or to our Western region, kind of something. We're talking about a whole race. What Nigeria is trying to tell you is that the black people lacks love for each other. They cannot work together to at least formulate something, something formidable that we can be able to count on. Say, okay, these are black invention. That was why, that was why I made it, black, blank, earlier on that black people are less intelligent because we are unable to, innovate an event, and then still unable to copy from other people's inventions, like the Koreans, the Japanese did.
Okay, Tony, I see your point. But
yeah, so not just hold on. So the Yorubas and the Igbos and the Fulanis and the Hausa have to be working together. For example, work together and synergizing, and then do it just getting their house together. And then to the Haitis, the Jamaicans, the black race are less intelligent. than the white race.
Yes, I am not less intelligent. I don't know where you get that from. Please, Daddy.
Okay, make something
Yeah.
now, Thomas, General Thomas, make something now. Make you produce us.
My brother, I am not less intelligent. You can be less intelligent. Yeah. Please, Daddy.
I think let me just summarize the importance of collective intelligence is that it's more consequential than individual intelligence. A group, let's say you can have a group of people that are just school leavers versus professors that are highly intelligent, but they are divided and they have their own with their egotistical problem. That group that is school leavers will win out over the professors every time, because their collective intelligence, if they magnify it, is greater than what the individual professors can ever be able to produce. That's what.
Tonight, that's I don't know. I kind of I don't know. I don't know if I disagree or not. But help me out here. Now, based on your example, give us an example of how the Philippines or Vietnam is being able to use collective intelligence to better their society, the country.
Yeah, okay, like in a football match. Let's say we are playing football and then I want to score alone.
Sorry,
I don't pass the ball. No, hold on, you don't pass the ball.
Tony, you must have people to. You must let people to talk. You just finished talking 2 minutes ago. Yeah, tonight, yeah.
Yeah. The point is that regarding the Philippines, they make up about half of our population. Like in the case of their defense spending and their military size, they are altogether they have 150,000. They are half of our population in terms of active personnel, and their reserve is 1.4 million reserve personnel. That's what they have. That is a country that is half of our population. They are more active, and they are not even having terrorist issues, kidnapping their women and children every day. But now, this is what I mean by collective intelligence. If you see that Filipino on the street, you will not rate them highly, would you?
To Niger, I beg to differ. The most part of the northern Philippines are into a lot of crises. In fact, the military or the president or the democratic rule cannot even get access to that place because they are also trying to declare they want to go away from the old Philippines itself. And the Philippines itself, they have a lot of crisis in the northern part. And the way you are putting it here is that you think they have a huge problem also there. Religion play a big role that sometimes when you marry, it's very difficult for you to divorce. And it's so many stuff that you cannot explain. Then when you hear them talk, or if you have had them as friends, you will know that Nigeria have more freedom than them. And when you talk about their military might, America have a base in the Philippines because of China, and that helped them a lot. They have a big base in the Philippines that helped them. So when you are talking, the only problem I see about Africa is that unfortunately for us, we are unable to document our history because of language.
So how did what you just say negate anything I said?
Give me 10 seconds. If we have our own language and we don't have all this fusion of so many ethnic tribes together, if it's just only one tribe or two, which is manageable, like China now, they have about 90% of Han nationality, the same kind of people. So we don't have our own language. So all what we guys are fighting about are what is written for us. And if they write your history for you, there's going to be a lot of distortions, because everybody's going to write it the way they feel like. And unfortunately, to not compound the Black African war, you also go and take their religion. So what do you expect? That one is a total colonization. Even before they step stone on you to control you, you follow their language, you also follow their religion. And when you guys talk, I just laugh. So Prince Dad, you can continue.
Yeah, maybe if I go to the next topic and then if I turn it over to the next person. But tonight, I say explain collective intelligence in case of a nation, from a nation's perspective. You talk about military power. To me, that doesn't tell me anything. And
Well, because they
when it
kept
comes to,
interrupting now, he just made a long statement of almost nothing. He didn't dispute anything that I said. He just made that, oh, they have some issues, but their issues are not the same as us. If 200 of their children are kidnapped, you will hear it all over the world. You will not hear the end of it.
They are not like you, Mr. Tunaja. They are not like you that focus too much on everything, whether true or
Because
not true.
without security, you see now, this is what I mean. Because without security, why do you think they
So
have
I just give
1.4 million
you a
reserve?
very good example. They are not like Nigeria with so many different tribes like that, or so many
Oh,
different.
so that's why they have 1.4 million reserve.
I don't know about their military side. It's you that is bringing out the figure there.
I'm
But
giving the figures.
what I'm trying to tell you is that they will not go online and be bastarding. They have been writing rubbish about their country or something like that. They are not that type of people. They are more patriotic.
I'm not here about Martin Nigeria. I don't know where you got that one from. I'm just
telling you,
saying that what Paddy said was not
all
the
this
most.
thing you are trying to say about collective intelligence or no collective, everybody knows that all over the world, people are intelligent. But when we look at it in generality, and I just give you a very good example. I don't know whether you have talked about that.
See, now you ran away again.
If they control your language and they also control your religion, then you're already a slave to them. See how Nigerians, they save or find a way to go to Jerusalem or Mecca only because of pilgrimage. So you can look at it that
Do you know what the Chinese were doing recently? They were taking down mosques and rebuilding it in the Chinese tradition. That they build it in their own cultural style instead of the minarets. Let me just finish my point. Let me finish the point. Instead of the minarets and all those things, the reason why they are doing that is because they don't want to be overridden by another people's culture. Like what you just said just now about Nigerians, we accept those things, but other people don't accept it. It means that they are operating at a higher level than us.
One verse. Let him land, Remy. Yeah.
So I just want to ask you a question. Which region or which province or state are they pulling down the mosque and they are redesigning it to Chinese way? Which can you tell me?
The areas that are Muslim, if that is a mystery for you.
So which areas
that are Muslim that they build the mosque? I don't know the precise. I don't know whether it matters. Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
I think that what you are saying here is untrue. And
what?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is a big claim.
Bring out your fact. Bring out your fact.
Okay, don't worry. I will have to. This is something I saw with my own eyes. They reported on it. What are you? Man, I don't know why you're arguing with me.
No, to Nigeria, I tell you, the Philippines is not a land of roses. That everything's they have big problems there.
It's not even America.
Yeah, they have big problem in the Philippines. It's not a model country. I mean, I'm not going to say that. In fact, the leadership of the government has been in the past recent years. They've been like brutal to the citizens. I wouldn't use the Philippines as a model for anything, quite frankly.
I'm using
they may have a larger military than we do.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, do you mind if
yeah, go ahead.
Collective. So I'll first give a biblical one, so you understand where I'm coming from, and then I can make it a brother one. So a biblical one is the Tower of Babylon. So collective people came together and thought to build a city Babylon. So that's a collective.
Your line is breaking.
So that may be
amongst
the Yorubas would be.
You are breaking, my brother. You are breaking.
I think I'm the one breaking now.
Yes, we can hear you now, but you were breaking before. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on, please.
I've sent the link, by the way, of the mosque that they are transforming in China. You can see that they are transforming into their own cultural mosque.
So you said they are demolishing the mosques and designing Chinese.
That's why they are renovating it. That's what I said.
Yeah,
they are renovating to Chinese style. They are removing the Islamic, that's the Arabic kind of minaret kind of mosque.
Am I better
to a Chinese style.
Yeah, we can hear you, Paddy. Go ahead. Yeah.
We can hear you now. Go on.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Yeah, so I was giving like a biblical example for Prince Daddy, and that's because of his faith. And I gave the example of Tower of Babylon. So that's like people coming together to collectively build a vision, and that's something we've seen the Europeans do in recent times. The Greeks did it, prehistoric. The Egyptians did it. The Mesopotamians. I mean, we have like the Mayans did it. So we've found very many people who have collectively built a civilization and they've advanced it. Now, in between, they will lose it. They lose it to war, they lose it to natural disasters, they lose it to so many things, but they're able to get back on their feet and rise all over again. We are not the only ones who experience slavery, but for some reason, we've not been able to get out of it. So when I say we suffer, what's it called? What's that word we give? Collective intelligence. It means that as a group of people, we've not been able to come together and solve a solution. And that itself shows how flawed we are as a group. Now, of course,
Why do you think that is?
There we go. There we go again. Oh, yeah. That's a good question. Why? Tell us why.
Okay. So if I say why, very many of you will not agree with me. But this is just my own study and observation. Now, and I'm saying this because of this. Let's first understand that as humans, even though we are humans, we are of different species. And we all don't have the same characteristics. And once you don't have the same characteristics, because we have, and I'll say it, and again, I'm saying so, because individually, we can survive as individuals. So the meaning that Ajale Koko himself can provide for himself. He has the physical strength to provide for himself. He can defend his home, defend his land, defend his family. So for that reason, he doesn't need a wider collective group to survive. Maybe a few family members, if in his own small compound, and they can protect their own yard. People who are smaller, or maybe people who have done it well, have had to come together to protect a vast expanse of land, and that's how you build cognitive intelligence. So I'll give a very. We've been using China, so let me use China. The Chinese are smaller in physics. They have Russia on the side, they have Japan on the other side, they have maybe the Arabs on the other side. So they have to fight collectively because they know that they can't defend individually. They need a group intelligence. Group intelligence means that they're going to build a broader defense, a broader mechanism, a broader that itself starts to build. It helps people to bring collective ways of advancing. Now, this is not just maybe in 2024. No, this is something that happened, transitions into from maybe centuries into how we behave now. That itself is one of the reasons why. So which is why by as default, as almost as Black people, because we know we can cater to ourselves, we focus on ourselves more than the collective expanse. Same thing happened. Look at the Europeans. Europeans understand that. Let's use America. America understood that if we live individually, we will lose to the British. We will lose to whoever wants the Portuguese. So let's come together and make a nation, and so we can together fight the British. The moment they won the battle with the Brits, America started thriving. That is how people build collective intelligence. So that is, I think, is why the average Black person, I'm not talking about me, you, because when we put it ourselves, people get triggered. But the average Black person's focus is on self-satisfaction. Let me grab enough for myself and my family. We don't think, look, if instead of me to focus only on my compound, let me make the entirety of this compound, this entirety of my land. Let me make my kingdom so protected all the way far, so I don't need to suffer. And that's because we have stress. It seems like it's theoretical.
Let me take him. Let me answer after he finishes. If when you are done, let me know, so I can just, because this has been going on for a bit. Please go ahead.
Right. So I'm saying that because even though it seems very theoretical, it is actually very practical in the way we survive. And before I go, I wanted to. Okay, let me leave it like that. If I speak again, I won't speak on something around. I think maybe Ajale Koko was felt offended when I said many of us were pygmies or we were midgets, and I'm saying so because even though it didn't seem as, even though it seemed as though I was trying to sound condescending, I'm speaking to how we've evolved. If we look as far back as maybe if any of us met maybe our grandparents or our great grandparents, and we understand how smallish they were. The reason why we had small fibers, even though they had strength, the reason they were small was because we didn't have access to enough protein. The domestic animals we had, even our egufe or ewure, is literally called pygmy goat. So even the things we're consuming, our guinea fowl, our bush meat, those things were very lean protein, and they didn't allow us grow big. It's protein that makes people grow tall and big. It was when we started mingling with the people from the Fula tribe, was when we now had access to adequate meat and milk. That's when we started going to the tall people we were. Even if you look back as a recent history, the Azikwes, the Awolowas, and people like Macaulays, these people were actually very short. Yes, they had strength, they had power because of the carbs and vegetables, but physically they weren't very tall. The people who were tall amongst us were the Northerners who didn't have to deal with things that we had to deal with. So I just wanted to land that point here so that people can sink in, bro.
Okay, so let me just start from back up. Regarding the height, it's not very clear that we were very short. Maybe we were short, who knows? We were not here 250,000 years ago. However, some of the people today in the world that have some of the ancient genes are not the shortest ones. The Nilotics of in Africa here, they actually produce the tallest people in the world, and they have the paternal haplogroup A, at a higher occurrence than any other group apart from the Khoisan in the southern region of Africa. And we also, when you look at these things, different groups around the world too, just like you see a lot of tall people around the world, you also see people that are like pygmies around the world. It could just be that we're on, in a way, average height, but because of genetic diversity, some people change to becoming slightly shorter because they lived in the forest, while the ones that live in the savannah or on drier areas remain tall, because from what they said, being tall allows you to dissipate heat more efficiently.
Yes.
So those are that kind of stuff can explain this. But the truth is that we're not necessarily here when those things occurred, but we'll see. It's possible because life was harsher before that, people were shorter, but I'll leave that point at that.
But the Chinese and the Japanese, they are shorter, but they are more intelligent than the black people. Right on.
Yeah, regarding the group intelligence, your explanation, at least the way you try to explain it, I already gave an example that implies that when people have an urgency of, you try to explain it by saying the Chinese will have people here and the Chinese will have people there, but you didn't land it fully because the Chinese people were like that, and after the British, the influence of the British waned. They were still very, very backward. They didn't get themselves together. As a matter of fact, they had some of their people fighting to make Christianity the fate of the country. And but by the time the Japanese invaded them, their head corrected very, very quickly. And they realized that they have to now focus, just like those people that I gave as an example that are in a building arguing amongst themselves. But when they sense a bigger threat, they unite. And that unity that comes from that, you don't have to explain it to your fellow countryman. No matter
due to their white color, due to their white skin, then, because why we not work together like a football team?
It's all about skin.
Not necessarily color.
It's about skin.
Okay, one second. Let me make your point. Come on, real quick.
The point I'm making now. Come on, you have to have a strong shared experience, something that unites all of you, that you don't have to verbally convince everybody all the time of it. Because if you look at the countries that went on to develop now, the ones that went on to develop are the ones that had that kind of experience and they went to build things that are far, far greater. Look at North Korea. When I was saying that North Korea is more advanced than Nigeria, people thought it was a joke. Look at Putin is going there. Do you see Putin coming to ask Nigeria for help or anything? North Korea, 80% of North Korea was destroyed in the 50s in the Korean War. And in the less than 3 years, after they destroyed 80% of destruction, which means some towns were completely flattened. After they did that, 3 years it took them to build an underground train line in the center of the capital.
And that is due to collective intelligence.
They built it 100 meters underground. Why?
But why can't Nigeria just produce light? Electricity power.
I need to make my point. I need to make my point real quick.
They are more organized because under collective intelligence. Hold on. What I'm trying to imply here is that the collective intelligence is not something you just wish and you get. It comes from something that stimulates you to get
Tunaja, I would like to destroy this shared experience theory.
Let me make my comment before you come in, Mike. One second. Let me make my comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So you guys keep talking about this collective intelligence stuff. See, I think I've made the point in an argument before. See, Americans, they call the Americans are so individualistic. They like, they're to themselves. And we Africans, even the Asians, we tend to live in a more community, more collective way of living. We share things, we more communal in what we do. Right, fine. But I've made the argument that look, as much as individualistic as Americans or the Westerners are, they are more when it comes to a sense of community. They have a much higher sense of community than we do. And why do I say that? Well, let me finish. Why do I say that? Well, they have the ability. See, what you guys call it, this what do you call it? This term you guys are using. To me, it just simply being able to lead your people, organize. You talk about ability to organize and lead people to accomplish an objective or a task. That's what you guys are talking about. And we know in today's world, I don't know, in the past 100, 200 years or so, that the Western world has been at the forefront of being able to organize themselves and conquer other people or do great things. We Africans are the third world country, we've not been able to do that. So this collective intelligence we're talking about, I'm not sure what the value is. To me, it's
right. And that's another point I didn't touch. Europeans, when Napoleon showed up on the scene, Napoleon was different. European unions had monarchies, and they tried to destroy Napoleon, and Napoleon kept defeating them repeatedly. So they had a reason to unite. And if you look at it, during that period was when they went on to even unite again. And the European countries, the European countries.
European countries united. When did they unite?
They united against Napoleon now.
Napoleon, yeah.
They united against Napoleon. They wanted to destroy him because he created a kind of a nation state that they didn't like because they were more.
You said the rest of European countries united against Napoleon.
Collective intelligence you're talking about, it's always around. Hold on, it's always around a threat. It's always around. It's also around danger. When there's a danger or something wrong. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people being able to come together and organize, lead their people, organize, and do something great.
Okay, now I will ask you a straight question. Now, give us good example because we are looking for it too. I'm looking for it too. Give me a good example where a people, through peace, came together from zero and built something to the top. Through peace, no war at all, ever.
My thoughts.
Show it to me. Just explain to me. Let me see. Let me hear you.
China just did it.
For it. China didn't do it. You know, China came through hell.
China went. It is did China go to war from hell? They went through hell. Wait. China just started developing from the past 30 years. Who did they go to war with anybody before?
If you know the hell Japan inflicted on China.
No,
China still didn't develop. The Japanese invasion. China just started developing the past freaking 30 years or 40 years ago. Prior to that, they were the poorest people in the world. Hold on. Wait. No, the question you ask us is who has developed through peace? Like, and we are telling you that.
No, without any war, without any major stimulant.
China has not fought any major war now. Which major war did they fight? They weren't even involved in World War II.
Mike, don't be like that. Mike, don't be like that. Mike, don't be like that.
Against Japan, I invaded them.
China has fought wars almost all through their history.
No, he's talking about development. Everybody has fought war throughout their history now. In Nigeria, we didn't fight war. Everybody has fought war now. But what he's saying is that like the previous the period of your development, you have to be fighting war. That war is what makes you.
No. I'm saying
you said through war, development through war.
Yeah,
but what does China development have to do with war?
It means that you have been invaded and it unites the people. Something like that is part of the reason why people unite.
Hold on, let me debunk this your shared experience bullshit. Saying if black, hold on, let me quickly debunk before I forget because that's why I came in. Hold on. You're saying. Until black people have a shared experience of being attacked or being dealt
something, I don't know
or whatever it is, then dealt with, or in a very maybe a Holocaust or something. Okay, explain to me why the Black Americans, the Caribbeans, after hundreds of years of slavery and all these bad experiences, tell me why they are not advancing.
Because they lost. You can't lose the war and expect to go on to develop. If you lose,
you have to win.
You're not free. Yes, of course you have to win. All these people I'm talking about, no, not necessarily
So
win.
after they are free, they didn't win, right?
You are not see. If you look at the countries that I use as examples, either they lost, but they went on to.
So now you're shifting your argument. Because what you've always said is that you have to have experienced something bad that will make you.
Yes.
So these bad things that you experience and you're left alone, it didn't motivate you to say
you are not left alone. You are not. They didn't leave you alone. That's the difference. They didn't leave you alone.
No, when a black man wake up in the morning, there's a white man standing in front of you telling you can't do anything.
How many of these nations you are talking about fought for their freedom? And
Mike, you do well. You do well for your questions. Now, white man, they hold you down.
No,
your brain cannot go above what you are.
Stop,
I mean,
hold on. To Nigeria. This is your collective intent, and Patty also. The Western world. Okay, the reason why they've been able to advance in so many ways. Okay, is because of their leaders or their thinking people in their society. They always look for a need, or they always look for ways to solve their problems. If you ask me, not because there's also a threat or danger at their doors. That's always the case. They're adventurous. They look at the society, and they always find ways, to solve problems. Not because they always face immediate danger all the time. That's not the case.
Prince, let me tell you what really it is, right? What the issue? The thing is this: in every there's a rule they call the 2%. 5% rule, where 5% of human beings are like people born to lead the rest. You understand? They are born with the ability, the special gift, and their mind to lead the rest of the people. Now, in all these other societies, it's just simply those 5% of people. Those 5% they are born with them. They just born. That's just what they come to this world to do. To just lead their people, lead and just change things. You understand? And the old people will be so passionate about it that they will find a way. They will risk everything to get to the top and just change their society. Now,
even 1%,
the difference,
even 1%, bro, Mike, even 1%.
Yeah. The difference is in all those other countries, those 5% are determined to get it done. But among black people, is those kind of 5% that you see them, they exist. I've met so many black men like that with that kind of just born with that. They are geniuses. The only thing is they're just addicted to this social. Black people. This what's the word? The social pleasure things.
Lack of love for each other. Lack of love.
No. It's not even that. Average black person just wants to enjoy life, just enjoy himself. And some of them know things they are capable of doing.
They don't plan ahead.
Of the work it will take and the sacrifice it will take, as far as sacrificing the time you have to.
To your point, Mike.
Hold on now.
To your point, Mike. Yeah. The difference is this: even though that 5% rule that you gave is not actually even attributed to the rulers, it's actually like the everyday people. I mean, the Einsteins, the Teslas.
That's what I'm saying. We have them.
Rulers. No,
that's what I'm saying now.
They're everyday people.
Right? They are not necessarily. They are not. No. This is what it is.
Christ.
No, hold on.
You are going backwards. What you are talking about? We are going back to individual talents. That is not how nations get transformed.
It's individual talent and developed nation, Mumu. Who has developed nation? Is it the morons? Is it the non-talented? Is the gifted people now? Now let me explain something to you. Sunaja, hold on now. Sunaja, you've been here for 3 hours. I just came for 5 minutes. Buddy, those 5% I'm telling you, they all come with different forms of talent. Some come with industrial talents. Some come with political talents. Some come with, they come with different form of talent, but they're just special. You understand? So what they're able to do is each of them, they bring their talents. They usually bring their talents together and usually take over, right? It takes a gifted one that's gifted in politics or whatever. They will be so determined to conquer, get to the top in politics, and they get the one that are gifted.
Radical in nature, very
exactly,
radical.
They'll be very radical in nature, exactly. So you will find them in all areas. So now when they all find their way to the respective positions, and that's when they now come together and change their society. But the thing is, with our people, we have such people, but they don't have that work ethic and that desire, which they know inside of them that they have what it takes to get there, but they just don't want to. Usually, some of them, you find them Once they get a little bit of money, they have like 3 wives, 4 wives, and once you're busy with that kind of stuff, you can't really do what you need to get done.
Maybe if you're just
Mike,
let me finish,
let
you
me
may
explain
have an
this one.
idea. No, hold on. You just respond. You
When they have 3
responded.
wives and 5 girlfriends, where will you able to achieve your goal in life?
Let me add something to that. You see, this is why I gave the example of when the British left Nigeria. The way they left is part of the reason why we are where we are. And if you look at most of the African countries that they left like that, none of them are doing well.
Excuse this.
It's not an excuse. There's a pattern to it.
It's not the same way they left India.
Can you just no? Because India, you see, that's exactly the silly. If you want to play games, go ahead. I don't care, because people that are willing to listen are going to listen. The point is that when the British were about to leave, the people that they handed power over to were the people I used to watch when I was younger on TV. They will be showing them they are the interceders between the locals and the British. They are the collaborators with the British. Normally, when a nation fights for freedom or a nation fights an invader, they defeat their collaborators. They defeat the people. Every nation that gets invaded have locals that invited those invaders in. You defeat those ones.
But Zimbabwe defeated the British. Now Zimbabwe fought and defeated they defeated the whites now. Where's Zimbabwe today?
Oh, just hold on. Jesus Christ. So if they defeat these people, then they go on to rule. Generally, they tend to do the right thing by their people. The same thing happened with Zimbabwe, and the same thing happened with Algeria. If you notice, these countries express their freedoms far more than Nigeria does, even if Nigeria is more powerful than them. South Africa expresses its freedom far more than Nigeria does, even if Nigeria is bigger than them. But there is a difference. What Mike is trying to get at is that he's trying to imply that I'm saying that it's a level playing field. It's not a level playing field.
You say a lot of
you like to
stuff you can't
interrupt me all the time. Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
Not when you're spreading a bunch of things you don't know about.
I'm trying to answer the question directly, and you keep interrupting me. And you're one that always interrupt me. Let me answer the question for once. Let me try to answer the question Mike is asking is that the result is not the same in all situations, because after all, how about Americans and all the rest? Because if you have been defeated, like during the colonization wars that we were defeated, the British, the victors went on to groom our leaders.
How were we defeated?
Okay, we were never defeated too now. Okay, we just invited them to come and rule us for 60 years. Okay, that's how it happens. But they
we invited them now.
Yeah, they went on to groom us for 60 years, 3 generations, and they have the leaders.
So now you have not given that excuse. 93% of Africa, Nigeria didn't see a white man during social colonization.
Hold on,
if you go and ask your grandfather, we tell you never saw a white man face to face. He didn't even learn English. By the time the British left, it's only less than 5% of Nigeria know how to speak English. Most of them.
Just let me highlight this one. I will shut up my mouth. Haiti is another example. Haiti was strong enough to be able to fight off 2 world powers when it became free. But eventually, because the environment didn't favor it, the world powers were just too powerful. In the end, Haiti succumbed. You can't, if you lose in the end, you can't go on to do those great things because those people that beat you, they will make sure you don't develop. They will make sure.
So you are saying that the reason you are not developing is not because we didn't go through something, it's because someone is telling you not to. Is that what you are telling us?
That's part of it now. You don't know.
The point I want to make.
They don't even need to tell us. We tell ourselves that.
Tunaja, hold on.
Okay,
guys. The point I even wanted to make is it's not so recent or not so modern. I want to make my point around purpose itself, right? So people who live who have to deal with several very harsh weathers, winter, autumn, because they have to gather food and gather resources that they don't have. There's always a collective purpose to protect those resources, and which is one of the things that actually that has made Europe itself grow. Before Europe grew, we knew of other civilizations too. What to do collectively the same thing. So let me give a very clear example. Let's assume British. During winter, they don't have food, so they die. They have diseases. They don't look. We are savages. We are dying. We need to leave where we are to go and look for where to survive. And some people amongst them will get on, devise something. Let's call it a sheep or a horse, and travel far lands to find food. and then they bring the food back. Same way ants are. Ants will gather food, get into their ant hill, and then they have soldiers that will defend it. That theory itself is what can birth civilization and can enhance industries, can enhance technology, can enhance survival. For those who didn't have to do too much, who almost not have a purpose too, we don't have very harsh weather in black terrains. Unfortunately, for even places like Haiti, the island that they stayed did not have to go through several torrid weathers. Maybe only the Aboriginals in Australia, even the Australians who don't have to go through so much of winter. For those kind of people, they tend to lack and just tend to become such a way that they can't evolve beyond and find more. Everybody who has enhanced themselves have had to leave their terrain and go on a sojourn to go and find what they will feed, and that is what has helped them.
Why are the black Africans not manufacturing air
So,
conditions then?
Paddy, does that
The air
extend to
conditions.
them
Why are we not
wanting
making air
to do?
conditions?
Tony,
Does that
If
include?
due to the hard harsh weather, we have harsh weather, hot weather. Why are we not able to make our own air conditioners?
Tony, that's mundane.
That's a good point, Tony. What about refrigerator? What about refrigerator? What about?
Shockingly, the person who invented the refrigerator.
Thank you, Prince.
Black guy.
Prince Daddy.
Hold on. The person who invented the refrigerator, actually a black guy who was a
Let's face it, a black man just wants to make little money, marry more wives, and do one bet. That's it.
The person who invented the refrigerator, actually a black man who was a black slave, who was in an area where they had to preserve food. And then they had to create it. Again, it's about survival. The reason the refrigerator was created is our food is spoiling. We need to find a way where we can preserve it. Now, they will preserve it over and over and over again. How then do we retain cold? So, remember, so there are different ways of preserving food. Native to us is probably salt. We couldn't even defend it, so we had either you dry it under the sun, or we saltify it, or we put in ice. We didn't need ice because we had sun. So, when we preserve our meat in sun, we are fine. Those people who had ice realize that when they preserve their meat in cold, it lasts longer. The moment that ice melts, then those meats or food will get spoiled. So how can we retain this ice? That itself, that question alone, will start leading one generation to another generation to the point where collectively they can make up a solution and then they can commercialize it. That is how problem is solved. The same way cars was solved as well too is how do we transport this very heavy material? Because we want to build a city. We don't have the labor, we don't have the people. We can use the resources of animals that we have to do this kind of thing. So that is how people. That's civilization.
I think you are over laboring the point. I think we know there is, developmental continuum, as they like to put it, or continual development that occurs. There was something that happened 400-500 years ago in Europe, that the period of enlightenment where they separated the scientific method from the religion. I always give this example where Galileo was jailed in house arrest till his death because he said the earth was traveling around the sun. So they saw that as heresy at the time, and they did that. And when they separated the scientific method from the religion during that period, now you see the great technical advancement they've seen since then. They used to have a lot of limitations before, but due to that change that occurred during that period, they made a lot of inroads. And during that time, they were not exactly colonizing us. It took over 200 to 300 years for that to actually happen. They became so strong, and they were fighting amongst themselves too. They were fighting for territories among themselves until during the period of Napoleon. Maybe with the mix of what was going on with Napoleon, everything forced them to unite and did what they did during that period to us. It also helped that they found the cure for malaria. That too is another one. I take your point that you made regarding scarcity. If people that have scarcity are more likely to value resources. And you can also link it to the fact that Africans went to Europe. That didn't help. We ruled Europe for 800 years. And then when we left, they basically followed us back because it's almost at the same time. And that Mansa Musa decided that that was a time to go and sprinkle gold all the way from Senegal to Mecca and destroy that economy. Now, the entire world felt that there was a mountain of gold in Africa. And almost immediately, barely 100 years later, we are facing the mess that we are facing now. And we never
stop that fallacy, man. Someone want to make now the entire world, including Japanese, everybody now know about Africa.
Oh, come on, man! This guy, you know, Mike. Why do you?
That is your logic, eh?
You know, I don't mean the entire world. What is wrong with Mike? You don't know what is because people speak anymore.
To
Niger.
Can you give me 20 seconds, please?
Okay, yeah, sure.
You guys have made a lot of analysis here. You talk about because one country have tribulations or some region have a tribulation, that's why they came together. Now let's look at just opposed to Nigeria. We suffer in the hand of colonial fodder for so many years. We got our independence, 1. 2, we have a terrible civil war, and still Nigeria as a country, we did not use that yardstick to build our country. Now, recently we are facing economic action. What are the black people saying? Nobody think. Nobody come together. Collective interest. Let's solve problem together. We are not doing that. See what is happening.
What is Remy talking about?
Let me finish my you cannot say what I'm talking about.
Complain of bad governance.
I'm reacting to True Niger and the other guy. I'm reacting to them. True Niger make a very good example that because this country or this particular region face a lot of terrible time. That's what Ghana them to come together to find solution to their problem. And I am giving you in context to Nigeria. We are in a terrible situation. After the Civil War, Nigeria was awash with a lot of oil money. Do they plan? No. Now we are in economic mess now. What are we doing? So in the next 50 years, if we don't plan now, we continue to complain to death. Why not take this opportunity? If you are truly a patriotic Nigerian, or we are patriotic about our country, come together. Let's salvage it together. It's our country.
You cannot come together because you didn't accept a world war. Who is among those the 5% Mike just mentioned about? No. Hold on. You know, hold on. So that a world war is a world war is a missed opportunity. That is what Mike was referring. Hold on. I'm only 1%. I know that you don't, you hate him, but I'm telling you. So the black. No, hold on. Our inability to recognize or to acknowledge the best among us, born out of ethnicity or religion, foreign religion. That was why. So once our war is dead now, it's gone. There's no way unless you separate that country. Good night, everybody.
I never ate Awolowo. I like Awolowo. This is not Simba.
Yes.
This is Remy. So I like Awolowo. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the era of Awolowo, Sardana is gone. Now there's a new era.
No, why you adding Sardana again? Why you adding? Do you have 2 kings or 2 heroes at a time? Only Awolowo.
Is it Awolowo that ruled the northern
part? No. Hold on. Yeah, that's why. Because you deny him the opportunity to lead the nation. At a point in time, that is, Awolowo was among the 5% that hold on, that was born with that leadership intelligence that Mike was making reference to when he said the 5%.
Of mind, we were not in the right state.
So he's gone now. I don't know. We have to separate the consider it to have men like Tony Africa DPT to come and rule over the Western region, and that's all.
How is that going to solve any problem?
Tony, people like Tunaja, they still hate Awolowo today.
I'm radical in nature. I've got a solution to our electricity power problem.
Togo is right there, and Togo is still very poor. What makes you think that is going to be? I didn't know you're
No. Look, my dad is an Awoist. So I learned a lot of something from my grandfather, my father. They told me about Awolowo. I don't know what you guys are, just talking about here. Now, you use the whole evening. They talk. They chap, as Jama would say. You have made that opportunity because of a tribal bigots, because of a whatever, and then because you said that, okay, you have to be forced into leaving one country because the white man told you to do so. So, you don't know your direction. We have lost our sense of direction.
Tunaja doesn't like Awolowo now because he believes
but that is his problem. But that is cup of tea or cup of coffee.
20 pounds.
I don't have any issue with Awolowo. What are you
20 pounds, Saga. 20 pounds.
Yeah, it's a northerner. It's in England.
Had a strong vision actually for the entire nation, but
entire black race. Look at his wait. Look at his hold on. Look at his legacies. Whatever you see in England, a good thing, you come and replicate it in Africa. The toilet building, free education, rural roads everywhere. You go to all this Benin, all this data, or you're everywhere. We have those are still the infrastructure that the people are still maintaining today. You know,
we lost a man.
Yeah.
You are right. Our lower is real, and we never had that kind of man today.
105%.
You can have the man when the environment is right. It's not the other way around.
We can never have that kind of man anymore.
You don't understand how this is work.
Thank you very much. I don't know your name. Is this Simbad? Thank you very much.
Let's say the truth. Is a man, man. Is a man. If everybody in that town follow our path,
that's all.
They will have developed at the same time.
That's all. That's all.
It's a real gem.
Yes.
We miss it.
And opportunity come but once. Opportunity come but once.
Oh, stop it, man. What is wrong with this? Who is this guy even? Tony, what's the matter with you?
Tunaja, you are advocating for more police people. Hold on. You are advocating for more military and recruitment so that you can come and invade the southern Nigeria. I know you are not an from Benue Plateau.
Where did you get that kind of talk? If opportunity come for what?
No, from the way you speak, I can be able to identify who you are.
Oh yeah, of course I'm a Londoner. That makes
you want more army. Hold on, recruitment of more police that didn't go to primary schools, that went to Islamic schools where they knock their head.
You see why I talk about what I'm saying? I need to convince. Hold on, Remy. This is a very important statement he just made. You see, I need to convince him of that. Yes. If we're in the right state of mind, I don't need to convince Tony of that. It will be just fait accompli. That is what I'm talking about. We are not in that space. Our collective intelligence is not high enough yet.
But tonight, what you are your analysis based on example of North Korea. So you are trying to say we must have military might. That's what if you have a military might.
Without military might, you are a failure. Don't you get it?
Hold on. Then you're able to control the populace. That means at the end of the day, you control their freedom. That's what you're trying to do.
No, do you know that? Okay, now let me confound you with that statement you made.
Listen, I know what you are trying to do. And
okay, what am I trying to say?
That way, you have the military and the policemen. That way, you control their freedom and you can force them to exactly what you want. Now, we want to build a nation. You want to use that angle, force them to the farm, force your professor to go and think, find a way to continue to build, manufacturing, satellite, whatever you want to do. But unfortunately, the world has passed that era. It's not going to be easy unless you want a civil war in Nigeria. So you can't just come in like that and.
We need more technology. We don't need more manpower for military or police. We need technology. Look at the country. We have no police. Vehicles. When you are under attack, you call the police. The police will not ask you to come and pick them up when you are in danger. I mean, what the hell? But in Germany, the police vehicles are the fastest.
I don't know. No. I don't know why you guys are listening to Nigeria. It's an enemy of majority tribe in Nigeria.
Yes,
I see. He's a minority.
No, Ajani Koko, you know that they say where would they play? Now would they talk through?
Tony, hold on.
I just the play,
I know.
Friend. The point I wanted to make.
Now Passat the column now. Now so Passat the column.
Tony, you know now if you call Nigerian police, they will ask you for Uber money.
They will call you for. They will say, "Make you come with the motor. We not get motor, or the motor they get this akpangolo motor.
Why are they Uber money?
Kosheko. Now money they find money. Now not here what happen for Port Harcourt. Hold on, people. This selling and fever story. They call the police. They are in danger. Police every day bring money before they will call arrest a criminal. That country is gone. We just need peaceful separation because I know that some outside people they attack me here on the comment section. I not see the way they cost me. They cost me. We need to separate that country so that we can be able to reboot. We have to go back to our respective regions and then because there's no way the country don't dabaru beyond repair. So
all the regions you are going to go
Tony, you want to join Biafra?
They are all still going to remain like every other country.
I beg, they talk too much. I don't say you know the joke. Mike, now why the thing, to hear me, Joe, I don't tire for this our Nigeria. So we talk every day. Tinubu is just a tenant in the northern part of this country now. Abuja is not my city. You know what I'm saying? So Tinubu is just a tenant there. And then I like how I see they call Lagos every weekend. Yeah, I like that way because you self understand. Hold on. Hold on. What has happened to this movement of central bank now to our place? Get head, get tail. The airport authority, get it. And if you go to New York, Washington might be the capital, but every day for New York, stock exchange for New York, stock exchange for Lagos. No, we bring this vital organs back there. So they say no. So we don't tire. How do you expect things to run well in Nigeria? I don't know.
You're not tired enough. You keep saying you don't tire. You never tire yet. When you see real tire, you will see you when you see real tire, you will
that
wish
Unaruga, to Nigeria. No,
get
go tell your David Mark and the Theophilus Dajuman. Tell them say we not feed them, we not follow them. Make all this not and make the wire una.
Tony, 1 second.
Two guys from Delta now.
Tony, 1 second.
No. It's from a middle belt. It's from Benue Plateau. Make una the.
I'm not from Benue.
No, Tony, that's not now. Only your voice with the ear since. Yeah, Paddy. Yes, sir, for Paddy.
Yeah, so the point I wanted to make is around Nigeria. I think we're actually being too hard on Nigeria. Nigerians have enjoyed so much access to the rest of the world from an educational standpoint. We've traversed the world, we've traveled, we've seen people, we've mingled, and for some reason, because we've seen what the rest of the world or countries who have been there for decades and centuries, we're now desiring the same thing for a country that is new. We need to remember that Nigeria is actually a very, very new country. I mean, even though we've had our land for a while, but we're actually a new construct. And as a new country, we need new development. The people who actually mingled with the colonial masters were very few settlements.
Stop. You see, the fact that you're calling the colonial masters just shows that you are too new. You are definitely too new.
At 70 years old, at
70 years old, you are still calling another man master.
No.
You're still calling people master. Singapore is newer.
Listen,
Singapore is newer than Nigeria. What is the excuse for that?
Just hold on. Okay. The countries we are comparing, we actually compare ourselves. You hear Germany, you hear United States, Britain. These are kingdoms that have retained their identity for the longest part. We're just talking here now about how maybe possibly our law was probably doing very well.
Explain Singapore. Don't run away from it.
I'm not saying don't defend myself. Let me focus on the way I was speaking. Those countries that we've been using as yardsticks have been existing, and they've been through the phase that we currently are right now. Gradually, as we go in tranches, as we go in paces, we'll begin to now develop ourselves. We don't even have a good road network. It wasn't that we had a road before, then those roads got demolished. It's beginning that we are trying to develop those roads now because they were never in existence before. The places that don't have light, it wasn't because they had light before, they don't have it anymore. It's that we've not been able to get light to even those regions. There are people today in Nigeria that still live naked in some part of Bauchi, and they still choose to remain primitive. We have those kind of people in Nigeria. There are people today that still see Western education as a crime, and they call it Boko Haram. There are still people today who still believe that who are still fighting between either Arabic, Ajami, or English. Until we're able to narrow ourselves down into a common focus, then we can begin to progress as a country. Now, I'm not trying to say whatever it is that we might have achieved over the past 70 years. Even the 70 years has been stunted growth. We started as a democracy, and then we had plenty of coups and military rules in between. So since 1999 is when we're trying to get ourselves together. And even in that 1999 democracy of 25 years or so, we are still fighting over whose region is it to rule. So we've not even had a collective goal as a country. And the reason being that is that we've had too many people with different diverse beliefs and tribes to come and focus as a country. It's going to take a while for us to adjust to it. And that's the point I want to make.
How about Singapore that is newer? Okay, I'll leave it. I take your point that it's going to take a while. See, about leadership.
Let me ask you guys one question. Ask your question. What percentage of Nigerians actually speak English, complete English?
I think it's less. I don't know, I think it's a lot lower than most people think.
So what makes someone in Nigeria? Is I mean, what makes you a nation is like
it's an overlapping shared history.
Okay, so if majority of Nigerians today don't speak English, so what makes them Nigerian?
because they also were part of the British colony that was named Nigeria. They were also part of the nation that became free. They were also part of the nation.
Have you ever met a German that doesn't
the northern Nigeria, they speak Arabic, Mike, they speak Arabic there. So let's go
no, Paddy is saying that the people can't come together to they can't come together to build a country. He don't speak the same language. I can't and it's also official language. Most of the population can't speak it.
Even China speaks multiple languages. Singapore does. Switzerland does.
Not a nation now, Mike. Have you forgotten that?
But that's what I'm saying. But even
we're a country, we're not a nation. So
but majority,
I don't know why people prefer all this term nation, not a nation, a country. It doesn't matter. The point is that no matter how you call it, Mike, hold on. I was talking when you interrupted me. Actually, you said
una good nato, Mike, brother Mike, and General Thomas, good nato, Udaro. Right.
Yeah. See, the thing, whether you call yourself a nation or a country, whichever one you have, they are doing well out there with those names. If you say breaking up is a problem, there are nations that have fought to break up and they didn't break up and they are doing better today. And I think somebody was making a point about, if you have security, you are going to be like your country is going to be like a dictatorship and stuff like that. No, actually, it turns out that I found that mysterious for myself too. That it turns out that the more militaristic your nation is, the freer the people are. It's not the other way around.
You are shifting away from the point I'm trying to.
What was the exact question you asked? If you want.
What I'm asking is, to have a country or nation, whatever I want to call it, you have to have a system, right? And you have to articulate that system where the people can understand it. And for you to articulate the system, you have to use a form of a language, right? Where people can say, okay, I'm part of this society and I understand it. I can read whatever it is. So now, if you create a country called Nigeria and the language is English and the system, constitution, everything is written in English, everything is explained in English, and majority of the population can't speak English, don't you see a problem there?
I think if you're educated, you speak English, and many of the other nations.
What percentage? That's why I asked you. What percentage of Nigerians?
Yeah, I can find out now.
It's not about speaking Nigerians. It's about being able to can our languages our native languages, can we convert them? Can we convert from English to that native language?
National language, isn't it?
Is that exactly for people to communicate? So let's assume like this, right? Our president speaks English. I'm just using as an example, right? And then there's a local man somewhere in Damanturu who can't speak Fulfulde. Is there someone to convert what that president or governor or local government has said to that person's language? And once we can narrow it down to a conversion rate, a message has been passed. What the English is for is supposed to be for commerce, for exchange of communication. All I need to do is be able to speak with that person. I don't need to speak with the man directly. I can speak to the lawmakers. Those lawmakers can speak to their own chancellors, and those can communicate to that person. As long as the vision remains unified, we can build a country.
What you are saying is something that comes naturally to people that are thinking on their own. And this is the thing. I keep saying it. Our leaders are not thinking for us. They literally changed the national anthem to the one written by a British woman recently.
Why is that bothering you?
It bothers me. It bothers me because actually, you see, that's the thing. It goes to the heart, even to the last point you just made. Because the reason why they don't think like that is because they are busy trying to please other people.
No,
these problems are easy to
because of the Brits now.
I think you are too used to the way we are now that you fail to see how other nations fix their problems quite quickly because they have their own mindset. They know what their
nation is. Not a nation. Nigeria is a country.
No, you can say Nigeria is a colony, but definitely, look at the grown educated man still calling grown other races colonial masters. That tells you how trained we are.
But that's not collective now. Not just one person.
You're calling them colonial masters.
But it's not collective. It's just one person. We don't have a symbol that says
a lot of people like you do that. A lot of grown men in Nigeria are calling other men masters. Something that they don't even call themselves.
You the colonial master was the one that used to fight a lot before it finally evolved.
I'm the one that stopped you. What are you talking about?
When you used to say colonial master. I was one I used to fight
that.
You guys.
That what you just said now is just verbiage.
Oh my God!
Wait, guy, hold on. If Mike refers to British and calls them colonial masters, quote unquote, right, based on verbiage that was used, are you telling me now that if Mike should stand in front of a white British, is he going to bow to that person?
It's going to affect him subliminally. You don't know that. If you if you grow up calling other people's husbands, other people's fathers, your master. In South Africa, they made grown men call their young children master in South Africa because of the apartheid regime. And our own people, South Africans don't even do that anymore. That they make a point of never doing that again. And our own people go on still using that term till today. That even if you say that
the term colonial master, the term we are conquered. You use it all the time now. I used to fight you.
No.
Stop using the colonial master, but you see, we are conquered.
No, you see, Mike. You see,
what's the difference?
Don't start this again, Mike.
It's not difference now. When you tell you tell your children that you are conquered.
Seriously, you want to?
What is the difference? What is the difference?
Do you know how many times we've had this argument with Mike? I don't think at this rate it's about 10 times at least. Mike refused to
I was the one that changed you from using colonial master to.
No, you didn't change me.
But the one I'm still working on, the conquer one. That conquer one is the one I'm still working on.
You know what Mike is saying? That the Oyibo came to Nigeria, they didn't conquer us. We just invited them to come.
They didn't conquer us. They did not.
Because they
stop using that word. You can't be telling your children that you are conquered.
They went to Ijebu. See, even England, France lost the war to Germany, and yet look at them today.
So they conquered.
Yeah, they were conquered by the Germans.
So go and tell the Englishman that he was conquered. You go chop your.
Even if the Romans today, why do you think the southern part of England?
Show me. You live in England, then. Show me where the English people write that the German conquered them. Show me.
Oh, no, but they write that the Romans conquered them. As a matter of fact, they give the Romans credit for most of their development. Their roads that they built upon is what the Romans built. The reason why the south of UK is the most developed part today on every standard.
You know why they will say that? Because Rome doesn't exist anymore. The Roman Empire doesn't exist anymore. So they can say something like that. But if Roman Empire still exists, really, I will tell you something like that.
How about America saying that they defeated the British or something like that? They don't call them masters or anything like that. As a matter of fact, they make a point of rubbing it in the face of the British that they broke away from them. So my point is that we as a people are still conditioned. If they have been our leaders,
you are conditioned to believe you are conquered.
If our leaders fought them to defeat them, the term that Paddy is using, he wouldn't be using that word, because the people that will take over will tell him, never call those people masters. They are our enemies. That's what will happen. But he is calling them masters today, and that goes to the core of our problem.
Yeah. Telling them they say you're conquered and calling them your master. So Tunaja, don't worry.
I'm just explaining history. Conquered is not a specific term like colonial master. Because
Tunaja, when you conquer somebody, you're not coming back.
You're right, yeah.
That's what conquer means.
You're saying that the moment we stop calling them by that verbiage, then our content has to get better. Is that what you're saying? Or you're speaking to the overall, the overarching mindset of Nigerians is what is stunting our development? I just want to understand where you're coming from with
the overarching mindset of Nigerians comes from our history. This is why I keep saying that you cannot get the kind of leader that will transform Nigeria, because we are not in the space to create such leadership, because the people are not in the right space.
Colonialism is the reason why we think the way we think.
Yes, and the way not just colonialism is the way they left us. We didn't defeat them; they just handed the keys over to the people that are their collaborators.
That's why I can't think.
No, you're wrong. They just didn't hand over the key. We actually fought for the key.
You fought for the key, eh?
No, hold on now. I mean, we didn't have to carry weapons.
Maybe they just dropped the key.
But we pushed back a lot. Yes, we created so many resistance. You could have part. No, now come on. You know, if you don't know
Well,
this,
first of all, Nigeria didn't exist before they came. So what are you talking about?
You know, Egypt. Let me give Egypt gave them so much trouble. They declared unilateral decolonization. That they gave, they said they are not they are not colonizing Egypt anymore unilaterally, like because the Egyptians were giving them so much trouble, and then they still has control over quite a lot of things. But the Egyptians rebelled against them. These Algerians, the same thing. They
But
fought to
first of all, when the British were in Nigeria, were we against them being there?
we were against them.
Really?
Yeah. No, I think Nigerians generally were not.
Really? People that were building, they were building infrastructure for you. You were against them?
No.
Or you were all dying to. Are you? Come on now, Tunaja. You're talking as if when they were there, we don't want you here. Oh, we don't want
Mike,
you
can
here.
you hear me? Just to be sure.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I just want to be sure you guys could hear me. That's all. No,
where they were even when they were trying to leave, people were even begging them to stay. Like for example, the Northerners were saying, "No, don't leave here to Abego."
The Northerners said they were not ready for independence.
Exactly. So Tunaja is telling us that when they were there, they were forcing us.
No, they were ready for independence, but they were ready for independence. Let me finish what I'm saying now. They were ready for independence to go separate, but the British wanted them to stay with us. That is the problem.
No. The North were actually ready. In fact, they were actually in talks with Chad and Niger to start their own country.
You see, so it's practically the same thing now. The British wanted them to be part of their Anglophone.
No, Tunaja. It was somebody that went to convince them to join Nigeria, and we know what that person.
I'm not talking about convincing. I'm talking about the wish of the British. It's the British that wanted them to stay.
So remember, the North were already under the British protectorate.
Yes.
And then we also had the South, and who was also part of that protectorate. And the protectorate, so it was like we have two protectorates here. We can merge them together, or they can decide to go independently. The North said, "Okay, look, we feel more connected with these people. We can join them, but that means they're probably going to lose them to France." And it's just very natural that the British said, "Look, we still want to retain our trade relationship with you guys, but rather than let you go with France." But the choice for them to stay wasn't the British saying, "No, you must stay." It was someone amongst our elder statesmen that had to convince the North to retain Nigeria. And part of the agreement is we'll allow you to have certain things your way, including the Sharia laws, including not having Christianity missionaries stay in the North. They made their terms, and we believe by those terms to this very day. But many of us don't know. We always say, "Oh, how come the North has Sharia and we have civil laws there?"
Yeah, but those things are natural for them to want, and in the end, the voice behind whoever went and convinced them was that of the British that told them, "No, you can't go in," and there was no way the British was going to let them do what they were doing anyway.
Should I tell you why I believe it wasn't the British? Ambassador left. Southern Cameroon left now. Nobody had gun on their head.
Which southern? Oh yeah, the Southern Cameroonians.
Yeah, Southern Cameroon left.
And those ones they regretted it because they made them because they asked them whether they should remain with the British side or whether they should go with the French side. And because they thought that they didn't like Nigeria so much, they said, "Okay, fine, we are going to stay with the French side," and they assured them that they will have a level of autonomy and all the rest in the French side. But they lost all that, and the British ignored them completely.
In fact, the same thing would have happened to the South if Biafra had left. They will have been suffering right now too, because France is very brutal. France is literally like the devil. They will give you what you want, but they are all
the same. I don't know why you see them as different. They are the same.
The British is still much more lenient than France.
We are just as underdeveloped.
So the reason why I so struggle is because I saw development happening in the South. Well, maybe not see, but we have records of development happening in the Southwest that we can still see today. Ikeja is still there. What the Southwest was able to do within the short span is remarkable. The issue that the Southwest had, if it had been replicated across board, let's assume that. Okay, so I've been trying not to mention the names, but I have to now. If Azikiwe hadn't convinced the North to stay in part Nigeria and have that one Nigeria, if Azikiwe hadn't planned with the North and the British to remove the secession clause in our constitution, the Southwest will have broken away and will have retained our development and will have been in a separate place right now. What stunted us
I don't
is
know
the
why we believe
moment
these things
we
we say, and
merged
I
with
really don't know why
Nigeria.
we believe these things. See, let me explain this. What I've discovered is that there was nothing that would have gotten us there other than we picked up our weapons, basically fought the British to a standstill and freed ourselves. There was nothing else that was enough momentum to get us to where we need to get to. During that period, remember, the Soviet Union was at the height of its powers, and America was busy trying to make sure that the Soviet Union was kept at bay. Hence, they gave us a little bit of space. Look at during the period when America's power started becoming stronger and stronger, our countries started falling apart. Now their power is waning again. Our countries are returning again. You have to read the geopolitical winds too when you are trying to interpret what is going on in Nigeria, because those ones often have greater impact on outcomes for us. In the 90s, we're in hell in Africa. In hell. Rwanda, coups, Babangida council election, all this nonsense we suffered that we're still trying to recover from today happened in the 90s. And who was the most powerful nation in that period? America. So our people, we need to start understanding different layers of the problems we have, because I think exactly like you think. As a matter of fact, I probably was worse. But I always try to push forward, to keep learning more, trying to understand the bigger picture. And you have, for me, what it came down to was that our history is the same as most of the countries that are behaving like us right now. It's the same. They never really fought. We never really fought them. They just handed the keys over to the same people that were collaborating with them. Hence, they are the way they are. But all the ones that fought them, and even in Africa, you can see the difference.
But you know that the people that fought them were nations and kingdoms, not the countries.
You can put it that way, but the nation that inherited the independence.
Those kingdoms are not led to the countries now.
Okay, like ANC now, you're going to say it's just a tribe that fought them, the ANC. The ANC is not just a tribe, it's a whole set of tribes that came together to fight the apartheid regime. And when they took over, those ones that fought are the ones that are ruling right now. So the same thing with Zimbabwe, the ones that fought are the ones that are ruling. And that's why even when Mugabe wanted to betray them and say, you know what, let's work with the British to try to resolve this land issue, the people that fought in that war, they said, you want us to die and not get what we fought for? That's not going to happen. And Mugabe had to carry out that policy that he carried out. So that's what happens when people fight for something, because they don't have anything to fear.
So, fighting for doesn't mean you get victory. Fighting for doesn't mean you.
No. If you win, but they won. Mugabe side won.
But we didn't have gun. We didn't have gun might. Now we didn't have military might. These people were fighting continental wars. Are you saying that the so-called caliphate was able to win the British? Or are you saying that Benin Kingdom was able to win the British?
During that time,
Kobo was able to win the British.
Yeah, during that time we could have. No, during that time we could have.
There was no way.
The Vietnamese fought them during that time.
Do you know how many of police officers the Egbers killed? 3.
See,
do you know how many they killed back?
Paddy.
3,000.
3,000. See, do you know how many they killed in Vietnam?
Yeah,
maybe going into the millions.
But do you know the only reason Vietnam is probably has a semblance of doing well now is because the entire continent is thriving. The entire continent of Africa, except for maybe again probably the Arabs, with the rest of us are struggling collectively.
Your knowledge, I think your knowledge, you just need to, you know what I see in you. You have the gift, but you need to slow down and read deeper into what you are seeing. Like when you said the Asian continent is doing well, there is one nation that propelled that. That was China.
It's not beyond China. Saudi Arabia too did well.
Saudi Arabia started doing well a longer time ago.
The Middle East too enhanced now. It's not just China. Japan is there now.
No. See, the reason why Japan is doing well is because of China too. You see, that's the weirdest thing. And guess what? And the reason why China did well is partly because of the Soviet Union. Because the Soviet Union gave Chinese the technology.
So it's trickling down. And so I'm not even sure why you made that point you made.
Because the point I'm
when they are
making is that
when what you make is also part of the factor that I also made as well too.
yeah, that's why I say you need to see deeper, because you make the
How deep
comment
do I
in
need to
such a
see?
way.
How deep do I need to see when
Okay,
when
let me explain it deeper.
wait, you will. How deeper do I need to see when the point I'm making is that the smaller countries are able to now have semblance of growth because the bigger nations who have been there for centuries are somewhat now stable. There's no way China will be stable that it won't trickle down to Singapore.
But you see what you just did there. You didn't. In other words, what you did now is worse, because that's why I say you should look deeper. Now, what you interpreted from what you saw was that because they are old, that's why, and we are young, let's remain the way we are because we don't. But you're not reading the event properly.
No, you just lied there. I didn't say let's remain the way we are. I clearly said we will get
but
there.
by saying that, because these old nations, you use the term these old nations,
yes,
which means it's the reason why they are doing well. It's not.
How do you mean it's not?
Because there are old nations in Africa too that
like
are not
superpowers. Ethiopia.
Egypt is old nation. It's just recently
Egypt has the largest economy in Africa.
Now Nigeria was larger just last year.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the largest continent economy in Africa.
Yeah, but they are also
relatively
underdeveloped for most compared to like Asian nations. They are relatively underdeveloped compared to most Asian. If you don't even go to Europe at all, and or even compared to South Africa, they are underdeveloped. So what the point I'm making is that if you look deeper into what happened in Asia, you'll find that these people experienced a lot of traumatic events, that even a senior official of the Chinese told the Japanese that invaded them that, thank you for doing this because you have woken us up. Until today, they never went back to sleep again. And secondly, if you notice, that's why I say you should be pointing that out, that this is the kind of event. Now, when China rose, now America has to find a way to counter China. One of the ways to keep China in check, and the Soviet Union, by the way, is Japan. So the Japan that they conquered, now they needed Japan again. South Korea that they needed South Korea again. So they have to help them become strong so that they will create a balance of power to fence these superpowers in. If they didn't do that, America's power will be waning all the time. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean by you need to look deeper into what is going on. And nobody told me, because I am somewhat like you to an extent, but I took my time and said, why is it that America even decided to help China? China is a communist state. Why did America go to China to go and try to trade with them? When they are next door to Soviet Union, why did they do that? Then it occurred to me that no, America don't care about whether you are communist or not, because they work with Saudi Arabia that beheads people all the time, turn a journalist to a kebab. So they can do, if they can, America can work with Saudi Arabia and many other unsavory nations out there, Saddam Hussein and all the rest. They can work with China. Then I said, then if because they don't care about communism, then why did they choose China? And it turns out that it's because of the Soviet Union. That's why they did it. They did it to use China, in a way, pull China away from the Soviet Union. And that was before the Ukrainian war. I made that, so I reached that conclusion. And I went on to ask this question, that why did Nixon think it was a good idea to go to China, to offer China this deal to start doing business with China? And they said they literally have a word for it, something about triangulation, that they wanted to use China to counterbalance this thing and the Soviet Union. And guess what? They succeeded, because the Soviet Union failed in the end. And look at now, just to prove that my point is correct, now that China and America are having issues, and America and Russia are having issues, a war is occurring right now. Guess what? The Russian economy is growing because the Russians and the Chinese are cooperating. Putin just went to North Korea, and they went and signed a mutual defense pact with them, with the North Koreans, and North Koreans are supplying Putin a lot of weapons too. So you see, this is a mistake the Americans didn't make before, but they made that mistake now. They've oscillated China, because the reason why they are pushing against China right now is because they fear that China is rising too much, so that they can't control China anymore. They push China away, too far away, and now China and Russia are working together, and America's power is even failing faster and faster because of what they are doing now. And guess, I know I'm talking very long.
Hold on, you've been talking too much. How is America pushing?
But it's a lecture. It's a lecture. I deserve to talk a long time. It's a lecture.
How is America pushing China away?
By slapping tariffs on them and defining them as their primary enemy. They literally define China as their primary strategic enemy. Not even Russia, China, that is trading with them. And it is true.
No. I don't think at any, well, depending on which circle you're talking about, yeah, no doubt the Chinese are a threat to America's hegemony, in terms of the intellectual property theft over the years. But China really has been somewhat of an ally to America in a lot of ways. Okay, apart from Trump's tariff war with China, China dealing with the U.S. has been really great. They've had their way left and right, and the Americans always invite them. They have you can say, a soft spot with for the Chinese people.
Why?
I'm telling.
Why do you think?
Because, well, it's a more why would answer the question would be more of a, okay. Let's put it this way. Have you heard the term managed decline of America?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it is in the interest of, for some certain reasons, some powerful people, they've decided that China will be the next place to play game. Let's put it that way.
What?
And they are.
Are you?
Yeah, I know.
Are you high? What's wrong with you?
I know.
How can you say that?
Obviously,
come on, man.
You've not heard it. See, when the powerful people, you don't know how they think, and in regards to Nixon and China back in the 70s, yes, they made it clear that, okay, we are going to get the Chinese to become part of the World Trade Organization, but the goal actually was to get China to see if China would succumb to democracy of some sort and do away with communism. And of course, and the goal here is to, just like you said, to prevent China from being a really strong ally of the USSR back then. And eventually, it kind of worked. But what is going on right now? What is going on right now? See, China may appear to be an enemy, but deep down, to the people making the power and empowering China, China is actually an ally to the detriment of America's, growth or citizens in the long run. But the powerful people don't care. So China is not really.
I think the powerful people care. I've been amongst I've heard some of them talk about this, and it was like the term one of them used was, "I would rather my own people screw me over than foreigners." Man, they are already started it. They are decoupling from China gradually. They are decoupling.
Who's decoupling? Which part of the American economy is decoupled, or is decoupling from China?
Almost every area, but they are doing it slowly. I must say, even steel. They used to import Chinese steel. America is slapping massive steel tariff on Chinese steel now. So on so many areas now, America is.
Okay, if you understand American politics, do you know that Trump's policy is actually anti-establishment? Do you know that? That Trump's policy is not really supported by the majority of American politicians or the people in power. Do you know that? So when Trump is doing his own thing, it's not really. It's not. And let me tell you, the people that are fighting against Trump are actually not the Chinese people, are the Americans themselves that don't want those policies against China. I'm telling you, Trump is on his own with all this Chinese stuff he's doing. He's totally on his own.
If you want to understand Trump, look from the point of view of dictatorship and race. If you and when they say dictatorship, dictators are like him. You have to like this thing, Trump, then he will like you back. And race is at the top of Trump's thinking. He prefers to work with Russians because they are white like him. He feels like they are closer, and he feels like he needs to deal with China because China is a rival of the US, and which is true based on American security establishment analysis. So
before you get deep into Trump, So now, Jack, I want to make this point, and then I'll probably just, call it a night. I think, thanks for yielding. Prince Daddy, I'd asked the question. I'm not sure how we coined it, but if you understand that China and America had a relationship from the 1830s, when tons of Chinese were coming to the East Coast to help them build their railway. And that itself was probably one of the beginning of the relationship between America and China. And that relationship has evolved over the years to what it is today. So it didn't come in isolation. Of course, we know that there was also the Chinese migration, the huge Chinese migration that had to migrate back from America, and America already understood that gap, especially places like California, well, the East Coast itself, they understood that there's a huge gap that the Chinese has caused within the American economy, and they still had to maximize it, and that was what birthed that migration, back from these people are giving us cheap labor. They have, I mean, we understand their capability. They've helped us to build the industrial country that we have today. We can't live without them. So wherever they move to, we will move to. Of course, the other politics that happen in between, everywhere and in between, happen in there. But that the relationship between China and America came in isolation is not very factual. And also, again, too, America became the harbor for Chinese when the British had come in to colonize them of some sort. So America is probably where they found that so-called. So I just wanted to just put in that little bit in there, and I just
See, before you leave, by the last argument you made, any nation could have qualified for that. We had black people in America. We had
no.
Irish,
That's different.
we had Indians. We had all kinds of people.
The Irish enjoyed. The Indians didn't enjoy. Which Indians? The red native.
No, you're saying that because America had some relationship with China before,
the Chinese didn't come as slaves, though.
Yeah, no, I know, but not in the numbers that black people did.
The black people was what caused the civil war. And the black people were the black people were from almost a secession country.
Let's keep it narrow to the point that you are saying because America had some kind of relationship with China. That is the reason why they felt they can go back again. But I can read that to you right now. I even asked the same question again just now. And number one reason why Nixon thought it was a good idea to work with China was geopolitical reason. During the Cold War, the world was largely divided into two camps led by the United States and the Soviet Union. By engaging China, Nixon aimed at exploiting growing Sino-Soviet split and created a strategic triangular diplomacy. That's the term. Triangular diplomacy, improving relations with China could put pressure on the Soviet Union and potentially lead to the more favorable negotiation with both superpowers. Balance of power, Vietnam War, economic opportunities, diplomatic innovation. Innovation, that's an interesting term. Isolation of China. I've never had that term before. Diplomatic innovation, legacy, and domestic policy. See, that legacy one sounds like what you are talking about.
Exactly. So let me remember, I did not dismiss what you said. I said we should also need to include the fact that
let me read that. It says a successful opening to China would be a significant achievement for Nixon's presidency, enhancing his reputation domestically and internationally. It could also demonstrate his ability to make bold it's everything is selfish to Americans. They didn't even say anything about China on that one. They said it's for them. They did it for themselves. So that is basically what it's for. See, the point is that most nations, this is what they do now. Self-interestism. What did I call it? What do I call it? Self-interestism. That is the general policy of all nations. It's about themselves. And whatever they did with China, it worked. See, the West, they are very, very clever. And they are using India now against China now. They are using Taiwan against China. They are using Japan and this in South Korea. Why is it that Nigeria is useless to them?
But Nigeria is not in isolation.
Nigeria is like completely useless. Our leaders, it's like they've not even made themselves useful at all.
No, hold on. How do you mention China, right? That has been in America since 1800s, not as slaves or not as servitude, or just more of labor. How do you mention India that had full rule under the British, not under America? And then you go and now mention Nigeria that were just supplying slaves to America.
Not
These
all black
times are
people were
different now.
slaves in America, you know. Not all black were
Which
slaves.
ones were not slaves? Yeah, tell me which ones that were not slaves.
No. Some groups, significant number.
Which ones that mentioned them?
Maybe 2 to 5% were not slaves. Not all of them
where?
were slaves.
Where did they come from?
Maybe in the north of America.
Which north of America? Every black person that came from the West Coast, Atlantic Ocean, were slaves. That they became free men is different entirely. The ones that were from Brazil, the ones that were, all of them came as slaves. All of them. In fact, the reason the British stopped slavery in Africa was because America had become a major slave trader. Was the reason why Britain, because Britain needed to stop America from expanding. I remember the colonies that were involved in slavery was the West Coast, not the East Coast. So the Georgia, the Maryland, the Texas, the Florida, the South Carolina, North Carolina, those were the slaves. Those are the ones who wanted to become the Confederates that fought the Civil War. The rest of America were not involved in slavery. If you knew how difficult it was.
Let me explain to you. I've just got the numbers. It says just roughly around 10% of black people in America were not slaves.
Where did they come from now?
They came from Africa now.
Were they born as free men or where?
One way or the other, they came and they were not slaves. What does that matter?
No, hold on. No, see, this your argument is now this is like modern arguments. The ones that came in. So are you coming after emancipation? Of course, that they can't be slaves now.
No, I'm not talking about after emancipation. After freedom, then they are free now. But
exactly.
I'm talking about the ones in the US.
Where did they come from? Maybe from Mexico.
Well, okay, if they came from Mexico or they came from
I'm asking
Africa,
you
what
now,
difference does it make?
The GPT you search for, ask them where they came from.
Okay, tell me what your explanation is. What are you trying to say?
I've given you my explanation already.
That all of them were slaves?
The ones that Americans bought, they were brought as slaves. That they not eventually became free men. During the free men, that's different entirely. But say then carries black person come, not slave.
But you can't be 100% sure that Africans, because I know
after emancipation.
Let me finish the
okay.
I know that King Jaja was. Hold on now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Is 15 seconds. King Jaja Bobo's child was in Europe when he was sent on exile.
Yes.
So they do send their people overseas.
It wasn't in Europe, so it was in the Caribbean.
Oh, it was in the Caribbean. Okay, yeah. That's even more accurate then. It shows you now that not everybody that shows up there are slaves that are black.
To Nigeria, under what conditions or agreements did this non-slave black people ended up in America?
I don't know. Was I there? This kind of question people are asking me. All I'm telling you is that some of them will say.
Ask your GPT where they come from.
What does it matter? They came from Mars. Why do you keep asking this question? Where did they come from? It doesn't matter. No, but the Chinese, where did they come from? They came from China, so that makes all the difference. If they came from Nigeria, is that going to matter?
It matters though.
Well, how does it matter again? Tell me.
So here's the thing, right? If the Chinese were coming for, do you remember the Chinese were the ones struggling with the Irish for labor work? Though they had a Chinese union, they had Chinatown.
Yeah.
China, they were Chinese labor. They were being paid.
Yes.
The issue the Irish had with the major issue the Irish had with the Chinese was because the Irish were somewhat quote unquote were even becoming more expensive, and they had to integrate the Irish into the American elite, American voters bloc, because they wanted to have white votes, and the Chinese didn't enjoy that for a long time. All this period, blacks were slaves. The only blacks that were not slaves were the ones who either were born free men, who maybe they Oyinbo don't set them free, or somehow managed to find themselves in the East Coast.
So,
and before they could do that,
those ones are they not better than the Chinese?
No, who told you they're better than Chinese?
Because the Chinese are not necessarily.
The Chinese had a union. No, the Chinese had a union, full union.
Union of 1.something million. That's the number of black people that were free.
The Chinese had territories. They had Chinatown. The Chinese owned California. America couldn't build railway without it. No, I am not. The Chinese had a union
Chinese were the ones. They were the ones in charge. Look, they were cheaper. They were just cheaper labor. They were getting paid.
Don't go as far as saying the Chinese own California. Yeah, that's going too far.
No. When I mean, I don't mean like literally like I mean like they were the ones who they were the cheapest labor in California.
Okay,
that's what I mean. Like say you understand what I mean?
If you're arguing
we shut down in the next 7 minutes. It's
okay.
and a half hours. Yeah, let's condense it so we can shut it down. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
So if you are arguing that the Chinese were advanced once, even when they encountered the Europeans, that is true, 100%.
Yeah. Yes.
And the Europeans, after 100 years of trading with them, got one over the Chinese. They were selling opium to them and all the rest.
It was even the Portuguese that gave them Christianity before the British came and gave them opium.
Yeah, they sabotaged the Chinese market. In other words, they were trading and gaining wealth from it, real wealth, while they were sabotaging the state. And after 100 years, they defeated the Chinese and they initiated the 100 years of humiliation, as the Chinese like to call it.
Right.
And the Chinese didn't recover from that until after the war, the invasion that the Japanese inflicted upon them.
Yeah.
And they were like, you know what, never again. We'll never look back. And then look at where they are today because of that. And the final point I'm making is that I think you know yourself, if you ask yourself, a lot of people have been talking about Nigerian problem from when you gain political consciousness. They've been talking about it. And I've always asked myself, why can we not figure it out? We're supposed to be smart. We have professors.
Nigeria. Like, what do we do? Why do this was the point?
No, because 7 minutes now, and I will let you talk too.
Okay, let me chime in 10 seconds to Nigeria.
You see, if I jump, you see, please, Daddy, don't get me started now. Let me just give me 30 seconds to finish my point. Okay, 30 seconds. So my point is that Nigerians have been talking about this problem for a long time, and yet it cannot be solved. That should tell you that something else is in charge, and that is this collective, intelligence matter that we were discussing today. Research it a bit more and confirm. You have access to ChatGPT. Ask whether which one is more consequential, individual IQ or collective intelligence, and you find that the collective intelligence affects society far more than individual one. And if our society gets to that point where the collective intelligence rises, the leaders will emerge.
Our accurate timekeeper is watching time with Thomas. Prince Daddy, over to you, Jerry. Good night, guys.
All right, yeah. Good night, Patty.
I don't know what Nigerian Press is doing now. You've got only 10 seconds to talk if you are saying anything. Sorry, Prince Daddy.
Okay, well, that's fine. You can wrap it up.
No, you guys can continue. I'm just listening.
Thank you. It's been a while.
Tonight, you're on this collective intelligence. I think it's a fancy word for leadership or lack of leadership. Okay, and I don't know this damn collective intelligence, and you keep honing on to this Nigeria not being able to espouse collective intelligence. But I tell you, when we had this original form of governance or government, I think we did well under regional leadership, from Awolowo's time and the other leaders across the country in the different regions. I think we did well. So
we're doing well.
This what it comes.
Only one region did well, though.
No, we're doing so well with them. We crashed into a civil war.
See,
the other regions, they needed time. We all were not developing at the same pace.
Prince Daddy, the Eastern region sucked, and the reason why it sucked because the person who should have been their flag bearer was busy obsessed with the Western region.
Azikwe, right? But see,
on building the Eastern region, we probably wouldn't have had this divide. But dude was obsessed with Lagos, and he just
one thing. Apart from individual personality, there's also a group personality, which can emerge from culture and tradition, whatnot. And I think that may have helped the Western part of Western Nigeria a lot more than the other parts. Okay.
I agree.
Okay. So, but at the same time, we're growing at different pace. The other regions we're eventually going to learn and get there. But this issue about this collective intelligence, I think regionally, each region can develop, at their own pace. And collectively as a nation, we can be, a great nation or much better than we are right now. I don't believe. I think it's a lazy argument somewhat to expect Nigeria to be one in order to develop or achieve our goal or to be a nation to reckon with. I don't think so. I think we can do it, separately.
With the current
You will not succeed until that
with the current constitution,
collective
I don't
intelligence
think
rises. You will never succeed.
anyone is holding any state not to succeed. Let's be honest. The thing is that we have
The states
in
can't
the
grow in
political
unison.
structure, we have people who are not serious. Most of the well-educated Nigerians who have the good idea to build the nation, they don't want to get their hands dirty by joining the political arena. Always scared, always their solution is always running away, and that is the problem. You are not going to change things by running away all the time when the country gets a little bit shaky. You have to stand your ground and
Well,
defend whatever you think you can
see,
defend. This running away is the problem. You guys think
I
no
agree with
matter
you.
any
See,
system
you are
you
doing.
no
See, you
matter
are
any
doing that
system
stuff
you
that you don't
implement,
want to
it's
get
not
off
going to work with that. This
People have been
current
saying this forever.
go ahead.
See, let me read this about this in collective intelligence so that Prince Daddy gets a better idea of what I'm talking about. See, they said some of the advantages of having that is that collective intelligence harnesses the diverse skills, knowledge, and perspectives of a group, leading to more robust, well-rounded solutions to complex problems, resilience, and all the rest of it. So, in terms of this, in the conclusion, it says both individual IQ and collective intelligence have significant roles to play in societal progress. High IQ individuals can drive innovation and provide leadership, while collective intelligence ensures that a wide range of perspectives and skills are integrated into decision-making processes. And while individual IQ is important, collective intelligence often has more consequential impact on a society. This is because societal progress and well-being depends on the ability to collaborate, share knowledge, and leverage the diverse strength of all members. Collective intelligence fosters social cohesion, adaptability, and inclusive problem solving, which are crucial for addressing complex societal challenges and achieving sustainable development. And this is at the core of our problem. If we can figure this one out, you figure the solution to Nigeria out.
But we have now. We figured it out. We've just moved away. We just pivoted from implementing it, right? And I think Prince Daddy was nailing that point.
You
But
won't implement it because everybody's not on the same page.
no,
That's
no,
the
no, no,
problem.
no. So we don't need everybody.
Okay, fair point.
To be on the same page. We only need but we need a size chunk of group of people to be on that same page. So again, if you go back to 1958, 1960, up until the Civil War, up until the first goal, we had three regions that quote unquote acted as though they were on that same page. The difference with the Southeast was because they had like two major tribes who were jostling
Can I ask you a
become one.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Let me land this point now. Yeah, ask.
A quick one. So, if you want to fix Nigeria and somebody says, you know what, don't do it. You know what, for your troubles for not doing it, I'm going to give you $1 billion. Would you take it?
No, nobody's even saying don't do it now. That's
hold on now. I asked you a straight question. I just
no
need to answer it.
I answered
You are telling me you're not going to take $1 billion to compromise Nigeria?
No, I won't.
Okay, you see,
because I'll make it $1 trillion by making Nigeria better.
Okay, now you are the one that's saying it. That's if we believe you, but the truth is, we know most people would take that 1 billion.
You assume most people take
that. Okay,
billion.
What if they give you 20 billion?
If somebody would give me 20, the way I reason, if somebody would give me 20 billion or 20 trillion to not make Nigeria better, that means Nigeria has a potential of making quadruple of that amount.
Yes, but the question now is now you, and you have to go and risk that person that can afford 20 billion, because if you don't take it, he's going to use that 20 billion to want to stop you. So now you ask yourself, would you take it or would you not take it? We are talking about dollars, so not naira.
I don't even think in naira.
You see, what I'm trying to reveal here is that you have to get to a point whereby you are willing to die that nothing else is good enough. And
right,
you know full well that most of us are not even close to that.
I'm Tunaja, I'm very sorry. We have to leave, but I can't die for Nigeria.
You know I can end it now. You know I can end it. You can end it too.
Do you have the?
Yeah, I do.
You do. I don't know. That's all right, because I'm going to I'm going to church. Yeah. Thank you guys. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank
You can end it. That's all right. But one man said don't let it pass 10 hours.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
We should be going soon. We just
that's all right. You can take the floor. I don't know you have the access. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to go?
No, I mean we're landing that point now. You want to complete that point you were making?
Yeah, the point I was making is that if your people don't get to a point whereby money, they realize that their heritage is far more important than money. Their heritage comes down to them from God knows how many million years of evolution that got them to this point. You can't sell it to another people. Basically, you are selling your children's future if you sell it to other societies. This is something sacrilegious. It's like an example.
Something just so that before you go on the prolix, do you know that the crude oil was seen as a curse in Bielsa, in the southern part in Bielsa for the longest period? Like they were cursing crude oil when they first discovered it. To them, because it was stopping them from fishing. And the reason I'm making that point is this: the resources we have that we brag about are useless to us because we can't think of them more than what they are as what in nature. It is the people who don't have it that have taken those resources and made it into something very precious. Diamond is just a regular stone, it's just rock, it's just like granite. Until some people say, look, this stone is very scarce, it must be precious. We will make it precious and we'll put a price on it. And for that reason, diamond became something people started sorting after. Even when we found it, when we started mining diamonds, we still didn't even know what to do with the mines. To the point where we started killing ourselves, making them into blood diamonds and selling them.
Yeah, but what you are doing that thing that you do again. Stop traveling in that direction. It doesn't get you anywhere.
No, listen, because you're not allowing me land. The point I'm trying to make.
You made the point before.
No, I haven't made this one. The point I'm trying to make is the fact that whatever it is that we think we have that we need that will make us grow. So when you say if they give you 20 trillion, why are they giving me that 20 trillion? What are they stopping me from doing 20 trillion? It's the only reason they're going to give me that 20 trillion is not because they want Nigeria not to grow, it's because they want to have access to the resources. Because at the growth of Nigeria, they won't be able to enjoy the resources that they want to have. Same thing with Congo, same thing with Niger.
Okay, fine. You made the point about this. Let me ask you another one. If they said, hold on. If they said, okay, fine, okay, money doesn't incentivize you, and I'm going to use that money now to destroy your life.
They did that together.
I'm not going to destroy. Hold on, I'm not going to just come after you individually. I'll come after your family, every single one of them. I'm going to take them out one by one. Would you still go ahead?
Again, they did that too. They done that to Gaddafi. They don't have to come in Nkrumah.
Okay, so you think you will go ahead even if they told you that?
So the only reason that your scenario, even though it's very hypothetical, will only be valid is if the growth of the nation is dependent on only me.
No, you are the person in charge now. So they are telling you that if you go in that direction that you are going, you need to change direction. You need to slow down. Otherwise, this is what's going to happen. Are you going to are you going to say, you know what? This is my people's lives. I'm going to put my people first, no matter what.
My people themselves, now them going to betray me, pass.
And now that tells you that you have not at that your collective intelligence hasn't risen to that point. Let me give you an example. So you understand the clarity. You have clarity.
There's history of it. That the after, you're talking about, that's what happened.
No. Just hold on. After that this thing, when the Korean War, after America destroyed
are we back to Korea again?
No. After America, I'm trying to focus on the point. After America destroyed North Korea, if you play this scenario to them at that time, there is no money that will be good enough. There is no bribery America will bribe them. There is nothing they will accept. Nothing. Like if America told them, I'll give you 20 billion, I'll kill your family. No, they will not listen. Now, that is what I mean. If you don't get to that state, you're not going to be ready to face the world. That is the problem. And that's why we miss the mark. We think you can just say, oh, I'm going to fix Nigeria's problem. Because all the people around you, they will be the first to stab you in the back. They are not ready to face the trouble that it takes to build a nation. They are not ready yet. That's what I mean by collective intelligence.
No, but I'm not the one disproving. I mean, that's like the only thing you and I have agreed on today. Now it's Prince Daddy that's countering the pushing back on your collective intelligence submission. I mean, I think I've always tilted towards collective intelligence. The only piece that I'm saying that even the thing that birthed Nigeria is that same betrayal that scenario you just gave is what birthed Nigeria as a country. Is why Goldie is sold the contract to the British, because there were people who were willing to, go across Jaja and sell their own oil palms to Goldie. So, and that is how it's worked in Africa. If one person knows sell, another person can sell.
If I'm being honest on this conversation, I think Nigeria is right. Because one thing I've noticed about Nigerians is that they will say one thing here now differently, they will do another thing differently. So everyone that is saying that they are not going to take that 20 billion, I promise you they are going to take that 20 billion. So we need to be honest. We need to be honest at all times. It may be people may find it kind of, but we need to be honest. Many Nigerians
speak for yourself now. Don't have to be honest. Speak for yourself.
You have to expand it to black people or Africans.
I know my people. They will take that money in a blink of an eye.
Colonial masters, he says he's not going to take 30 billion, 20 billion.
I never.
I don't know how you can get away with that one.
No. You're wrong. I never called anyone colonial masters. I only said that the fact that Mike was calling reference them as colonial masters is just verbiage. And I'm saying to you, if you remember, if you probably weren't listening, one of the very first things that I said when I started speaking around on this topic of things is the fact that when they were delivering oil palm, when they were buying our oil palms, how come no one person asked, what are you doing with this oil palm? Can you do it here? And so that there are probably those 1% or 5% of people who would always ask why and think differently. Personally, as a human being, I belong to that category. And I'm not saying the vast majority of us. And I've given you my rationale. If my rationale is still not convincing enough for you, then don't project on me. I've said to you, for anyone to give me 2 billion or 20 trillion to not make something work, what that means to me is that by making it work, I will make more money. So if I want to make more money, all I have to do is to make it work. Now, if you're not making scenarios to say, oh, they'll kill my family, or they take my farm, they will do this and this and that. Those are unilateral
and they'll give it to your next in command to finish.
Exactly. Now, that's the example that I gave, that even if me no agree, somebody else will go agree. That's because that's sabotaging me. And I gave another example that the reason we have a country called Nigeria is because other people sabotaged Jatavopobo. Greece sell to gold. He said, look, I can't sell to only you, I'll sell to other countries. Other villagers came in and sabotaged and had deals. That's exactly what happened.
Exactly, because they were not ready. They were not ready.
To Nigeria, when you look at Nigeria history, the leaders that have tried their best to do their best for the country, Nigerians as citizens never like those leaders. We need to be honest at all times. We only end up liking them when they leave power, but when they are on that seat, we hate them, we despise them. Sometimes we don't pay attention to even their policy or anything. We just follow crowd. Many Nigerians don't think for themselves. In any situation, they like to take side. They don't sit down and analyze things, and and then take decision immediately. They just hear headline, they take side without doing personal research or anything. So it's always like that.
Isn't that the problem? That is something, you see, that is something that most nations suffer from. You see, the only area I feel like for us to get out of our problem that we are lacking is that level of awareness that means that we put our people first no matter what. That's why I gave that example.
Well,
There's nothing they will offer them that will make them betray their nation at that time, at that stage.
Now, say to put your people first, you have to see your people, the people that you're leading, as a reflection of yourself. I don't think our leaders see the citizens, the people, as a reflection of themselves. They don't. And one core thing I've seen, compared to a virtue that I've seen in in some leaders, especially the Western leaders, is that their leaders are always willing to do the ultimate. That is to put their lives on the line, really, to sacrifice. We Africans, I've said it before on the show, we know how to suffer, but we don't know how to sacrifice. We don't know how to sacrifice, but we know all about suffering. Um, we are just, I don't know if it's in our DNA, but we just like that. We're selfish, and we don't have that. We don't have that virtue in us to go all the way. And just like UFC was saying, listen, if you want to lead the people like Christ, expect the people to reject you. Now, if you want to base your service to the people on them liking you or approving of you, then you're not ready to lead the people. Yeah, the people are going to reject you, but you have to be focused on what you want to do for the people. Selflessness. Our leaders don't have that.
Yeah, they don't, and because they can't have it. I think this is why, for me, since 1960, I felt we were always on our way down because we were just not ready.
To Nigeria.
We were never ready.
To Nigeria.
Yeah,
our leaders are not monarchs. So our leaders are everyday people like yourself and myself, who grew up in the same communities that we grew up, who had the same problems that we had, who went to the same schools that we did, ate the same food that we did, and we elected them. They ran campaigns. We kept them into those positions and got there and did something totally different. The reason why I don't like to always go in isolating our leaders with that rhetoric is because they're not monarchs. They're not like kings that we've had in the past who were born there by birth, and for that reason they are bad. They are just normal people. Those guys that want
just to add to that, our elite class, they create a culture that our leaders join.
Dino Melaye is not elite class now. Dino Melaye was just a
little bit, but
yeah, but he joined the culture. He joined the culture. He's not part of them.
Those guys that want LP top to bottom, bike riders. But what policy has that guy put into play? But here's the thing: that guy will go into this community, and the people amongst them would expect far much more from him that does not even require him into law. They won't get there and tell him these are complaints. They're going to get there and be asking him for money. They're going to get there and be asking him to come and settle so that he can win his next campaign. The goalposts shift the moment those people get there, even though they are greedy. What people expect of them is also, I saw a video, of course, I'm not saying anyone should do that in Nigeria. I saw a video of some country where some chancellor or something was mobbed. They beat the guy up to crazy. But let's a senator come into our midst now. And well, not us here, but you get what I mean. And everybody is just hailing him. Did they like flaunts his cars and his luxury? And people on his page asking him DM anything for the boys. That was just a regular Aluta guy that had schoolmates, and all he wants to get there is to extort. Now, of course, there will still be some elite class amongst them, maybe like the Dati Mohammed or maybe Tinubu or something. But the vast
where do
majority
you
of
think he
people
got that idea from to do that?
Because nobody's going to hold him accountable. That's it. What people expect of him.
Before he got that idea, what did he see to encourage him to do that?
Because what people expect of him is not even to set law. What people expect of him is for him to come and lavish them with money. The reason his constituents voted him in is they're not They're not hoping that he's going to come in there and change the law of the schools in the neighborhood. They're hoping that he will get there and come and give them their own share of the Nigerian cake. That is the expectation of the average people in constituents. They don't
to an extent, you have a point that they don't expect to get punished, but it's still also linked to the fact that there's a culture at the top that the culture is get money no matter how you get it, send it to Western countries, send your children to Western countries, do as be nice to the people in Western countries. Don't tread on their toes. Don't say negative things about them. Come back to Nigeria, lord it over your people in Nigeria. Repeat, rinse and repeat
That
again.
was the military. The
That is
military
the
did that, and the rest of us didn't change it.
The civilians are doing it now.
No,
Perfect.
again,
Yeah, even worse.
the military started it before, prior to military rules. We didn't have people doing that kind of thing. The military started
the first national anthem in Nigeria. Over 500 Nigerians submitted this thing. They gave the award to Yibo woman, and the Yibo woman won about equivalent to about £22,000 now.
The woman didn't work in isolation now. She worked with other Nigerians. I hope you understand.
Jesus Christ. What do you mean she worked with other Nigerians? She wrote this song herself.
No, she know now.
What does it matter whether she worked with other Nigerians? They still gave it to her.
Check that history. No. She worked with other Nigerians, and they came up with that national
anthem. Does that song sound like a Nigerian song?
Well, that's English. That was the way English was spoken back then.
Okay, that's my point. There's no need to soften it and try to make it look like, oh, she is still foreign, and our leaders chose her over 500 fellow Nigerians.
At that time, our interest was on the focus of Nigeria. She wasn't. Yes, that national anthem did not hail the Queen. That national anthem did not say this is the British colony. That national anthem did not have nothing to do with British.
You still have a way to travel. The fact that you are even thinking that no nation that was colonized had an anthem that was written by their colonizers.
That is the list of your problem. If you
oh my God.
No, Tunaja, hold on. I mean, let it all sound like intellect. Are you saying that if Nigeria had made that song, that's the song? Okay, when we're using the one we're singing as a compatriots, were we a good country? Did you not have problems? Hold on now, chill, hold on. Was that as a compatriot? Was it not 3 weeks ago that we were singing it? Were we not complaining about things being in decadent? What are you on about?
Let me explain what I'm saying here. See, when the Arise and Compatriot were being sung, during the period when that was instituted, that was when Nigeria was truly at its height. That was during that period when we created ECOWAS and our influence was at its zenith. And since then, we never saw it again.
That was a military dictation.
Yeah. Well, you see, yes. I will shock you to know that most of the great nations that you see today in the world were actually founded by military people. Maybe they may not be in the military when they did it, but they were founded by people of military background.
The new anthem reflects us even much more than the Arise of Compatriots.
Now, you see, my case is made. See, now you forget the symbolism of what it represents, the importance, this in the ethnic authenticity that you require, the emotional connection to the song and all the rest of it, that your own people, that if your own people write that song, that you cannot replicate when some other person writes it.
It doesn't, like this argument. So, okay, hold on. So let's even assume today now, let's even be factual. Let's assume today they throw the Indian national anthem into the wind and ask Nigerians to select it. And peradventure, a Yoruba man has the best anthem. Do you think the Igbo man will say, "Oh yes, in Yoruba, let's make it Yoruba"? They'll question it. Nigerians are questioning. Chill. Hold on. Nigerians are questioning Isiagu of Airpeace. Nigerians today.
Yeah, they are all proud of it in the end. Let's not go on.
No, did they not question it?
Of course, you always hear this. You always remember the little bit. You don't remember the trust of the entire thing.
Hold on. Are people not, as of yesterday, condemning the Yorubas for wearing Ashwebi and Ojudioba on X?
Yeah, but
here's the thing. There would always be that divide. The fact that, again, because we don't even have a unique Nigerian identity, there will always be someone feeling left out somewhere.
In every nation, like in the
UK.
Why
are we focused on something that we know will still be a problem?
No. Hold on. You are not getting the point. The point about
I get the point. It's just flaccid.
The point, of course, you think it's flaccid. This is the problem. You already compromised even without knowing it. You know, something that no other nation in the world would accept. You didn't ask yourself why.
It's just a bloody anthem.
Hold on now. It's symbolic. Okay, would you allow another man to come and name your child?
Yes. Yes.
Another man. No. Hold on. That man is responsible for destroying your father's house.
How?
And hold on. That man is responsible for destroying your father's house and enslaving some of your family members, and then went on to use your own people as slaves to serve him. Then later on, he said, "You know what? Now that I'm about to leave, I want to help name your child for you." And you'd be like, "Yes, I will do that." Is that what you would do? No, answer now. Oh, now you're quiet, aren't you?
No, because the way you call that question is very.
Because that is what it is. But you see the part you didn't see that.
That is
where you
no.
are.
Hold on. Chill now. That is what it symbolizes to you, as far as you are concerned.
The fact that you don't even see that.
So Naja, hold on, because I'm about to call out your this now. Your hypocrisy.
Okay, go ahead, call it
out. As far as you are concerned, anything British should be condemned. But you live in England.
No, that's not calling it out, is it? They are not changing my anthem, are they?
But you live in England.
See, I live in England right now. Let me explain something to you.
Why don't you hate England? Why are you living there? Why you obeying their laws?
Hold
Why
on now.
Rebellious?
Calm down.
Calm now. I'm calling out your beard.
Let me answer. See, I wasn't like this all the time. I can tell you right now, when I first came to the UK, part of it was to come and study, but most of it, let me answer now. Most of it was because I thought they had a better way of life. I love the way their women look. I love the way their country look. I look up the way everything they have. I wanted to be like them to an extent. So, but hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So that is because I lived in a culture that we were made to believe these things. But as time went on, my eyes started opening to the real world that we live in. And I've learned my lessons and realized that was a terrible, terrible state of affairs. And I know that that's how many of us are. That the fact that when I come to Nigerian space, that's the only time I hear people using the word colonial masters. You never hear it from Haitians. You never hear it from Jamaicans or Americans. No, it's only Nigerians that use the term. And the fact that Paddy doesn't even understand that your national anthem
I understand.
is
I just don't agree with you.
Yeah.
That's a different entirely. I understand you vehemently.
And you say it doesn't
I do
matter.
not agree.
Tunaja, let me finish you up. Okay. I've been listening to you and the others.
Welcome.
I've come to
you want to finish me off there? Okay.
Yes. I think it's high time you guys take your head out of that myopic sand that you guys dug into when it comes to national anthem. National anthem is not just an anthem. It's just a song that will awaken the nation, the patriotism in citizen. Now, we'll be used to having indigenous people doing things. Currently, the Prime Minister of UK is who? He's an Indian man, right? I'm very sure.
And he's going to lose heavily.
No, it doesn't matter. He's going to be in the record at one time.
I will teach him now. He say English will not do try, man.
Listen,
watch the way he's going to lose.
It's going to be in the record, whether they like it or not. Whether
they didn't vote him now. They
I'm just
dragged
saying,
him in.
whether they like, well, there's a system in Prussia that brought him in as the Prime Minister. His colleague voted for him, and here he is as a Prime Minister, even if he doesn't win at the general election. But the point I'm trying to make is this: there was a time in Nigeria, okay, and I'm trying to reason with what I think it was no, not Prince Daddy, the person you are actually Paddy, talking about the fact that it doesn't really matter who composed this anthem. It is the message inherent in that anthem that makes sense. Now, there was a time in this country where even a Nigerian born to foreign nationals are not allowed to play or compete for Nigeria. And I'll give you an example. There was a guy called is it Rotimi Agbola? I believe so. He's a very light-skinned guy.
Ruben Agbola.
Ruben Agbola. Even our own John Fash was once trying to play for Nigeria. They run him out of camp because
F1GHT.
Those guys, and that was an era where anybody that doesn't look Nigeria at all would not even be able to even play for Nigeria or compete for Nigeria. But fast forward that thing now to
2000. When was the last female World
Don't
Cup?
tell us a long story.
No.
We have been here long.
Listen. I'm trying to open your mind to some things because
you're not with long story.
People like you, well, you are going to get used to it tonight because I haven't spoken.
I'm not. I will be interrupting you because we need to get to the crux
if you're
of the
going to
matter.
interrupt me, I'm gonna take myself out. I don't need you to.
Yeah, you're not going to. Yeah, you can take yourself out. You're not going to tell me 15 minutes.
Let him speak now to Nigeria now.
He could go on for 15 minutes. You know.
Let him go now.
It's just you.
I'm not going to wait here.
It is you, myself.
I'm telling you, I'm physically exhausted. I can't.
Then log off. Then you don't have to engage me. Log off.
Yeah, hold on now.
If I log off, I have to end the stream.
3 of us until your.
Let the man flow now.
I beg
you. Going to go there.
Minutes, I'm sorry.
So
I'm moderating. I can't lie to just go on.
Relax now.
You this myopic-minded people.
You can't speak with yourself. Though.
For how long are you guys going?
Yeah, but not for too long.
I'm sure.
He just started.
This guy, you see, this is the way Nigeria will never move forward. You know why?
Carry on
Nigerians
talking.
are known
3 minutes.
Like 2 Nigerians.
You've got on.
Let's not time it now. 3 minutes.
See, listen. The content of what I'm trying to say is what you should look at. Whether it is 10 minutes, 3 minutes, does not matter. But what I'm trying to, tell you is this: we can't continue to live in the past. Whether European compose that national anthem or Nigeria compose that, it does not make any difference. The message in that anthem is what makes it different. And I tell you what, recently a female football, the name of Ashley or something, I think the lady is a white lady or half white somehow.
Yeah, Ashley
competed for national Falcon. What is that? What they call them?
Super Falcon.
And Super Falcon, and you could see the way Nigerians embraced her. To a point, she herself even lost herself, in that trance of, playing for Nigeria. That is the joy and beauty of it. Now, it's no longer the norm to see people that doesn't. I mean, look at the national team of France. I would say 80% of that team contain immigrant or son of immigrant from Africa descent to France. I'm talking about current France national team.
Right.
And you could see they went far. Nobody ever said, "Oh, these people doesn't look like me." It's because of their affiliation to that country. They see that country as their home. So you imagine the likes of Mbappe composing a song for the national team of France, and they're singing it. They will now say, "Oh, because it's not white skin, so that means you can't recognize that." No, the world has moved past such sentiment. It doesn't matter whether European composer. To be honest with you, I at the time Obasanjo changed the national anthem, I would say I've not even known my right to left. But I can tell you this, the message in it makes sense. If there's anything that we needed to tweak, maybe few words. But because of the sentiment and the fact that the person who orchestrated this, you guys do not like him, so that means we should condemn the national anthem. It doesn't work that way. And we should I'm sure if you're a European man or a Chinese man comes to Nigeria, live in Nigeria, haven't lived in Nigeria for decades, decided to contest for election, you guys will tell him story of where he comes from. But you can stay in UK where you are, and your likes could stay in that foreign land where you are, competing for election, voting for election, as a matter of fact, becoming their national, and yet you still see it completely backward where you come from. Something is wrong with you guys. You to Nigeria and the rest that believe in that mindset of, oh, we cannot take this national anthem. We should take that off, because every time we celebrate Nigerians in diaspora doing great exploits, contesting for election, holding one big office, we should also think that that foreign country can also come to Nigeria and do the same. Unfortunately, people like you that have been exposed, that are supposed to at least understand this, still live in the past. What is the national anthem anyway? It's about the message that tells the national to see their duty to the country, the duty as a citizen of the country, for you to stand up and do what is right. That national anthem recognizes our difference. Our difference. It takes cognizance of the fact that we are different nationals. We are different people that decided to unite together to form a country. Not just, just because the European bring us together. No, he recognizes that and take that into
Thank
cognizance.
you.
So
Can
that's
hear
why you guys, when you argue about this thing, you know that your argument does not hold water. But because of your hatred towards Tinubu, everything that comes from this administration would never worth anything. That is what I've come for you guys.
Thank you.
Paddy, thank you,
See,
Jerry, for
this
giving me
is
a
a
chance.
very
Don't mind to
simple.
Nigeria.
This is a very simple argument. The fact that you think like that, I just hope that this is why I fear for the country. That if that's the way you think, no nation in this world will say what you are saying. No one nation will say that. Let me give you an example. Would you say because maybe Elon Musk is gifted more than you on so many levels, that if anybody rationally weigh it, they'll say he's better, he's a billionaire, he's got education, he's got this, he's got that, he's way more than you? Would you hand your child over to him to raise, to take care of, like he owns your child now, just because he's better? Don't you understand that there are certain things that are sacrilegious? There are certain things that are sacred, that are given to you by God and by your
Your name,
maker.
the name of your country, God. Your Nigerian name.
Let me explain. Let me explain. That is a name, but
Yeah.
not when.
not
No.
an answer.
That's no. Hold on now. You don't let me talk. You don't let me talk. You just laugh.
They love you now.
When
You
you
argue
raise
one,
that
you are leaving
point,
the other.
no, hold on now. When you raise the point, you are actually raising the fact that we are not even fixing that one too. If you raise the point of language, we are not even fixing that one. Our national anthem, we are willing to subscribe to other people. Now, let me read this. It says, is it better for citizens of a country to write their national anthem? And if so, why? It is often.
ChatGPT, Abi. Is it ChatGPT?
Yes. And then, by the way, the most advanced one, yes, he said yes. It is often better for citizens of a country to write the national anthems. Here are several reasons why. Cultural authenticity. That is one. A citizen is likely to have a deep understanding of the nation's history, culture, values. This enables them to create an anthem that authentically reflects the nation's identity and heritage. Emotional connection. A national anthem written by a citizen can evoke a stronger emotional connection amongst the people. The shared experiences and sentiments embedded in the anthem resonates more deeply. National pride. Knowing that the anthem was composed by a compatriot can instill a sense of pride, ownership amongst the populace. It emphasizes national unity and collective spirit of the people.
It's reading
Hold on now.
ChatGPT's
Relevant. No, hold on now. Relevant. You know what ChatGPT is? If you knew what it is, then you would not even be talking.
What is ChatGPT?
ChatGPT is a collection of all knowledge on the internet. So it means on so many levels is actually more intelligent than some individual people.
No, it's not even intelligent at all. It's just a fast
processor.
processor.
Collect your tuition back from
ChatGPT is not intelligent.
Go and collect your tuition back.
So all the things I read just now is all false. Okay, then why if
those are the people that built it, the people that built it put a cap.
The first word, the first line, the first line says it is often, not always, not mandatory, not must, often.
Yes, it is often better.
So once it says it's often, it means that it's not cast in stone.
Because there are no nation that was colonized. Hold on now.
Let me learn now. You continue.
No nation that was colonized.
The name you are going by. Wait. Just hold on there. The name Nigeria was given to us by the British. Our religion was given to us by the British. Our passport was given to us by the Muslims. What exactly that you are claiming about do you genuinely own? Your coat of arms have gone. The mantra there.
You don't even know yourself. You
don't know. Hold on. Wait now.
Everything you just complained just now are things that we are supposed to change.
So why are you not hampering on one?
No, because that one we managed to remove it and we went back.
My friend, your argument does not hold water.
I'm not the one that brought it up.
Collect your tuition fee from
people are hungry.
I'm not the one that brought it up. Do you know that new anthem could have been written by Nigerians? Nigeria exports music. Even if one thing Nigeria got right in terms of music, we couldn't even
take your bomb song.
Even have our own people. You see, now what you don't understand is that when it comes to collective intelligence, this is one of those things that would have increased it. Do you know if Tinubu has said, you know what, fellow Nigerians?
But what you said about the passport, for example,
Let me just finish. Let me finish. Yes, Nigeria, you just interrupted me when I was talking.
Of the tribe are on the passport. I don't understand why you add
First,
the
Nigeria, you
passport.
just interrupted me when I was talking.
Oh, sorry. So
if Tinubu had said, you know what, this national anthem that we are going to make, instead of us going to the past, let's everybody come together. We select people from different parts of the country that made an earlier submission. Then they all come together and write a national anthem and a national prayer. Do you know, just by doing that, our collective collective IQ will rise just by doing that. And this is the ingredient. This is the kind of ingredient that builds great nations.
That's the worst thing you said today.
Of course, it's the worst thing for you.
It's the worst
because
thing
you don't understand that concept.
Good night, guys.
I don't understand the concept. Because
that's the worst thing you said today.
Okay, fine. Let it be the worst. It just shows you how far away you are. You are so far removed from rationale.
The camaraderie
and you're talking about you're not going to take bribe? Seriously? You're a goner.
So to you now, right? What you're inferring is the camaraderie of Nigeria will have been stronger as a nation if, by peradventure, we just threw it to the wind through ask Nigerians to come together to compose a national anthem, and our problems will be solved, we'll be happier and everything. What are you on about?
You see, now you are doing just a straw man argument. That's not what I said. I said that is one action that increases this collective intelligence. If
even soccer hasn't even done it though. It's I beg, good night, Jerry. This thing
soccer does. Yeah, you can do good night if you want. Go and do your own thing there. But I know you do have a gift, but you are completely squandering it, being ignorant about it. See, soccer increases national intelligence in terms of when the whole nation comes together as a group of people, they see themselves as one. That is a good thing. If you tell a nation to write their own national anthem, that is a good thing. And you are complaining about the religion, complaining about language, complaining about the rest of it. Those are the kind of things you need to change. Even when he is on the side of the kind of argument that I'm making, just because he wants to disagree with me, he just names them as if he's using them to argue against me. That is not going to win you anything. No nation that wants to prosper. You see this now. This is the example of what I'm talking about. You see him walk out of here thinking, "Oh, I've just made a strong point and I disagree with everything he's saying, that he thinks he's gotten it right." You're not going to get it right. I've had people talk about this for decades. It's not going to get us anywhere. And someday, I don't know what is going to happen in our lifetime, but if it happens, he will remember what was said here today. Eventually, until something galvanizes us to unite, come together, and build a nation without bickering constantly to undermine our ability to build, we're not going to get anywhere. It's just that simple. It's just a matter of collective intelligence. If I wanted to read, and I've read it to him to show him that collective intelligence is better than worrying about having high IQ. What is the use of high IQ? You can use it to invest stuff, but it doesn't get you far until the people themselves. If the people just get smart and organize themselves, even fishing, they can use it to make money. Even just growing cassava, they will use it to make money. What have we done so far? We don't build anything.
You are right. If you look at America, for example, America is just 10% that is controlling that country. It's just 10% of the population. The rest are workers. That 10%, they use their collective intelligence to put this in order. So I think
and this is a guy that came here to tell us that we have low IQ. We have people have lower IQ when they are suffering. Do you know just because you become richer, your IQ grows? Your immediately your IQ increases. You have a nation where people are struggling and suffering all the time.
Nigeria have higher IQ than many other African countries. We even have
and even then, and the reason why our IQ is so low is mostly because of the northern part where most of all these things are not taken into account. Many of them are not that educated. The education level at the northern states is relatively low. I think they talked about some of them even when they write WAEC, they don't even have barely anybody coming to write WAEC from that state, a whole state. And you don't think that affects our overall rating in terms of IQ. IQ is not even a determiner. There is the collective one that increases the IQ. If the collective one gets together and people start functioning, the IQ, because the environment becomes more nurturing of IQ, people with higher IQ. to emerge. So you become more inventive. You become more problem solving, but you need a mix of both. But to start with, the most important one is that collective one. It doesn't mean everybody. You just have to have enough people that believe in one idea, enough people, and then they'll go on to implement it. That's all you need. And I don't know, man, the way he was going on about it, like, how can you possibly believe that if you have another person's, and not just another person, the people that actually took almost everything from us, you have their national anthem, and then you have a country where you have musicians, and you go back and get the other person's one. And some people literally come here to defend it. It shows you how far we are. That, for me, that is a marker of a nation. You don't need to read everything in the nation. You don't need to go and look at the this thing, what they call it, how the stock market is doing. Just look at the way the people behave. Just look at little things that they do. It signals to you that if they cannot take care of this small one, you know they are in trouble. They are a goner. I gave you example that whether anybody will concede that they are this thing, you will concede your child to some other person that has a better description, that at least people consider that person better than you. You will not give your child to that person just because the person is richer, more educated, and people think that the person is better as a father. You will not hand your child over to that person, because there are certain things that are God-given. You have to kind of distance yourself from other people, differentiate yourself from other people, and say, you know what, this is Nigeria. Nigerians should write your own national anthem. We have enough of them in Nigeria, and we don't have to give the honor to foreigners to write our own national anthem. We barely even have our name. It's not like we have everything figured out, and then we just say, you know what, let's just grant this one to foreigners. That's not what is happening. We don't have everything figured out. We just have, we don't even have anything figured out. We don't even have anything figured out.
To Niger. Good morning. Yes. What you are doing? You've been talking and talking and talking. Try as much as possible to allow people that have contrary opinion to your own to also talk. You understand?
A lot.
No. I've been listening to you. You are not. You didn't put time to what you and Paddy were discussing. You were having free day. Then when he came, you now said, okay, you give him 3 minutes to talk, just because you know that he's not going to talk. I mean, his talk is not good to be in your favor. You are here. Hold on. You are here preaching collective intelligence, but you don't even have patience for entertain contrary opinion.
I gave my reasoning.
It's not. Then even sometimes, maybe when you talk, you go and listen to your talk. Maybe sometimes later, you are here. You are talking about collective intelligence. When you talk about intelligent IQ, you have to look at what are the factors that actually affected IQ.
It was Paddy that was talking about IQ.
You mentioned it now. You even mentioned that, okay, that our IQ is low. No, you said our IQ is low in Nigeria especially because of the Northerners. You understand?
Because they don't have a lot of educated people to get high IQ test results. IQ test involves a lot of some
it's not about the test. It's not about the test. It's not about the way you tested it is it can vary from one region to the other. It varies. But what you should take into cognizance is what actually affected IQ. Factors that influence IQ. So go and search for it. If you know the factor that actually influence IQ, then this is your argument. You have to come and look at it again and
you see how we are talking now? That's what I wanted. Because after how many hours of being here, I cannot listen to somebody talk for 15 minutes because I won't be able to keep track. That was my reasoning. That's why I told him.
You don't know how much you take when you are talking. You talk too much. You don't look at your own the time that you also used to talk.
I can time myself. Actually, I talk quite quickly, actually, most of the time. If I time myself, you find that I can talk for 1 minute and make all my point. I talk fast.
Okay, let me now say, you are saying something about the national anthem. So your problem is it with the content of the national anthem, or because of the people that wrote it are your problem? Because to me, the content is the content that matters to me. It's not about the person that wrote it. You
It's the
understand?
fact that
Then
it's not
that
all
one,
that
you are
wrote it.
giving example. Hold on now. I've just have little time to spare. If you don't want me to talk, I will not talk. You also said that because somebody has maybe more money than you or something. I give one example. Then you want to give your child to such a person. Yes, in fact, it's one of our forefathers. That's what they used to do when they discover that certain family has a certain characteristics that everybody envy. They tend to take their children there so that I can benefit. You understand?
So
So,
are you saying that slavery is good?
social and economic conditions of individuals influence their IQ. So, if you are a poor person, you can take your child to a rich man, and that one will have influence on the IQ of that child. So, I don't know. Maybe sometimes we talk maybe
I
from
don't know
maybe
what
because of
you're making. What is the point that some other person is better, so you hand your child over to them? Is that what you do?
Yes.
So you today, if I find some other person that I believe this man is a better father, he's better at everything, and now when you hand your child over to that father to take care of and raise, and that father now becomes your child's father, you will agree to that?
It's not becoming. You just give the child to that father to raise for you because you know that they has certain superior qualities that you want your child to possess.
Yeah, but
It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it becomes your father.
No, actually, from that point of view, it does.
Why? Okay, you people. Let me tell you. Everybody, you are in UK now. You argue that no, because of environment, that your environment, especially that environment alone, has a lot of influence on the IQ. And that's why people, all of you, you go there, then you call you will see Nigerians now, they will be referring to America as their country, Britain as their country, and you understand? And these are not people that are ever born there. They were raised in Nigeria, they just migrated and they got the passport, and then they will be referring, and they are even more loyal to those countries.
Okay, first of
and
all,
because of what they have
you
seen.
said here are sacrilegious, and you don't even know it, and that shows why we are where we are. You people are going to repeat history. You literally argued that because you think some other man is better than you, you give your child over to them. You literally argued that, and this is something that instinctively most other people around the world would never agree to. They'll say, "My child is my child. Woe betide that man. Good luck to the man. Let the man do his own thing. My child, I raise it." That is the gift from God, not for you to give it to some other person to take care of, because you've just given up something very precious. That is the case of Esau, giving up their own birthright. Now, the point that you've made has revealed something about Nigerians and revealed something about what Paddy and all the rest has done. We all think we are enlightened. This is why I say we are not even close.
You know, you are just in the world of your own. And if you think
Maybe
that
I
you are
am.
the only one that has a
I am.
monopoly of knowledge,
No,
yes, you are just
maybe
in the
I
world
am.
of your own.
See, I'm
Bye
not
bye.
stupid enough to think that I own knowledge. But if you come here and argue that it's a good idea, that you will actually consider giving your child to some other person to read because you think the person is better than you, when there is nothing physically wrong with you, when there is nothing financially wrong with you, I give some other person to raise your child for you. I'm sorry. That is not good answer. That is not a good way to behave. And that is not a good idea to hold. No wonder our people are able to sell their fellow human beings. We sold our own fellow human beings on an industrial scale. And look at where did he get us? He got us even colonized. The same people that make this argument strongly, this is the nation we have for it. 200 million, we can barely provide electricity for our people. These are the kind of mindset that gets you there. And maybe one day I will invite other foreigners to this panel so that you can hear the way they talk and the way they perceive these things. Well, maybe, who knows, maybe they will say the same things that Simba has just said. That is fine. for foreigners to write your national anthem, even if no country that was colonized has ever had that done. Pansad, are you there? I know sometimes you remain quiet and you are angry at the background. I don't know. So
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, so no nation that has been colonized has a British national anthem, or that the colonizer write their national anthem, and then after they jettison it, then they go back to it again and have their own people that were just completely ignored. Their own people that were completely ignored, defending it, saying, you know what does it matter? It's just the word there. It doesn't matter to anything. When we were talking about collective intelligence earlier on today, as the most consequential aspect in terms of compared to IQ, they insist that something that would have helped galvanize the nation to work together is not that important. It's the one that is the word that written by a former colonizer that is better. That's what matters. It doesn't nothing. It's just a word. How can if you cannot sense that those little things, how can you sense the big things? And if I am wrong, why are we where we are? I am sure I'm not very much like many Nigerians. I'm sure I am not. The ones that hold this view that I hold, quite a lot of them do, especially most of the ones in the diaspora. But the ones that hold the views that Simba expressed just now and Paddy expressed are most of Nigerians, because they've been taught that it doesn't matter. The whole world is a level playing field. It's a paradise. Let's all go and hold hands. The only people that they are not holding hands of is black people. They don't hold our hands. Our people travel into Europe. They leave them to drown in the Mediterranean. Just this week, it came out that they will take these black people, take them to sea and dump them in the water. Children, women, they don't care. They dump them in the water. Sometimes they just put them in a canoe and leave them to float away into the sea. That is what is happening to our people, and it's happening almost every day. And yet you see our people still come out and say, everybody is okay. They're okay. Let's hold hands. We are not ready. We are simply not ready. And you think you are going to get that leader. You will not. There is no leader that will show up in Nigeria today. If Nigerians hold this view, they will never get a leader that will change that country. It will never happen because the leader is already compromised. And the country will never be changed. You're just going to see this incremental improvement and decrement, incremental improvement and down, up, down, dance. That's what you will get for the next forever, until whoever really is in charge will come and do as they please with us. That's what you're going to get. Because it doesn't mean things are not improving, but what we are not seeing is the rest of the world is flying away. Because this disparity is what determines how well you are doing in society or in the global scene. If the rest is going further away from you, even if you are improving slightly, it makes no difference. Your lot is getting worse as time goes by, and there will be consequences for it. I wish there wasn't, but there will be. And I'm just, in a way, sometimes I wonder why I even bother talking. Because I know full well, all I'm saying is completely useless. The only thing that is going to change it is what at least in my mind anyway, is things that improve our collective intelligence. It doesn't have to be war. But something that has to be strong enough to galvanize the people. It could be one magnetic leader, it's possible. But I'm telling you that our leaders will betray that leader first. Because they don't even understand it. They will betray that leader. You see, this one is calling me insane. Of course I'm insane. At least that's the least I can be. Look at the state of our nation. Your nation, you are there doing insane. A country of 6 million people is exporting more than the entire black continent. You are doing insane. If I'm insane, then we are definitely all insane. Because if 6 million people can outdo how many? 1 billion people, you are definitely insane too. Because that is not, we are not even the same. If that was Olympics, you are not even in the same race. You are like somebody in a wheelchair. No, even somebody in a wheelchair will catch up compared to, you are basically crawling on your belly. You calling me insane? I will wear that, I don't know what I wear with pride. But if I'm insane, you are in the poto with me, oh. Because you are no better, I assure you. You are no better. And you are worse from the point of view that you don't even see it, that you have a problem. And it's the same people like Adewale that will say, it's okay, let us wear the white colonial headgear, the judges wear on their head. Let's keep wearing it because it's just a uniform. It doesn't matter. And the moment you put a question to him that is pertinent, then they have a problem with it immediately. And you can see that Simba didn't like it when I asked him that question. And he went on to even claim that he will do it. You know what? I have a few questions. I'm going to make that quite a topic, actually. Because I don't know how many Nigerians that hold that view. I really don't know how many Nigerians that hold that view. That if they find another father or man that can offer more to their child, and they lose their own parental rights to that child. Or okay, let's say they still have the parental rights, but there's nothing wrong with them. They have their full health care, they have their good health, they have good job, they have everything going for them. And they will choose to take their child and say, you know what, go and live with this man. This man will be better off. You know, it will be better for you to be raised by this man, even when the man is not from the same culture as you, or the same religion, the same country, the same race. You hand your child over to foreigner to go and take care of. And he said yes. The question he didn't ask himself is, what if 0.0005% that man could do serious harm to your child? Would you consider still doing it? If he still says yes, then the case is made. If he says no, then the question is, based on statistics, that is quite possible. So why would you risk your child's life like that? You see, our people don't think deep. This is why we gave human beings away. He was willing to give a human being away. The most advanced creation that we know in all the universe. You were willing to give it away because you think some other person is better than you. The one that God gave you. Because you think that some other person is better than you somehow. Nobody should be able to be thinking that they are better. You shouldn't think that any other man is better than you as your own child's father. No matter what the world tells you. That's not something that should be taught, even. It should be obvious. And if we cannot figure that one out, you wonder why we are where we are. But I'm just ranting anyway, in the end. I do like all this monologue because it's a way of venting. And sooner or later, I may not even bother encroaching on all this issue, because in the end, all I'm telling people is bad news to an extent. I'm telling them that nothing is going to change. We are not ready. Nothing is going to change. We are not ready. What is the use of telling them that? It's of no use to them. Except they are going to use that information and try to create those conditions that makes that this thing, we as a people come together and actually do something to progress the country, or stop our leaders from doing the stuff that is compromising our progress. But that's all it is. You ask them to secure the country, they don't like it. You ask them how much are you going to pay to secure a country, they don't want it. And yeah, they want all those things. So you ask them to pay tax, they don't want to pay tax.
To Nigeria, the thing is that many Nigerians, the country they claim they want, the kind of society they claim they want, they are not willing to pay for it. They are not willing to follow simple rules and regulations. They are not willing to do anything. All is just talk. Simple traffic light, people will beat it. Simple, just finding a place to put a trash, they will do everything against that. So it is just talk, 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 talk with no action. Nigerians are not willing to do what is proper for the country to move forward. It is always this shortcut, shortcut, shortcut to everything. No one is willing to actually. And another thing, where the problem we create in the society is that we don't reward hard work. You understand me? We don't reward hard work. People who are doing legitimate job are treated like piece of shit. Why the criminals are being praised and worshipped. So that's the society we live in. That
And,
needs to change.
and we all say it all the time, and it never changes because it's not in our gift to change it at this level. And I don't know, Adewale, how offended you are. I don't mean to offend anybody, but I just mean to call people out because sometimes these things need to be done that way because the consequence of the failures that we've had it's really horrible.
Yeah,
And it's
to
going to get worse.
Yeah, to Niger. Let me say that, by the way, hello to everybody on the panel. That's a question I'm going to ask you. I'm actually going to answer it, and I believe everybody knows about this question. Is bantered about a lot, as if it's hard to answer. A lot of the stuff you're talking about boils down to the chicken and the egg. Which one comes first, right? You've elucidated. They want it. It's important. We need to progress. We need to do this. We need to do that. So let me then ask you, the chicken and the egg, which one comes first? Which one came first?
I think it's probably the chicken.
Okay. Now, MB say you don't know evolution for your life now, right?
I'm guessing.
Yeah, you guessed wrong. Yeah. So it's only
why
A or B.
How do you know? I would have said it could have been anyone, but I just chose this time to say is the chicken.
Chicken, yeah. Let me just go to it because I know you're allotting 3 minutes to everybody. So what I'm saying is that it's pretty safe to say that the egg came first because if there had been no egg, there would have been no chicken, right? So chickens are birds. Now we know that birds evolved from reptiles. So it's safe to say the first bird hatched from an egg that was laid by a reptile. That was very similar, right? So that's the reasoning behind it.
If you restrict it to chicken, yes. Yeah. But I thought it was a figure of speech of trying to ask which one comes first.
Yeah. It is. Let me say why I pose that question to you is that because a lot of the ideas you have, they're good ideas, but the point is that you cannot do anything until there are some basic things you have to. Nigeria is a basket case. Africa is a basket case. A lot of it's within us, but a lot of it's also from outside. We have enemies that don't want us to progress, and there are many. From Britain to America. Earlier, when I was listening to you say, oh, America has no use for us. America has use for us, but what they did in our case is to use us to buy Britain. America doesn't want to arrest us from Britain, and then Britain does everything America wants. So, and then British, we're under the British colony then. Neo-colonized us. So if America wants anything, they get it from Britain. They want Britain to get out of the EU, they get out of the EU. And depending on the administration, there are administrations that want Britain to be in the EU, Democrats, and there's Republicans who don't want Britain. So anyway, to make a long story short, some of the highfalutin ideas you have are good,
But how are you going to do, for example, you say, okay, let's make sure we don't fight white people or white people tell us what to do. How are you going to do that? You need power to do that. You have to be a powerful country to do that. Look at what China went through just to close their borders and reorganize. So that my point I'm making is that if you say we need soldiers for security, you use those terms synonymously. You know, soldiers, the number of soldiers we have. Yeah, I mean, that's nonsense given how advanced these people are. They don't even to defeat the Nigerian soldiers. If you have 3 million, these people can carpet bomb Nigeria from the seas, right? Even with X-ray, they could destroy us with all kinds of weapons. So that doesn't mean.
How about Taliban?
Taliban, yeah. Look, those are all agents. They could do it. You know, look at what's happening in Russia, right? You see how Ukraine is sitting there fighting mighty Russia, right? And that's one hand tied behind their back. They're just supplying them some. Look at how they're melting Russian tanks, columns of tanks. You know, when they come out there.
Is your argument that, oh, they are too strong, it's too hard, let's give up and die?
No, my argument, they're too strong, they're too powerful. We need to get the fundamentals right. You cannot go challenging somebody who all they have to do is to bribe just one of our head of state, for example. His money is in their bags. So security is not just those people. Your president is a security risk if it's not patriotic, right? The army chief of staff, the police commander, right? But the people. You have to secure your borders. You have to have technology to.
You have to start from somewhere. It's not only technology. You have to
start. No. Listen to me. If America wants to fight Nigeria, for example, it's going to be like Ghana or Biafrans. They will use Biafrans to fight Nigeria. All they have to do is supply them weapons, and Nigeria is destroyed. Or Ghana.
No,
or
but
even
not when the
Boko Haram.
But generally, history has suggested that if the state is very strong,
yeah,
yes, like the way they did with Vietnam, they supported one side against the other, but the side that is stronger won out. And look at where they are.
No, listen, when you look at Vietnam, you have to understand the United States had a different philosophy at that time. They were hiding that they had a war, hiding everything that's happening in Vietnam. They didn't really arm them to go there and do the job, right? So a lot of soldiers came home protesting that was unfair. That's never going to happen again. America, hold on, let me just make one more point.
Afghanistan.
Excuse me? Yeah, but listen, what they're doing over there, the problem America has is nation building. That is one thing they have here. America could finish anywhere in 2 days and they're mopping up.
Yeah, but that's the point. We will survive it.
No, you will not survive it. That what I'm listen to.
What makes you think we would while others did?
No, they did not survive.
Pansat, sorry. Nigeria, you're not listening to Pansat.
What do you want me to listen to?
Pansat is not saying we shouldn't build ourselves to be strong. What he's saying is that you have to do it intelligently. You have. That's what he's saying.
Oh, yes.
You can't just come out and start flexing your muscle. That you're building your army. You're doing this. They start seeing you as a threat, and they're gonna destroy you easily. That's what he's saying.
I started off by telling them the chicken and the egg. I said, let me end in 1 minute or less, and then Abdul or somebody will take over. What I'm saying to you, I started off by telling you the chicken and the egg because there are fundamental things which is what we're all fighting for when we're on platforms, right? In order for you have to copy some kind of model. Let's say you want to copy China. What China did was to go inside and go and secure their borders first. They were inward. It's Nixon, somebody, I don't know if it was you, talked about opening up of China. When they were ready, then they opened up. You have to go in and secure your borders. In their case, they give Britain date certain. Get the hell out, bring that flag down, leave Macau, leave Hong Kong, leave this. And they were insular, just like what North Korea is doing now in their case. You have to do that before you go out you have to have indigenous technology. These guys are bad. These are Europeans. You know that already. They're evil and they're very, very bad. They know they've confronted all kinds of things. So how are you even talking about challenging any of these powers? How much more
I don't even see them as evil. I just see them as people that are defending their own interests that we don't do.
Okay, when it comes back to me again, they are evil. Like, you want to talk Machiavellian, you look at ChatGPT, or dictionary, right? You're gonna notice that Machiavellian, it's synonymous with evil. It's an evil.
No.
Yeah. No, but I understand. Practically, that is true. Nations they calculate their things by relative gain, not absolute gain like an individual.
Answer, do you judge a mother harshly for being a good mother?
Do I judge a mother harshly for being a good mother? No.
Or you praise that mother?
Yes.
That is what nations like the Europeans and others have done by us.
No.
It's us that didn't take care of our own.
Okay, tell me, elucidate more on that point. I don't understand what you're saying.
What I mean by that is that they, you know how you understand that they do things for their own interest. That is the instinct of a mother taking care of her own children. She's taking care of their own interests, not ours. They are not there to care for us. They are there to care for their own people. So it's our job to care for ourselves. Hence why I don't see them as evil. As a matter of fact, I see them as behaving like the proper creator, the proper beings that the creator made. Because if you look at a lion now that wants to feed her cub, she will go out there, take the calf of an antelope, and use it to feed her cub without feeling any remorse. And this a wildlife observer will say that lion is doing exactly what the lion is meant to do, and is not considered evil. And you see what I mean? So what the Europeans have done, it may look cruel to us because we are the ones suffering the consequences, but objectively, they are actually being the better carer for their own people. We don't care for our own people. We are the ones that sold people to them. We are the ones that didn't learn and innovate with our own people to challenge whatever they are doing. So I don't see it as evil. I see them as doing the right thing, and maybe they are even the better people of us compared to us. Look at our fellow Nigerian just admitted that he was willing to give his child away. He was willing to give his child away. I don't know how to explain that anymore.
No, but you see, you cannot come up with your own stuff unless you really study what you're talking about. What you're mixing 2 or 3 things together. When you're talking about a state, a nation state, in the international relations, there are about 7 things that govern that. I'm not going to go through. I know people are saying, oh, by the time you say 7 things, we're not going to get to talk. But so if you're a Machiavellian student, like you claim, you know that some of the things you're talking about are principles. It's known already that states are rational actors, right? They calculate their gains, like I said earlier, in terms of relative gain, unlike an individual who would calculate theirs by absolute gain. That's true. They're self-interested entities. That's true. But it's quite another thing to absolve them of evil if that's what they're doing. You could be self-interested and not be evil. You could do things for your mutual benefit. That's why you have bilateral deals, multilateral deals, So we've gone far away from Conference of Westphalia to the new thing we have with the United Nations after World War II. So there are instruments and gears to have the international arena be far off from being evil and wars and stuff like that. And many countries can maximize whatever they have in that arena. So don't go thinking that you're gonna just absolve those who are doing evil in that international arena. There are, even here in the United States, they have the policy, we have the Constitution, but the presidents that violate those things. Some of them come close to being impeached, like Ronald Reagan, when he was dealing with the Contra, as you know.
But see, I'm not trying to absolve them. I'm just saying that at certain level, they are doing it for their own people, and they've done well by their people. they spread themselves all over the world. They expanded massively. I'm telling you, there's no empire that would not envy that kind of expansion. And the idea that we don't see that just shows you that we are in that position whereby we call those things evil because it's us that is affecting negatively. You see, because we don't understand.
I agree.
A great nation, and
I agree.
People.
There are things because you're having two conversations here, right? In theory, there are things sovereignty means in the international or nation state should not interfere with legal and political matters within the borders of another nation. That's in theory. Now, should we be naive and not know that, for example, in the United States, you have the CIA and they do a lot, and they've done a lot of evil things, killing our leaders, for example. Maybe up to now, but I know up to the 70s and 80s, 60s, they go, even if we have anybody who's patriotic in any African country, imagine they go and they either depose them or they kill them. Lumumba and so many others were killed by these people. So those are evil acts. They don't have to do that. But now what you're saying that we should also be capable of defending ourselves, which is what I'm telling you. You cannot defend yourself no matter how many soldiers you have if you're not a fair country. Nigeria should be fair, where everybody should feel that they belong to the country. It's our country. They could go and all these agitators and they could say, okay, what is the problem? And you try to ameliorate those things first. You have to be a just country. You have to have respect for your citizens so that they can, they understand those kind of soft.
You see the reason why sometimes I go headlong in this direction that I say all the time that get strong. Even if all these problems you describe is true, even if it's true in some states. I've seen states that are powerful, they fight wars and they recover, or like in the case of Germany, if when I fought a war, lost it and they broke the country into two until they are back again. And they are one of the most advanced countries in the world. You see, what it does to you is that when you have this kind of power, your people are able to think with a clear head and live in the true world, not this fake world we as a people are currently living in. They will live in this true world. And for better or for worse, when the consequences come, they will weather it. It will be bad, it will be negative. They'll weather it and they'll come out of it and they will still be strong anyway. The idea that you play possum and play dead is going to get you anywhere. Historically, I've not seen it happen. All the countries that lost the Second World War, they are doing better than us today. Why? Why?
Do you want me to answer that, or is that rhetorical?
Yeah, I would like you to answer it.
Okay, it's just your basic uneducated populace. Population means a lot. Respect for your country, right? If we're doing democracy, we have to do it properly. Democracies don't go to war with each other. You have to make this is a point that cannot be overemphasized. You have to make every Nigerian feel that they're Nigerians. And we have to pick our leaders and pick the brightest. We have to educate the country, not just orthodox education, unorthodox education, like some of the things you're saying right now. To be on our TV, like when I first came here in the United States, they have public television, and that public TV tried to acculturize all the kids as they're growing up, teaching the basic civics, telling them how to respect one another, don't discriminate other children that are of a different background. That means nationwide. It's not something you're going to be teaching people in the South. You don't teach them in the North. Say, hey, look, you have to like and love your country and your fellow countrymen, including Christians and this and that and that. You do the same in the South. So that you have to have that geographic boundary. It has to be a nation and then a nation state. You have to have that. If not, how are you? Your people are Japan. If you have doctors, they're gone. The elite are gone. The engineers, the doctors, the whatever, talented people, they can't be there where there's no security. You have to do what others did, just like you're saying. You name me one country that is doing very well, that didn't do what we're talking about here. The basics. You have to have the basics. How else are you going to do it? Because when it comes to action and activity, when it comes to war, for example, you really have to fight it. The only way you could ward off a war is if you're strong. But just like Machiavelli states, so the strong will do what they have to. You know, we're not. I mean, we're kidding ourselves, because if we're even united, nobody could conquer us. Nobody could, like you're saying, that's the only time somebody cannot come and conquer the country. Is if we're united and they're the same thing. It's kind of uniform. You have to develop the country uniformly. You have to approach people uniformly, because you cannot, with a population of 210 million people, come and occupy them.
I think what you are saying is evidence suggests that, like, the UK now is very unequal. Because when the Romans came, they generally conquered the south. The developments, they did most of the development there. So England is very unequal. From 2,000 years ago, they've had this inequality. Even when they founded the United Kingdom as we knew it now, the inequality remained. They have what they call the north and south divide. Most of the leaders are still coming from the south. Even the next one is going to be coming from the south again. They tend to be from the similar universities, and yet, with all this burden of division within the nation, they conquered half of the world still. What does that tell you? It tells you that the things we are busy thinking that is the reason why we cannot function, when the chips are down, it's not even going to matter.
Yeah, but to Niger, you are talking about division based on geographical division, north and south, right? But that only makes sense if tangible divisions are there. Let's say the north is more developed.
No, it's not just the development. Politically, on almost every front, the south dominates everything. How many prime ministers have you seen from Scotland or Ireland? Forget it. And Wales, very, very hard. It's always almost everything they dominate.
Right. But you make it, what I'm trying to have you understand what I mean is that the development of the country is pretty much even, right? It's like here, or you in the United States, you have white people who have French background. In essence, their forefathers came from France, right? You have some from Germany. Their forefathers came from Germany, some from Britain. They don't have that kind of problem here. They don't have that. I know you haven't been to the United States. You need to be here.
But the Middle Belt is differently developed than California, and the Bible Belt, I mean, is very different from California, New York, and all the rest.
Not really.
Not as developed.
No, not really. Not because somebody's prevented. That's the way they want it, right? States and counties control those kind of things. But when there's a federal program, it's even. There's nothing like. I just told you, like when we talk about the French, and we say, oh, they lost the war, they can't fight. No white person is going to say, hey, look, I'm a French background person. They really have no ties whatsoever.
So are you saying that if they offered those states more money, they would reject it? If they offered them more development, they would reject it?
A lot of them would. Some of them, they love their farms. They don't want anything like that. No matter how much
bigger farms.
Listen to what I'm saying. They have. There's nothing like that here. I'm here in the United States. You're in Britain. You've never been here. Those states, each one of those states, like when you say in the middle, what do you call the middle what?
Bible Belt.
Midwest Bible Belt. If you go to their top cities, it's still like London. I hope you know that. Doesn't mean that
it's not like Los Angeles or New York. Is
the same thing? It's gonna be just about the same thing. Listen to what I'm telling you, because I know you don't. Google it now. Show us.
Okay, let me see.
Pull out a picture.
Alabama, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alabama is like one of them.
Pull out Huntsville, Alabama. Pull out a major city in Alabama, and let's see if London is better than Huntsville, Alabama. Right now, pull out downtown Huntsville, Alabama.
Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, you can show a picture, right?
Yeah, it's just they are just showing only one building, really. It's
no. Put a city or whatever. Just put in Huntsville, Alabama. Go to pictures or video.
I'm trying to find Alabama City. Okay, now I can see it now.
And, I know you won't show because
I will show it now. I will show it. It's
okay.
Developed. I can see that it's developed too.
No, what I'm saying is that every city in the United States, no matter how remote, is going to look like London. I hope you know that. I know that. Why I'm saying this is that we take that for granted, right? We take it for granted.
So this is I don't know what it's called. Cities in Alabama.
Yeah. That would be any city.
Montgomery.
Yeah, anywhere you pull up in the United States, that's a major city, right? Or even a small city. It's gonna look like London. When you hear Bible Belt, it doesn't mean they're carrying Bibles around over there. They don't have cities, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so
this is Alabama, but now I'll put you in New York so that you can see New York, the difference.
I know, but you only went to one city in Alabama. Okay, Alabama has many cities.
Which other city?
Many cities. They have hundreds of cities.
Okay, I don't know. Montgomery, downtown.
Yeah, okay, pull that up.
This is downtown Alabama.
Is London better than this? No.
Okay, we'll see London now.
That's Birmingham, Alabama. That's a big city, you know. You have Montgomery, Alabama. Remember when Dr. King was?
Yeah.
But look, that's what I'm trying to teach you now, because we are here in the United States, right? And you're in London. You don't know anything about a lot of these cities, right?
This one is not the same level now of development. We are talking about quite a big shift.
Oh yeah, they're not the same. I mean, New York City is London like New York City? No, that's a huge city. Look, New York is bigger, has more money, has more population probably than the entire United Kingdom, the whole country. So that's how big New York is. Now you just talk about New York.
America in the UK is 66 million. And then let me say London City. I would be London City, and let's see what it says. London is quite hefty too. They do have their own things too.
Who's that?
I mean London. They do have their
own.
But
look at London. Looks just like Alabama, right? I mean, you can't really tell. And Alabama is one of the least states that, in the sense of what you're talking about. Alabama will be just about the bottom, right? Because of their population and stuff like that, but not because of the infrastructure, not because of they're being left behind by the United States. No, a lot of the Senate presidents might have come from Alabama in the past. A lot of maybe presidents.
Yeah.
So in the United States, we don't have anything like that. But the remarkable thing I was trying to tell you is that people who Europeans who came to America and became American citizens, they have no connection whatsoever with their home countries like Germany, France. You never see anything like that here. I've never seen it in my life. A white German or ancestral person fighting a French ancestral person in any capacity, not even an argument. They have nothing to do with Europe.
Because I think the idea that they don't have anything to do with Europe, come on, let's
look, I'm telling you. They travel
Why am I making that point? The time. They travel to Europe and proclaim Europe as their home birthplace, that they're happy to be there.
Listen to me. The main reason why I'm making that point is that this country was able to unify the country so much so there is something called being an American. And when these people are Americans, they have nothing whatsoever. I'm telling you, you don't understand what I'm talking about. If United States is fighting Germany tomorrow, you're not going to have anybody with ancestral roots to Germany say, hey, don't fight Germany. I'm from Germany. You don't have anything like that here.
Oh, no, you do have that. They do watch
No, you don't. No, you don't.
The Second World, I did the research on that. In the Second World War, they were monitoring the German nationals closely. They didn't do what they did to the Japanese to them, but they were monitoring them closely, and many of them objected to the war. They were not very vocal with it, but they objected to it.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you something that is sacrosanct. It's true. Now, do you have anecdotal evidence, one here and there? Perhaps. Okay, there's nothing that's total, but I'm trying to tell you the mores of the country and what we should do in our country. In order to be like the United States, you have to make people proud of their Nigerian citizenship, and it should be uniform. It doesn't really matter if you come from this background, Igbo background, or Yoruba. As far as Nigeria is fair to everybody, that's what would happen. You could keep having presidents from Kogi, state, for example, right? And it doesn't play a role here where you come from. Now, once in a while, you may have here and there, but you're not going to say, okay, look, I'm from California. We have to produce a president from California. No, there's nothing like that. I'm telling you right now. I know you don't believe it because it's hard to believe. Yeah.
I can't believe you're the one talking to like this, because ever since I've been listening to you, you always sound like pro Biafra, pro that. But now, the way you sound, I'm in violent agreement with you. And if I don't know if True Nigeria gets what you're saying, but the point you're making right now is actually sacrosanct to nation building. Like the point you made about America, for example. I agree with you. An average American does not see himself as as a European. He doesn't. He sees himself as an American. Come May what, if Germany goes against the interests of America today, and America is willing to attack Germany, there will be no American here that will say, oh, my grandfather came from Germany, don't attack them. No, the interest of America comes first.
It's not that abstract. It happened in World War II. It happened.
Oh, really?
Yes. The chief evil country for America was Germany. Now, at that time, you have Nixon, you have all kinds of people here already who are from German background. It was Germany that was killing the Jews, and the United States went to war against Germany. They went in there late. Obviously, Germany was fighting Britain at the time. But you had a lot of German Americans here. They didn't say, oh, you were helping Germany. You were killing Germans because a lot of presidents or a lot of people are from Britain that are here in the United States. There was nothing like that. They didn't put Germans in the concentration camp. Those Germans whose ancestors are from Germany I don't even see one comment from any of them that they looked at Germany as an evil empire. They were Americans. But go ahead, Abdul. I just want to say it's not an abstract, it's reality, and True Nigeria could look it up.
So for me anyway, I just feel like in life is a life.
I will. That's interesting. I will.
The way I look at it is that an instrument is an instrument. It could be used for bad and it could be used for good. But either way, better to have a bigger instrument when the bad time comes and bigger instrument when the good times come. So I think the argument that, oh, we have to get these things right and stuff, I think we are beyond that. That we don't even have the luxury for that. Survival. You have to survive first before you worry about the lower level problem. Because if you perish, the lower problem will not be there for you to solve. Hence, that's why I think that my perception, the way I perceive these things is that if you don't want to take any chances, focus on getting yourself strong. Yes, if your focus on getting yourself strong compromises at the objective, then whether the process you are using, you have to change it. Like if, let's say, Pansa is correct, he says you have to, unite the nation first and have a regional government first before you can achieve that ability to be stronger. Then you don't just lunge and go to become stronger and forget about that part, because it will defeat that purpose. You will not get stronger at the same time. But I don't believe that we need to do those things, because there are too many examples around the world that didn't have to worry about that. They were not even nice. They still went ahead and did it anyway.
Well, give me an example. Now, if you
I give the example of the United Kingdom. I give you an example of even America. America was not in a good place. They had a lot of issues. China was going through hell, and they had a lot of divisions. A lot of people were dying in China. Millions. They lost millions of lives in China during the period when they were going to make themselves stronger. You have several examples. Vietnam, they went through hell. Even this in Japan. Americans bombed Japan cities that they killed almost 1 million people before they used the nuclear weapons. The nuclear weapon even killed less people than Americans bombed to death. And yet, look at them today. South Korea.
All right, hold on. Let me respond to that, because you know, I remember I've debated you on this issue a few times. I'm changing my approach in the debate with you based on the last one we had. I believe Nigeria Force was in that debate as well. But you're shifting focus and gears, and you're citing examples that
a little bit. I shifted focus a little bit. I can sit down.
Yeah, plus, but the more dangerous thing is the analogies that you're using there, like apples and oranges, right? Japan was an imperial power, was a developed country when in World War II. They had pilots, indigenous technology, and that's
what did they develop the most? Was it not their military?
No, but they were a developed country. And they had their borders secured. Up to today, you just don't go over there and do whatever you want. You know
but that is my point. You are saying you have to worry about other things first.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They got that right already. It's like a homogeneous society. As a matter of fact, it's a perfect homogeneous society. Their homogeneity is way advanced. But it's like apples and oranges when you're comparing.
They're fighting each other.
But listen to me. When I say you have to get the primary things right, doesn't mean you won't be fighting a war or doing other things. We're just talking about every country you've mentioned, cited as an example. They already had what we have to get first, the elementary stuff. Now, it doesn't mean you cannot walk and chew gum at the same time, right? But it's like this. You want to learn.
What do you mean elementary stuff?
Let me tell you. That's the example I was going to give you. It will answer that. Let's say you want to be proficient in calculus, right? You just can't jump and start doing advanced calculus or even ordinary calculus. You have to learn your algebra, even your arithmetic.
But that's what I'm asking for.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Now,
I'm saying use the people. I'm not saying you have the nuclear weapons, you have everything overnight. Use your people. That's where China started from.
No, that's you're not listening still. I don't know if it's deliberate now. I mean, listen to what I'm saying. Because you're smart, you stand your ground. But what I'm saying is that in order for you to go doing some of the stuff you're talking about, you have to be, for example, when the United States took over Japan, came to Japan and defeated them in a war, then they took that country, curtailed the monarchy, right? Took away a lot of powers from the monarchy and wrote them a constitution. Right? So that constitution gave a lot of power back to the citizens of their country. The culture still
the male citizens, you mean?
Yeah, the Japanese. The Japanese.
Oh, you're talking about Japanese, okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about Japan. They went to Japan after during the war in order to accept their peace. They wrote them a new constitution. Took a lot of powers from the monarchy because that monarchy was imperialistic. Now, that's why they then went off the races and sailed. The same thing they did in Germany. They came over there. They divided Germany. East Germany was communist, goes to Russians because spoils of war, and they retained the West. But like customary with the United States, they don't take territory, and they developed West Germany. And you could tell the difference at night, just like in Korea, North and South Korea.
Yeah, while we're on Germany, I don't want to make no mistake. I abhor everything Hitler represents.
Yeah,
I'm going to use Hitler as an example. After the First World War, they gave Germany a condition: don't build your military, start just paying your debts, and walk to death, really. And the Germans didn't like that. Obviously, they knew that was a terrible idea. And Hitler defied it and went and built a serious, strong arsenal and decided to expand, which was a terrible idea. That was the worst side, because Hitler industrialized the country faster than most countries could industrialize. But his catastrophic mistake was trying to start invading people. So, but when he did that, even with all the consequences that entailed, they lost the war, a lot of them died. But yet, what that meant was that they are still a powerful nation. This is what I mean by that weapon is still that weapon, no matter what it is. It's still, you are still stronger than the one that doesn't have it.
No, you have a little point for yourself on what you just said, but you actually unwittingly advancing my point. See, Germany, like you said, they lost the First World War, and then Hitler was humiliated by that. So when he came to power, he wanted to return his country to greatness. And I don't blame him, because Britain is a culprit here in all these things. But they went back in the Second World War and then won a more respectable peace. But what they did, right, which they're still under those sanctions up to today, they don't have a standing army. There are a lot of conditions that are put on them. So, but they are the most powerful economy in Europe without those armies that you're talking about, without going back to their glory of being militaristic. Do you understand? Being a powerful military power. The United States have bases over there. But today, they are way advanced than Britain, economically and otherwise. Without the stuff you talk about, so you're actually making the point that, hold on, what I'm saying is that if you look at
again, try to keep it brief so I can understand. My attention span is lower now.
Okay. We end it whenever you want to, so we can have this debate when you're sober. The main reason I'm saying is that this Germany goes against everything you're saying, because you're saying in order for a country to advance, they have to be militarily powerful, have this number of soldiers, this number of security and all that. But Germany doesn't have that. They are guaranteed security by United States, right? They don't have the kind of soldiers they used to have, nuclear weapons, this and that. But they are the most, they're the third, fourth, but I know in the world, but in Europe, they're number one economically, right? So you can't do it without the being armed to the teeth. They don't have nuclear weapons. Do you understand? So
sorry, Pastor. Choke, you need to stop this, man. What is wrong with you, man? He keeps saying I want to kill people. Who said I want to kill people? And he keeps saying that I'm making it look like I'm the one that is going to do it. I'm just trying to discuss a problem. I'm not saying I want to kill people. Come on, man, chill out.
And both extremes.
By the way, that's a great point, actually.
But go ahead and chip in, and then I'll conclude. Go ahead, chip in.
No. I just want to stress that point. That point you made is a very good point.
Yeah, it sounds like a good point. See, the point you see, if that was true, you are still missing what I said earlier on about the weapon still remains the weapon. Whether you've lost or you put it down, it's still within you, because the people that vanquished you know who you are now. They know if they mess with you, there will be consequences.
Exactly. That's true.
So that means what the point that you were disputing, that a kind of using it to say that the rules don't apply to that in terms of you have to be militarily strong to be able to be successful. But they were already militarily strong. Even when they were defeated, they were militarily strong, and they know they can do it again. And they were defeated the first time in the First World War. They put them down. They could have stayed down. But they said, no, this is death. They got up, fought again, lost, and even their victors learned a bitter lesson.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. But they already have the egg, right? They already have the egg, right? They've always at no time were they a pushover. So you do have a. Remember, I said I gave you some, but don't be too extremist. You cannot jump over that primary initial I don't know how to put it.
I hear what you are
have
saying.
to have that. You have to have that basic stuff, right? There's an educated population. They're technologically advanced, right? There's so many things. They've always had that. You have to have that. Period. There's nobody you're gonna mention that doesn't have that. When you mention China,
to get there, you need to industrialize China. This is Hitler. he industrialized China. First, he went military, then he industrialized the nation. Very, very
Germany.
No. To Nigeria, China is another good example. China did not start by building a strong army. They built a strong economy first, and then they started building a strong army. And see what happened to them. Immediately they started building a strong army.
Abdul, you walked into that one. That was exactly the opposite. Is what they did. I'm sorry.
China.
Yes.
I don't. How can you? As far as I know, China is just beginning to build a strong army right now.
Abdul, if there's the thing is, let me explain this so that you can. I will try my best to try to explain it properly. See, the Chinese, the exact opposite is what they did when they first came out of the war with the Japanese. Cut a few years of break because they were fighting each other with the Taiwan nonsense, and then one of the first things they did was go to Soviet Union to ask for their nuclear technology. It's like Nigeria going to America right now, telling them, sell us your laser technology that you are using. You are pricing something more powerful than your nuclear weapon. Like that is what China went and did to the Soviet Union, and Stalin refused. Then after Stalin died, Khrushchev gave it to the Chinese leader, which was Mao Zedong. That Khrushchev told Mao Zedong, don't worry about this nuclear technology. Why do you want it? We will give you economic support. We will give you nuclear umbrella shielding so that you don't need defense. He told him, I don't want your economic support. I don't want your nuclear umbrella. Just give us the technology. And that's what they did. They built their military.
So China got the nuclear technology. Okay,
Yes,
my bad then. All right, okay.
You are not the only person that thinks think this way.
Nuclear technology is a good deterrent. That's it.
And
it is, but
they did that in 1965, 1970 something. America is working with them.
Yeah, but to Nigeria, it does not vitiate the core point we're making. That's what I'm saying. That's a totally different argument, right? China industrialized by just being accepted into the world. Before, when they had nuclear power, they didn't go to war with anybody serious, right? In order or they didn't have anything that cannot be defeated. Just that the Japanese found out, when you're playing with the United States, you really playing. You have to understand the U.S. is far, far, far more advanced than all the other countries put together, right? Shows in their budget, it dwarfs the other countries put together, right? So when they're developing nuclear weapons now, this is a rule of thumb. I don't have any proof to it, but I know. I told you once, probably a month ago, and you disputed it. I said the United States has neutrino weapons. I really believe that can destroy nuclear weapons. I really believe that, and that's why they're not sweating it. They could go far next door to Russia.
Neutrinos are non-reactive. You know that, don't you?
I know. That's what I'm telling. It doesn't react. It doesn't matter. But
nuclear weapons.
Excuse me?
How can they possibly destroy nuclear weapons?
What you have to look into is a bigger physics that I could tell you here, but it doesn't react with matter, but it destroys nuclear weapons. Just Google it and you're going to check it out.
See, the reason why even that will not work is because the Soviets or the Russians have nuclear submarines all over the world. And all they need is one big nuclear tsunami to cause all kinds of this havoc. See, America is past the time when America can threaten the Soviet Union. The technological leap that needs to happen for that to happen is too great.
Okay, that's a big debate, and I will indulge you in that another day. But the point I want to make, and then pass it back to you, or Abdul, is this: the Japan was during World War II. They had no idea what America has, just on their universities alone. So they did kamikaze attacks in Hawaii, in the Pacific here, and they were quite formidable. They fly pilots. It's like suicide pilots attacking the United States ships in the seas and stuff like that, up to the American territory. But then the Enola Gale, the America unleashed just 2 bombs and they raised up their hands and surrendered. You don't know what it is for Japanese to surrender. They rather die.
Yeah.
So they had no idea that the United States had that. That's just from labs.
No. They knew America was working on it. If I'm not mistaken, they too were looking to work on it. Then the cat was out of the bag. That the Germans were working on it too.
Yeah, but
yeah,
what I'm saying
that's true. True, Nigeria. They were. Japan was also working on it. As a matter of fact, some of the nuclear material was shipped from Germany en route to Japan. So you're right. They are also aware of it. They were also working on it.
Okay, if the best you're gonna give them, I don't give it to them. And maybe the revisionist is that they were working on it. They didn't have it. United States had it. Now, when you see United States going next door to Russia, arming Ukraine, fighting Russia, killing hundreds, maybe thousands of Russians, right? And Russia cannot do anything, right? You know why? Because they know nobody wants a war between Russia and the United States, but they cannot do anything. They are not in the same league with even, say, California. California has more GDP than Russia, just one state. The United States has 50 states. Just like what I showed you tonight, a little bit, Alabama is the least state here, but it's just like London. You have to understand that. In all, we go to the villages, we go to the counties, it's developed. The only reason why they don't have skyscrapers is that those counties will have ordinances that say, we don't want more than 2-story building in this county. They have things like that. Not because you don't have a billionaire in one of those places that could build something, skyscraper, or a millionaire, or that kind of stuff, or they don't know anything about it, or they're being discriminated against, which is actually what we went on this long tirade over that. I was trying to say you have to have uniformity. Everything has to be standardized. There has to be something that the federal government does to make sure that the country is cohesive, that everybody belongs to that country. It's very important. This whole debate is about that. That's what we're talking about here. Now, Abdul says maybe you haven't heard me before. My thing is that if you're not going to do that, then you have to let us in the Southeast go. You understand? So it's an ultimatum, basically. Do it properly or get out. So, and I'm saying, though, that's a caveat. Yeah.
Southeast are not the only ethnic group or region that feels marginalized.
Yes, I agree.
So
and
they're going to argue for something like that. You should argue for everybody rather than arguing for Southeast just because you're from there.
Right. Now, remember, I do that. If you were going to hear the next thing I was going to say, it was going to be then that, because there's no, anyhow I say it, is going to be condescending, right? Remember, if I'm not just speaking for my people, let's say I start speaking for your people, which I'm going to in the next sentence, then it's going to be arrogant and it's going to be condescending, because who am I to tell you what you want? I don't have to wait for you to fight for your right to exit the country, before I fight for it. But I go more than saying Nnamdi Kanu by saying that the entire country, we established it, Nnamdi Azikiwe and others helped, but he's the guy that went out to London, Americas, arguing for that independence, and he won it for that for the country. So I believe that other ethnic groups, especially the Fulanese, they migrated into our country. They're not indigenous, right? So I'm not gonna give them an inch of it, right? So that's a separate debate. But no, I agree with you, and I fight for those who are in IDP camps. Everybody's heard me fight for that. I'm against anybody doing anything to anybody that is unfair, right? Now, to Nigeria, there's something I was busy today. I didn't come on the platform, but if we exit this particular discussion, which I would say my last word on it, there are some things I wanted to give to you in the private section, if you're still gonna be having this broadcast, to show what it did. These are his texts against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, right? I want to make that case so that it's clearer why we have to be careful. But anyway, let me conclude by saying, to Niger, only thing I'm telling you is what I told you the last time. We have to go back in order to study and practice calculus. We have to go and do math. You have to do it. It's not going to take forever again, like we're discovering the whale. But we have to go back and make sure that it's a cohesive country. And then we have to do things by true or false, not right or wrong, not good or bad, or good or evil, but true or false. And then we have to leapfrog. There is no other way. You cannot do it by wishing for it like you do. You have to deal with the country you have, not the one you wish you had. You have got your quotes according to your size.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
I have a question for you. So the way Nigeria is currently constituted, do you think if rule of law prevails, do you think we'll still have these problems of marginalization and corruption and all this stuff?
No, I do not.
So if that is the case, why are we not pushing to strengthen our institution so that rule of law can prevail and all this problem goes away? Because in my own opinion, even if you have secession, there are people who are still gonna feel marginalized.
Yeah, gentlemen,
within that same system.
I have to close this now. We're supposed to finish for 10:30 and 10 hours 30 minutes anyway. And it's gone on past that time. Pansa, thank you for joining us. And
let me answer that last question. It's important that then you close it out.
No, you can always carry on backstage. Let me thank Fort first. Fort, thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it. I know you give me a hard time. Chooks, come on, man. Chooks, chill out. I'm not after killing anybody, you know. You need to chill out. I'm just trying to discuss a very serious topic regarding why we are where we are. I'm not saying I want to kill everyone, not to mention my Southeastern brothers. You can't be doing that. Chooks, it's answer the question. I don't know what's wrong with Chooks, you know.
You should let me answer that question very briefly, though, because it's a very good, very, very important question. He took his time to ask. Let me answer it.
Okay. Let him ask it, and because I'm quite tied up right now, I need to end the stream. So, but answer the question, signal to me, then so I can close the stream.
Okay, a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, Abdul, let me say to you that everything is like it's progressively moving that way. Anyway, if you look at the last election, it indicates that Nigerians actually went out, got their PVCs, voted, and they want to get somebody who could unify the country, who has ability. And Peter Obi is that man in the scene right now. And Nigerians did the right thing. Now, the only thing you blame them for is that they did not go on the streets to make sure that their mandate is recovered. So that's good. Now, once we have somebody like Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed emerge on the scene, they're not going to be a panacea, but there's something they're going to be doing. One thing I know they're going to do is to unite the country. They're going to work hard in uniting the country. They're going to have empathy. They're going to be patriots. And they're going to put in institutional things, not by a leader, a military dictator, or one man being a powerful person to stop Nigerians from stealing, but they're going to put in technology mechanisms. But the only thing, this is my final answer on this, what we need in that country right now, and it to be superb, we have to have the three branches of government to be separate and equal. That's in our constitution. So we have to make sure that it's a adversarial system between them, because there's a lot of things the president cannot do if the Congress doesn't want him to do it. If he does it, he'll be impeached. That's very, very sacrosanct. A president that is not meeting regularly, if you're sick or whatever, the Senate can send somebody to a medical doctor. That's in our constitution. Go and see if it's in somebody's mind. If it's not, they can remove him. Here in the United States, it's our 25th amendment. So once we have division of these branches to be separate and equal, we're gonna go to the moon just like the United States. Let me leave it at that.
Can I say something? I think
So
it will be difficult.
can I
It will be
push back
difficult
on
for you
Kansa?
to unite any Nigeria currently because politicians have engaged in sponsoring some influencer, giving them money to rile up people online. So that would be impossible, mostly in the masses. But within the elite structure, they don't have any issue. They don't have any quarrel. But when it comes to the masses, they will always go at each other because there are people financing this thing online. So we need to be honest about that.
That's true. You're always gonna have that. Okay, we have that here in the United States. You're always gonna have that, but the core, you have to have good leaders. It's very important, and enforce our laws. It has to, like Tuna just says a lot of time. Yeah, there has to be, it has to be a tough state that enforces our laws. We have a lot of laws against a lot of things. If you could do whatever you want, but if it's against the law, you're gonna go to the courts, and the courts have to be good. The courts have to dispense justice. Yeah, done with mercy here and there, but in the United States, if you park your car out there on the red, no matter who you are, you're gonna get a ticket. It doesn't matter. You have to go through that court system at some point to resolve it, right? No matter who you are. Yeah.
If you look at Nigeria, what have destroyed the country is that the people that are smarter, that are supposed to be in a position of power, they all are running away from the country. And that's why I always say running away is not going to solve Nigeria's problem. Because when you run away, you leave the country in the hands of crazy people and low IQ people who are, some of them don't even have any educational qualification. So this is the problem Nigeria is facing. We are giving power to people who doesn't like, who are thugs and criminals, because the smart ones have decided that comfort is the best thing for them. They are seeking comfort elsewhere. They don't want to fight. They don't want to, do anything. So that's why the country is where it is. People must be willing to make sacrifice by staying behind, join the stage, and do something from there. You are not going to stay abroad and be complaining when you are not there to join the race. So that's
Nigerian first. Let me give you a secret. Let me tell you something, right? If you do what I just said, and if you have a country where these three branches are adversarial and they're working according to a constitution, which means there'll be security in the country, right? The secret is that over, at least I would say 50%, if not 60% of Nigerians who are in diaspora, right? They want to come home. They're not going to come home where there's
Well, that's good, but that is not going to work because the people you guys left the country for, these are not smart people. Even those who are in the court. Look at these people. Do you see them as smart people? The answer is no.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
I agree with that point.
Nigeria first. I agree with you that brain drain is a major problem. Yeah, you're right. But we all agree that the way forward, the most prudent way to fix our problem is to find a way to enforce the rule of law. And one thing with leadership is that you don't need the whole population to be smart. We just need to be lucky to get that one person, that few among the population that still got that smartness you're talking about to make all these changes, to strengthen the institutions that would enforce the rule of law. And from there, you will see all these people that left the country will start coming back.
That's true. Well, Tunaja, I posted a link for you on the private chat. Could you put that up for 1 second? If we're still on, we can also discuss it in the background. But if you could pull it up, let me show you an example of what I was trying to discuss. I don't know if Tunaja fell asleep.
Probably.
Tunaja still there?
I think
but
he's using the toilet or something.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
Pastor, I want to quickly push back on you on the issue of Peter Obi.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, my own opinion about Peter Obi is that I don't see him as a leader. I see him as a popularist, just like Buhari. That's how I see Peter Obi, because I look at his antecedents as a state governor, and most of the good work they said he did as a governor, I studied how he did them. I noticed he never used or built any institution to achieve that. He did those things through personal effort, individualism. That was how he was able to achieve most of those stuff. And by the definition of a leader is someone who can influence other people to take or do certain things. And if Peter V doesn't have that in him, I don't see how he can govern over 200 million people if he doesn't have those leadership skills. This is why I don't see him as a messiah that will solve Nigerian problem.
Okay, I don't see him as a messiah either myself. However, the other premises you proffered, I disagree with. I agree with your conclusion. He's not a messiah. It's not even a panacea. But we don't need a messiah. We need what we said earlier, what we suggested to Nigeria, is to begin to get the foundation right. Then it's going to become dynamic. It's going to be all of us. Like Nigerian Force talked about, we have a lot of our people in diaspora. A lot of elites have fled the country, for one thing. It doesn't mean that the ones at home are dunces, no. But there's a threshold that we need back home to begin the serious work. A lot of Nigerians care about their country. They're out there in the United States, in Britain, in China, all over the place. They want to go home, teach, give back, open businesses, employ people, invent things, manufacture things, invest in all kinds of things. But what we need is somebody like Peter Obi, in the sense that he's a civilian. I know you're not going to have squabbles with that. So let's just look at some of his virtue. I know that you mentioned perhaps his only vice. Like every human being, we all have virtues and we have vices. So it's a mathematical calculation that you have to make. With your hands, you could actually count somebody's virtues and then count their virtues and just deduct or compare with the other one, right? So it's a two-step solution. You cannot choose good if you have better. Let's even say the rest of the candidates are good. We know they're not, but let's promote them to good. But if you have better, once you finish the calculation, you have to choose the better one, right? So now, Peter Obi is a humble man. No matter what you say, by observation, we know he's a humble man. Peter Obi has been in business, in banking, importation, banking, and so many other things in the United Kingdom, for example. If you're a crook in the United Kingdom, just like here in the United States, you cannot hold it in. You cannot hide it for long. Just like Tinubu found out when he was here, committing crimes. You cannot bribe your way out of it. Once that police officer starts an investigation, it's in the record. Just the investigation. You cannot remove it, that you're being investigated for certain things. And that has its negatives. It's going to affect you in life. And then if you go to the court system and you're convicted, it's seldom that you can actually bribe your way out of it. Would I say that it never happens? Of course not. I haven't seen it, but it could happen. We're all human beings. Judges could be bought, but it's very hard to do. So maybe somebody's in Nigeria, they won't believe it, but believe me on that. When you go to that court system, it'll be in the record. Now, the system itself has a way to forgive it after so many years, but it applies to everybody. But somewhere deep in there, still there. So Peter Obi, as far as somebody who's operated outside of Nigeria and inside of Nigeria, it's not corrupt. His record shows it. Doesn't matter what anybody says. He's challenged his tormentors. He said, look, show me where I did X, Y, Z, and I'll quit. I'll quit running. He is not an unfair person. He doesn't have tribal jingoism. He doesn't believe that his tribe is the best. He doesn't have religious animus. He doesn't believe that his religion is the best. He's devout. His religion is personal. He doesn't shy away from it. He doesn't hide that he's a Catholic, a Christian in other words. So those are his virtues. Now, he's also been in government where he governed for 8 years. He was patient. He was impeached. And he went through the courts to fight it. So he's not a violent man. He didn't go to take the law into his hands. When he felt that he was wrong, he went to court. He believed in a court system. It's a patriot. And he won in court. And then he assumed office. And he had a plan where he didn't come up with one. He adopted one that he believed works, including the ones Millennium Development Goals and everything else. And he sailed in it. He won awards for it. So he did it by merit. And he cites his record all the time. So for you to go and verify. And as a public servant, he cut down waste in government. He doesn't believe in big government. He doesn't believe that he's more important than his citizens, that he should be guarded with all the money in his state to guard just only him. He cut down the waste in government. And we need that in the country. Not only just in the state, we need things like that in our country. Now, he also went out there and looked at what the problem was in education in his country, just like we're talking about here. And we're not talking about 20 years ago or thereabout. And he outfitted entire secondary schools or whatever schools with computers, automobiles, computers, repaired the schools, brought his state from number 27 out of 36 states to number 1 and got awards for it. It's verifiable. It's true. Up to today, what he did.
Hey, Pastor, you've mentioned a lot. I cannot keep up. So
Okay.
let me see.
Because I love virtue, so I will just go in there. Go ahead and push back whenever you want.
Yeah, I have a lot I want to push back on.
Okay.
I'll start with the last one. How comes if Anambra education system was so good under Obi, how come they have a lot of miracle centers?
What do you mean?
Would you agree with me that that could influence how the Anambra was later categorized as one of the best?
What is it? What kind of centers?
Miracle centers. Yes.
Like churches?
No. Miracle centers are those places where if you pay money, write exam, you are guaranteed to pass.
Okay, no. That's not. You cannot do anything like that. There's nothing like that.
It was actually very, very predominant during Obi's time. As a matter of fact, Obiano was the one that came along to close down most of those centers. It seems from your reaction to the name, it seems you're not aware of it.
I'm not aware of it because
I will endorse you to just read more on that.
No, but listen to me. I know how education works, right? So just hear me out on that, because those are the kind of things that the kind of thinking you're gonna need. You're gonna have to have critical thinking. You have to do things by proof, right? You have to do things by using your critical mind, right? You have to do things by source of material. It has to be primary material, but at the worst, it has to be a credible material. Do you follow me? Now use your head and think about it. Now, who's gonna go building miracle centers where all the students are going to be passing examination by fraud and stuff like that? Since P2B left, Anambra is still #1, right? So when they OBNO close it down, if you're doing things by cutting corners like that, then those people they're going to be woefully in performance.
Anambra is still #1 in what?
In whatever he's claiming to be #1 in.
Then that's like saying nothing if you say in whatever.
No, what I'm saying, he claimed that his state was #1 in education, right? Which means when it comes to passing JAMB or anything that is measured by verifiable metrics, by neutral boards, right? Going into universities, they've taken an exam to go into a university. However you measure education, of which United Nations has the standard. Okay, it's like if I say, for example, if Nobel Prize.
You spoke to the fact that there's a need for credible source. So can you tell us what organization
is credible?
As #1.
United Nations Millennium Development Goals. That's one. That's a credible source, and that's also a primary source. JAMB is a credible source, and it's also a primary source. WAEC is also a credible source and also a primary source. So those are the sources. Now, if WAEC says, look, in Anambra State, we found that there were a lot of miracle centers, and that's why students passed the exam. Then you have to take that in. It's a fact. Do you understand?
Mr. Passat, okay, let's take that. Let's agree on that. Fine. Okay. Apart from that, can you please tell me other things you did in that 8 years?
Oh, I mean Peter Obi.
Yes.
Okay, because he had stopped me. I was going. I don't know which one. So let me just say that when I said he's humble, he has humility.
That doesn't mean that. See. This is where we get it wrong in Africa.
Yeah.
See, I don't count those things as anything. These are non-issue to me. I don't care. See, one thing in Nigeria, I just want things to work. I don't care if you're a madman, you are the president. Get things to work. That's all. You understand me? So all these things you are listing, these are just these are non-issue to me. Tell me what he did. That's all. Because
okay, let me say to you,
what we normally do in Nigeria is that's why our leaders are able to do what they are doing. Like we rate mediocrity as a perfect job being done. Let's be honest.
Okay, but listen now.
Apart from Obasanjo, no, every other leader that came, both the governors and the rest, and apart from that 1999 leadership, those groups that started the democracy in 1999, when those groups left the politics, all leaders from that time till now were a disaster. We need to be honest about it. All of them were disaster. Remove that first set, that 1999 to 2007. The 2017 now has been a disaster to the country. Look at the Nigeria economy clearly state. You will see the numbers.
Right, but listen now.
We have produced leaders that's why I said those of you who live in the diaspora need to come in the country and join the politics.
I agree with you on that point.
So that these beautiful ideas you guys have, you know, use it in the country.
Okay, let me tell you why you cannot say what you just said, right? I agree with you that we have not produced any good leader. Subjectively, I'm saying good. We have not. But the kind of statement you should not make is to dismiss things that are intangibles but high quality asset, because often the character of the leader would show in what the leader is going to be doing. You have to have a leader with very high character, right? Because you say in somebody, I say it's humble. You say, hey, what do you care about somebody being meek? What do you care about somebody being respectful? Right? What do you care about somebody who's modest?
Okay, if you want to use that,
I want to answer. I want to answer.
Do you think he was more modest than President Buhari? If you want to use that,
yes,
is he more modest than President Buhari?
Yes, yeah, because
good point. He is not.
He was not.
No, hold on. Let me answer it fully now.
Modest than him.
No, but
Let's
it
drop
depends.
modesty
Let's
and
measure.
focus
Hold
on
on
the
now.
issue.
Yeah, let me say that you respond to what I'm saying, because I'm not a partisan in this. We're using Obi as an example, and I'm even if he's not more modest than Buhari or more humble than Buhari, then both of them have it, right? You should not argue that they don't need it. That's a totally different argument. Even if he has that
No. The fallacy in your statement is to say because he's modest, that will make him a good leader. We've had example in the past that a modest leader does not necessarily make a good leader.
Right.
Example is Buhari.
Right.
So that's
But
why
I named a lot of other things. You actually stopped me because you said you exclaimed, "Oh, you're naming so many things, I can't handle it." Right? Loosely quoting you. I was naming a lot of other things that are virtues of Peter Obi. But what I'm saying is that
the problem is if you list so many, we already disagree with your premise. There's no point listing more.
Okay, but listen now. What I'm saying is, after all those things that are listed, that Obi did in education, he's an education president, he's this and that, right? I'm an education governor. The most important one is his.
Pastor, wait, you're missing my point.
Yeah.
The point is, I'm just gonna give you that. Okay, he did well in education. You understand?
Yeah.
My point is, how did he do it?
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
That is the key. How did he do it?
One of the
what
ways
institution did he build to achieve that? That is the point. And that's how you know a good leader.
Yeah, Abdul, I'm very surprised that you are really asking that question, because if you don't know that, then obviously they're not doing a good job.
I have an idea. I can give you an example of what.
Let me answer, then you go on. Hold on.
Let me say something.
Let me just tie two things together, then you go on.
Watch a recent Dangote's interview. When you listen to that interview, you will see that governors are the major problem of Nigeria, not even the president. You see how they wanted to frustrate him. He wanted to invest in this in their state, but they were playing local politics and vengeance in their state. And what happened? Lagos end up grabbing that opportunity. Those states missed that opportunity.
Okay, we can go into that topic.
Of infighting.
Let me talk about what you've already got on the table.
What matters? See,
hold on. Hold on now, Nigeria first. Hold on. Let me tie this together. Hold on now. See, you're trying to damaru this whole session now.
All the investors in Nigeria
Abdul made a point. I want to address it, but you don't want to listen. No, he's doing it on purpose. He's been here. He doesn't want me to land.
Let's listen to each other. We're trying to learn. We're not trying to prove one person is right over the other. Let's just listen and learn.
No, if you cannot make a statement and leave it on the table when I'm about to respond, that you want to be fair in the time. Let me respond to what you said.
No, go ahead.
You said to me, how did he do it, right? I was in the middle of telling you that he has humility, and one of the qualities of somebody being modest is lack of vanity. Peter Obi came in there. He didn't want to have long motorcades following him around. To him, that's vanity. He cut that out. That's why when you hear somebody is humble, are you pointing to a thug that committed a coup d'etat, right? Buhari, a military thug, a dictator that massacred so many Nigerians.
Hey, Pastor. Let's slow down before you start going your own monologue.
I have to go.
Let me thank the people that donated to the channel now. Let me thank the people that donated to the channel. They donated,
because Abdul, you're lucky because I would have abused
you had more than enough time with him now.
Pastor, I really want to hear your points. I really want to hear. I want to see if there's something new.
You see, Abdul, how dare you? You wanted to hear his point over 1 hour ago. I gave you 1 hour. You still want to hear his point? You're going to get a chance. Let me just thank the people that donated money to the channel. Oga Alexander Gomez, hey, goodness, this is $50. That is really nice. Thank you for the donation. We really appreciate it. That's a lot of money. Oh, my goodness. A lot of heavyweights out here. Ayo, 20 pounds. No, $20. Let's respect the pounds here. $20. Thank you for the donation, Ayo. And Arudi, thank you for the donation. Arudi with $10. $10, not $9.99. Now the EU people have come in. Aro Gidigba, thank you for the 5. Oh, is the real deal. Kulata, $2. Kulata, this is your $2. Lato Rich, thank you for the, oh my goodness, the pounds. The pounds is not a joke business. That is the real deal. The currency that has no apologies. Thank you for the $10. Lato Rich. Pass out again with his $2. Pass out all this your economists money.
It's Kulata, no be me. Na Kulata.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. You see, I'm fatigued. Sorry about that. Kulata, this is your $2 with your economics money. This is really home economics money you are sending here with your $2. But I'm sure one man appreciates it. I really thank you for that, Kulata. And Timajik, $9.99. Timajik Badbele. Timajik is just $9.99. AB, great guy. AB is a great £2. £2. Pastor, do you hear that? You guys are colonies. Oh my God. You guys are colonies of the British. That's why they still have currency that is still greater than yours. £2. £2. Do you hear that? Timajek, $5 from Timajek. Thank you for that. That's a good this is donation there to support the channel. Another from Timajek again. $5. That's a lot of money. $5, and I'm sure
that makes 10.
Yeah, $10 altogether. Yeah. I can't do the math while I'm at the same time thanking them. That would be too much. When I'm busy making mistakes, I can't even pronounce Kulata properly without calling your name. Another one again from $2, Timajek. Thank you for the donation. And finally, and not the least by a long shot, Fort, £5. His Majesty will be pleased, and his colonies will all bow to his greatness for the pounds sterling. According to a show, the only currency that has got a surname, pound sterling. Even dollars also have that. So thank you for the donations, and thank you for all the people in the chat. Chuk, don't be an enemy of progress. I have nobody. I don't want to kill anybody. We're just having a discussion about how we can get ourselves out of this mess we are in. Oscar Blackbone, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Fort, I see you there. UFC super fan. And who else is there? Okay, Chuk is there. And Pansat, I really appreciate you for your patience today. You were really quiet for a long time before you even started talking today. And I'm sure a lot of people enjoyed your submissions. Abdul cannot get enough. He clearly cannot get enough. He wants to finish. He wants to still carry on talking to you. And let me see who else is present here so that I can thank them. Man of Prestige came in first. Nigerian first. came in. Nigerian First, you're a bit quiet today. Maybe you were tired or something. Thank you for joining us. Nigerian First, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you in Nigeria?
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness! I should be respecting you a bit more. You come to you all the way from Nigeria. You are always online.
That's your best friend. Why do you don't know where he was the whole time? I mean, that's
no,
your best friend.
No. see, you just have to throw me into it. The pastor, not you.
It's true now.
No. You see, sometimes I forget things a little bit. So because it's been a while since I spoke to him.
Yeah, Nigeria has been up all night, so later I will remember when.
I did have an idea that you were in Nigeria, but whenever you're online, it's so clear that I had to ask again.
Yes, I use Starlink.
You see why?
He's an Astro Rock.
Don't mind him.
Nigeria Force is an Astro Rock.
That is a first class account there. Starlink. My goodness.
There's Starlink in Nigeria now. You can actually install Starlink.
Yeah, it's over 1 million now to get Starlink.
Yeah, they have a lot of subscribers now in Nigeria. It's crazy.
Wow.
You have to pay 1.1 million the last time I checked to get Starlink. Oh, it's not exactly a lot in the bigger scheme of things. If you are going to get a solid internet connection, almost like just like the West, really. Wow, no wonder your connection is so clear. Yeah, you must be rolling in the Nigerian cash to be able to afford Starlink. That's 1 million naira there. You see, I'm abreast with the price of things because I'm still using the other network service providers. So what we are going to do now is close out, and if you guys want to have a conversation backstage, you are all welcome to do it. I'm going to go and have a bit of a rest and prepare for what comes next. There's so much to do in this life, and let me take 30 seconds to thank you guys.
Before you do that too, Nigeria, when are you going to build your channel? You have
I'm building it already,
idea, but you don't host your own show.
Yeah, I'm too linked to
your channel
right now.
At least once in a while.
Yes, I did. Last week. Was it last week? I think last week I did one.
Oh, I think I missed that.
Yeah, you did. Sorry about that. But I will be doing more. And one man now, we are linked to an extent. So even when I come on, I can link to him, but it's still from my channel, and he wouldn't have any issues with that. Not like because Dr. Damages is specific, to a specific, because it's going to be, they want visuals. It's not the same as the way I normally stream. So that too shouldn't be a problem. I seriously want to stream more because I just want to grow it, grow the channel up a bit and actually become a bit more consistent. And, in a way, I do regret it to an extent that I've not really put.
Yeah, you could be serious. Do you know that Keizo make up to about $10,000 a year from his YouTube? Do you know that?
Exactly. Can you imagine me making money? That one will chuck my head now. It's going to make me focus more on the sharing and doing more research.
$10,000 a year from that YouTube, and he gets a lot of donation. That's just from YouTube, not the donation he gets.
It's a shame, really, that I haven't really, put more effort. But I will, and I'm gonna start getting it to a point whereby I start, monetizing and doing, actually, it's about the work that we do from there, let's see what I can be doing weekly. I'll try to be doing one stream at least every week, and
I must add that it appears you have the talent for that. So I think you'll do well.
Thank you.
He has the talent.
I didn't know it's a talent. I guess it's a form of talent, really. I've developed it over time because I like to rant about these topics. So that's why it became a talent, but I never really saw it at that. I just felt like I needed to talk to people. But that said, anyway, gentlemen, thank you all for coming in. And Mr. Starlink Nigeria First. That is the best connection online right now. It may be even better than what we have in the UK right now. Starlink is global, and the connection is, from what I gather, is really good.
Yes, very fast. Very fast.
Abdul, I'm sorry I'm not acknowledge you. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. You are quite a good sport, you know. You do talk to people, and I've never really seen you rattled like getting upset over stuff. Some people really get into their feelings quite a bit. A few people got into their feelings today about this issue. I remember Simba. He's Royal Farmers, Simba. Thank you for coming in, Simba. We really do appreciate it. Don't take it personal with the question that I asked you. You know, it's just a thought experiment.
Tunaja, Simba is a farmer. Why tomatoes is currently very expensive? What happened? There was some kind of infection in the farm or something. What? Like tomatoes is very scarce.
I see currency depreciation is not bad enough now. Infection for farm again, Jesus. And you know, these are going to get hairy very soon.
Yeah, these are trying times.
They are really trying times. I hope things don't get out of control in Nigeria. And whatever the current president is thinking that is going to benefit Nigeria, he better start making it happen soon. Because one of my predictions was that this year they asked me on this channel, what if there was an election today, who will win? And I said, if the election was held today, Tinubu will win. And that was when I said it then. That was about a month ago. Every month as it goes by, if he gets to this time next year, this country is still like this,
it will be hard for him.
Yeah, it will be hard for him to recover for 2027.
Yeah. He need to start. See, I believe it is time now for him to reshuffle his cabinet. Some people need to go. Like, see, I need to be honest. The current
is the one that Cardoso is the one that performed the worst to me.
Yeah, no, see, have you seen the Minister of Trade? The Minister of Trade, man, that lady, man, they need to change her. Find another person to put there from the party. Like when she's engaging other of his colleagues from other countries, like she normally it's like she doesn't prepare for those conversations. Like, you understand me? She starts blabbling or something. Like, it's kind of it's crazy.
So in other words, she just looks incompetent.
It's not
because she actually did anything wrong.
Yeah, she looks incompetent. Not like the other guy that was there before during the Buhari's.
I prefer to go after the one that caused so much hardship in Nigeria and caused this high level of inflation.
No, I'm not talking about Buhari. I'm talking about the person, the Minister of Trade back then. That's what I was saying. I'm not talking
Minister
about
of Trade back then. I thought you were talking about Minister of Trade now.
Yes. No. Yes, I said the one back then was more better. Like he was more engaging. Yes.
No, but why are you not choosing Cardoso? Why are you choosing Cardoso? Has done more damage.
No, Cardoso is just the central bank governor, man. You
can't even fire him. That's unfortunate.
We see one thing. We Nigerian citizens need to understand. What we see on the outside is different from what is going on in the inside. I don't believe, if you actually look, I don't believe these people just wake up and say, let's punish Nigerians.
Actually,
I believe the options on the table is these are hard options. We need to be sincere.
But that is not what is happening, though. Don't you see that?
Nigeria first. I'm pleased to hear that from someone that currently living in Nigeria.
Because
to Nigeria, you need to acknowledge that point.
Got Starling. He's got Starling. That's why.
No, the thing is that to Nigeria, let me tell you something. I have been following Nigeria elections since 2011. Guess why I started following election? When they wanted to deny Goodluck Jonathan of that election during when this guy was sick and he was about to pass it. Well, I believe it was the right for the vice president to take over. You understand me? I'm from Edo State. You know we hate injustice here, so I fought for that this thing. You know.
Let's leave that one. See, personally, if I was asking people to resign, but you can't sack Cardoso, unfortunately. Because the core of the Nigerian problem now is the economic problem that we have. We have an inflation rate that is getting out of control.
Yeah, that needs to be stopped. They need to find a way to stop that. The inflation.
They are not doing anything to stop it. They can't stop it.
I don't know what's going on.
The only thing that is going to stop it is if the Dangote starts exporting and selling a lot of oil to Nigeria and Nigerian refineries come on stream. Otherwise, this thing is going to spin and spin and
For
spin.
now, if I were the president, for now there will be no traveling. Let's sit our hearts down and solve this problem. You understand me? At least we should see that.
Created
Okay,
the problem they are trying to solve. Why would he solve it? He created the problem. The problem didn't exist. They
but
just
there's
remove subsidies and they have money in their pocket. That's all they needed. They didn't need
but
to do what they did.
but you also need to understand that before that removal of that subsidy, Nigeria revenue was 90%, or 95% of revenue were being used to service debt. So that was
And so what is happening now?
there was a need to remove the subsidy. We need to be
No, I agree
sincere.
with the subsidy removal. Because for one, most Nigerians were not getting the benefit anyways, going to neighboring countries and all the rest.
Yeah.
But to double that with double down with that with the currency this is floating is the one that did the damage. Because you can't do the two of them at the same time. And especially without preparing for it. If Nigeria was an exporting economy, let's say all our refineries were on stream, then you can see a situation whereby the Nigerian economy will absorb it. It would be difficult, but not like this difficult. But they went and floated it, and because of it now, subsidy is back. Now, what is the point of removing the subsidies then? What kind of voodoo is that? That is my problem. You can't say...
To Nigeria, have you seen it this way? When Tinubu got in, Nigeria was spending money on two fronts. One, subsidy. Two, to defend Naira. So how do you expect a broke country at a point where Buhari was literally printing money to pay salary? Most of these countries refuse to borrow Nigeria money. How do you expect such a broke country to continue defending the Naira? Have you thought of maybe just removing the subsidy is not enough or will not provide enough cash for Nigeria? As a result, they need to remove both the subsidy and the defending of Naira.
You see what you said, defending the Naira. I will start from defending the Naira part of it. One, you can control demand. As a leader, you can control demand. You can even start a campaign and tell your fellow citizens not to be using the dollar. You can start from there. Even if you raise it by 2%, that's something. Just by telling your citizens not to be doing it. And then go after the round trippers and speculators, which to an extent they've done now. They could have just done it then. Because that round tripping was the main reason why people even entertained the idea of floating the currency. People would be like, why would you mess with it if not for the round tripping? Because they sensitized the people and made people feel it's not the defending the dollar. Defending the Naira is the reason why people supported that this floating of the currency. The reason why is because they told people that people were round tripping and making profit out of it. That's the main reason why people supported it. And people were under the impression, because when they use the term convergence is one come from one side and the other one come from the other side, and they meet somewhere in the middle. Not both of them go in one direction. That is a kind of mischief that occurred.
But to Nigeria, they were able to control the round tripping because they floated the Naira. If they still left it the way it was, it's still gonna continue. If that arbitrage was still there, it wouldn't be easy to control. That's where you are not looking at it from.
The only reason why they are able to control the Naira now, and that's the way the exchange rate to an extent, is because they could have done the same thing that they did now, like by telling the bureau de change, you can make only a certain amount of percentages over the amount you get from the official market. They could have done that even before they floated it. That round tripping goes away completely, because that's where the round tripping problem comes from, isn't it? Because people get it cheap from the central bank and go and sell it at a higher rate in the black market. Now they are able to control it.
No. To Nigeria, they use the carrot and stick methodology. What they did was to remove the arbitrage and then stop them from the round tripping. If they had left the arbitrage and just merely telling them
When you say
stop it, it
arbitrage, what
is
do you
too
mean
attract.
precisely? What do you mean precisely by arbitrage?
That's the gap, the difference between the black market and
Okay,
the
how
black
did they
market
remove
and
the
the official
arbitrage?
rate. That's the arbitrage that was created. And
Okay,
that thing is too attractive for a mere threat of, oh, you must sell it at this price to work. So what they
okay,
did was to remove that arbitrage.
okay,
And then,
okay. Let's say they did that. Now, just calm down. Hold on. Let's do one because I don't want us to go too far into the future because we are into another conversation now when this steam should have ended. If the arbitrage was the issue and the round tripping was the issue before, the market rate that they were selling it was around 800 naira also. They were selling it, and then when they floated it, it went not somewhere in the 1,000 to 1,000 something. This in naira per dollar. So it means that the arbitrage you are talking about, where does it even come in terms of, are you talking about the incentive for black market people to go and sell? Because they went past what the black market was selling before. And even then, they still passed a rule to limit them from doing that. And they also said that the banks should release the foreign currency that they were holding. So that, in other words, they increase supply of dollars in the economy. And I think they even incentivize people to bring dollars into the coffers of the central bank by offering some kind of bond, or if I'm not mistaken.
no, you're still missing the point. You remember you talk about convergence, even though the convergence did not happen in the middle. There was a shift, I agree. But that shift still took away the arbitrage because when Naira went to 1,200 in the black market, the official rate also went up. The gap was less than 50 Naira.
Yes,
So,
because
which
they passed
made it
a law.
very easy,
Don't do that. Don't do that. You are making it look like it just happened organically. They passed a law to stop them
from
making excess
doing what?
profit. That they told them that they are not allowed to make, I think, more than certain percentage from what the official rate was. So the people in
I
the
agree. We're saying the same thing.
but
I'm
hold on,
saying
we're
they
not
did
saying
it.
the same thing actually, because you are making it
Okay.
look like it happened organically. It didn't happen organically. They had to pass a law to stop them from doing that. Otherwise, it would have gone even further. The black market price would have been higher now.
No, they did not just pass a law. They cracked down on things like Binance and all those stuff.
Then why not do that? Why not do that in the first place so that you don't have to defend the naira as much anymore?
That's why I said we're saying the same thing. It's just that you are not acknowledging this point that they took out that arbitrage. They reduced the gap between the official and the black market rate.
By
And
passing
at
a
the same
law
time,
that they could have done when it was lower.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that if they just pass a law and that arbitrage is still there, nobody will follow the law because it's just too attractive. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So
It
you are
makes
thinking
it
that,
easier.
hold on. So are you saying that if they remove that law now, they don't enforce it, the arbitrage won't return? You think it won't return if they remove that law and they don't regulate these people that are speculating? The arbitrage will return again. The official rate will be somewhere around 1,300 naira, and the black market rate will be 1,600. That's what you're going to get. So that's what that is what the point I just made just now is revealing to you, is that the rules that they put in place is what is curtailing the arbitrage, not the floating of the currency that is curtailing it. It would have gone, and also the idea that they are defending the
Since
naira
when
before.
did Nigeria become a country of rule of law?
Hold on, because Tinubu is capable of passing law. In Lagos, you saw what he did in terms of revenue generation. So the point I'm making is that in this thing, in terms of the currency that they went and floated, it didn't need to happen the way it happened, because you were saying that they were defending the naira. That is the reason why. But they are defending the naira now too. It's almost as if everything they argued against, They are doing it now. Like if subsidy removal, you argue that you are going to remove subsidies, then you brought it back again. You say you are not going to defend the naira, and then you start defending the naira again. And do you know one of the reasons why they are also even having to defend the naira even more? They went and removed the restriction that they put on some tariffs because some goods were not. They said that the Nigerians should not support some goods that are being bought using official dollar rates. And some of them they have tariffs on them. So they went and removed, dissolve that list. So by dissolving that list, what is going to happen? Now people will request things in dollars even more. So why would you increase the demand for the dollar when that is one of the ways you can actually curtail the depreciation of your currency? You can, in an ideal situation, in an ideal nation, that nation will not import anything, will not need anything from anybody. That's the ideal condition. And the only thing that nation will do is export to make even more money from outside. So in other words, if that is the ideal condition, is for you not to spend 1 penny buying anything from anybody. Why are you not pushing in that direction to deter your people from needing foreign currency? Any parent knows if you have a home, you have a certain amount of money in the house, and your children is demanding for you to go and spend that money buying something and you don't have that money, you tell them, cut your coat according to your size. So for me, the problem is not that complicated at all. And I think these economists, they complicate the whole thing by making it look like, oh, it's an economic jargon. It's something that somewhere along the line, we have to use the dollar somehow. It's not by force you have to use the dollars. There are many countries that have been sanctioned like crazy that don't even rely on the dollars, and they are still fine. You don't have to rely on the dollars all the time. You can tell your people, you know what, this thing that you are spending so much dollars for, reduce the amount. These governors and all these people that are hiding money in dollars.
Chinanja, you see, your argument, understand, theoretically makes sense, but in practice, it doesn't. Because you're still not addressing the issue, the fact that the country is broke. I'm asking you, where do you expect Nigeria to get money to continue to defend the Naira? That's the question I'm asking you. And don't forget that all these other institutions, all these lenders refuse to borrow Nigeria money. So where do you expect the government to get money from?
One of the ways you do that, one, you can do a manage depreciation as they describe. And another one, you can reduce the demand for the dollar. See, you don't seem to understand that when you reduce the demand for the dollar, your currency gets stronger and you are no longer under a lot of pressure to go and
So
defend.
is managed depreciation the same thing with managed float?
No. They are totally the depreciation.
So what's the difference?
Is a consequence. The depreciation is a consequence of the float, not the other way around. So if you float your currency and you make it so that people can find its way to the natural value, that's in other words, based on demand. Then and you are not controlling demand, especially when you are not controlling demand, that's even worse. It means that your currency will depreciate. But if you reduce demand and you float your currency, the damage is not going to be significant because you have reduced demand. Nobody's demanding the foreign currency that much anymore, so it's not going to matter. But instead, they went and actually increased the demand because they removed some of the tariff that they put on some goods. So now people will need even more foreign goods. Not that I guess you can argue that it's a valid argument to say that because the Nigerian currency has depreciated, now Nigerians are not going to be able to buy as much goods from overseas anymore, which will depress the demand for the dollar. So you see,
good point. Yeah, good point. But you still have not answered the question. How do you expect the government to get money to function?
Let's say hello to Dr. Alexander, who's here.
Yeah. I didn't know he was a doctor. Wow. I should have been including that now. Doctor, thank you for the donation and everything.
I am a psychiatrist.
Okay, he's still a doctor now, isn't it?
I know I am. I know I am. Good morning, folks. Listen, I've been watching for 20-25 days. Hey, Pat said, how you doing, Professor? You doing okay? Did you know Pansat was a professor?
I didn't know.
Okay, so you need to know there's some people with a lot of pedigree on channels when they come on board. So anyway, I called in just to encourage you to Naija. I think we'll have more people on like what Pansat says, but I know he doesn't even believe in what he says too. I think if we have more people like you in Nigeria, patriotic like you, I think my country will be back to where it was, or probably better than it was in the 70s.
Wow, that is high praise, though. Don't make my hair get too big, oh, it's going to blow.
No,
it's going to blow.
No, I am serious. I know you have your, like we all do, you have your flaws, but over and above all, your strength overshadows your flaws by a large margin. You really are what epitomizes a thoroughbred Nigerian, and I commend you. I really do. You've never berated my country, Nigeria, in an unnecessary way. You say it the way it is. You carry on sometimes. You like the sound of your own voice, but over and above all, you are who you are, and you are patriotic, and I thank you. I thank Pansat too, because he brings a lot of knowledge. Look, Pansat, people might come at you on platforms, but I tell you behind your back, they know how smart and intelligent you are. You're 99 smarter than most people who come on platforms, albeit controversial sometimes. But I think that's deliberate too. So let's pray for our country. We're in dire straits. We really are in dire straits. If people can go to trash cans or dustbin, like we call it in England and Nigeria, to pick on food to eat, then you know we've gotten to the rock bottom. I don't know whether this man Tinubu can turn the country around. I thought he could. I'm having my doubts now. Look, some of the moves he makes don't make any sense to me. Like Baba said, this man is worth at least $10 billion. He can use his money to go buy a private jet if he thinks it's unsafe to use the Nigerian private jet. He doesn't have to use a Lebanese Nigerian jet for official assignments. It's unethical and doesn't make any sense. So we have a long way to go. We are in dire straits. We just need to continue to pray and hope that we get the right people to lead us forward. So that's why I called tonight.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. And I really hope he's playing a kind of game. You know, sometimes I really I watch our leaders and say, maybe they have a plan. You know, maybe they have this plan that we can't see. And I just wish that was the case, because I've not seen it. I've not seen it come out with.
They definitely have a plan, but I don't think what they ordered was what they got. When they got into government, the government was totally empty. And they're trying to turn the fortunes of the country around. But it's not going to take 1 or 2 years. In the meantime, 18 balls of tomatoes in Nigeria today is about 16,000 naira. How many people can afford that? 16,000 for 8, 10, 12 pieces, 14 pieces of tomatoes. Does that make any sense to you? When I was young in the early 70s, those 10, 15 tomatoes would be maybe 5 naira at most.
Yeah.
At most. Yeah. I've seen Nigeria at its best, and I've seen it at its worst. When I left Nigeria for England to do my university studies in '76, my tickets was 18 naira. 18 naira. Wow. It shows you how powerful the Nigerian economy was at the time. At the time, I think it was rated the 9th richest country in the world. If you know Tottenham Court Road very well, right? To Nigeria.
Yeah, Tottenham Court Road.
You know Tottenham Court Road by Oxford Street. There used to be a McDonald's there. Is it still there?
Let me think. The last time I checked, it was still there. I can't be 100% certain now. It probably still is.
Is the pub still next to it? There's a pub right by.
No, I don't think the pub. I think the pub is probably gone.
Because I was blown up by IRA in the 70s in that pub.
Wow.
So right opposite that, right by the Tottenham Court Road train station, we had a brought the change. I know how much Naira had changed into pounds in the 70s.
Yeah.
So we've gone really totally down. But our main problem, the two main problems we have, and I'm talking as an expert now, our psyche, our mindset is warped, totally warped. And it can't get any better until we address that. And secondly, the level of corruption, which is a direct consequence of our mindset, is unbelievable, totally unbelievable. So if you know the kind of corruption we have in that country, I'm surprised till today that we still have a country called Nigeria, because it's just a useless. We had useless administrators in the past, so God help us. So anyway, tonight, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
But can I say this? We
Go ahead.
also need to be honest, including myself. We Nigerians, we have contributed most of the damage to Nigeria than the government. I will say this. Everybody might disagree with me.
It still comes out to the mindset, doesn't it? But
Yeah,
go ahead.
because it's always this blame game. For instance, when I was growing up, we have we practice what we call a weekend farming. Saturday, Sunday, use it to farm to produce some of the things we use at home, like gari, yam, vegetables, all these things, pepper. We plant that in our farms to support whatever my mom and dad were getting from their small business. That's how we were raised. But these days, everyone has decided to leave the rural area and move to the city, and life in the city is very difficult. You understand me? Farm agriculture have been abandoned. Then everyone wants to live the life. It's all about Instagram, social media now. You see older people doing TikTok and dancing and disgracing themselves online. We need to do better. The government alone cannot build Nigeria. We need to first of all get that right. Also, another thing is that Nigerians need to understand that we are not rich, because there's this fake belief that we are rich. We are not. Our budget clearly states that we are not a rich nation. Yes, we have resources, yes, but that resources need to be refined, and turn into wealth.
In Africa, let me really interrupt you. Then I have to go to Nigeria in a minute.
Yeah.
In terms of being rich, from an African perspective, we're a filthy rich country. Internationally, you might say out of Africa, you might say we're not very rich. But as an African country, we're pretty rich. The problem is the corruption. It's now when they say that they allocate a budget, that budget, you can be rest assured, 20-25% goes into personal pockets.
Okay, let me say this why. South Africa budget, hold on, sir. South Africa budget this year is $113 billion. Nigeria is struggling between, I think it's 20, yes, 20 or 18.
I think it's around $30 billion.
Okay, for 200 million people. South Africa is about 60 million. So you see, this is what I'm saying. We are not rich. We need to stop this idea that we are rich. That's the problem.
If I had time, I could explain the reason why you would consider Nigeria as a very rich country in African terms. But I don't have the kind of time yet, because I'll be
that qualification of in African terms, that in world we are talking about the world, because African terms we are all poor now. We're going to
Africa as a continent is not a rich continent.
Yes.
We have so that's what I mean by that. I can qualify what I'm saying, but you can't compare us with the likes of the United Kingdom and all that. Those are what the economists call first world countries. We're not there yet, but we can get there if we have. Look, I used to say this a long time ago. Put 10 expatriates in Nigeria for 10 years. Nigeria will be a top 10 economy in the world. So that shows you that we have the potential to be very rich. It's the level of corruption and inaptitude. That's our problem. We're not hiring.
Remove your head from your axe. It doesn't mean we hate Nigeria. I don't hate Nigeria. I live here. I don't hate Nigeria at all. But This complaint has been going on since 1999. Then we need to look at the middle. See, are you going to tell me that we have mistakenly elected 5 presidents and all of them have been a disaster? Come on, we need to look in the middle.
If you can only listen to me, then you would understand exactly where I'm coming from. Whether you've elected 10 or 15 or 20 presidents, they still have warped mindset. That's it. If you do not fix that, if you don't fix that, we're not going to go.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by a warped mindset? Can you elaborate?
We get our power, in simple terms, we get our priorities all mixed up. You know, a very good example is why are we taking so many people on delegation to I don't know where we went to. We had the highest delegates in the conference. What's that supposed to be? Why are our legislators driving up 160 million naira cars when the average citizen in Nigeria cannot even afford a meal a day? Those are mind warp sets. You have to compare countries with countries. I've been in a position where I've worked in a lot of countries, including Ghana. I have a house in Ghana. And you need to see the way that people are. And then when you compare that to who we are, then you know, understand what I'm saying. If you're not experienced enough to look at it from that perspective, then we have a problem because you know no better. Don't compare us to Europeans or Americans. Compare us to other Africans, and then you know what our problem really is. Well, Tunaja, let me go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
let me say a word to
who is that?
Is Abdul.
Okay.
So I want to just push back on the doctor that just spoke. He mentioned corruption and the warp mindset, but I want to believe that corruption is not our major problem, because even if you look at the United States, that's corruption. If you look at what the politicians, if you look at the worth of the politicians compared to their salary, where are they getting all those money from? So I just feel the problem is our economy is not expanding. And as a result, the little corruption we have appears magnified. The economy is not expanding. If Nigeria economy if Nigeria economy were to be like a $10 trillion economy compared to the current corruption, it's gonna be nothing. It's gonna be insignificant. Nobody will even talk about it. So that's where I'm looking at it for that. We need to also focus on expanding the economy. And one of the ways to do that, as Kansat also alluded to it earlier, is to start using science and technology in building or developing indigenous technology. I believe, in my own humble opinion, that this should be our focus. Things like this is what we should put more energy on, in addition to building strong institutions, ensuring rule of law and other stuff. And also, I'm not saying we should totally ignore fighting corruption. I'm just saying there are things we put in place that corruption will not matter anymore.
Abdul, I wanted to ask you, what part of the country are you from?
Middle belt.
In the middle belt. Okay. Let me first address Nigeria first. There are comments he made. One of them, in a nutshell, is that it's not really our government that is the problem. That there's no way we would have elected 5 or more bad leaders. And that can be extended. There may be a couple of points here and there, maybe 2% out of 100. But you have to understand that Nigeria that practices the same democracy as the United States, for example. Our constitution was kind of copied from that of the United States. You have the citizen, and then you have the government. everybody knows that the government is a necessary evil. The citizens have duties that they must do. And then they have responsibilities that they should do. It is the duty of Nigerian citizens to obey the law or be prepared to suffer the consequences and punishments that are dictated by the law. Right? Now, if you, all the time I hear you talk, you take the side of the
Can
government.
you repeat the last statement? I didn't get that. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, what I said basically in a nutshell is that citizens, they have duties that they're basically obligated to do as a citizen of Nigeria. Those you must do. Those are your duties as a citizen. Here in the United States, we have additional duties, which is like jury duty, stuff like that. But you must obey the law of the country. Those are duties. You're prepared to suffer consequences if you don't do it. There's prescribed punishment for you as a citizen. But there are also responsibilities. Those are things that you should do as a good citizen. You don't have to do it. You do that, respect your neighbors and yourself and stuff like that. Taking responsibility for yourself, right? But when it comes to when you go and we elect a government, only somebody who really doesn't know, you haven't grasped. I probably talk like you when I was in Nigeria, but there's no need to be taking the side of the government. They have all the powers. We'll give them the Constitution, give them a lot of powers. Now they take liberty and expand their powers. When you see people criticizing the government, it doesn't mean they don't love their country. Patriotism is not love.
You can do that, but we should not dwell on that only. We shouldn't dwell. I don't care. You are free to say anything to the government. You understand me? That's normal. But we the citizen also, for instance, until Dangote announced that it's going to set up steel company, are there no Nigerians? Is it only Dangote? When he go into that industry now and become successful, you will see Nigeria start complaining that it was nepotism, it was that, it was this. Why must we always wait for others to make the first move before we move? Why can't everybody just engage and do things? At least Nigeria as a country, there's less regulation like abroad. You can experiment in anything.
Okay, well, like
so what's the problem?
You've made that statement about Dangote twice, and that's a separate conversation. But what I wanted to address is just
I just need to throw that in.
No, I understand. I will address it if we have time.
Can I interject real quick?
Sure.
If you don't mind.
No problem.
Ninja first. I think you're missing a point Kansat was trying to pass through. And I understand why he said that, because he lives in the States. You see, I know you're saying, no, it's not just the leaders, the citizens also have to do their due diligence as well. But in America, you are compelled to follow the law, or else there are punitive measures for you. You know, with time, the law will catch up with you, which is the exact opposite with Nigeria. Nigeria people are not compelled to follow the rule of law because they know the law will never catch up with them. Then in terms of business, it seems you're speaking in absolutism, because you will agree with me that there are people in Nigeria who are trying all their possible best to make something with their hands, but the system is frustrating them. You will agree we have people like that. I'm not saying we don't have lazy citizens who don't want to do anything, we just want to complain. But you have to be fair to those who are trying their best as well to do something. But the government, the system is frustrating them.
And the funny thing is that in the case he makes, it's actually an example of what we're talking about here. Okay. Who do you think Dangote is? Dangote is the chief government we have in the country. It's part of the government. But before I justify that statement, let me finish what I was saying.
Hold on. Sure. There was a thing I said here one time. I think you yourself were complaining when I said Edo State generate more internally generated revenue than your state, Anambra State. You were argue. When I said that, it doesn't mean that for me, for example, I pay that tax. It is just that our leaders, state leaders, have been able to attract multinational and big business to our state, and these people pay tax, and that help our state. Can we also pay attention to the governors to do something? They can actually
hold on, because you're wrong on that.
To their state.
Hold on, I've heard that said a lot of times, right? Well, it depends on your number one, your level of education.
No, I know all these things.
Let me land now. Hold on. It's quite an unnecessary.
Because it's tiring because we keep on doing this.
You're not. I know that you want to go back to.
This has been going on since 1991.
You want to go back to your normal behavior. You don't want to be civil, right? That's why number one, you're bringing in.
I will be civil.
You're bringing in alien topics, something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let me educate you on that. Number one, here in the United States, it's not a virtue to tax people to death, right? So it's internal generated revenue means taxation, unless the government is selling something. Your local government is selling anything. That you attract businesses with less taxes. Taxes is not really a good thing. The people know how to use the money better than what the government will do with it. Let me land now. Let me land because you shut up. Let me land. Let me land. Shut up. You are in Nigeria. You don't know anything.
Just let him finish.
You won't let somebody talk.
You are wrong with that. You are wrong.
No, but he's not letting me talk, and I know him very well. Right? He doesn't know anything. He's back home. Instead of coming here and listening,
name the country you have traveled to. I've never been to. Can you name them? Can you name the country you have been to that I've never been to?
So shut up.
I don't understand what you're trying to say here because you live in
back
the
home.
US, you think you are
You need
better
to go
than
get a
everybody.
visa and then come join people in diaspora. You're home. It's only because you're an American platform.
Have personally visited.
You know, you don't know anything.
Hansard,
You don't know anything about me. He won't shut up.
Hansard, you easily get triggered. You've been so good and phenomenal
I cannot
so
be
far.
good when an ignorant person will not let somebody
No,
talk.
You are the ignorant one. You cannot say that
What
that is
he
bad.
introduced has nothing to do with
When you
what
say
I'm talking about.
tax is
He's
bad,
trying to compare his
then where are
state
you going to
with,
get the infrastructure
Southeastern
that you
states.
need to the
How
to
is his
the
state better than
local
Southeastern states? How?
When you
Show a
say
picture.
when you
So
say
let's
tax, then are the government going to use their hand to build the states, the bad roads?
Shut him
So
up because the problem is with the moderation. When he's interrupting me with nonsense, you should
you are
mute him.
speaking nonsense.
If you don't want to mute him, then fine. But Edo State is not. I mean, it's a very small state, rural. They don't make anything. He wants to keep comparing himself to the Igbos, where that's not our discussion. Everybody already know all that hubris, all that nonsense you're collecting. I'm trying to tell you that, and I know you pick it up from people like Kulata. Internally generated taxation doesn't attract businesses. What if people are not
build infrastructure in the state?
Can we agree that certain times within a nation's history, you need to collect more tax to be able to build the state, even when you know you can, because that's not the time to even necessarily attract businesses, because that time you need to build for the business to actually come and enjoy the infrastructure that is being built.
I know, but wait a minute. What infrastructure do you have in Edo more than you have in the southeastern states? Just name me one thing.
No. What I'm saying is that if you want,
I'm going by what he's saying. Let's just
generate power. No, his argument is that it's so likely to tax people because all civilizations
the back of all civilization is based on taxes.
I don't know, but the point is that
you live in California. You know their tax rates. Their tax rates in California is quite high.
Okay,
I was already trying to correct
go backstage.
him.
Let's go backstage. We just go backstage.
No. Why? We have
because
a lot
I have to close the program down.
No. You only close the program down when you're not talking, right?
No.
Once
it's
you
getting
see
to
me,
12 hours.
you want to close it.
No.
Let this boy go home with erroneous information. He doesn't know anything. I was trying to correct him that the problem is not the Nigerian people.
And you want development, you want infrastructure, you want rail, you want electricity.
Thank you all for joining us.
You are an idiot, Nigerian force. You are a stupid ignorant.